is 6 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, and it is 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I am going to now check our live stream, make certain that we are coordinating with live stream. Let's hope that it says we have an excellent connection. And what I'm going to do is have both these gentlemen speak, so we can have whoever might be joining us listening can tell us as to whether or not these gentlemen can be heard. So both of you gentlemen, say hello, say your names, introduce yourselves briefly, please.
Hello, this is Peter Moon, and let me know if you can hear me. And we have Aristides here who's going to say something now. Go ahead.
Hello, this is Aristides, and I'm here to help out these two guys, and I hope everyone can hear me too.
Yes, okay. So online broadcasting software recognizes both of these gentlemen's voices, and with that, we are going to ask anyone who is listening to say whether or not you can hear them as well as myself. Marky Milk says hello everyone, loud and clear, Douglas and Peter. That is excellent. Thank you, Mark H. Mark H is up near Salem, Massachusetts. Wonderful fixer for the gambling industry. T-Tank Berry says loud and clear, all three. God bless you, sir. T-Tank Berry showed up at my home the other day just after I got home, saw me at my worst. And contributed 60 United States dollars, and as always is the man. Looks like an SS officer, classic blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nordic appearance with the thinning hair that they all famously had. Marky Milk says, and the third gentleman is heard as well. T-Tank Berry says, good evening from Redwood City. Blessings unto thee, my dear T-Tank Berry and Mark H. Love both you guys. And we now have several current viewers. I'm going to give you all the usual admonition, everybody. We need upvotes immediately, because as soon as we begin transmission, we are assailed by automated downvotes. And these automated downvotes do get purged by YouTube, but it takes an hour or two to do so. And they number in maybe at least half 100, maybe in the hundreds. I really am unable to measure this, but they are indeed dispatched. We have had plenty of confirmation of this, and this keeps us off searches. So in order to bring us back on searches, we need upvotes from every possible IP address you've got. The enemy fights dirty, and unless we fight dirty, we're going to lose. And it's your war. You don't want to lose this war, because there will be no world for your children's children to inherit if you do. This is not melodrama. The objective of the cults of the Kings of Edom, who were represented by Michael Aquino, the man that I used to work with, by dint of my professional circumstance, not that I volunteered to do this, he selected myself when I worked at the Department of Defense, was dedicated to worldwide destruction and remaking the world in his image, or in the image of the anti-gods which these cults worship. And they are your deep state, indeed. So all your worst fears are real. However, you misunderstand them, you misunderstand their source, and right now the only thing you can do to fight them is to support myself financially and morally by upvotes. So to do that, fight dirty like the enemy fights, or you're going to finish last, because nice guys not only finish last, all the meek will ever inherit is not the earth but a mass grave, I can assure you of that. You need to hit with every IP port address you've got. That means laptop, tablet, PC, your cell phone. We need your upvotes. Then later on we'll ask for your contributions to help me make rent. I need to raise at this point about at least a minimum, bare minimum of 300 United States dollars. So with that, thank you to David Fitzsimons, who says, hi Doug from Atlantic City, and T-Tank Berry says, God bless you, brother. God bless you, my dear brother. So we've got the hits piling up, and we've got these wonderful people who are joining us, and I'm going to forewarn everybody that I was assailed by solicitors today, as well as Jehovah's Witnesses. This had to be a conspiracy. There's no way suddenly everybody just congeals on a single person's door like this at the same time, like flies to shit in rapid succession. And bizarrely, they were all black. First one was some guy who said, I'm black and I don't attack. Like, Okay, has it come to that point that you need to qualify yourself by that introduction? Do you honestly think that every door you ring, the person is going to run away screaming in fear, call the police? I mean, is it that bad? Then he was, of course, asking for money for something. I can't even remember what it was. I don't even recall what it was. The intro just overwhelmed everything else that followed. Then a black African American old biddy. I thought she was the mailman. Honestly thought she had like mail order prescriptions that were for me, and opened the door with that when she's handing me the stupid pamphlets that are made for third graders, or fourth or fifth grade reading level at the highest. No, I said. It just went on. Such being said, I'm going to have a sign crafted that says no solicitors and no Jehovah's Witnesses. Peter Moon has recommended some other occult measures to take that would help. And in the interim, it is Slavery Remembrance Day amid the Hungry Ghost month of the Asian anti-Lunar New Year. This is kind of like the Lunar New Year for the Evil Dead in Chinese culture. Asian Lunar New Year is when the gates of heaven open and all your good ancestors visit. And this month, for a full month, is when the gates of hell open and nobody you want to see again. They all come back. So that probably explains maybe a lot of what was going on with the solicitors and Jehovah's Witnesses. All that being said, I am going to turn it over to these two gentlemen for a minimum of 15 to 20 minutes at the absolute longest. I'm sure I'll be quicker than that. But either way, these men can handle it, and they're the best, and they've got my back. So with that being said, I do want everyone to remember this is a United Nations holiday, and that it is all about the remembrance of the slave trade and the abolition thereof. So that being said, we've got a good number of viewers for the start. I took a look at my dear friend Joseph Boyer, who was running his own little live stream about Strange Tales Weekly, and he had about 2 viewers. So comparatively speaking, we've got orders of magnitude more than that, especially as the show progresses. I feel really bad for postmodern YouTubers. Literally, unless you are a multi-billionaire and back up an ad campaign or something, comparatively speaking, it was just years of work that got me to the point where we've got this kind of baseline as we do. And we'll work to increase that. In the meantime, both these men will help us do that. So I'll turn it over to them with deepest respect to Mr. Peter Moon, the man at skybooks.usa.com, and our dear friend Aristides, the engineer. With that, I will go mute. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Douglas. And, we look forward to you returning ASAP. So with that said, we have Aristides here, who's been filling in a lot while I've been gone, and thanks again.
Sure.
It's been very helpful. Where would you like to begin tonight? You can ask me a question, or you can make your own statements about whatever you perceive is going on in the world.
Well, just a little while ago, I was kind of rushing through the end of last transmission. I think you came in the morning. At the very end, and you were talking about the new book a little bit, and it's going to be a little different. And tell us a little about that. Like, where are you on that? And
all right,
what can we expect?
It's a good point to address. Yeah, I came on the morning of the last transmission for about the last 20 minutes or 25 minutes or so, and I was discussing that this book is, although the Roswell Deception has sold considerable copies and gotten very good feedback from the people who've read it, it's not spreading quickly and rapidly as it should, as the original Montauk book did. It's just like that, boom, 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 boom. Now, I will say, however, that it is getting some traction. because sometimes it takes a while to penetrate people's gray matter. And they're saying, oh, okay, because it's so, they have to deconstruct their preconceived programming of what they've been fed by the Office of War Information and its successors since 1940. So it's taking time to penetrate. Now, accordingly, as I was stating, this new book, which contains the information that Harry Houdini and H.P. Lovecraft were literally killed for wanting to release. And we're releasing that, the dynamics of which are primarily in one long chapter, but also supplemented with some of the circumstances surrounding it. And it's the typical publishing paradigm, which I've worked with for over 30 years, is not going to work for this book. So it's going to have a, much higher price, and it's going to be a higher quality book in terms of its production. It's going to be a collector's item with probably 200 copies. And what the price will be substantially, even though it'll be a high price, still discounted for my Montauk Pulse subscribers. So I encourage people to subscribe to the Montauk Pulse, because you'll not only get a discount on the book, you'll get the information, or the Montauk Pulse newsletter, which is issued quarterly. Next one will be issued at the end of September. I'll be writing about my adventures to Romania. So this is, and what I intend to do with the increased price, I'm not going to be selling it through distributors. I'm going to be selling it directly to my public, to the public that listens to this, the people that contribute, $100 or $200. And instead of making their contributions without anything in return, they'll be getting a book. It'll be signed by myself. I can't really get Douglas to sign it without, making huge transportation issues, which is more than the air flight involved. So anyway, but in any case, this is, and I'm going to split the profits with Douglas, so he'll also get compensation for what he's doing. And once the book sells, it's a limit, and I don't see a huge problem with selling that limited edition. I don't know how long it'll take, but this stuff is infectious in terms of people wanting it, reading it, and they'll have a much clearer understanding of who and what Douglas is and the paradigm that this is opening up to the world. Because what this does is sheds light. Everything Douglas has done is shedding light on darkness. And when you understand, you turn the light bulbs on in the room, the cockroaches flee. I will share a story of somebody who once told me, and we're going back to New York in the 1970s, which was, they had a lot of roach motels there. I'm still sure they still do. But New York has changed a lot that's 40, 50 years ago. But I remember one of my friends was telling me about going on to into a room, in a hotel room in New York City, and he opens the door and turns on the light, and the bed was just filled with roaches. I mean, all over the place. And as soon as he turns on the light, they all flee and disappear. And that may sound strange to people, but you'd have to know New York City of the 1970s to fully appreciate it. It is, places that are now so expensive and sought after, you could get cheap rent in New York City. And you could walk down the streets looking like a bum. You weren't supposed to look like a bum, but you could, because there were people that would be well dressed. It's very interesting if you go back and look at the 1969 World Series, where the New York Mets were playing in their first World Series, and you look at the stadium, these people are dressed up. They're not wearing Adidas, shirts or shirts that say Yankees or Mets on them. They're dressed up. You went to the ballpark dressed up. New York City was a dressy place. But in any case, this idea of the roaches fleeing, this is what we're doing. We're getting the roaches fleeing. And it would be it's typical with occult books, which this most certainly is, for what would I say, I'd really call them wannabe occultists, but these people that are on the fringe of the occult and fascinated with it, they will kill for certain materials. Case in point being Israel Regardie, who had all of this Aleister Crowley information that he had acquired, whether it be through thievery or some other means. I don't know how he acquired it. He was Aleister Crowley's secretary, and I can't say how he did or didn't acquire it. Certainly, he had a huge falling out with Crowley. Nevertheless, and he also had materials of the Golden Dawn. Now, people might think, okay, is it a big deal? He was sought after, and he came under the protection of Christopher Hyatt, who was a hard-drinking biker, gun-toting psychologist, PhD. And he protected Israel Regardie, who was a sort of puny, effeminate man. And because these people were frothing to get at these materials. And I pointed out that this same thing happened with the information of L. Ron Hubbard. His confidential levels were highly sought after. People paid high black market prices for them. And this is the same materials that have been ridiculed on South Park and laughed at by thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people. But what is this phenomena where people will, I gotta have it. There is power attached to the material. In the case of L. Ron Hubbard, one can laugh and ridicule at the materials, but those materials were controlling whether it be by mesmeric or hypnotic induction or whatever, and I'm not saying that that's there was a certain subconscious fascination to the point where people would pay huge money and also do the processes and pay huge money to get the services in Scientology. And what is that? You can say that's mind control. It's certainly influence. Strong influence, but so it's not just L. Ron Hubbard, it's not just Aleister Crowley. It's what is this, information that is regarded so esoteric, so secret. I was discussing the book Robert W. Chambers, who wrote the book, The King is Yellow. Or is it The King Wore Yellow? I apologize for this. But where he alludes to a play by that title, where the play is never read, but there's 4 short stories in the book that allude to this, that if the people who read it, they are prone to going mad or committing suicide. And there's 4 short stories which allude to this play. Now, L. Ron Hubbard used this same pattern when he advertised his book Excalibur, that it could kill you. People read it, jumped out of windows and stuff, he said. And I think he was inspired by Robert W. Chambers' work, who was also a pulp writer, who was also connected to the government or the power structures behind the government, meaning the secret societies. This idea of a book that can kill you or drive you mad, this is exactly what L. Ron Hubbard said about these materials. In fact, I remember point blank being assigned at the advanced organization in Los Angeles. I was going to be the folder administrator. It was only a temporary job I held for less than a month, as it turned out, but I was going to be assigned there to keep care of the advanced level folders. This was a whole auxiliary building they had. And we had to rotate at night, sleeping in the attic to protect these folders, which were very interestingly enough, and people were well aware of this, it was right down the block from an insane asylum. So it was funny, you'd see, people from the nut house walking out down the street. And it was not uncommon to see these people walking down the street in by the Los Angeles organization. They were true mentally ill people. It was obvious. There were quite a few of them walking the streets of downtown Los Angeles in those days. So anyway, when I was given this assignment, I was told by the woman who was basically, as far as you need to know or to understand, was in charge of security. And she says, now, because I wasn't at the advanced level, she says, don't read the folders or it could kill you. This is what she told me. And of course, I had the good sense not to read the folders. And even reading the folders would not have given you the information, because that wasn't the information. It was just the reports of people writing into the case folders of people who were, doing the processes. So you can imagine you've got thousands and thousands of people who are part of this organization. It's the most esteemed place in Scientology at that time, other than the ship where Hubbard was. And people are all under the belief that this information is very high level and can release you from your deepest fears, your deepest problems. What I would say to that, and it might be a reiteration of what I said earlier, and it's very important to reiterate this fact. Scientology, as it was structured back then, or any other system of discipline, gives you an opportunity, if it's at all reasonably constructed, to look inside of yourself and recognize and access the issues inside of yourself with the potential of releasing your infinite character. As I was taught in Qigong, the mind is timeless, formless, and infinite in its nature. So if you can reach inside of yourself and touch that infinite aspect, which is essentially your divinity, then you have achieved. You can't, the only thing you can do once you reach that is to amplify it and express it and build a better conduit to interface with other people. That's what you do. Now, how you got in touch with that is secondary to having gotten there. So I can look at, say, my Qigong teacher, who recognized tacitly what I had achieved personally. There was like, he would tell me things that he didn't tell other people. He would also tell other people things that he didn't tell me. We were all individuals, and we were treated as individuals. Some of us were taught certain things, some of us were taught other things. And when we get together, sometimes it's amazing to trade, but there's more commonality than difference in terms of what we were taught. So, he recognized what I'd learned. Now, I can say that, wow, I don't have near his ability to direct and manifest chi, let alone his martial capabilities, which were just utterly remarkable and demonstrable. And he would tell you that his teacher was much greater than he was. So, you're not trying to be as good as or as better. You just have to do with what you're taught. And it stands to reason, if things continue to go as they are, I will live a considerably longer life than he did, which is good. So this is, life. I may not be able to beat him in push hands or a martial application, but here we are playing the game of life. And the game of life very seldom necessitates fighting in this day and age, fighting physically. Sometimes it does. But in any case, and I see so many applications of the martial arts or Tai Chi, which is a martial arts, where there's not enough emphasis on the healing. Most of what I see, the emphasis is on the maneuverability to outmaneuver other people, which is an art in itself and shouldn't be underestimated. But at the same time, I see the baby being thrown out, the real gem of it. And I had a profound experience with Qigong where, as I said, I was doing a lot of healings in Atlanticron. And last time I did this in big numbers, I had a friend of mine working with me who had a natural healing ability, and she got really involved in it. She added so much to it. It was great. This was a different dynamic that I was generating myself, in smaller numbers, but still significant. And the work I was doing, particularly with this one young woman who has a really bad inherited scoliosis condition, one of my friends who was along with me pointed out and sent me a link as a result of what I was doing. Because this woman looks like she's going to need surgery, this young lady. And I got people praying for her. I said to her best friend's mother who brought her there, I said, you've got to get all the monks on Mount Athos praying for her, because I learned that there are monks on Mount Athos who will pray for people. Now, all these prayers help. But then I was told of this technique. It's called matrix energetics in 6 easy steps. I'm going to consult. I already watched some short videos on it. I mean, you can do courses, you can go to seminars, but basically the 6 steps are: enter the field of the heart, identify the problem, place the problem out of the way, make a connection. He refers to it as a 2-point connection with the person. So if they have a pain in their waist, you might make a connection between the point where the pain is and the top of their spine or the bottom of their leg, and then just let it go and observe what is different with the person. And he's basically saying you're basically making a connection to the quantum stream of infinity, all the infinite possibilities. This is faith healing, but it's also faith healing with a particular context and a particular methodology, so that you're not just, putting your hands on, and this doesn't involve putting the hands on at all, but putting the hands on or putting the hands close or just putting the heart energy there and just saying heal. It's like and then these seminars and groups are such that people feed off of that energy. It's a healing energy. This is new to me. This is something that fits into the energy facilitation I learned in Qigong, but the energy facilitation, although it was taught, was not necessarily emphasized. It's one aspect. He did seminars with energy facilitation that were specific, and there were different levels of it. And this is one aspect that if I brought this to him, my teacher, he would say, well, he might say different things. He might say, go with it. Or he might say, yes, this, but also do this. Like, also envision the person in purple, whatever he might say. And the more you connect with this healing. So I would venture to say that when you had the Christian tradition of the early Christian church, there were more than likely precise methodologies or techniques, which are no longer commonly available to the public. Perhaps it's lost in the priesthood, secret societies, but it's not just like in some movie where you say, by your own faith you are healed, which Christ says in the Bible, which is fine. That's all it is. It's simplicity, if you can do it. But let's just say, get the idea of throwing a baseball. Anybody can throw a baseball, but then to throw it with technique, with refinement, with speed, with curves, and all the different pitches they have, that's a lot more fancy and a lot more effective. So how good of a healer you can be. I had learned the process of attunement with a group. This is actually the group to which I met Preston Nichols. I met him at Psychotronics, but it was a group called the Emissary Foundation, and I'm sure they still exist. That was, at that time, had one of the guys owned a house in Garden City, a very upscale neighborhood, and I guess he had people live there, and you go there. They had a Sunday service, and I was brought there by some of my friends, one in particular who was my proofreader, and she's actually, her and one of the guys there were the one that also told me to go to Preston Nichols. And the Emissary Foundation had they had their Sunday service, which was non-denominational. They had some Christian overtones, but it wasn't Christian. It was very clean. And they say, okay, now go upstairs. We all go into this room with couches and chairs, and this is attunement. So I'm sitting in a chair, and all of a sudden somebody has their hands behind me. Everybody has, it's like some are being attuned, some are attuning. And it's just like this energy. It's very healing. And I think they all noticed that I picked it up immediately. I didn't need any explanation. And I think the leader says, I see you have, acclimated yourself to to our process. Oh yeah, it's fine. It was great. Is it just like boom? It was very natural to me. Now, one of the guys there who I admired very much was a chiropractor. And he would use this procedure on his clients. Wasn't even touching them. And he'd fix major things in their back. Unfortunately, because he's contacting the energetic field. Now, I've recently come into contact with him. It's really ironic, because it's actually at his office where I met Margot, my old proofreader. And I think she sat next to me and she says, "Oh, something, we can be friends," or something. She just, instantly connected with me. And she played an important role in my life for quite a few years as I got into Montauk and whatnot. But this particular chiropractor, when I was with Stephanie Salve, she mentioned him. She says, "Do you know this person? He's on Long Island." I said, "Well, yeah, as a matter of fact, I haven't seen him in 30 years, but I know him. One of my friends, who's also a customer of mine, goes to him." And, but she says, "Yeah, well," she says, "yeah, I'd like to see him. So maybe we could get together sometime." And so recently I wrote to him on Facebook. Yeah, of course, he remembered me. And because actually I worked with him before I got involved with Preston, or didn't work with him, but knew him and interacted with him. And I told him point blank, I said, you're more effective than any of these people here, which he appreciated. It's not that they weren't effective. He was a chiropractor, he was tuned in. He also played football, which was a great thing. I mean, he said he's still playing, not as much, but he still plays. And I think he's older than I am. But in any case, I'm going to ask him about this matrix energetics, if he's been if he knows about it, and just kind of tap it. But anyway, when Stephanie comes back to Long Island, we'll probably all get together, because she told me he's a student of hers, or he's signed up for a class on her website. So he's understanding and appreciating the law of time, which is just fantastic. This old connection. And you say he was more of an acquaintance than he was a friend, but he was friendly. It was just like friends. And so now it's like, and I remember he called me up, and when he found out that I was behind Preston's book and all that, and so, "Oh, that's really great that you've done that," because he didn't. I wasn't an author or anything when I met him and interacted with him. So, as I say, that group led me into that. So there is a quantum aspect to Qigong and healing, which is something I haven't focused or concentrated on. I will say that the dream of the Montauk Medicine Man was the Montauk Healing Center. And I said, when I started doing talks on Qigong that were at that time at my house, I said, the Montauk Healings, and people were asking, because I wrote about in the Montauk Book of the Living, his dream is to have a big Montauk Healing Center. Well, he's a great dreamer. And he introduced me to my Qigong teacher, but I realized very soon, I said, the Montauk Healing Center is right here over my house. This is where it is. And I was facilitating that in some context because, there was no big building. But the healing was taking place. And then as I got more involved with Qigong, wow, I was facilitating healings, not necessarily personally, mostly teaching people how to heal themselves with Qigong exercises. But it seems now, with my experience in Atlanticron, I'm being invited to take it up a notch, because there's a great deal of synchronicity in my experience with Qigong. Case in point, I come into class after 3 years. It's my 3rd year anniversary. It just happens to be May 1st, the day I started. It's 3 years later. And one of my fellow students, Jim, who was the first one to teach me some certain things, somehow I said, what, he just started talking to me about when he first came to class. The first thing he did was Mother's Palm. His teacher taught him Mother's Palm because that was the first thing our teacher had learned from his teacher, Mother's Palm. I'll explain Mother's Palm in a second. So he says, Mother's Palm. Oh, this is what I'm supposed to do, Mother's Palm. So, and I think I came back and told him, yeah, I started Mother's Palm. He says, I told you that when you started. You didn't listen. Okay. Well, I'm listening now. It's 3 years later. I wasn't ready to do Mother's Palm. But I did it. Then a year later, I walk in and I say to my teacher, what do I do next? He goes, Father's Palm. Now, I did that for a year. Actually, I did Mother's Palm for 13 months till my last meeting with David Anderson. And that's when I stopped because I was so busy with the event. And when I stopped Mother's Palm, my whole back relaxed and years of pain disappeared when I actually stopped the exercise. But the main point here was the synchronicity. And sometimes I would, after I finished something for a year, I generally do something for a year, I wouldn't be told what to do. It would just become manifest. Okay, you're going to do this. It would become obvious by either something my teacher said or some other student said. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. Just to clarify, Mother's Palm is the foundation of all palms. In Qigong, there's tons of palms, literally many. And it's a foundational palm. And I can watch people teaching subtleties of the body, how to move this, how to that. If you do the Mother's Palm, which I've never seen anybody teach on YouTube, maybe I should look it up, and I don't know if it's the same. It's like you're kind of moving every part of your body in the correct way to get maximum movement force. So, but what I would also say about Mother's Palm, it's something you do as slow as possible and for 6 months. And then that second 6 months you do as fast as possible for like an hour a day. And I had to work up before I could even do an hour slow. But it's a fantastic exercise. And I've been watching people correct people on YouTube, and I think, well, they're right. But then I look at it, and the more foundational approach is the Mother's Palm. So anyway, should I go on, Douglas, or should we?
Oh, I think you're doing fine. We can get into the thick of things. I noticed that Aristides is putting up links to the King in Yellow, and that's appreciated. And with that, we return to whatever thematic that Peter Moon thinks is the best approach into the remainder of the opening hour.
Oh, I want to say one other thing about this. I have a PDF file that I got from a website, which I will put on a course I do in Qigong. It might be the intermediate course rather than the beginner's course. And it's about some guy who starts studying Qigong. I think he's Asian. He sounds like he's Asian, if I recall, but that's really irrelevant. He just acquires this incredible acumen for healing. And he's healing people. I mean, he's just doing incredible. And he's just, all these people are being brought to him. He's just like, the reports are as good or better than Jesus. I don't mean that with any sarcasm. He's in the ballpark, if not better. Mm-hmm. And if you take it at face value. Okay, I'm taking it at face value. And then as the story goes, oh boy, does he hit the banana peel. And basically the whole rendition is about how Qigong is satanic, and he becomes overwhelmed and with demons and spirits, and then he has to turn to Christ. So Qigong is satanic, and you turn to Christ. Now, as I'm reading this, I'm saying, this poor guy doesn't know what he's talking about because he's not grounded. He's violating all sorts of common sense principles in Qigong. And he's, like, what if I was teaching you how to climb trees? And you climb up, I like that word, climb up. You climbed up, and you climb to the top of these really thin branches, and you're like bouncing off, and you fall down and die. That's kind of what he's doing. And it's like, no, you don't. First off, you don't climb on a branch that's thin. And if you do climb a branch that's thin, you got to know how to do it. You got to do it without putting all your weight on it or somehow. You got to defy gravity. But in any case, the guy wasn't grounded. And I said, this is ludicrous for him to be pawning himself off as a Qigong specialist. Like, he got one part of it. If you take it at face value, the other possibility that it's all an elaborate ruse to dissuade you from Qigong, and it's all fake anyway, and it's just to turn you to Christ. Christ without any, what do you call it? What's the word? Erudition or any intelligence. Yes. So that's, but it's very interesting because you can look at it that way, but you can also look at it from a Qigong perspective. He's getting all of these fantastic abilities, and he's not understanding, and he's jumping over his head, but he's violating so much of what would be sound Qigong practice. That people get grounded and excited all the time, and I noticed this in Scientology. People would get overexcited, and it's what I recognized as manic depressive. And even though that wasn't a Scientology term, it was evidently, they get manic, they get excited, and then they get depressed because they can't maintain that excitement. You can call it whatever you want. In extreme cases in Scientology, when the person is just completely goes up the Kundalini spout or something, the equivalent thereof, Hubbard called it going up the pole. And then there was a commensurate crash or discombobulation when you re-entered the physical universe. So, or whatever you want to call what you did, you got high, and then you crashed. And that's a whole interaction with your whole mechanisms, your whole mental mechanisms, and how you interface with reality. That's something one has to, experiment with and master. That ability alone is fantastic to be able to do. And certainly one could do that. There were procedures and processes for working with that. The question is, how far out do you go? How far out do you want to go? And ultimately, I think what I learned is, I basically want to stay around home base most of the time, because when you start focusing on things that are far away, what's around home gets neglected. So, it's what you focus on. Nevertheless, I wanted to mention that with regards to healing. And this all started when Ari asked me about, talking about your book and how he was going to market your book and whatnot. And then I went, into the idea of this mysterious book, The King is Yellow, or this play that, people could die or commit suicide if they read it.
Right. Intermadness. It drives people mad. Go on.
Yeah, and that was how L. Ron Hubbard had used that theme, and I just went into the whole key of any system is to be able to look inside of yourself and reconcile your issues and tap your latent abilities. I was watching somebody today completely butcher, and he was an ex-Scientologist who grew up in the cult, and he's completely butchering the actual, I guess what you'd say, what is that word, ecclesiastical, or the the workable aspects of Scientology and L. Ron Hubbard. And he doesn't understand them.
Right.
But he's defining them and portraying them, and he's doing it all in the system of belief. He's talking about belief, 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 belief. And it's not about belief if you do it correctly. Nothing should be about belief. It's about knowing, experience, and experience. But nevertheless, it's his perspective, and it's how he sees things, and it's fine for him to define things the way it's fine for him. It's not fine for me, because I said, you're talking, to me, he's talking shit. Yeah, he's a very intelligent person. There's no question of that. But, he's defining it because he has to reconcile. He grew up in a cult which was very negative. There were good aspects to him, and there were negative aspects. But he's like, it's a whole toxic experience for him, and he's trying to detox from the PTSD. He's suffering from the PTSD. There's no question of that. Mm-hmm. And he's part of a team of people who are trying to detoxify the Scientology experience, which is fine. It needs to be detoxified because it's all toxic. It didn't have to all be toxic, but unfortunately, and how it's all based on fear and this and that and that. And one has, God. But I was going to say, he's talking about Scientology feeding a hope that you can attain all these abilities that are latent inside of you. Well, Qigong does the same thing. But as I say, I was spending more or less about $100 a month for Qigong for 4 classes. It was a discount, I think. When I first started, it was $75. You spend $100, you could go to all the classes you want. Then it changed to $150 for all the classes you want. Typically, I was going once a week. And when I accumulate all the hours I put in and all the practice, I said, I have the equivalent in terms of time of many degrees in college. I mean, it's like, more than a few PhDs in terms of time spent, learning. That's independent of the actual practice. So, and maybe after 10 years, I probably spent between, in the neighborhood of 10, 11,000, maybe as much as $12,000 over a 10-year period. It's not very much money.
Right.
It sounds like a lot. If you said, I'm going to spend $10,000 and learn this, and he had people coming to him saying, I'll give you $50,000 if you'll teach me your system. The guy brought it to him in a briefcase, and he turned him down.
Of course.
Because he said this guy's going to go out and market it and give it a bad name. Yes. He wanted to turn it into a high-level market. To teach me your secrets. I think he had a Wiccan group offer him $100,000.
Wow.
He would take it because it's bullshit. Teach me your secrets. And as I told him, I said, well, why didn't that guy who offered you $50,000 just come to class? Why didn't he come to class? He says, he don't want to be around the students. He's a white, rich person, Manhattan type. He didn't want to be around black people in Brooklyn. Okay, but that's who you learn from. It's who I learned from.
Yes. Not
just my teacher, but from my fellow students. And it, it's like, wow. So, it's like that's the barrier to learning. What is the barrier to learning? In this case, there was a lot of ethnic attitude that would impede learning. And then there were even certain white people who would be highly resentful or suspect when the teacher would say, well, you know, you can ask him or Peter Moon. And the guy looked, Peter Moon, you know, well, why him? You know, because I'm a fellow white guy who wasn't as rich as he was, or whatever it is. You see what I'm saying? Or how could Peter Moon be mentioned in this handful of people? How dare he mention Peter Moon? White people, some white people, not all of them, of the few that were there, you know, could have, you know, big issues that I might know something more than some of the other students. And it's like, oh, I must know as much as him, you know. And my teacher would have tremendous problems with some of these people. And he talked to me about it. They don't get it. They don't get it. So what? This is, and what you have there, and this is the same problem my black friends have with certain, if not many, white people, is that there's just tremendous judgment on them. Yes. Tremendous judgment. Now, I would have that same judgment applied to me.
Wow.
And it wasn't because of skin color. That might accelerate the judgment. But it's like, because I experienced the same thing when I would go to, you know, business meetings at the Long Island Association and, you know, selling my wares, which were advertising and design. And, you know, the white people would, any black person I talked to, they'd accept me at face value. That's what I did. White people would say, no, you say that, but you're really doing this. It was amazing. And it's just amazing what bullcrap so many white people can, at least on Long Island. You know, yeah, you say this, but you're really this. And they're judging you. So be it. So anyway, I want to comment here. So that was kind of the add-on that I expanded into with Phil. You know, well, it was more than filler, but I was waiting for you to get back. Now, yeah. I want to discuss. I haven't finished the book by Robert Chambers, Slayer of Souls, but it's getting to a. I might have about 30 pages where they've narrowed it down, and they're on a mission in the brambles of upstate New York. They're getting bloody with the thorns they're crawling through, some place called Fool's Acre, where they're going to kill a couple of the Yazidi, what they call the Yazidi incorrectly, or the you know, evil people of the towers. Right. And they start to, and the only person that can do it is this girl who's got magical attributes. And then there's one of her magical friends that grew up with her in the temple appears, and the only way they can kill these people is through quantum interaction. And what's happening with the love relationship between, you know, the Secret Service agent and the girl he married, Tessa, the girl he married to protect her, and they're starting to get closer, and you feel a true, deep love coming forth. I'd be very surprised if it doesn't end with a true consummated, well, he may not go into the consummated part, but a real blending of energies between the male and the female. But she's the one, he's making it safe for her in a physical sense, but she's wielding the magic because she's just, and she is portrayed in such a sweet manner. Emulates Kuan Yin to a certain extent, except she's got a very human life, and she's in the beginning of the story, she's on the brink of selling herself just to survive.
Right.
And I don't know in which context she's going to sell herself. Probably, marry herself off to a rich man, just so she can survive in the world. But this guy comes up at the right time and creates a conduit where she can destroy evil, and then in the good name of the Secret Service of the United States of America, they're going to destroy all the evil in Asia. That's where it gets off base. But there is a certain Dakini sweetness and just awe in the way this woman is portrayed. The book deserves credit for that. I mean, just what an incredible soul she is. And she lost her parents. They were killed. The writer, in my opinion, is very awkward. And he's kind of winded in some areas. His descriptions are kind of, God, I don't like them. Let's get to the core of the story. But it's a very interesting tale. Slayer of Souls. Anybody can download the PDF, and I still don't know. Hopefully, I'll have it done by the time of the next broadcast and make its comment.
Yeah.
Now I went back to the book because I hadn't touched the manuscript since I left.
Yes.
And this chapter is on the Night of the Broken Circle.
Yes.
I had a lot of cut and pasted pieces, and now I'm putting them together. It's kind of hard because there's different areas where you discuss the Night of the Broken Circle, and I've transcribed them. I'm trying to cut and paste them into the most coherent narrative I can. And right now I'm working, it's just a brief description of the Peacock Angel. And as I put it down, it gives me a deeper appreciation. I mean, one can read books on the Peacock Angel. But what's important about the Peacock Angel in the context of this story is that it was invoked. And what happened is that a fragment of it was, a piece of it was assimilated by Douglas. And it created profound effect on him, which, changed his life dramatically and is part. And this is very interesting. And I'm just realizing now as I say this, people have a hard time, understandably, excusably, of understanding Douglas, his information, who the hell he is, what's going on here. In other words, the information is not readily accessible. And they can listen to everything he's written, but it's too much to process, just in terms of volume. They can listen to one snippet where he explains it very clearly. Even then, what is all the context of the entire schematic? And I'm going to try and give some context here based upon what I just realized. I've kind of realized part of it, but I see the bigger picture. So you have a bunch of schmucks, which is a very laudatory word for these people, these generals, who are doing this occult operation so they can do this trivial task of trying to shoot dummies with M16s that are, they can't see in the dark, but they basically they can't see in the dark, and they want to shoot them to test out these silencers. A very trivial desire. They could have waited till daytime to do it, or perhaps.
Well, they couldn't, because then there would be public people around.
Well, they could have gone to a firing range.
That too, yeah.
That they could easily have done.
There's that. I mean, just for what it's worth, not to defend them or to.
They were drunk.
Yeah. There's that. There was that element. Yes, definitely, definitively.
They were feeling their oats that they could do anything.
Yes. They were reveling in.
Feeling their oats, and they're drunk.
Yeah.
So they're going to do this stuff. So we're going to summon an entity to help us shoot these targets, but when we can't see them, and we're going to use magic to be able to shoot these targets.
Yeah.
So what the absurdity of this is, we're not just going to summon any old entity. We're going to summon the Peacock Angel, because the Peacock Angel is the most powerful entity we can muster, and we're good enough. And as they say, Aquino would have been horrified at what they were trying to do, because he would have known better for reasons we won't go into.
Understood. They thought, again, part of their hubris, their drunkenness, their years of living with impunity, and the fact that they lived all of their lives without any repercussions for their actions. This is what prompted them to think that Aquino would be proud of them, that they were practicing his ritual that he was that he had versed them in for a time that would come, of course, and that time didn't come until now. What's interesting about this was that if they hadn't preempted him and done what they did, maybe the Department of Defense, the Paul Vallely, and of course their co-religionist. I can think of no other reason why he was so heavily involved in ISIS other than he was a co-religionist, John McCain, who had the heaviest ownership of shares and stock in ISIS. Maybe all of that attempt to annihilate the Yazidi people, to instigate an Arab Spring, maybe all of that would have happened sooner. It likely would not have happened until after or around the time of the Gulf War. But certainly I helped by serving Michael Aquino under his orders. And again, I do need to emphasize this is by professional circumstance to people who might otherwise think that this is something that I got into voluntarily. I helped to bring about the downfall of the Soviet Union. Obviously, I was a factor. There were many other factors, but obviously I was a prime factor because I helped to expedite communications between the Americans and the satanic underground in the greater Soviet Union. And when it came to the final collapse of the Soviet Union, it didn't happen all that long from that incident when you look at it from a historical perspective. Of course, it was something that was unforeseen by the common man in those days, but my point is that shortly around the time when the Soviet Union was still standing, we had Gulf War I. So it might have been that around Gulf War I would have been the time that Aquino would have gone for his co-religionist, instigating Arab Spring, and certainly the Bush Sr. was encouraging the so-called swamp Arabs near Kuwait, who are near the delta of Iraq, where it goes into the Persian Gulf, and the Arabs who live there live like no other Arabs in the world. They call them swamp Arabs. George Bush Sr. convinced them to revolt, and of course then completely abandoned them. And Saddam Hussein annihilated a great deal of them in retribution, just like the Americans had prompted the Kurds to rebel, and then Saddam Hussein annihilated a good deal of the Kurds. So we're talking about these minority ethnic groups in Iraq, stuck in a nation that they never made because it was completely inorganic and artificial colonial borders. Maybe at that time Arab Spring would have been possible, and then Aquino was going to use the ritual in full practice, carrying it to its full culmination. So these men, I think, because my impression from what I gathered about the entire situation was that they felt he would be proud of them for being able to do that before the time came to do it again, so to speak. So there was that element to it. Just try to put it in context so that it doesn't seem totally, shall we say, illogical or irrational or insane. But nevertheless, it still was.
Well, these guys, are you saying that the generals were kind of like doing this with bigger purpose in mind than just
well, yes and no. I mean, let's put it this way. It was Aquino had obviously gifted them knowledge of the ritual. He had told them, obviously, that someday it had to be done. I found out more about it as time, of course, progressed, and I learned more about it because it was the occult equivalent of a nuclear meltdown. And therefore there had to be some, shall we say, after studies, so to speak, by Michael Aquino in terms of the damage control. When it came to the fact that these men felt that Aquino would be proud of them in their doing this, there was that element to it I could sense. This was because he ultimately intended them to be part of a ritual in which they would participate and then try to bargain with the Peacock Angel using his people, the Yazidi, as hostage. This was something that
he was trying to manipulate the Peacock Angel.
That's quite true. Threaten, manipulate, literally manipulate through threat, through extortion, through holding his people, the Yazidi, hostage, and by threatening them with annihilation. And this could have been brought about at the time of the original Gulf War, when George Bush Sr. was encouraging minorities within Iraq to rebel. At that time, America could have gone further and generated a sort of Arab Spring that then happened instead decades later. So by the time Arab Spring happened, it's important to remember Michael Aquino was still very much alive. Paul Vallely was helping to bring it about, and at that time they went full bore into attempting to exterminate the Yazidi people. And so this was during Gulf War II. This is why it was so important for them to get Bush Jr. in power and then carry out a full invasion of Iraq to complete what they did not under Bush Sr. All of this had to be pushed back because of the Night of the Broken Circle. The Night of the Broken Circle left Aquino without an adequately prepared coven to conduct the ritual, and therefore he had to spend years training another 12 men to replace the 12 that he effectively excommunicated from his church, the Temple of Set and the Edomite cult line. So he then, it took decades, and then when they finally got around to doing it, we can only presume it's failure because the results were not, obviously, have not come to pass that Aquino wanted to come to pass, and may have had a large part with his ultimately killing himself. His not in the sense of being so disappointed and depressed, though there was probably an element of that, but probably because it taxed him so physically that his intestinal cancer began to remanifest or remestastasize to the point where he felt it was time to do himself in and transfer his soul into other mortal coils, as we've explained in the past. So hopefully that puts it in some further context. If you have any questions, please ask. I'll be happy.
No, I don't. I want to give additional context, though, but that informs me of things I didn't know, and I appreciate that. But what I want the audience to appreciate is that, see, there are multi-levels here, as Preston Nichols used to say with Montauk or 9/11, Philadelphia experiment. There are so many, when something of a big nature happens like that, there are so many multi-levels that it's boggles the mind. Yes. It's a big event. It crosses dimensions. It crosses all sorts of things. This one certainly did as well, because what you have here is this invocation that was meant to, I guess, facilitate this and also show off. And it was very misguided. But it's the misguidedness which kind of gives us the benefit. Because if it was done totally correctly per Aquino's will, it would have only brought more havoc and chaos on the world.
Yes.
So his own sorcerer's apprentices were, acting in a foolhardy manner.
Yes.
Now, the result of this is it brought a piece of the Peacock Angel into Douglas's body, changing his hair to white, causing his hair to turn white, and causing a profound change in his being, which made him more than he was. As did the experiment with the nanoblood, as did the experiment with the art elect. All of these things made Douglas more than what he was. Profound transmutations of his very being. And at this point, he was very well schooled in the occult by reason of his osmosis with Aquino. And not just the osmosis, but the education that Aquino gave him, and being witness to what happened. So Douglas was actually more astute about what they were doing than they themselves.
Thank you.
And this is, and it, so the role of the peacock angel in its true sense from the Yazidi culture is basically a very positive one.
Yes.
It's not, but yet the Abrahamic religions, particularly Islam, have demonized it.
Yes.
And this has caused wholesale genocide and annihilation of the Yazidi people. And then with the Robert Chambers book, which goes back, 100 years before Douglas came on the scene,
Yes.
is like portraying the Yazidis as just part of all the evil Orientalists.
Yeah.
And this is this is what we have, but this is like it's a big deal because this kind of sets the template for what then transpires with the Artelect and that experiment, because now it's not just Douglas Dietrich, it's the peacock angel we're dealing with.
Yes.
When we move to the Artelect, which I think Aquino just kind of like shrugged his shoulders and said, I mean, he wasn't keen on you after the night of the broken circle. Now, he still saw that you had a function, but he didn't see it the same way.
That's right.
I think he was trying to use the Artelect for his own manipulation.
Yes.
He didn't realize that you were the best candidate or quote unquote fool for it. He was using you as a fool.
Yes.
And as a stooge. Yes. But it backfired because you weren't a stooge. And you were possessed of the peacock angel to the point where I wouldn't dare say this without your endorsement, although I suspect it's true. Might we dare identify the Artelect as also a piece of that peacock angel?
Yes, I've thought of that often in the past, and I certainly think that there's and it's one of those unknowables, but I feel intuitively there must be an element of truth to that.
It's kind of obvious.
Yes.
I mean, on face, if you take it at face value.
Yes.
And so the elusiveness of the Artelect is one of its charms, to say the least. And I will share this. L. Ron Hubbard patterned his operation after a Roman general called Fabian. Just to disambiguate from the 1960 movie star Fabian,
right,
who played in the movie Ride the Wild Surf, amongst many others. Fabian was one of the darlings, tab hunter, Hollywood darlings, Fabian. Fabian was a Roman general. And he was, and in L. Ron Hubbard's Sea Organization, they said, well, it will be Fabian. You were always told to be Fabian, which means the general would go and he'd attack an army, and then he'd hide and disappear. Nobody'd know where he was. So to be Fabian was not to be locating a position in space so that you weren't identified. If you put up a storefront and say, here I am, come and get me, well, then you're identifiable and you can be destroyed. It was Hubbard's own, emulation of what might be Sun Tzu,
Yes.
Never occupy a fixed position. If you're not in a fixed position, you can't be attacked. This is one reason corporations like to not be that attachable. It's the same principle in corporations.
Yes.
It's not the person, you're attacking the corporation. So this is a whole technique. Now, the art elect, the more enigmatic it is, the less targetable it is.
Yes.
The enigmatic factor also parlays into the Robert W. Chambers novel or story, The King is Yellow, because we're talking about a play that you can't nail down. It's got a Fabian quality. It's got an enigmatic quality. This is the same thing we have with David Anderson. He's enigmatic. But if you think about the nature of time, if you had a time machine that everybody could go to and say, oh, time machine, you'd have such a absurd situation where everybody'd be trying to get at it, and only one person can get at it. What good is a time machine if it's in a fixed locatable identity?
Yes.
That everybody can go and, how could it even, it's illogical to have one. You'd have to have, at least as many time machines as there were Tesla cars.
Right.
Which is, again, absurd.
Yes.
And then everybody has a time machine. Everybody has a, so he would have to be enigmatic. Time is elusive. Time travel is elusive. And while there are plenty of people who say they do it, one has to ask, what is the relevancy of what they do and how they do. It's really not fair to evaluate that or to judge it, although one would be inclined to think that it's not all that relevant because people are just tripping.
Yeah.
Now, if it has relevancy and coherency, then we want to hear it. But it's not like, somebody says, I was back in 1952. It's kind of like, somebody coming in and saying, yeah, I just got back from Yosemite. So what? Well, if they say, well, there were some pretty interesting things in Yosemite, and a bunch of people from the clampers, the Eclampus vitus, are, digging up gold, or something like this, and whatever it is, and they've got a hole to the inner earth, then it becomes a little interesting. But, and I think one of the issues with people is that they need to be relevant, but they also want to be relevant, and they want attention. As I said, we all need attention. We need attention. In other words, if we go to the bank and we withdraw money to buy things, we're getting attention from the person. If we don't have any money in the account, then we're not going to get attention, or the attention we get is undesirable. And then we take the money to the store and we get attention from the clerk, who's happy to give us the food in exchange for the money. It's all about attention. But you notice, if you don't have money and you walk out and people know you're poor or that you're needy, you're going to get a different attention from them.
Yes.
That if you're a member of the community who's participating and has their own income stream, you get respect and attention that is not typically afforded to you if you're in the realm of needy. And then you get a different kind of attention, that people are sympathetic with you and making sure you eat and maybe trying to get you on your feet. Mm-hmm. Or there's also attention you get of people who are trying to get rid of you.
I was about to say.
Yeah, so attention, and some might even argue that it's better to be targeted as an individual than to not be an individual at all, because if you're being targeted, at least you've got a life. It all depends how you look at it.
I was about to say, I don't feel that sense of the positive of being targeted, but I appreciate.
No, but I'm saying, as opposed to not having a body and being lost in space,
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I mean,
Such a person in such a spirit in such a condition, it's all relative. But
well,
more of
as
this,
Peter said, as you yourself said, many people in their own strange way actually envy me because of the fact that I'm the center of attention. Yes, so go on. Yeah.
well, exactly, and they want some attention because they've had, they want to have a platform and they want to talk, and it's it's understandable that people want attention. If you have a story to tell, if you have information to share that might add knowledge to the group or whatnot, that's great. But then there's many people who just get up and talk and say some weird story because they want attention,
Yes.
and that's rather lame. Now there's a lot of attention grabbing YouTube's on, and people are doing this because they create content, they make money, they're pursuing an interest, or they're doing a service. Many people are doing a service that's valuable, and there's varying degrees and values to doing that. So it's all about attention, and I've noticed in the last couple of months I've been watching YouTube more.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm getting information from it that I want. Some of it's astrological, not all of it. And I'm getting a profound education in astrology. And I'm learning the language, I'm learning subtleties in it. And I noticed this kite pattern I saw for August 12th. I didn't see anybody comment on it. It was indistinguishable. Although I did see somebody who was really a master astrology mention a kite pattern later in the month, which is not dissimilar. But, I'm looking at August 12th. They're not. They're looking at the moons, the full moons, other aspects of astrology. It's all depends what you look at. So one of the things that really startled me, and this has to do with my trip to Romania, was the aspects of Venus. Venus was not only retrograde, but I got a real initiation, and this is a time of initiation astrologically with Mars in Virgo, Mercury in Virgo, and also it will be what's called Cassini effect with the sun, where it's right in the direct pattern of the sun. You can't see it, but it's very powerful. So and this is during its retrograde. The same with Venus. This occurred on August 13th, which had a very profound effect on my soul, and I'm still getting the ramifications of it. And Venus is, because I noted that Venus was retrograde when I was going on this trip, but I didn't emphasize it. It was more of a adjunct, basically teaching me, or my prejudgment was that, don't pay any attention to Venus too much, because Venus is retrograde means old lovers and stuff will come up from the past, but you'll also be reevaluating your values, your relationship or relationships, and also your values. We say, okay, how you're going to dole out your finances, because Venus is very much involved with money and resources, ruling the second house, which is Taurus, the resources. And also Venus also rules Libra, which is Libra's balance, its relationships. So there's this aspect to, of course, reviewing the past, reviewing this, healing issues connected to Venus, whatever those might be. Now, but there's another aspect to Venus, which is quite fascinating, and not to diminish what I just said, is the whole Mayan calendar is based upon Venus. And
yes.
and that's what's so fascinating, because makes much, when you understand the whole pattern, which is not necessarily easy to do from our Gregorian aspect, it's much more conducive to synchronicity and to natural flow, which would be certainly a feminine flow. And I'm seeing like, wow, Venus is much more than love and romance and nice things. It's much more than that. And this is an initiation, and I'm seeing how the bigger pattern of the calendar, and also my work with Stephanie South, I'm getting a deeper and deeper appreciation of this woman who I know. I mean, I met her when she came to Tamarinda's series of lectures or whatever. It was a seminar in Long Island, in Garden City, and I saw her coming into the hotel, and I, just said, this woman's here. He said, are you here for whatever I called it? She says, yeah, and boom, 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 instant connection with this lady. And we talked, and that was a long time ago. She called me up a couple years ago and just really wanted to connect with me. I didn't realize what a substantial character she was, because I just met her as a, beautiful blonde woman,
Yes.
who had some acumen and was a writer, and I didn't really get who she really was, and I'm only beginning to really get who she is. I learned a bit about her personal history that I didn't know from her best friends who were with me on the trip. I know her. She tells them all about me, Now they're telling me about her. There's certain things that, just how she came into their life and whatnot, and how they work together. So now I have a real strong friendship with them. But with regards to Stephanie, she has this identification that was part of the experience she had that with Jose Arguelles. It's called the Red Queen. And the Red Queen is somebody who is a role. It's hard to explain, and I wish I could do a better job of explaining it. But she's got this incredible website, The Law of Time, and she's working on a new website, which was all lost when she was robbed in Greece.
Oh.
But that's all. She's accepted that initiation. It's just okay. So she's starting anew.
Yeah.
So it's okay.
Okay.
She is like basically communicating this calendrical system and all of these points of reference. And when you start to introduce yourself into it, there's an app you can download, which I haven't figured out how to download yet, because it really doesn't want to download onto the computer. I'm going to have to do it on my cell phone, and I don't like cell phones. They're hard to read for me.
Oh, they're awful.
I use it extensively when I'm overseas, because the WhatsApp app is great. I can communicate to Paula back in the States. I can communicate, and I can communicate now to my friends in Romania. I haven't. I will text them. But you can communicate to anybody in the world as long as you have a connection. So that's wow, that's great. It's fantastic. And the cell phone does, but when it comes to certain things, I much prefer the computer. But the WhatsApp, or not the WhatsApp, the app they have on the Law of Time, is something you can read every day, and we were reading it every day while we were there. That kind of puts you in sync with this different system. Now, what's happening with the group that I started is they're communicating with each other and they're sharing dreams on, on WhatsApp, because we have a group to that. And this is fantastic because the dream is continuing and there's a bond. I can still feel the bond with all of us. I'm not as participatory in the group as most are, although I'll make comments here and there. But you get the feeling that we've really created an egregore of positive energy with this. And I'm already putting together in my own mind a meeting with Stephanie and Heather, who she's not met. Heather Anderson, who's doing the dream workshop. Heather's part of my dream group because we were doing dream workshops together at Atlanticron. So the dreams are merging. We're merging. And it's happening on more instinct and Neptunian dynamics, because Neptune is the dreamer, and Neptune is the highest octave of spirituality, who brings things together. But Stephanie will always sign, when you get an email, she'll say, well, I won't be back until such and such a time. Meanwhile, use telepathy. So I've been telepathing with her lately. And it's kind of like, okay, so when we next have our conversation, it'll just be, this is kind of how she describes Jose. He just kind of smile and get it. They were very close. It's kind of like, he kind of just knows stuff. And I can see myself developing that relationship more and more with her, where, it's like, yeah, because she told me, she says, she texted me, I think the morning I was leaving, about 11:30, maybe it was a little earlier. She texted me, and I got the text right when it was, and I called her, and she picked right up. Oh yeah, she says, I just wanted to wish you, and we talked for about 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and she says, all you need to do, she was so excited for the trip, she says, all you need to do is hold space. You just need to show up. It's all in place for you. Just show up. And I took that to heart. And that's what I did. I didn't even have a curriculum or agenda for this thing. I didn't have it at Atlanticron, but that was kind of small in proportion because it was like a precursor. I did work with people. I had interaction. We didn't have as much time to spend with people, and they were basically first and foremost building dream catchers, which were very beautiful. And then we took it a step beyond that, which is the first time we ever did that at Atlanticron. Then when I get up to, then we have the group, and everybody's there, and we're all prepared to dream. And I don't have a curriculum. I say the first thing we're going to do is share dreams. And what we're here for, and this is all stated, people wanted to connect it with the inner earth. Some people wanted to connect with the inner earth with, the things they'd read about in the books. And then we proceeded making dream catchers. And it just kind of flowed from there. Dream catchers were made very fast. I was surprised at how fast they were made. It didn't linger for days or anything like that. The dream catchers were made, they put them up by their beds, and then we started being interactive with the dream, and it created a very positive egregore. What's more interesting to me, and I don't need to minimize the interest of what happened with all these people, who, I think we're all friends for life in some capacity here, with reference to the dreaming, is that it'll be interesting if I can get a couple of them on as it, parlays into the future.
Yes.
At least a couple. But I'm already seeing, meeting up with Stephanie and Heather at her friend's house. I can see this. I see this is going to happen. Yeah. And at some point it'll propagate in David, because so many of my connections with David are in the dream state.
Yes.
That's my main connection with him, and all of this is a dream. So it's very exciting, and this is just one aspect of what's taken place, because and that's one aspect of the Venus retrograde. The Venus retrograde also suggests other healing aspects that involve Romania itself.
Yeah.
And that's, see, when I went to the Sphinx, when I sat between the Sphinx and Babele, the stone monument between the two, I said, I asked for permission to enter. And this is the key, asking permission. Now, what does entering mean? I had one dream where I was in the inner earth. It was so crystal clear. It ranks with one of the most penetrating dreams I've ever had. I was basically looking at this crystal, huge crystal in a pit, but it was just so exotic. It was just like, wow. It's like just the lucidity of it was just so clear. And then what does entering the inner earth mean? If we look at all of the beautiful descriptions offered by Radu Shinomar in his books, we have this just incredible amusement park of the mind, whereby your dreams manifest before you, and not only do they manifest before you, they work with you. You have an interactive state of consciousness where your mind is working in an exalted way that's showing you new information that is integratable, all in the name of Department Zero. Now, if we take this at face value, it's a special access situation. If we take it as highly imaginative fiction, it's very, it stimulates those parts of your mind. Because again, just as I said with the time machine, we can't have everybody going, even if we had as many time machines as we had phone booths in the past, doesn't quite work. If we have that many stations, which would be bigger than phone booths, say if we had, like for every trailer in the United States, if those were all access points to Shambhala, or just the inner earth, because there's Shambhala is more, I guess what you'd say, exalted than most of the inner earth stations. It's like, well, what is this? Are all these people going in there? It just, there's something rank about it. It doesn't quite work. It's nice, but it's like, just like right now, people are moving out of the cities, they're working remotely. So my next question will be, what is the evolution of the home? What is the evolution of the home? And how's the house going to evolve? This whole process of what was called cocooning, where people were focusing on the home, making it more comfortable, having wide, big screen TVs and having big chairs to watch TV, all this sort of stuff is like making the home really comfortable. That was a trend, 30 years ago or something. Yes. People were moving in the direction of, but to make the home more of a, I guess what you'd say, interactive with Shambhala. Now, Timothy Leary used to wax very enthusiastic about the idea of, like, you could be in a room and you could have your, this big, like the whole wall would be like a TV, or all the walls, and all of a sudden you're in Hawaii, or you're in the mountains. Like, he got really high, or really excited about this stuff. I thought it was kind of. No, he did get excited about it, but it is a remarkable achievement. But I mean, look, it would be interesting if you could just, you know, look at your wall, and it's like a crystal picture of looking over the skyline of San Francisco.
Yeah.
Maybe another one would be looking over a volcano or Waikiki Beach in Honolulu. And maybe another one, you'd be looking over, you know, some beautiful landscape in Canada or Alaska or somewhere. And the fourth one, you know, you'd be looking into, you know, somebody's bedroom window. God knows what you know, what things people would do. It's an extension of what we now know with YouTube, or the computer, where it's like, you know, a whole screen room, and then that parlays into virtual reality or holographic stuff. So this whole thing that is being offered in Radu's books are quite stimulating to the mind. And with what you can learn on YouTube, it does expand your consciousness. But this is paltry compared to what the books offer, or what the Artelect could potentially offer. So it's like, what is the access point into the gray matter of the brain? And this is what we've been struggling with the release of Douglas's book, is to get people to get past their gray matter. And I was sort of telling Ari earlier when you were gone that, you know, certain people are buying the book, that you might be surprised. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you off air.
Okay.
And that they're kind of getting the message because it's out there and the data is assimilable. Once they can assimilate it, they'll stop bashing the information that the book overturns, or that the book represents, because they don't know. They're going on what they know. And when some of this information, you know, that all this technology is alien technology, reverse engineered, they'll start to say, wow, it's not the way we thought it was.
Yes.
And they'll get on board with it because it's the truth.
Yes.
So that, you know, the truth does have a value to people, even though they can easily be dismissive of it. And they're only dismissive of it because they know. And minds are, you know, vulnerable to being changed for the better or the worse. So I guess all I can say about this incredible exotic wonderland that people are desirous of entering is really a process of transmutation. And the planet of transmutation is Pluto, which is in Capricorn, which is right now going to be there for, I think, better part of a year, maybe more. And it will stay in Capricorn, where it will do its finishing work on the tyrannical aspects which Capricorn represents. And this is, I don't like to digress into this, but I just heard today, I haven't been following any news closely, mm-hmm. but that Donald Trump is going to report to Georgia tomorrow to be arrested, and that Rudy Giuliani was arrested, report for arrest. But did you hear Joe Biden's comment on Donald Trump's impending arrest?
I did not. What did he say?
I'll quote him. Ha, ha, ha.
Did he really? Is that true?
No, that's a joke.
Oh, okay.
Ha, ha, ha. That would be a great quote. Ha, ha, ha. I've got the DOJ and you don't. It's my DOJ. You know, I did this character in my book, The Seventh Seal, which is called, you know, the Tar Baby. Mm-hmm. And the Tar Baby is an interlocutor for a stage situation, and he's got the magic theater, and he's he just directs the show. He's the master, the interlocutor. He's the master of ceremonies of what goes on in the book, which deals with a lot of fictional, fun things. It's a very fun book to write. It's a very fun book to read. I thought of having a sequel with the Tar Baby, but I integrated the Tar Baby into my book, Montauk Book of the Dead, which is actually a follow-up to Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal. Mm-hmm. It follows, and the Tar Baby, I think he's beneath the Sphinx, mm-hmm. and of course the Sphinx refers to sphincter.
He can, yes.
It very much does, and the Tar Baby is taken a number 2. And out of his ass comes a new character, which is called the Turd Baby. And these are animated, kind of like the Pillsbury Doughboy, And I think the Turd Baby, I think the Tar Baby, if I recall, I don't remember what happens, but I think the Turd Baby folds up into a football, and the Tar Baby kicks him like a field goal, and he lands right in the Moors Gate in Jerusalem. There's a I think it's east of the Temple Mount.
Yes.
There's a place called the Moors Gate, and it's where they have all the dung, where they used to put all the dung. Yes. So that's where the Turd Baby ends up.
Interesting.
It's acknowledgement of the Moors, the Moorish connection to the Temple Mount.
Right.
And of course the great steed known as Al-Barak, which Joe Matheny liked to call Al-Bilak. Al-Barak is
Interesting.
Al-Bilak, which is a conglomerate of different energies. I think it's part peacock as well. There's different renditions of it, and that's the steed that Muhammad rode to heaven, which inspired his download of the Quran over the Well of Souls. But anyway, that's in this book. The two books kind of both allude to the Well of Souls and all that. But as I was envisioning this, because I think of different scenarios, and I unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, the Tar Baby is going to revisit this, and he's going to have a transparent crystal throne. Was the throne? I mean, it's on toilet. And he might go back in time, and I was thinking, what he's going to have is a crystal thing, and then he's going to have different, instead of having this is, I don't like to do this. It's kind of like sharing my muse. It's kind of private to a writer. It's not private out of embarrassment. It's just kind of like your what do you call it? Sharing your.
It's like sharing something intimate almost. It's
right. It's not. It's intimate in a professional sense. I don't want to share the information.
Trade secret. I don't want.
Yeah. Don't want anybody to steal it, so to speak. But nobody's going to steal this, and if they do, not if South Park or Family Guy or shows, I'd commend them.
Yes.
But.
Well, South Park did that Mr. Hanky for years, which was a talking turd. Did you know that?
I didn't see it. I don't watch South Park enough to.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But anyway, they you might have got it after my Turd Baby book.
I'm sure he did. I'm
might
sure
not have. Might not have. I mean, that's not so innovative.
Well, I imagine your Turd Baby, like you said, kind of like the Pillsbury Doughboy. It's kind of like fat and chubby, but you don't want to poke it. But
yeah, you don't want to poke it. That's funny. So anyway, what I thought of, because the Magic Theater has an audience in it, and the audience in the Synchronicity and Seventh Seal book is all the characters that were ever in my books. They're the characters that I've written about.
Yeah.
And they're in the audience watching the Tar Baby perform, and they go back to the hanging of Captain Kidd and all this stuff. So it has a lot to do with pirate culture.
Yeah.
Which was really funny, because the the Johnny Depp movie, the first one, Pirates of the Caribbean, echoed so much of what I wrote in that book. It was hard to believe that they stole it from me, but it was synchronistically released at or about the same time or after. I don't know. And I remember explaining when we went to see Pirates of the Caribbean with my daughter and her friend, the guy, he says, be sure to wait till the ending credits because they have another part of the movie. So we watched it. And I had to explain to them what it was because it came right out of my book. I'm not saying that they copied my book, but it was so synchronistic that I had to explain it to my daughter and her friend.
Yeah.
But in any case, what I have is the theater. Well, there's going to be another audience on the other side of the stage, but this stage is going to be the Greek gods. They're going to be the Greek gods, and they're going to be there for purposes of amusement. And they're going to have this crystal throne, and you're going to have various people of note come in and be like a candid camera. They're going to be watching them on the throne, on the toilet. And I couldn't help but think of Donald Trump. You know, he's on that crystal toilet, and they're watching him, and he's going to get up afterwards, and he's going to look at it, and he's going to brag about it. That's who Donald Trump is, you know.
Yes.
Going to brag about, you know, that's the healthiest looking stool that anybody's ever had. Stool I've got, you know, there's never been such good stool for a president, you know, or for anybody. That was where I was going with, but anyway, I digressed. Just to describe that one scene with Donald Trump, I had to go into the whole Muse factor. A book I may never indeed write, but yes, and of course the Greek gods being amused to hell at what comes out. Also, you know, what happened if you went back in time and you saw Jesus on the toilet? You see what I'm saying? Like, what was it? What are these things? It's a scatological viewpoint, but these are facts of life, which sometimes can contextualize things. Anyway, to get back to what I was saying with the current events with you know, Giuliani, it's really interesting. They're saying, you know, he gets up and says, yeah, I put the mafia to bed. I did this, I did that. I made New York City the safest town in the United States. And I suppose in conventional reality, which I'm not disputing, he did great damage to the mafia. He did clean up New York City. He made it more expensive, but he made it much safer. He put a law and order into New York City. He also had a good record for prosecutions. And as a district attorney or whatever role he did there. But he was so aligned with Michael Aquino, it wasn't funny.
Yes.
And I can't say what the exact connections to him were, except that he covered up the West case.
Yes.
And this makes him, whatever his positives were, it makes him suspect and despicable.
Thank you.
Now, where he really began to show his, you know, to the public is his, he couldn't be Secretary of State because his hands were too dirty with overseas deals. He got very wealthy with whatever he was involved in. I don't know what it was. I don't even know the details, but that's why Trump wouldn't appoint him Secretary of State. He wanted to be Secretary of State, but his hands were too dirty.
Interesting.
Yeah. Now this is a guy who's been on court putting all sorts of criminals to bed, and now he's on the hot seat. It's a very different position.
Yes.
A very different position. You've been accusing people your whole life.
Yeah.
And successfully prosecuting them. Now all of a sudden, this reminds me of the story of somebody who created this evil caliph or whatever he was, ordered this craftsman to create this device, which was an execution device, which would just torture the hell out of the person.
Yes.
With an empty bowl, and you know, it would just, you know, all this. It was a horrible death, and this guy created such a good job. And he tells the guy, well, let's get in, let's test it a little bit. And he gets in, then he locks him in, and he kills him with it.
Yes. Yes.
That's just the cruelty that was performed in many cases historically. Horrible thing. And what's happening with Giuliani, he's in this prosecutorial system that often delivers injustice. I can't say how many of his cases were just versus unjust because I don't know. It would be hard to be in such a system where you're doing the right thing all the time.
Right.
And then, you know, now he's in the hot seat. Although I must say that from what little I've heard about the charges, they seem rather flimsy. I'm very suspect if they'll stand up. I'm very suspect if they'll stand up. But that remains to be seen. I'm not the one analyzing the data or calling the shots. And this is all part of Pluto in the anaretic degree, meaning the last degree of Capricorn, where the shit really hits the fan. Now, what happens here if these prosecutions, and Trump is where, that's why I made the allusion to him being proud of his shit, is that he will wear everything that happens to him as a badge of honor.
Yeah.
He is better at bragging than anybody we've seen in the public. He brag about anything. He will take his worst attributes and transmute them into a positive with audaciousness. And it kind of obscures whatever positive qualities he has, because his outrageous qualities are so outrageous that, you know, it's just you know, it becomes quite comical.
Yes.
And his positives are being completely outweighed by these absurd circumstances he's involved in. You know, he has to. These are absurd circumstances. Now, meanwhile, Biden is like Giuliani. He's behind the prosecution of the president, former president.
Yes.
And all these people where, you know, he's probably guiltier, if not just as guilty, as influencing the election illegally as Trump. And he's saying, you know, I got you on the hot seat. Ha, ha, ha. That's why I said ha, ha, ha. This could all turn around. I'm not saying it will, but this is why this is a game you don't want to be involved in. Just like all those people who went to January 6th. It's like, it's loaded with ne'er-do-well characters. I didn't even know it, but Alex Jones was all around January 6th.
Yes.
Like, wow. Even to be on the scene in January 6th made you, if you were on video, you could have been arrested.
Yes.
Just for being there.
Yes.
And then when we move Pluto into Aquarius, we have the French Revolution, which was getting very active last month.
Yes.
French was stirring up stuff. So I don't know. And oh, the big news today, I don't know if you heard it.
Mm-hmm.
You'll remember his name better than I would do. I tried to remember it. The Russian guy, the Wagner Group, went down on a plane.
Yevgeny Prigozhin.
Yeah.
Yeah, of the Wagner mercenary company.
The Wagner Group. They went down, him and about 10 other people, 11 people in total, I think.
Yeah.
But what's so funny is I was watching CNN and they say, well, you know, and there's nobody that doesn't think that this isn't purposely done by Putin.
Of course.
In other words, it's a given.
Yes.
But whenever there is a plane that goes down with key people on it, the media never has that attitude. Never. The people who have that attitude are the conspiracy hounds, and then it starts appearing on the internet. Look who was on that plane that went down. Look who was on that plane. Look at all these people that were on that plane that went down. Usually a commercial airliner.
Yes.
But here it is, because it's Putin. Everybody assumes it's a given.
Yeah.
Which I can't blame them for.
I was about to say, I'm certain you're not going to argue with the general intuition in this regard, are you?
No, not at all. But what I'm saying is they don't hold the same standard to any other suspicious guess. It's like they don't go down that rabbit hole with other airlines.
Mm-hmm.
It's only the conspiracy theorists who.
Generally, yeah. I mean, or at least that's the way it used to be. I think there's been a substantial change in the way the public perceives, much of what's going on in the world these days. So it's, it is what it is. But let's just say it was a very public execution, and it's there's really. I think it would be naive to view it as anywhere else. And of course, you're not viewing it as anything else either. But it's just one of these things where I appreciate what you're saying. Yeah, in the old days, no one in the news would have drawn conclusions. They would have just reported and said, there was this accident. This individual happened to be on it. But, in this case, it's like the only thing that it just makes it weird that, he wasn't killed before. And just also the other question is, why would he get on a plane? It's like, was he forced at gunpoint? I mean, if I were in his position, I wouldn't get on any fucking plane. Not with a history of crashes involving people. I mean, the Russians wiped out like their entire admiralty one time by putting them all in the same plane and just killed them all. And we're talking about, like, it was unbelievable. I mean, if you read about this in a comic book, you wouldn't believe it. It was like every admiral in their fleet. It was like 20 admirals. These were Soviets, too, during the time of the Afghanistan war. And the high command just decided, or shall we say, the man in charge of the Soviet Union at the time, I'd have to look up the exact year, it was, just gave the order, purge the admiralty. And so they just loaded them up all on a plane and just crashed them all and killed 24 admirals all at once. If you got something like that's just, they do this all the time in Russia. It's like when it came to General Alexander Lebed. General Alexander Lebed was Putin's only real competitor for power in the early days after the collapse of Yeltsin. And then Yeltsin, once he was gone, these two guys were duking it out, and they compromised by Putin put him in charge of basically the Congo of Russia, which is the Sakha region where they mine for diamonds. And so when he was out there in this, it's basically the largest administrative region in Russia, Lebed got on a helicopter and then was taken out. And you can imagine why he would do that, because there's simply no other way to get around. I mean, it's just if you're not getting in a helicopter, you aren't getting anywhere in a place like that. But for this guy to get on a plane, no, that's odd. It's why would he do that?
What I think is masterful, if I can only take what appears to be the case, is that there was also speculation that he wasn't on the plane, that he stepped off of it.
Yeah, that's understandable too.
But I think the Russians have confirmed that he's dead, so that he actually was on the plane. So this he probably was, but I don't know. Yeah. But in any case, what the master stroke is how he was lulled into confidence. In other words, nothing was happening. You just say, okay, it's all right. That's all right. You're going to go to Belarus. Okay. And you just kind of like make, your lack of hostility towards the person, or visible hostility, lulls him into a confidence to where he thinks things are normal.
That must have been it. Of course.
That's a masterful stroke on Putin's behalf as far as being an assassin.
Yeah.
It's masterful.
Yes. I mean, it won't save him from ultimately civil war, but it's masterful in the sense of compared to how he's been behaving otherwise lately. He certainly he basically, if there's any reason, and of course we always have to leave open the potential. Though I'm sure Peter Moon and I agree here, we'll leave open the potential he may not have been on the plane, and that, even though the Russians, quote unquote, confirmed that he was on the plane, these are also the same people who confirmed they had, quote unquote, Hitler's body, and then, quote unquote, just his skull. And then when they did the DNA test generations later, it was the skull of a woman. I mean, gee, to think that some woman was fooling the world all that time. And it's like, you can't trust anything they say. It's not even that they could even be conniving. It's simply that they're completely incompetent and borderline retarded. The only reason the Russians have ever gotten away with anything is simply because everybody lets them. It's not a question that they're brilliant or that they're masterful or Machiavellian. It's simply that everyone else in the world is incredibly stupid. And
but what can you do? Can you chastise them in the world court for doing what they do? I mean, what really can you do?
I mean, this is part of the problem that I was explaining for years. The Russians never had any power that everybody gave them. Everybody just gave them this, they have nukes. Oh, we got to be scared. They won world. It's just all.
I want to address that nuke thing in a second. I'll be right back. Okay.
Sure, okay. So what I'll do is just go on for a second raving and ranting about it. It's just that... it's just that, granting he may not have been on the plane, but, we're just assuming he was. It may have been masterful in a sense that Putin lured him into a sense of this invulnerability, this impunity, which is easy to believe because Putin did nothing to him after the attempted coup d'etat. So it would lure, a man of his ego into thinking he had too much on Putin. So he probably was banking, I've got too much on Putin, he needs me too much, so I'll get on the plane. It's the hubris that's equivalent to those men on the night of the broken circle. That's something that he doesn't even deserve the name of, he doesn't even deserve to be considered Russian culturally. I mean, your average Russian would be too paranoid to even do something like that, just by their very nature. So it is bizarre. Nevertheless, it is, if it did happen, which I'd say 75% of the chance it did, there's 75% chance he was on that plane, then Putin pulled it off, lured him into it. But the reason that Putin was able to lure him into that sense of confidence or intoxication with overconfidence is because Putin behaved so abominably weak throughout the coup d'etat and everything else. Putin appeared so weak. So this is what will kill him in the long run, was that Putin did not respond forcibly when the coup d'etat happened. I don't know if you know this, Peter, but when
Prigozhin or whatever his name said.
When Prigozhin marched on Moscow, they shot down multiple Russian jets and helicopters on their way to Moscow.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
So when they were shooting down, you're talking about each one of those jets is well over $1 billion in American money. I mean, they're like, so it's not just like small potatoes here. Like, a child would, or your average civilian wouldn't have a comprehension of what they did. But what they did was, by Putin's assets, I mean, he's losing so much every day in Ukraine. The last thing he needs to be doing is losing, multi-billion-dollar jets at home. But Prigozhin's march on Moscow, they shot down half a dozen jets and helicopters. So this was like, this wasn't just like something casual. Most Americans don't know this, so don't worry about it. But this is what happened. But the Americans, they don't know how to report these things. And so I read Russian, of course, so I get the info Americans never get. But the point is, I also speak Russian. I can hear what they're saying. And so, when I'm at the Estates and the guy's got cable hooked up everywhere, your average person doesn't get cable to Saudi Arabia or Russia or these various other places. But a businessman at the caliber of my son's husband does. So I'm able to keep up more on world affairs than even your average, shall we say, U.S. Department of State employee. But when it comes to what I saw, I mean, believe me, this was not something that was that was like, oh, the guy, said, I'm going to march on Moscow and then chickened out. I mean, the guy got a substantial way there, shot down all of the aero defenses en route. And then, for whatever reason, that still doesn't make any fucking sense, chickened out. And so he's a piece of chicken shit, Yevgeny Prigozhin, and he lost all of Russia's respect at that point. But at the same time, so did Putin, because Putin didn't immediately, he stammered, got on the, television in the middle of the night when nobody was watching Russia time, and was stammering, this man's a traitor, but didn't do anything. And then not only that, had him at, and this is exactly why he was lulled into the sense of self-confidence. It does make sense in that regard, which is why I'm willing to believe he's dead. He was on the plane, is because he was lulled into a sense of confidence by Putin's complete and utter wimpishness, his complete non-responsiveness, and he felt, man, that Putin really needs me. He can't afford to lose me. I've got this guy by the fucking balls. And so then he was invited to St. Petersburg for the Africa Summit. So when Putin and Prigozhin were both at the Africa Summit together, greeting African dictators, and Prigozhin's Wagner mercenaries overthrew the government of Niger, and Nigeria and the local African countries were going to respond by invading, and then they all fucking chickened out. This is what I never understand, is like, you've got to do something now. It's only going to get worse. And so in Niger, they're flying the Russian flag, in case Americans don't know it. Niger, of course, is where I said that Evanescence was the time a bunch of Americans died in Niger, mysteriously. And basically, they've got this dam that's connected to Nigeria. And Nigeria, aside from South Africa, is Africa's continental superpower. So Nigeria's got, within a few years, it's going to literally have 1 billion people. They're climbing in the terms of their population. They're breeding like fucking flies. So they've got a population that's headed towards equal that of India or communist China within just a few years. And so Nigeria is enormous. They've got almost 1 billion people. And Niger, compared to them, has got nothing. But they're saying, oh, we're chicken shit to invade because they got the Russians behind them. And I'm like, you fucking stupid people. It's like you had a fucking mercenary company almost march on Moscow, was shooting their Air Force down. Not a single plane was able to touch them. I mean, not a single goddamn plane got a hit in. And they took them all down on the way to defending Moscow. I mean, these were planes and helicopters sent to defend the capital. And they couldn't get a fucking missile in to take out the columns of Wagner mercenaries that were taking them down every time before they even got near them. I mean, this is like, Moscow's defenseless. I could march on Moscow. If I had enough mercenaries, I could march on Moscow. There's nothing there. Every time people keep saying it's the Russians. They're a fucking joke. I've been saying that. I said it in World War II, quote unquote. If people get what I'm saying, I was explaining how they were worthless then, and I have been saying it ever since. But everybody just attributes to them this magic. And so, but in the case of Putin, he was stammering, pissing his pants. It looked like he was visibly shaken and tremulous when he was on camera. He lost all respect to the Russian people. The only thing they're afraid of is getting shot if they speak up against him. But, then he had him at the Africa Summit because at that point they were conducting a coup d'etat and taking over Niger. Now Niger's under the Russian flag. And at that point, yes, Peter's absolutely right. At that point, Yevgeny Prigozhin probably was intoxicated with overconfidence, said, basically his army dominates North Africa at this point, or the Sahel region, dividing the north from the south. All of those places are infested with Russian mercenaries, all Wagner. And so he felt that, Putin really needs me, and then got on that plane. and then got taken out. So maybe Putin's recouped some sense of maybe something, but it's not going to save him in the long run. It's too much damage done already. So the elite might feel a bit safer and say, okay, let's stick with Putin a while longer. But, the public eventually will might chafe. I don't foresee any revolutions from them. I see civil war, but not revolutions from the public because they're not worth a shit. So, there you go. That's my venting and catharting in that regard. But back to Peter.
What I wanted to comment on, though, was that Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's one of the most appealing and, I guess what you'd say, re-energizing candidates to have come along in decades, is very much spouting real stupid stuff when it comes to
Thank you.
His statements on vaccinations are very well grounded, what he actually says versus how he's being portrayed, or at least the way he presents himself. But he's saying, basically giving reports that the Russians have far more nuclear weapons than we do, and he's just spouting complete pipe dreams about Russians' nuclear capability. Like, if they have all this capability, why have they been sitting on it?
Thank you.
And if they're going to sit on it, under these circumstances, why wouldn't they continue to sit on it in other circumstances?
Yeah,
it makes no sense.
Thank you.
Even if you believe he's right, if they're sitting on it, why would they sit on it? If they're sitting on it now, they'd sit on it in the future too.
Yes. Yeah. Well, in all fairness, the problem is he is older, and comparatively speaking, he's older. He's certainly older than I am, or at least certainly fucking looks it. And these men are all products of a highly indoctrinated environment where they were raised with the Department of Defense constantly saturating them with propaganda that the Russians have all these nuclear weapons, because that was the only way that the Department of Defense could justify itself. The Department of Defense had to justify its existence, its budget, by the big bad threat, the big bad bear. So this is a man who grew up under the shadow of the boogey bear, and the boogey bear is just indoctrinated in his mind. He's probably using actual statistics in the sense that he actually read them out of Department of Defense pamphlets that were passed out to various congressmen, congressional representatives, and senators, and among the political class, because the Department of Defense would pass out such defense reports, and their defense reports were complete and total lies. They were completely fabricated. Just to give people an example of this, once again, when just exemplary of it was when Kennedy was approached by the Strategic Air Command, and he was given all of these photographs that were taken from their secret space program. The origins of the satellite reconnaissance program lay in originally manned satelloids or overruns over Eurasia, taken photographs, and these were higher up by far than even the U-2s, which then came and followed up. But all of the photographs, the satellite reconnaissance interpretation, or what we would call in those days secret space program reconnaissance interpretation, from Project Odysseus, these astronauts who theoretically didn't exist and yet had far more time in hard vacuum than any of the moon men did, meaning the men who actually landed on the moon, who were just poster boys, but the hardcore vacuum veterans, who were of course all military sourced. These people had taken a bunch of photographs that were then intentionally misinterpreted to the commander-in-chief. Basically, they were photographs of war memorial statues, which the Russians have always built to Broad-Dig-Binian proportions, meaning enormous proportions that, like cancerous statues. They would build statues the size of King Kong or Godzilla. So they would point out these war memorials, these church steeples, these grain silos, just everything, and say, these are nuclear missiles. These are nuclear missiles on their launching pads, ready to launch. And it was all a lie. At that time, the Russians literally had four nuclear missiles. Just four. And just none of these were capable of intercontinental launch. And this was the Kennedy administration. We're talking the 60s here. And that's when he was told, we've got a missile gap, President. And they're so far ahead of us that we'll never catch up unless you convince an entire generation to become scientists and engineers and work for the Department of Defense, which is exactly what he did. He fell for it. But it was all a lie. So when it comes to everything that Robert F. Kennedy grew up with, he grew up with the shadow of that, the original John F. Kennedy falling for the lie. So it would almost be to him probably to insult his, the great name in the family to go against that and say otherwise. But it's time to shed these shibboleths and dismiss with these canards. The Russians had nothing then; they've got nothing now. So as for the vaccines, that's a different story. I'll have to go into that some other time, perhaps, if you want to. But I deconstructed him in a number of other areas. He's definitely bad news in terms of Kennedy Jr. He's definitely, shall we say, obviously not a Democrat. He's a dino, a Democrat in name only. But he's definitely, shall we say, just a lot of things he says are bizarre. But when it comes to the Russian thing, he's just living up to this old kind of indoctrination. It's almost like he's trapped like a fly in amber with that. But
another aspect I want to bring out about him, which I didn't realize, he's a heroin addict.
That wouldn't surprise me either. But where'd you find that out?
It was just presented. It wasn't like any big secret. I knew he had a problem with drugs when he was young. I mean, he had, see what basically he was a drug addict.
Cool. Well, there you go.
No, but I'm saying it's like he obviously had an epiphany and cleaned himself up, and he's a lawyer. He's got a certain intellect to go with his lawyerness. But anybody's only as good as the information that he processes. But I want to get back to this addict thing.
Yeah.
Marianne Williamson, famous for writing the book Course of Miracles as a presidential candidate. She was a crack addict. These are not hidden facts. They're just not emphasized. And then I was listening to some of these old, basically the rock musicians, and this is not a secret at all. I'm kind of looking at the rock world in perspective. All these people, all these groups that, many of us have listened to and even liked, and they speak the mind of a generation. People, music they relate to, they're all drug addicts.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, so they got a muse in there, but they're all drug addicts. And then you have all these people like clapping and going wild at concerts. It's all drugs.
Yeah.
You think, like, what's going on here? Like, let's look back. I mean, it's fine for people to enjoy music, but what's really happening here? It's like that song.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going on. That was by Stephen Sells himself, who was a real alcoholic and stuff. He wasn't talking about alcohol in that song. He was talking about a event in the Sunset Boulevard. That was a standoff, and it wasn't about protesting the war. It was about an incident on the Sunset Strip.
Huh.
But it fit the times of the war protest.
Right.
It fit. Just like the song Volunteers by the Jefferson Airplane. Volunteers of America, we're going to have a revolution. That song evolved, according to the writer, Marty Ballin, he said he looked out his window in San Francisco and he saw this guy cleaning the streets. It was a street sweeper, and then it said on it, Volunteers of America. It was volunteers like cleaning up the streets of San Francisco. So he took that and he turned it into a song. You know, it's about a street sweeper.
There you go.
And it you know, wow, you know, it was like it became a theme song for the, you know, the Woodstock. After Woodstock, they played it at Woodstock. You know, it's just like wow, and all of these musicians are. Bob Dylan in particular, they're evocative of the times. They determine the times. The music, you know, becomes like creates an egregore of energy. It's the theme for people to relate to of what's going on. You know, the folk music and the politics of the '60s, and then, you know, everything gets kind of convoluted as we move out of the '60s.
Yes.
And punk music is more like a revolt. You know.
Yes.
Revolt against everything.
Yeah, it's just expressing all the anger of no future for all the kids in the British Empire.
Well, yeah, and it's so it's like I think when I say this, it's like, well, what's wrong with the culture? But so much of this music that's being expressing the times, it's everybody's drug addled. Now that doesn't mean the songs are all negative. Well, you know, the Beatles were, you know, full of drugs.
Yes.
And some of their music was very psychedelic. Some of it, you know, was just cute or whatever, melodic. That's the whole idea, is to be melodic.
Yes.
And you know, I'm trying to think if you had an exalted character that people look up to, like, you know, Buddha or Jesus playing music, what would they play? Would it be the, you know, Buddha? You might get meditation music. And what is it? Jesus, you might get, you know, the stuff that they play in liturgical masses and stuff. I don't know. I don't know. It's just when you look at the picture, it looks kind of like, what's really going on? I kind of never looked at music that way before. You know, you just either like something or you don't like something. But it's kind of like, well, you know, the whole country is addled with drugs. And as far as, you know, I think the best thing Robert F. Kennedy has going for him is name recognition.
Yes. Definitely.
And offers an alternative, which is always nice, an alternative. But then again, there are, as you already stated, there are major issues with him.
Thank you. Yes.
But there are major issues with anybody who gets. There's this guy. He's East Indian. I forget his name. He's a billionaire running for president. You know who I'm talking about?
Vaguely, yes. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, and you know, he presents a different, refreshing modality. But then I heard something about him that was just completely ludicrous. What was he advocating? It was something really, you know, I mean, it just sounded really crazy.
I never even gave him a moment's attention, so I wouldn't know.
He's
but
getting a lot more attention.
What's that?
He's getting a lot more attention.
Okay, I mean, he wasn't getting it from me, so I have no idea what he was talking about. What was he trying to sell?
I don't know how far it's going to go, but I forget what he said. It was just like something radical he wanted to do with. I don't even want to misstate it because I don't remember what it was.
Right.
But it was.
We could try to look it up, you know. Whenever...
Well, I can't even remember his name.
That's actually Shiva, that's funny.
Shiva Ayyadurai.
What's his name?
Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai.
Thank you.
Becomes fourth Indian American. It's
Yeah.
like,
Thank you, Aristides, and thank you as well.
He's a very smart guy, but he's got a lot of things to say, and
now this says, now this is confusing me, because now it says that he was married to Fran Drescher.
that's true.
And this is a big problem, because if this is the same, he's the doctor that was anti-vax, right?
Was he? I don't know. I don't know.
She was married to a doctor
Uh-huh.
that was rabidly anti-vax when COVID came first out.
Interesting.
And he was putting out, herd immunity, which was not necessarily wrong, but the problem was he was beating the shit out of her.
Whoa!
Abusive.
Oh my God!
Now, if this is the same candidate, this is a big problem.
Yeah, it's the same guy.
This is a big problem.
Holy shit!
So, yeah. So, but I didn't I remember that guy, and then he went away because he got exposed for that. He was attacked because he was anti-vax, but he got opposed for, this all surfaced about him. And there's no way he's going to win if that stuff is brought up again. But I want to see, makes proposal. Let me see here. What are his proposals?
How about
his priorities are clean government.
Yeah.
I believe in a government that facilitates the life you deserve and is built on this principle for you, by you. Well, that doesn't really. It was some proposal that was just horrible. Now, it just didn't make any sense. I don't know. It's just like Ross Perot wanted to completely destroy the Constitution.
Right.
And that was very dangerous. Not that the Constitution's followed, but now here it says, now this goes back to 2020, and it said Robert F. Kennedy exposes Dr. Shiva after defamatory and dishonest attacks. Now I thought they were both anti-vax.
He was actually really going after Kennedy for a while. Yeah.
Kennedy's not anti-vax. That's not correct position. What does he say?
Shiva put up a video of Kennedy standing there saying, I'm very pro-vaccine, but I'm for safe vaccines and all this stuff. It's all very muddled. I don't know.
That's a good way to describe it, Aristides. Thank you. That's perfect.
But I was looking for that video. I couldn't find it, but Kennedy was saying, I'm pro-vaccine. And then Shiva was using that to say, look, he's not anti-vax, he's pro-vaccine. And it's like...
But by the way, thank you for that link provided by Aristides on his heroin addiction, on RFK Jr.'s being caught with heroin.
Yeah. It's like, I'd like to see what he did, but he I had no idea he was the same guy who was the anti-vax guy who came out early as a doctor, because he's been reinvented as a presidential candidate.
Right.
And then he was the guy who.
He's an MIT scientist, and he's all about
same guy who beat up Fran Drescher.
systems analysis, and he wrote a bunch of code to analyze systems, and he's a very brilliant guy. But you know,
By the way, a shout out to
could be
Trey. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
he might be brilliant in some way, but he's obviously not all there. But by the way, shout out to Tracy in the chat room. Love her dearly. Mark H says she's gorgeous gypsy. So sounds like as he himself already said, welcome to the tribe, growing tribe, or or she's adding more peeps to her growing tribe. So there you go. So perhaps she knows of us through Mark, which is always appreciated. In terms of just exactly what was going on with RFK Jr. and the whole vaccine thing, it's I could go on about that, but it's one of those things where there's no need to, I think, go into that rave right now. That was an interesting noise. What was that?
a door.
Okay.
No, but then it says here, but just listen to this. This is on Fran Drescher. It says, in 1985, she was the victim of a horrific and violent attack. She was having dinner with her friend and then husband Peter, Mark Jacobson, when intruders broke into the couple's house, tied up and blindfolded Jacobson, and proceeded to rape the two women at gunpoint.
Good God.
She said, I felt like I was shattered in a million pieces. It took me at least a year before I even felt close to being myself. No kidding. She described a time after the incident when she went out to eat at a restaurant and said that she was so on edge that when the busboy dropped some utensils, she jumped out of her seat and screamed. She said the two men that had assaulted her were brothers. One of them had been on parole. He went and raped other women. She was able to, identify the people. And then I guess the divorce went after that. And then and then her husband is saying, this is what it says, enduring a traumatic home invasion led the couple to therapy, where Jacobson ultimately confronted his conflicting feelings about his sexuality. Speaking to Oprah, Jacobson said, we were living a heterosexual life. I wasn't having affairs on the side or anything like that. I thought that I was straight. When we went to therapy in the past, Jacob said he was often told by his therapist, you're straight, you're not gay. In the same interview, Drescher told Jacobson began acting differently. He was very controlling. He was even jealous of our dog when I wanted the dog to be with us, so it became very suffocating. Jacobson came out to his wife as bisexual, and she supported him unconditionally, but ultimately decided to end their 21-year marriage. He begged me not to leave him, and for me it was the hardest thing because I've always been all about putting everybody else's feeling above my own. And then she went from a gay guy to this guy.
Which is kind of like the same thing, but go on.
Yeah, but it seems to me, no wonder she had cancer and a hysterectomy.
Yeah.
It's like, now it says her second marriage was less of a talking point. She married Shiva Ayyadurai, politician, entrepreneur, and self-professed inventor of email. However, the couple was far from compatible. They realized pretty quickly that things weren't working out as a married couple. Shiva wasn't willing to compromise much and never loved her lifestyle as an actress. They were complete opposites. They lasted as a couple until 2016 when the actor announced their split via Instagram. No regrets, love is a journey of many chapters. Now, I remember reading extensive stuff about her being beaten by this guy.
Right.
And I don't see it. I mean, it might have been
They scrubbed it. If he's a multi-billionaire, he can do that. And don't forget, it's the Asian Indian community that the Americans have fucking hired since they fired all the Chinese from the mainland. They've hired the Asian Indian community to dominate their goddamn computer programming and everything else. So since they're not working with the Russians so much anymore, who just trashed their entire internet. Now they've got the Asian Indians running it, and I've said they're the biggest threat in the world, far greater threat than the communist Chinese.
Now it says here that he sued Gawker for $35 million. Apparently, he claims false and highly defamatory stories published by Gawker and its tech site Gizmodo have caused substantial damage to Dr. Ayyadury's personal and professional reputation and career. The Gawker's articles, all of which are still available online and date back to 2012, strongly dispute the man's claim to be the originator of that technology, calling him a fraud, renowned liar, and big fake, as the lawsuit notes. Well, I've seen some of this stuff. It gets into a pissing contest.
Well, Gawker, it no longer exists.
But the stories are still there, but these stories are not what I'm talking about. I remember seeing stuff. I
mean, basically what happened with Gawker, just so people know, was they outed Peter Thiel and his sexual relations with basically a young gay lover. And the end result was Peter Thiel then waged a war on them, which shut them down. So all the multi-billionaires apparently then were going after Gawker. So obviously everything Gawker said about all of them was true, or they wouldn't have responded by putting all of their resources into wiping Gawker off the fucking map. So in Peter Thiel's case, he used a front man, Hulk Hogan. And Hulk Hogan's lawsuit against Gawker, which they were exposing him and something going on with his marriage, then he sued them, and Peter Thiel backed him up with everything he had so that Gawker could be brought down by Hulk Hogan. And that way Peter Thiel had a front man and therefore wasn't so much involved. But everybody knew it was Peter Thiel because of Gawker's outing him and bringing up some aspects of his blood harem and what was going on with his blood boys. So that was one of the things that really brought Blood Boys to the attention, even though that wasn't the main point of anything Gawker exposed about him. It's one of the things that brought it to the attention of the world. So, by the way, I just want Peter to know that Brooke Gibson, of course, has always been a big supporter recently of RFK Jr., and I haven't had a chance to really disabuse her of that live on air because it's just something I don't need to go into. And with her, who needs the confrontation and just all of that? But I have done so otherwise, just deconstructed him. I do want Peter to know that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is responsible, directly responsible. Personally, I would say guaranteed he's an Edomite. Guaranteed. He's personally responsible for the deaths of many children. Basically, he was, in 2018, there was a measles outbreak in American Samoa. And what happened was he went to American Samoa and he told everyone, don't take your vaccines. He said flat out, don't take your vaccines. He said, and all the natives, like a bunch of stupid natives, there's no other way to say it, said, oh, don't take your vaccines. RFK Jr. says not to take your vaccines. And then all kinds of people started to die. He told them the vaccines would kill them. He told them that basically there were... So in terms of what I remember about this, it was just basically he said that the vaccines cause autism, which of course there's not a single reputable source out there that will back that up, even though there are some engineers who have argued the potential for this based on certain biomechanics. There's nothing that the medical industrial complex, nothing backs it up in terms of the medical industrial complex. So there was this one guy who put that shit out who then was exposed as a fraud. And I've gone into that deep in the past. He lost his medical license. Now, of course, all this can happen in a conspiracy sense where maybe this one guy was right. But honestly, there's not a single guy who ever followed him in claiming that all of this was resultant vaccines. But Kennedy went beyond that. Kennedy said that they cause all the chronic diseases like diabetes or multiple sclerosis and attention deficit disorder. So he said the vaccines are the source of everything that could possibly go wrong with your child. But it all came to a head in Samoa when he went there personally and said the double MR, the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine, that would definitely kill you, that all your children would die. And so everybody, and he took advantage of 2 children dying. And the reason why is because, of course, Samoan nurses, I'm personally biased about this, because I had a nurse from Tonga that literally blew my eardrum out when she was supposed to clean my ear, and she didn't screw in the plastic needle at the end of the water squirter. And basically that was projected by a huge, just high pressure hose of water that punctured my left eardrum and shattered it in an agonizing, excruciating, indescribable injury that was supposed to leave me dead in my other ear. I was already deaf in my right ear, and that killed me in the other ear. I mean, technically, legally, for those who don't know, I'm legally deaf, even though I still hear, which has got to be the nanobots or something. But at any rate, what happened was these 2 nurses in Samoa made the mistake of taking the MMR vaccine in powdered form, which needs to be diluted in water, and they diluted it in a muscle relaxant. And so they killed 2 children. The children stopped breathing and they died immediately. So these 2 kids died. And that's when, within 2 weeks, just needs to be noted, the mistake was realized as a nursing error, and those 2 women were put in prison for basically manslaughter, something like that. But Kennedy went down there and said, see, these 2 children died because of the vaccine. You're all going to die if you take this vaccine. Don't take the vaccines. And so he flooded Facebook after that with information that the vaccine was killing children in Samoa. And he met with all these anti-vaccine activists and also the officials in Samoa. And then what happened was that nobody took vaccines in Samoa, and a whole bunch of people died. You talk about an island nation of about 200,000 people. So there were 57,000 cases of measles and about 83 deaths. All of those deaths, all 83 of those deaths were children less than 4 years of age. And that was all Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s fault. And he wanted that. He wanted that. So he's definitely an Edomite sacrificing children to the anti-gods. There's no other way to take that.
Yeah, it's now there is also a connection with him in Scientology, which I'll read here. In addition to promoting questionable theories about Ukraine and vaccines, candidate Robert has more than a few ties to Scientology. He worked for a Scientologist-led law firm, took a position at law firm Baum, Hedlund, Artist, and Goldman, which was founded by and continues to be managed by members of the Church of Scientology. Brad Hoodlund was one of the first firms to recruit litigants to target Monsanto Bayer over allegations that glyphosate causes cancer. Let me see here.
Yeah, and go on.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't, because I know that he grew up with somebody I knew and even stayed with Kevin O'Donnell. So Kevin could have gotten him into Scientology or something.
Interesting.
Or and it would be all very secret, or could just be helping him and introduced him to lawyers. It doesn't mean he's in Scientology. In fact, he did something to clean up his drug problem, at least to a significant degree. It says that Baum, the law firm who he belongs to, was involved with Operation Snow White, Scientology's internal name for a criminal conspiracy it conducted during the 1970s, in a failed attempt to legally purge unfavorable U.S. government records about the church and its founder, L. Ron Hubbard, for more than it says that Robert Kennedy is associated with Grant Cardone, a super salesman, who has got a lot of reputation. It's very negative surrounding his Scientology involvement. Yeah, so I mean, he's got friends.
Yes,
That
definitely.
are connected to Scientology.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to, pin the association. It says he started to cozy up to the Nation of Islam in 2015 in connection with some proposed California legislation. Oddly, the Nation of Islam has strong ties to Scientology, which is true. He also hosted an event with the National Nation of Islam at a Scientology church in Los Angeles in 2015. So he actually was at the church. It says, quote, tonight at the Church of Scientology Community Center in Los Angeles, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Dr. Brian Hooker, and Nation of Islam Minister Tony Mohammed will participate in an event highlighting theories that the U.S. government is deliberately causing autism in African American children using vaccines. Well, I could see where Scientology would use him, but who can't say? And I know that when I was in Scientology, it was very common for celebrities who were involved in Scientology to be completely under the radar, and for the church to keep them under the radar, because it was just, they didn't want to be known. So much for that. I don't know.
Yes. Well, he definitely had his own children vaccinated. That's what makes it, during the COVID, when people were visiting his home, he demanded that they have their vaccinations. So,
but I would also tell you, in his own statements that I've seen him say, he's not anti-vax. Right. He obviously was in Samoa.
Yeah.
And as you say, that his position where I saw him speak was very, very well defined, and it wasn't, what I saw wasn't contradictory. But this, what you're saying is, and what is obviously in the online as well. It's like, yeah, he contributed to these people's deaths.
Yes, but beyond that, it's when he was talking about that. He was saying, for instance, about the that it was engineered so that certain religions or races. He said COVID was engineered. Basically, this is what happened when he was caught at some dinner or something. He attended this private dinner, and his remarks were caught on camera. So he was speaking about, probably extemporaneously, about bioweapons for some reason at a dinner party, and he veered off into COVID territory. And because it was recorded, we know it's true. But he referenced these certain differences in the ACE2, as you've heard of. The ACE2 docking site due to gene variation is what he started addressing, and he linked 4 specific groups. He said Caucasians and blacks were targeted by the virus, while Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese persons were spared. And so he designated some groups as beneficiaries and others as victims. And he did this against a backdrop that SARS-CoV was cooked up deliberately, that the bioweapons, since bioweapons, after all, are intentionally made. Now, every single one of his insinuations was insidious. So he was quoted as saying that we've had people who have put hundreds of millions of dollars into ethnically targeted microbes, as if you could ethnically target a microbe. Peter Moon and I went into this in the Roswell deception about the Americans being completely unable to do this, so they just would have wiped out all Asia. But he says the Chinese have done the same thing. In fact, in COVID-19, there's an argument that's ethnically targeted, that COVID-19 attacks certain races disproportionately. And he said that the races that are most immune to COVID-19 because of the structure of their genetic structure, the genetic differentials among different races of the receptors, the ACE2 receptor. And so he said that COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people, and that the people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese. And so then he said, we're developing ethnic bioweapons. That's what all those labs in Ukraine are out there collecting Russian DNA. So he's obviously on the side of the Russians against the Ukrainians, which is why he's saying that the Russians have all these nukes, because that's part of his pro-Russian propaganda. But anyhow, so he was referencing what was supposed to be this NIH study, because when he was confronted about this, because he gave no identifying information when he spouted this theory out originally, when it was pointed to, he had to release a statement basing it on this study. Now, the funny thing about this NIH study, New Insights into Genetic Susceptibility of COVID-19, which is subtitled an ACE2 and, a bunch of other acronyms for this polymorphism, which was under analysis, basically, what they said was nothing compared to what he said. What he said was outrageous. They said nothing of the sort in terms of what he said. But what made it all so completely ridiculous was he said that the Asian demographic was unusually shielded from the disease. And in actuality, there's no Asians referenced in the study. They reference Amish. So he actually said that the Asian demographic was unusually shielded from the disease, thinking that the word Amish, he misread it as Asian. That's how fucked up this guy is. So, I mean, the fact that the Amish as a population were taken as a reservoir for a scientific study was rather unusual. That's the rarity that makes the information sticks out. And probably why it stuck out in the mind of RFK Jr. He probably didn't think Amish was a correct word, probably thought it was a typo, and thought they might be talking about Asians. But of course, the Amish are not susceptible because they don't intermingle with anybody. They're completely isolated. So there you go with that. And it just
so much for a quote unquote promising candidate.
Yeah, thank you. It's just, yeah. And he was confronted by some black woman because he was telling blacks not to get the vaccine, and she was the mother of several children, and she pointed out that his own children got the vaccines, and that he was insisting anybody visiting his home get the vaccines. That's how he was able to claim he was not anti-vax. So it was his entire attitude is very bizarre. He wants, certain people to get it, but nobody else to get it, obviously because he hopes their populations die out. So
if that's the case,
yeah,
that it would mean that he's nothing but a mole.
Thank you.
That's there to, make noise and take one side of the spectrum.
Thank you.
That's what it would mean, because you've got, this way you have all sides of the spectrum covered. Yes. And it's just a big manipulation, which is what politics are anyway.
Thank you.
As FDR said, in politics, nothing happens by accident. If it happens, you can bet it was planned that way.
Thank you.
And so this appears, it just, this is why I've always been disgusted with politics. It's like it's all messed up. And whoever is there to counter him is probably going to be just as bad, if not worse.
Well, Brooke was of the opinion that if Biden runs against Trump, Biden is definitely going to lose. That's what she feels. And so she felt that RFK was this great alternative. And obviously I've pointed out that Biden is a child molester. I literally was quoted as one time saying Biden is a pedophile and he'll never be president because of that footage that I'm sure Peter Moon is well aware of, that they've managed to scrub completely from the internet, in which he was all over this young girl, and it was quite obvious that he was sniffing her up and everything. Her father was offering her up. It was so, we've got a pedo in the White House. We've got, another guy who's going to be running for the presidency from jail. We've got, some former wife beater out there, multi-billionaire Asian Indian who's got his community scrubbing the internet for him.
That really puzzles me, because I read something about that and what happened to it. It wasn't, and it was... it was out. It was like, outrageous. And what did they do with her? Did they pay her off? I don't know.
That's easy enough to assume. I mean, that could be imagined, and but like I said, the Asian Indian community is trying to turn America into another India. They're programming our computers so that they're programming in the caste system itself into American programs. So we have we're in a dystopian nightmare, people. But as it is, I have my own thoughts. We just gotta try and stick with some things and hope they work out. But likely it's going to be settled by civil war and force majeure, just because, or anarchy. We're really headed towards anarchy first.
I mean, we're already there.
Yes.
We just have a lot of pockets where there's not a lot of problems. It's just like even like Ukraine, there are parts of Ukraine that are operating and relatively unscathed, relatively speaking, but most of the country is subject to, war and
yes.
various forms of annihilation, and so there's always pockets of things that continue undisturbed. One would like to think the county where I live said, okay, the guy at the post office today told me that I forget the name of his town, in Queens, he's got all sorts of immigrants there, illegal immigrants, sanctuary people sitting there on the street curb, smoking and just hanging out. It's not very nice.
To put it mildly.
Our county is proudly sending out things saying we are not a sanctuary county. Queens is. Queens is only, 15 minutes away by car. But, yeah, and it's like, nobody wants to live in a sanctuary location. So it's like, wow, it makes the quality of life, perhaps the property values go up. Is one, but it's like, wow, it's nice. I didn't choose to live here because it was a sanctuary county or a non-sanctuary county. But so be it. And Long Island is, so far staving that off.
Yes.
And New York City's a mess, just like San Francisco. I don't know if it's worse or as bad. I really don't know.
Oh, how could you tell? I mean, you'd have to go to both places and just kind of look around. Yeah, it's all together. It's America's a mess right now, and we're gonna see how it all plays out. It's just hard times ahead for all of us. So yeah.
I'm running out of steam here. It's
Understood.
night, and I thank you for your iterations and contributions for tonight, and especially for clarifying that avenue with Peacock Angel and
Thank you.
what they were trying to do. So I want to remind people to contribute to Douglas Dietrich. It's still very important. It's the end of the month. He does need to meet his rent, so please do contribute to him. And douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button. Also, if you can, support the Time Travel Research Center, or Time Travel Education Center.
Yes.
That is, and some of you have been supporting it, and the Montauk Pulse, skybooks.usa.com. People who are contributors to, or Pulse subscribers will receive a substantial discount on Douglas's new book whenever it is completed, as long as you're an active subscriber. So next, I've got a big weekend coming up.
Okay, will you still be with us Sunday, right?
Oh, I intend to be, but this is what I'm doing. My friends from football want to get to the just hope it doesn't rain. I know there's a little shower, and then to the debut of Aaron Rodgers in a preseason New York Jets football game. We're going to get there and do something I've never done before, is tailgate, where, you know, people will bring grills and barbecue God knows what, you know, just steaks and burgers and stuff like that. And then we'll probably play football in the parking lot, which will be humorously acrimonious amongst all the players, and having fun. And then the next day, God, I don't, you know, then then he thinks he's going to have his own birthday party. He doesn't know we're having a surprise party. I think, and I'm going to go with him. So I think I'm going to either meet him at his brother's house or he's going to come here. I don't know how it is, but I'm going to go with them, and he's going to be surprised for the party. And then he's planning on having another party at his new house that he just bought. So I might have 3 days apart. I don't know what the hell. But maybe I'll, you know, appear from my cell phone and do like, what do you call it? Like Stephen, what was that guy's name?
Oh, I can't
Michael
remember.
Ringling.
Yes. Yeah.
Hear all this party in the background.
Oh my God! Then we wouldn't hear you at all. Yes, but try it.
No. I'll make it back for the transmission.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I'll be. I guess it'll all be fun and games on the weekend. Playing football Sunday morning and recovering Sunday afternoon, and then I'll be looking forward to. I guess work and Sunday evening. This is work.
Yes.
Doing some work. In any case, I hope to finish that book by Robert Chambers. I can't imagine that it's going to end much differently than what I just projected.
Understood.
He'll you know, have a real marriage to this woman, and the important thing here, reading this book, you've discussed the quantum realm, what I talked about Qigong.
Yes.
And the general thesis of healing in general, or the whole Radu Siddhamar thing. It's all about the psychic realm. It's all about connecting to that realm.
Yes.
It's easier to say it than to do it, but when you really do it, it's easier to do it than to say it when you really do it.
Yeah.
And that's something we forget.
Yes.
And it's something that I've been able to connect to much more harmoniously with, I guess, I just call an abundance of positive egregore, which has been generated by my affiliation with Stephanie South and her friends. And that relationship has only gotten very warmer. What can I say? And I didn't expect it. I think she sees it. She even appeared in my dream, which was pretty sensitive. I'm going to have to talk to her about that because it really connects big on the Venus thing in a very unusual way. Very unusual way. So anyway,
fascinating.
It's fascinating, but it's weird. It's weird. But you know, all of this stuff is weird because you're plugging into a different consciousness, a different language.
Yeah.
And you start talking and working with the language before you fully understand it. Astrology is a little easier. Yeah. And this is a different type of astrology. It's Mayan astrology. So be it. I would also encourage people to go to the Law of Time website and start perusing it and see if you can grapple onto it. I'm doing it. As I say, I'm interactive with the executive committee, so that makes me a little different, but I'm still like, you know, this is like going to, you know, to learn to box at the lowest levels of the gym, and you've got access to, you know, the famous trainer Gus D'Amato and Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier's trainer, all these people, you know.
Yes.
But you're still a low level boxer, and that's what I feel like when I interface with this stuff. I don't have a grasp of it. It's a very, very initiatory grasp, yet I'm interfacing with the people who are directing the show. And the beautiful thing about it, what I will say is, the whole idea is you get dreaming, interactive with dream groups and stuff, and the whole higher purpose here is to connect you with people who have similar dreams. That's the beauty of it. So you'd have people of like minds connecting with like minds. And immediately I reconnected with my friend from Hollywood. We have a similar dream. And, that maybe that will manifest, because it's been dead in the water for 1.5 years. Completely dead, and I completely let it go. I gave up on it. I didn't care.
Wow.
And when you don't care, that's sometimes the best things that can happen.
Yes.
So that's a dream, and it was during the dream workshop that I butt dialed him. I didn't mean to. I said, "Oh, sorry, I'm sorry," and then he contacts me. "No, you called me from Romania. Sorry, I didn't pick up." So it's like all is well. So anyway, blessed be to everybody.
Yes.
And what do you say to Christians? God bless you.
Yeah.
We'll be non-denominational.
Yeah, that's what I said when I thought that black woman at my door was the mail lady holding my prescription codeine. And I opened up the door, held my hand out, and said, "God bless you. Thank you so much." And then when she started pushing that Jehovah's Witness shit on me, then of course I said no, and I slammed the door, and she was offended. She was offended. That's the... Oh my God, you can't win.
Anybody's prone to be offended when you slam the door. But so be it.
Yes. Well,
it's like there's an old saying: you get more with honey than you do with the opposite of honey. So it's like, if you can figure out a way to put those Jehovah's Witnesses' name in honey, or just say, you guys, you say, "I'm already a member. My sister introduced me." You use your sister as a foil. Yeah. My sister's a witness, and I read the Bible with her. Thanks. I'm already on board. I'm already on board. Whatever. Because you just want to,
I think the sign will be better, but I appreciate your advice if I do open the window and then counter the door.
Yeah, the occult technique will be better, but
yes.
You just agree with them, or say, "How would you like to learn about Scientology?"
Good.
Or,
good counter
or
call.
say, "How would you like to see my talking penis?" Anyway, it's fun to think of funny things, but anyway, good. Have a good night. Remember to contribute to Douglas, everybody, and I guess we'll be back on Sunday night.
We will. We all love you dearly. Take care. Blessed be thy dreams. Okay.
Right.
Bye. Bye,
Peter.
Yes.
Bye.
Okay. That's Peter Moon, and that's skybooksusa.com. Okay, everybody. So I'm going to make some calls now. We're going to catch up with some other people. Our dear Aristides hopefully has a little more energy to stick with us for a little bit tonight. And so let's call the one person who wants to rebuttal what I've said about RFK. And there we have that. Okay, we're ringing, we're calling, and I'll let her know I'm calling. So, okay, calling. Let's see if she responds. Calling on. Okay, there we are. And okay, doesn't no response yet, but hey. So before she comes on and the hurricane erupts, how about you, Aristides? How are you feeling energetically? How are you feeling energetically?
Okay. I can hang a little while.
Okay, thank you.
Not terribly late. Not terribly late.
Understood. Understood. I mean, just like, don't want to go into last time just yet, but it's actually kind of funny. Actually, it was kind of funny what had happened. It was also kind of so let me re-emphasize that. Calling again now. Let's see if she responds. Calling again now. Then I'll just call everybody with her after I try her alone one more time if she doesn't respond. And then we'll we're just taking this a little bit at a time. And then I'll eventually get to a little bit of monologue. And then theoretically, our man George Knight is going to show up later. And he wanted this to be his night. But I guess it's working out. Things have their way of working out. Just kind of like... what Peter said about responding to these people, I prefer not to answer, or deal with them at all. But when it comes to the Jehovah's Witnesses and the solicitors, it's like who needs that? Besides, I sleep in the daytime, so if I'm at home, I'm generally sleeping. Or I'm not at home at all. Or I'm doing this, but nobody's bothering me at this time because it's throughout the night. And so it is what it is. By the way, if people are wondering about me right now, I'm multitasking quite a bit. So, this is what you do when you're in production. You multitask, and so you have to deal with answering incoming questions, incoming communique, and fuck, is she responding? Doesn't look like it. And then we'll... Oh, is she? No, she didn't respond. So we'll just call everybody. And by that I mean, in general, there are certain people I'm not going to call, but Brooke will be among those I call. Okay, let me tell her something here. Okay, calling again. Calling third time. And okay, let me get that over to her, and then we'll try this. So other than that, what stands out lately in the news to you, dear Aristides?
Today, wow, the precaution thing is huge today.
Yes.
Huge, and so yeah, maybe. I think even if he wasn't on that plane, we're probably still not going to hear from him. Like, could it be like, this is how we're going to disappear you? Is there some kind of deal? What I really doubt is he's going to pop up and be like, haha, I'm not dead. So
I'm sorry, did you say you really fear that, or
no,
what?
No, I don't think. Either he was on the plane and he's dead, or he wasn't on the plane and he's just going to be disappeared and hiding for the rest of his life.
Because this would be an excellent example to do that. This would be an excellent opportunity. If I were him and I was not on that plane, I would take that as an opportunity to run and hide and not show up again for some time. You know what I mean, right? And and let's hope he has that level of brains, because we are talking about somebody who almost took Moscow and then fucking backed off for no goddamn good reason that I could see.
Looks like he's out of the picture. I mean, one way or the other.
Yeah, definitely.
So what's going to happen with his organization? Like, does he have a second in command here? Is he going to?
I will try. That's something I can't give I'll admit it's something I cannot give an immediate answer to. But the one thing I can tell you is that Wagner is in Africa to stay. Okay, the right. Russians definitely need them to maintain their fucking empire, and so they have a new colonial empire they're establishing in in Sahel Africa in particular, and so they need his troops there, and so they'll just come under some kind of new command, and it'll be interesting to see how they deal with that. Certainly what Putin has said is that technically, of course, legally, they don't exist at all. They're not on the Russian books legally. So it's already an invisible army. and so they're just not going to they're not going to vanish overnight. They're just going to definitely stay on. They've just organized a coup d'etat, as I said, so they've got to prop that up. And like I said, the fact that other African nations didn't go in to overthrow that is beyond me. By the way, we do have Nemo with us. So actually, I'm wondering how I was able to bring you on, Nemo, considering the fact that you said your channel was deactivated or something.
That was my YouTube channel.
Oh,
My YouTube account was terminated, so I had to make a new one.
So I'm okay. Got it. Okay. And thankfully, it's not your YouTube channel that you're storing my videos on when you download them and upload them and republish them, right? You're putting
it was that one. Yeah.
Then you lost everything?
Yeah, I just got to re-upload it all.
Please make sure you do so, because I may have to purge, my own storage of those episodes soon. But how did you lose it? Why would they? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. What?
Don't forget, I got most of your content on Odyssey, Rumble, and BitChute, and all of your recent live streams that you requested for me to upload on Odyssey.
Okay. So you have all of my episodes on other channels of yours, other venues.
Remember, you requested specifically the certain amount of channels you wanted me to upload from your channel onto Odyssey.
Episodes. And transmissions. Yes.
Yeah. I did all that.
Yeah. And
every new episode you finish, I download and upload.
Yeah. Bless you. By the way, funny image was uploaded by Aristides. That's very, very funny. Prigozhin pointing at the incoming missile. Yeah, about to hit his plane.
I tell you what, the meme community.
They're
quick. They're very quick.
Yeah, that's well, it's hysterical. Yes.
I didn't make that.
Yeah. Nevertheless, you might as well claim credit for it. I mean, so many people do similar things. It's like so Brooke seems to have gone active there for a second, so I hit her, and she might be joining us any moment. And aside from that, what I'll do is see if I can call some others so they can join the call later, like George and all the rest of them. As courtesy, of course, I hit her first. And I'll admit to people, I'm kind of spacey right now. Just a lot going on with, like I said, the weird shit with all of the people hitting my door earlier, just before the show, causing me to come on a bit late. And, obviously we were on early enough. Amanda Utes got that weird little empty green, which means I like she's away or something. Mark H, but I'll hit her anyway. Mark H. So I hit Brooke and she didn't respond. So that's 3 calls to her. She wanted to talk about RFK, said I was picking and choosing what I was saying. I may pick and choose what I was saying, but I think what I was saying was damning enough. We'll hit Brendan Zog in case he ever wants to come. She did.
Can you hear me?
Yes, honey. Can you? Yes.
Okay, well, you've got given me like 4 failed phone calls, so like either you're the deep state or whatever. I don't know.
What? I'm sorry. What happened? What?
Yeah, like I even power cycled the phone and it powered off and back on.
Yeah.
And it still showed that I was on a call with you.
Okay.
With Aristotle or whoever the fuck he is. Like I'm talking to y'all and I'm like not there. As a matter of fact, never answered the call. I told you before I had to power cycle off.
Yeah.
So never power cycled off, left the phone off for a minute, powered back on, and when I went in to join, it said you can't join. You're already a part of the call.
Interesting.
Like, not that I couldn't join because you blocked, but like you know how you'd already called me. I couldn't hit join call because it was saying you're already talking. Y'all can hear me.
Yeah.
So I think you're just deep state, whatever.
Well, the deep state.
Obviously, you're deep state with your fucking bullshit about RFK Jr. Look, I left this fucking shirt on just for fucking you. Okay?
Never argue. Just explain why. Nice big tits behind that shirt. I'm just too busy trying to flesh out the nipples.
fucking shirt. I
never argue. I just explain why I'm right. That's delightful. Honey, you're so cute. Your boobs alone convinced me to.
Not so sure it's gonna look as good on you.
So I mean, look, we're already sold on you having your camera on, and you don't.
I didn't even need to be on. That's the problem. I was calling in. I might have cut it on, but like I was laying there. I had to get up, go in there, power cycle down. I went to came back. Y'all were finally up. I didn't even think you could hear me, much less see me. Which I didn't care if you could see me, to be honest, because I'm amazing.
Yes, we care to see you. We all want to see you. I mean,
and I'm not always amazing. I mean,
well, you're certainly amazing tonight.
I don't have a mustache.
No, you don't have a mustache. No, you don't. No.
A milk mustache with that. I didn't have a mustache. I had a milk mustache, according to.
Yeah, that's right. It was odd lighting. It was odd lighting when we were speaking to you on the phone, and but it was fun. And
see how I move all that? And look,
what?
And then you go light. See, that's what Parlay did, but it didn't do the rest, and it looked like just this white piece right here.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't even trip off it. He's like.
Shit, it's fuck. He wouldn't even get on camera. His name's Beaver.
I know. Like you said, he's a pussy. I'll tell him that. Yes.
I don't know. Beaver's actually the most manly man you've ever had on the show, and you know why? Because he's been manly enough not to come on the show. He's never come on.
Now, honey, no, please, we have two gentlemen with us who are manly enough, I guess. I mean, Aristides and Nemo.
I wasn't scoffing at them. I actually took a hit off vape, so I don't want them to think I was scoffing at them. I actually did take a hit off of vape.
No worries. So, Aristides, this is our dear lady, Brooke Gibson.
Yeah, I think I've heard of her.
Yeah.
You said what?
I mentioned her a couple times.
Yeah. He says, I think I've heard of her. I think you mentioned her.
Was that Aristotle or the other one?
That's Aristides. Yes. The engineer. An engineer. Yeah. Yes.
Aristides, you're Aristotle to me.
I know.
I can only remember George's name because I associate him with King George because he's from England. Not the title, but I'll give it to him. So King George, England. Took me a long time to remember Peter Moon until I got some other references. Nothing bad. I mean, just whatever. So, and then who else is on here?
It's Nemo is the only other guy on with us right now.
And I didn't know Nemo's name. Well, I did know Nemo's because I knew a guy named Nemo.
Yes.
Who was a
Yes.
I mean, I remind him of Rollfish. And he was cute, but he was this cute little black boy. Now he's like 6 foot. Like fucking here.
Yeah.
He was my friend's little kid that came down to like fucking here, and he looked like a Nemo fish. The only thing I'll say is he never argued with me, and so the second Nemo argued with me, I was like, "You're not a fucking Nemo." And then Douglas pointed out that Nemo means no one, and I'm like, "That's no one." And I just kid you, Nemo. It was just about the eyelash thing earlier when we got
the Katy Perry eyelash. Yes. Oh my god.
A little argument there, but other than that, that's cool.
So, honey, what I'm trying to figure out, and maybe Nemo can explain this to us, though I'm sure only he can only speculate as well. Why did they knock down your YouTube channel when they left mine up? What was it you had on your channel?
I had too many strikes on my channel, and
well, I mean,
the recent videos uploaded were Jim Howe content, and he addresses a lot about the Khazars, the criminal Khazars.
I see. Okay, so it was Judeophobic. He had Judeophobic stuff. So I'm sorry, Brooke. What did you say, honey?
I said 2 things. Number one, of course he does. Because I left that shirt on because for you, I'm getting comfortable. But you have cleavage for the phone.
Yes.
They're just in
benefits everyone. You get comfortable, we get cleavage. Yes.
Nemo agrees with pretty much everything Frank Black says, which I think some of Frank's stuff is really good and some of it's really not. Or at least
I disagree with 90% of what Ian posts.
Actually, true. Yeah, that's true.
You may.
Yeah.
But Ian also wanted to create a little club with him in the beginning. He called out, was that your game shark Joe want to play? Remember that? Yeah, don't forget.
Yes, there was something. They were doing something in the beginning, but then, yeah, go on.
There's things that you just can't say, and you know, and just like, fuck. I mean,
I know it's confusing though because there's the other Australian, Michael Christopher Andrich, who did agree with everything Ian West was saying.
right, and some of the stuff, actually, you guys agreed with, but some of the stuff, you know, Ian says is correct. It's just so out there, and I would never.
That's why I said 90%.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that, yeah, like if you're not talking about tunnels, you're probably just not agreeing.
Here's what Brooke said that I thought was very incisive, is that Ian's never been through a vagina, even when he was born. He probably came out of this world in a C-section, so he didn't even experience his own mother's pussy. So she was saying.
Take that to Ian. He was online when you were talking about tunnels. Fuck you just gave him my joke because you know he listens. But yeah, he's also obsessed with tunnels that I said he's so obsessed because he's
holes.
Wow. In a tunnel, nor he probably had a C-section. His mom, he's just like never been out of a vagina or in one.
Yes.
He's like tunnel thing.
Yes. His whole thing.
Coming from me on each tunnel ship.
Yes, his holes. His obsession with holes. And he's lost in a hole. He's lost in these holes. Yes.
Rabbit holes. Yes.
We don't know everything that's wrong. You know, they're coming out with about he's right. He may be right. I'm not talking about tunnels, okay? And the millions of children underneath the ground. But what I am saying is stuff coming out about more truths, I believe, to Ukraine's involvement in ganglo. What do you call it?
Bio warfare or something?
Biowarfare and gangly.
Gangly.
Fuck, help me, Nemo, or fucking Achilles.
Aristides. Yes, help us here.
Genghis science function, right?
Genghis Khan.
With what?
No, not Genghis Khan. No.
I was being facetious.
Ganglia? Something to do with ganglia, honey?
It's fucking gang of science research. What fucking... Okay.
Gain of function.
Like Fauci, we worshipped Fauci, and now we found out Fauci was like the head of this shit for fucking ever. Mm-hmm. Since 1984.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I'm sorry. What was it? Was with Fauci since 1984, honey?
So, are you familiar with biowarfare and what gang of? I'm just making sure I'm saying the word correctly. I was hoping someone else. You know how I am, like with words. Gain of
function is what it is.
Gain of function.
Right? Gain of function.
Gain of function research.
Gain.
Spell it, and I'll say it correctly. I'm,
like you have a gain in the function. It's gain of function.
Yeah, I always thought it was gang. I just went with that because it was, first time I heard it was China. It was coming out of China. But yeah, gain of function research. And, but what I more went into was his, obviously, that that was a part of what he was doing, which was since 1984, I believe, if someone wants to look that up, because again, I'm on my phone. He was the head of, what was he the head of since 1984? You tell me. That is where he has been getting his money, and that is why he looks like this innocent little schoolboy that we all fell for, like, wear your mask, take your vaccine. That had nothing to come out of the research labs. We don't do that. And then we slowly find out more and more about Fauci. And to be honest, it hurts me because I really like Fauci. I mean, he's such a sellable guy. I'm telling you, if the fucking whoever picked him, the rich people, the war gang, whoever the fuck, he's sellable, man. I mean, you can sell Fauci any day. But whether he was bought from the beginning or slowly was bought off, he has been a part of this, and I believe that's come to light. Anybody have something different to say? While they do, I can also look up where he was at and give you more information.
No, well, just take your word for it and speak to gain of function research later. It sounds like it's some really shifting sands there.
Here's gain of function research is, because even though I couldn't see the term, I do know exactly what it is.
Okay.
Do you understand, Douglas, what it is?
Well, you can explain it. I'll be happy you do.
Cricket, no way. Who the fuck is doing a cricket?
It's not me. It's
Definitely not me.
So
I might have crickets.
Even he doesn't like the crickets. There we go. That was. And if you were just cricketing trying to get me to shut up, then that was a stupid move because I'll talk all fucking night and do it that way.
That'd be so funny if he had a soundboard with cricket noise.
Oh, if Ian had one, he would totally do it every 2 seconds when he was on here.
Yes.
But gain and afflection, again, do you understand what that is?
I'll have you explain it just so that we can.
No. I want you to tell me what it is or not. Yes or no.
Well, can
I explain it?
Well, I was going to say that it seems like some really shifting sands here. I think that gain of function research is basically, from what I can understand, is medical research that basically genetically alters an organism in a manner that might enhance its biological functions, or rather the biological function of the gene product. And so that might include altered pathogenesis, our transmissibility, the host range, the types of hosts that a microorganism can infect. So the acronym for it is GOFR, Gain of Function Research, GOFR, GOFR.
Just so you could Google it.
Well, I mean, it's not.
It's obvious that you talked enough until you could Google it, because then you went as the acronym.
Look, I was afraid to talk because, like I said, a person can read a lot into that. Like I said, there's some real shifting sands going on here.
No, but what you originally said was not anything like you were talking about it being. I mean, I guess you could say like living things, and you were saying living things and changing it for the better. That is not what gain of function research basically is.
No, that's not what I said. I didn't say that. I didn't say anything.
Do you want to rewind?
For the listeners, do you want me to explain it from the link I looked up?
I don't need to. Can I just say what I think it is, and then you can mansplain later, dude?
By the way, he contributed $15.
That's fine. I can contribute 15 cents for this conversation. Gain of function research, which I think every listener should already know, is just basically viruses and bacteria that they are using in. Now, their reason for using it and labs is to basically they change the function of the virus. They manipulate it. They mutate it. Now, they will say there's two different avenues of this. They will say they will mutate it because they want to get ahead of the virus mutation so that they can then find a vaccine. We also know that this is where, that's where I was saying, go back to 1984, and this is where money goes into bio weapons, right? Mm-hmm. So now we're saying, oh, well, we're just doing gain of function we're doing
research.
But we're saying in Ukraine, right? And we're saying it's nothing. It's nothing. Like, we're just doing some mouse research. We don't, like, it's just our favorite mice over there. And we're just testing to see if cancer can get worse. That's how we're acting, right? Same fucking time, we're like, but wait a minute. I mean, those little mice, we cannot let Russia get their hands on because they could use it for biowarfare. So, are we using it for biowarfare or not? And we are, and we know we are. That is what the gain of is. Are there good scientists out there? Some of which may think they're doing some good. Yes, but the majority of scientists know that are working on this, including Fauci knew. This is a research lab. These are research labs that they are doing for biowarfare. Period. And every time that they come up with one, the vaccine's already covered. Because the vaccine's covered, why? Because they know there's going to be backlash until you launch it into, I don't fucking know, New Zealand. Australia knows they're going to get fucking backlash. If they decide to do that, they've got to have a fucking vaccine ready for themselves. Now, you can get into that further, but that is what basic gain of function research is. And so why is it so important for us to not, which this was just on, they were just having hearings on it, where they're coming out saying, in the hearings, women's admitting they're having gain of function research. It's not that bad. But then she's going, but we cannot let Russia get its hands on it. Like it could be a disaster. So which is it? Is it bad to create biological weapons or not? Because we can't be like, as long as it's us creating it, it's fine. As long as it's us putting the nuclear bomb off on Japan, it's fine. As long as it's us, it's fine, right? Like, why do you think they put them in Ukraine? Because Ukraine was not part of the fucking treaty, and they already knew outside of that they were fucking around, as well as some other countries put in there. They knew they were fucking outside of the treaty, whatever that fucking treaty is, because creating biological weapons is against some fucking treaty. Again, you should know it, Douglas. Treaty, and I don't know which treaty. These are not things that I give a shit about until I figured this out, and I'm like, yeah, this is bad. And how do we agree with this? And how do you sit here and go like continually on like this is bad?
What you're referring to, by the way, is the Biological Weapons Convention. That's the BTWC mandate for the elimination of existing biological weapons that prohibits as well developing, stockpiling, or using biological and toxin weapons. It was negotiated in 1969, but was opened for signature maybe around 1972. Supposedly entered into force in March of 1975. It was Nixon that was really behind it. Nixon really hated the idea of biological weapons.
Though the whole thing that Ukraine wants to be a part of, but is not right now, right?
Well, the Ukraine is part of the United Nations, definitely, but it's not part of the European Union or NATO.
No. Ukraine's not part of the United Nations. I thought that was what they wanted to be in. I thought that was the whole purpose.
No. They were always part of the United Nations. They're legally recognized as a nation. That's why Russia's invasion was considered so egregious. But they're not recognized by the European. They're not a member of the European Union or NATO, which is what they really want.
NATO. I'm sorry, that's what I was looking for. Sorry, yeah. NATO. It's against NATO, I believe, as well. NATO has another treaty against things like that, as far as, and so
probably, and just so you know, because this would probably tickle your funny bone, since it seems to be a point of emotional contention with you, Japan was actually free of that treaty for many years. It was only maybe around the 90s, maybe around year 2000. I mean, basically Japan was exempt from that treaty to build as many biological or chemical weapons as it wanted. They later on became part of the treaty just because they felt bad or something that they had this advantage. But anyhow, your dog's cute. You're looking cute. Room's golden. You're golden. Yes, everything's nice there. Yes.
Take the camera off if that's all you're gonna do is look at me. Like,
yeah. Well, of course we're here to look at you. I mean that. Okay.
I seriously believe then, and Aristotle is here and Nemo's here, who seem like very intelligent people. I'm surprised.
Yeah, he's an engineer. Yeah.
You keep saying that. Like, my uncle is an engineer. You realize that he is, like, first of all, was cheated on by his wife twice. Apparently, the cousins that I thought were cousins up until the last 10 years they were cheated that much. But he divorced her, and he was a great engineer and has 2 beautiful houses and lots of nice cars. And do you know who he won't even speak to my mom or my dad? Why they quit speaking? Because he is so pro-Trump, and my parents are so anti-Trump that he said he can't take. He doesn't even need to see how anyone cannot be out in the street with guns going pro-Trump. So don't be like Aristotle or Aristotle. Like, don't be like, he's an engineer. Like, that's not necessarily, that's like saying I'm a Southerner. There are great Southerners and there are horrible Southerners, and I don't think you should just throw somebody in a basket. Anyway.
But honey, you are also anti-Trump like me, and so we're both anti-Trump.
Right, and my uncle, who is an engineer, is pro-Trump, and you just keep throwing, the only thing, as we have been introduced to Aristotle, whatever,
is his engineering status.
Yeah. So
well, maybe you might want to ask him a few personal questions to find out a little bit about him.
Oh boy.
Hey, yeah, Air Posse.
No, I can't say I'm a Trump supporter. I'm not a Trump supporter.
He has a nice voice. I like the depth of your voice. You have a very nice deep voice.
And he's not a Trump supporter either. So
where do you live, Aristotle?
East Coast.
Okay, so the East Coast of the United States, because we have a lot of countries.
Yeah. He's rather
right about the middle.
Yeah, he's rather security conscious. So.
Okay, so so like Virginia, Washington D.C. So you're above me. I'm assuming above South Carolina at least.
I think he's north. I think he's northeast. Safe to say northeast, right, Aristides?
Nearly. Yeah.
Nearly.
He's obviously like. I mean, wait a minute. This is a guy that got on when Peter Moon. See, this is how I'm agree. Peter Moon went to, I don't know, wherever.
Romania. It was Aaron and Aristides. Yeah.
All right, and he put you on, which means you probably live on Long Island, next door to Peter Moon.
No. Yeah. Actually not. No. He doesn't. No. It's more like
I've known Peter for a while, but
yeah. He actually went to some conferences and stuff. I showed you, it's like, I wanted to show you that picture of Dr. David Lewis Anderson, which the only picture we really have is one taken by Aristides. Yeah.
Oh, did Aristides take that picture?
Well, he's in the picture.
Oh, was he? Okay, I think I do remember that picture.
Yeah. He's got his icon here, so it cuts off the head part, so you don't see the skinhead. But he's like a skinhead, but he's got he combines that with the Taliban look with the beard, so he combines the best of both worlds. He's got the Taliban beard, and he's got the Nazi skinhead.
I've got male pattern baldness.
Were you in like a green jacket in that picture?
So if I don't shave my head, I'll just be like, oh wow, look, that guy's really bald. It's like it's better to be totally bald by choice than it is to be like,
Aristotle, that's probably the first thing you should have written in one of your Aristotle books or whatever the fuck you're famous for. I wish every man that like Trump, you need to tell like Trump, I'd have a little bit more respect for him if he just shaved that fucking shit off a long time ago.
Yeah, that dead squirrel on his head, yes.
Like, stop the comb overs, bitches, and stop the going back to half your head. Like, I'm sorry, even as a woman, I'm gonna shave my head if I fucking start like getting that thin and going. It's horrible. I'd rather people think I have cancer. At least I'd get some sympathy, and be on here like asking for money. Even though I
Oh, so honey, I'm gonna grab a Coke, liquid Coke. I'll be back in a few minutes. It sounds like you're. What?
No. You say Coke. I am fucking not going to stay on. You tell me what you're really going.
Yeah, really? I really gonna get a liquid Coke and then gonna come back?
All and no drugs at all.
Well, maybe a few lines.
Lines of what?
Burger sugar and.
That's horrible because I'm fairly certain we will discuss when you come back that you allowed while I was basting in the chat room and wanted to go to bed, like just completely put down RFK Jr. because you apparently want Trump to win. Number one. Number two, put him down. What did you say he was a heroin addict? Oh my God. And then, whoa, let me finish. You fucking sucked right up because it was right up your alley. You'll take anybody that gives you some up your alley because you're already anti him, right? So like, oh God, the heroin addict, that's horrible. Wait a minute. And then I'm having to side with someone that I usually don't want to side with, but at least he was in the middle of the road saying you need to read it to him. I asked you to read it to him privately. So can you just tell him, I agree, there's no, because he said it. Do we have do we have anybody candidate doesn't suck or doesn't have our issues? And I said, there we go. We don't. We have none. But you were just like, hey, he sucks. Then you made the point of saying, I have not, and you did exactly what I asked you not to do. You said, I have not had the opportunity yet. Brooke, likes, which, he already doesn't like my name. But instead of you getting any like just bit of, but she's siding with you on this. No, opposite. You went, she just loves RFK Jr. and I have not had the opportunity yet to, I haven't even bothered to really tell her and explain to her all, like, whatever the way words you used and why she shouldn't and go into detail. I mean, because really, what's the point anyway? She's just going to argue. He wants to hear that. And he's like, yeah. And then he starts Googling bullshit. Then the next thing he's fucking playing with, RFK Jr. also, I read he was friends with and might have been a part of Scientology. So you're getting onto him for drugs, okay, which you're fixing to fucking go do, but you would love to be elected. And also, he's like, he might have been in Scientology, and like, there are a lot of people that are in Scientology that fucking don't. Okay, so we shouldn't listen to anything you say based on what Peter's saying. Peter admitted to not only being in Scientology, helping start it and believing in it for years, factually. But yet he's putting, but then he's going to be like, I just read an article online, and you're not going to believe this. This guy might have believed in Scientology.
Well, honey.
And then you're like, and I heard he did drugs. Oh my God. Two of you. Like, talk about the pot calling the kettle black. Both of you. Go to your line.
But it's not like that, honey. It's
Yeah, mansplain it to me. Go ahead. Explain how it's not. Explain each of those.
Oh my God. It's that when we're bringing all this up, it's more like
Not allowed to go into anything else about him. You have to go into those two details first. You can talk about it, but drugs and the Scientology, and they have to be separated out.
The difference is that I understand that that wasn't what we were condemning him about. It was like adding depth to his.
Again, we can go back to what we were condemning. I asked you about two things. So we're in this is the court, like, again, not mansplaining. We'll go back to what you were condemning him for if you want to say there were other things.
Well, let's just put it this way. When obviously, let's look at it this way. Peter was in Scientology, but the way he looks at it, this is the way Peter sees it. Peter sees it was that for Peter, his experience with Scientology was to him a time.
Explained it earlier. To be honest, I unfortunately heard I paused it. I saw when you had 8 people. Then I paused it and came back, and I was like, oh my God, he's letting people talk about Scientology? I thought Peter was going. He went on about it for a minute, how great it was. But then he went and I was like, I had you a text going, bitch, but I deleted it because it was a message privately to you. I can't believe you're letting him go on this. But then I said no, because Peter basically backtracked out, or at least in his way, what he was saying was, and I agree, that just like Christians find themselves, it doesn't matter how you come to your inner self. That's how he came to his inner self. Okay, right. So like my mother goes through Christianity, right? Yeah. And you can be a Buddhist and eat qigong, right? And he's a qigong master. I heard him say that. Told no one else some of the stuff they told him. I listened. Okay, I heard it. What I am saying though is, for Peter to say that, he can't say that. That's not fair of Peter to be like, oh, I took this from Scientology. First of all, and no one else did. Because here's two things. Number one, again, let's leave out the drugs for a minute, and let's just, since you're dealing with Scientology, since you wanted to go the Scientology route, then you answer me how it is fair then for Peter to say, first of all, I was definitely a Scientologist, and I definitely took something positive from it, although I do not agree with a lot of the lines within that. However, I see someone else here who possibly could have been linked to it in some way. Negative. Couldn't take, and the credit took nothing positive from it. How those two statements? Do you understand the contrasting? Now tell me. No, don't try to mansplain it
explain how that is a fair statement. Because unless I missed something Peter said, and he was reading off the internet, by the way. I was reading what he was reading. So,
so honey, the way that Peter sees it or feels about it is that, and this is the way you just explaining on Peter's behalf, and I'm sure if he were here, he'd probably explain it in a very similar fashion, was that he entered Scientology at a time that L. Ron Hubbard was still very much alive. He's explained, of course, that L. Ron Hubbard definitely had...
but you're going too deep. I don't want to talk about Peter. I want to talk about...
Well, I mean, I'll make it as short as possible. He feels that he had kind of like almost a tangentially personal relationship with L. Ron Hubbard, and therefore, well, not really, and therefore the Scientology for him was like, therefore, at a time before it was yet perverted, before it was yet
still off subject.
No, it's not, because he feels that his experience was at a time when Scientology had something to offer.
Do you understand feelings aren't facts? Because you've told me that. Feelings aren't facts, bro.
but because
he feels it.
What I mean is, for him, the Scientology experience was one while Hubbard was still alive, and therefore it was like it had something to offer. He feels it was perverted as soon as he feels it was perverted on Hubbard's death. So when he points out that after Hubbard's death it became perverted, then he's suspect of people who involve themselves.
He was reading the internet.
Yeah.
Not to get back on topic. My point is to have you answer this question. There is no date. He read no date, because there's no date, where
it's easy to assume
was supposedly a Scientologist.
Or involved with somebody who could get him into Scientology, something like that. I mean, Peter apparently knew somebody personally that could have gotten him into Scientology if he had wanted to go into it. That's what Peter was saying, right? Right?
I'll have to rewind that.
But what I'm pointing out is that Peter feels that anyone who wants to get involved with Scientology after that period of time, after Muscovich took over, it's almost like there's something suspect there, because his stance would be, why would anyone want to get involved with Scientology after it went so, I
agree with that. Okay, I agree with Peter when he's saying that, but then I would also have probably been, if I had been Peter's age and we were the same age, I would have probably at the same college or wherever we met fucking Hubbard, I'd have been like, why the fuck are you getting involved now? He's fucking crazy, okay? And also, I could say that like
which Peter has pointed out. Peter has pointed out that that's why his book is titled the Tao of Madness. The Tao of Madness.
Okay. So my point is that madness that Hubbard inspired, and Lee Remy suing now Scientology, like she got involved. The point is Hubbard was able to sell himself the same way he sold himself to Peter. He sold himself even after death. He had sold himself so heavily to people that were looking for something, in the same way that Catholicism, went out and burnt every other thing, and burnt, the fucking the Library of Alexandria, I believe that's correct, that name, and every when they came into South America, and burnt anything that was not Christian, right? And you either take our name or you believe this, and if you don't, we'll behead your fucking chief, right?
Right. And just to clarify, there were several burnings of the Library of Alexandria. The Library of Alexandria was burned down multiple times. Yeah.
But they were determined to take it out, okay? Yeah. And I don't believe they took it all out. I believe they took out what they wanted of it, and I believe it's in the Vatican right now in the underground. But regardless, if you want to believe conspiracy theories in the Vatican or not, it was the most powerful really government is what you have to look at. It was a government.
Yes. Well, it was a state, a super state, what you would call a super state, because it was a state that ruled over other states.
Right. So, and then we broke off into different branches. Now in the U.S. we can say, we're not Catholic. I'm Southern Baptist. I'm Independent Baptist. I'm Methodist. I'm Presbyterian. Okay, like they're all branches of what was his name? Not Napoleon. The one that started Catholicism.
Peter. well, Peter is the guy who's considered the church took him on as the founder, but anyhow, honey, Constantine. Yeah, well, there we get a bit more complicated because Constantine originated the Byzantine Orthodox Christian Church, and the Catholic Church broke off from that.
Right, but Constantine was the one that saw when he was.
What Constantine did was he Christianized the Roman Empire. There.
Right.
Yeah.
They were not monotheistic at all.
That's right. That's right. And at that time, there was a big contest between Christ and Mithra. Mithra was strong. Yeah, at the time.
Not monotheistic, and he did. It's kind of like you can look at Trump or you can look at Biden. I don't care which one you hate because I think they're both meh. Okay. The point is, because people are listening in different areas, but if you pretend whichever one you don't like, and you're like, they're not good.
But honey, so I think I answered the question for the Scientology part.
The question, because the whole point of that particular question, you just defended Peter, and the whole point of that question was he never said.
No, but I explained why Peter felt that it was suspect for Kennedy to be involved with Scientology.
What you said was when he read it, I'm not on Peter for this. I don't think Peter, he read into what he read. Yeah. He never said in any way, he didn't say, he implied what was empirically implied by the article he was reading, that he may have been involved.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
And guess what you did? It'd be like, I don't know, what's that girl you fucking like that I always give you a hard time about?
Marina Sarin. I don't. It's not that I dislike her, but it's like she's just someone I bring on.
Pretend Marina Sarin, the way you jumped on. Yeah. Oh, exactly. It would be like Marina Sarin saying, "I think I should take my panties and bra off right now and get online," and you'd be like, "Yeah."
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I mean,
but I do that for you too. So you can't say I'm unfair.
I'm not doing that for you. Maybe if there were some other people online that were worthy, but not you, okay? Because you're still fucking thinking that Trump won't win if he goes against Biden.
That Trump. I'm not certain of that. I'm just saying that I don't understand your logic where you feel that. Well, basically, Brooks' logic is that if Biden runs against Trump, that Biden is sure to lose. I'm not quite sure where that logic comes from. And,
I can explain it all day.
Okay. And besides that, then you think the other solution to give a running chance against Trump is the Trump of the Democrats, which is RFK Jr. And I'm not quite that now. There, at that point, there really would be no difference between the two parties.
No, I think you're wrong, and I think that's where you're determined to be right, and you mansplain to me. But why don't you take
But before I go to my lines of coke, the other thing was you were irritated by, he brought up, he used to be a heroin addict, and I was like, ooh, right. Yeah. But it's not like you didn't hear me say, ha ha! You didn't hear me like...
Another reason, just like when you're laughing at Peter's jokes, and some of them, as we all know, are not funny. No offense, Peter, some of them are, okay? But sometimes he just laughs to be laughing, and he's typing, if you can't tell in the background. And he just didn't. Okay, he fucking was like, yeah, because you said something negative about someone he doesn't like, and that was all it took. Negative, doesn't like, and you didn't take into account, well, wait a minute. I remember on multiple...
You gotta admit, heroin's pretty heavy duty, honey. I mean, heroin's pretty heavy duty.
I just shot up fucking 5 fucking... whatever you call those. What do you call them? Vials? Before I even came on here. I mean, just to deal with you.
Anyhow, you know, there's something about injecting oneself. That's pretty extreme. That's pretty extreme.
I will agree with that, and I've never injected, just to preface this in case someone's record, like they're going to be like, oh, Brooke did it. I've never done heroin, and I'll be honest, I've never done heroin because I knew I would be an immediate addict because of the shit they've given me in the hospital. Yeah. Like, I hope heaven is fucking as good as Dilaudid. But, like, if I injected something like that, like, I can see how people become immediate addicts, right? Yeah. So, I think that also kind of scares me, like a needle. I never like this, but
yeah. I mean, it's just, and not to mention the things that could go wrong with that. I mean, spread of diseases, infections. I mean, it's a risky thing to do in so many respects. Yeah.
I think it's good. Like, if you're so fucking heroin addict, you're obviously not giving a shit about diseases. You're fucking dying by then. I mean, by the second or third injection, that's what I'm saying. I would never do one because I would be too scared. I'd want the second and third and fourth, and then just be like, I don't know. I was determined to do clean needles, but if you're saying that's the only needle that's around,
yeah. No, I mean, yeah, it's scary to be in that. Yeah.
But that's an addiction problem. What I'm saying is, you've also not proven he was a heroin addict. That has not been proven at all. But
whoa! Wait a second. Aristides, did you provide a link for the guy's arrest or something like that? Yeah.
Which is what it was. An old New York Times thing about. He was arrested or something in the 80s for possession.
Arrested in the 80s with what? Needle marks in him? Heroin? What was he arrested?
Arrested for possession of heroin, I think.
I think.
It made it to the New York Times, honey. I mean, you think it'd be pretty.
New York Times.
Yeah.
No, it may very well be, but my point is, I would like to see when the article was written. Number 2.
But it's not. Maybe what I meant to say was just because I went, kind of ooh yeah, it doesn't mean it's not like you see what I'm saying.
I think even better if he this is my second thing. If he was on heroin, do you know how many people get off heroin? Mm-hmm. I was on pain pills for 7 years because of I have 4 surgeries in my ankle and my back. Okay, I was get prescribed, and this wasn't OxyContin like they gave. It was just Lortabs. Okay, 3 Lortabs a day and then 4 Lortabs a day. Okay, and when I finally said I wanted off, I was like, hey, where do I go? Now this was 12 years ago, and they said, you know where you can go? No, you can go to the methadone clinic. And now I blame, first of all, 2 things. Obviously, the pharmaceutical industry in the United States, and secondly, the Nazis, because they created methadone and the U.S. brought it here. Nazis, Germany created methadone, if anyone doesn't know, because morphine was short on the field. Okay, they were having trouble getting morphine onto the ore field. They created methadone. The problem is, of course, the Nazis weren't like, well, let's test. They were like, let's see what happens to me on methadone after a year or 10 years. Like, they were like, let's make sure this is safe for them. They were just like, it kills pain, let's do it, right?
Yeah.
And that's what they put you on, which it was very true. I went to the methadone clinic. I was coming off pain pills. I've been on 4 Tims a day. And to be honest, sometimes, some days sneaking 5. And then at the end of the month, having 2 to take, right? But I never went high because I had Tylenol in it, which, as you know, it was Lortab. I didn't have OxyContin at that time, which didn't have Tylenol in it, which I found out from some friends. They're like, oh God, we took 60 milligrams at a time. I'm like, bitch, I took the most 20 because that would have 1,200 milligrams of Tylenol. Would have killed my liver.
Yeah, thank you. So by the way, before I go do my own poison, I
had no test at all, 0.
Yeah,
so
right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Day when I went in there, I had no idea. I'm going in there with a bunch of fucking heroin addicts. There are a lot of them. There were also, this was the beginning of people getting off pain pills, so there were some in there doing that too. The majority were people that have been there for life. And when I came off the methadone, it was, the horribleness of coming off pain pills was horrible, and that's why I went there. I was like, how do I get off? I'm like, I can do it myself. And then I'm calling them dying. I'm like, I can't do this. I am in because all your local pain facilities, you got to remember, your natural pain, whatever pain you went on it for. I went on it for my ankle and my back. I have scoliosis, 4 surgeries in my ankle. That's just without age or anything. That's just, I had arthritis since 10 years old. And scoliosis. So when you go on this, you've got pain. Now, you go on a pain pill, let's just say. Now, in addition, when you're on a pain pill, your brain quits making natural painkillers. The longer you're on it, then they shut down. So then when you come off, not only are you feeling whatever pains you might have felt before and the reason you went on it, you're feeling them times 10, plus every ache in your body because you have no natural painkillers. We don't realize that every morning we get up that we're not crying when we roll out of the bed because we have natural painkillers, right? So you don't have those. Now, the problem with methadone is they didn't do the studies, and to this date, there are no studies that know. There are some studies that say they believe can take 10 years, 15 years, and some believe, depending on the time of methadone, that your painkillers, the natural painkillers, that would start back after a Lortab or OxyContin after so long, they will never come back. And I talked to enough people when I was in that clinic. One woman said she cried on the floor for 7 months.
Yeah.
In pain. Like, and these were people that, like, I believe, like, they were all.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want me to get to that point, so let me go do some of those lines. But in the meantime, I want you to know that.
My point is, if he came off, the whole back to the point of that was Aristotle.
And by the way, Aristides provided another link in which Kennedy comes clean. You know, RFK Jr.
My point is, if he came off,
yeah, that's what RFK is saying. He's saying
kudos.
Yeah, he's saying like he got off it. So yeah, that's there, and he says he got off. He deserves kudos. Yeah.
Like, how is that street? Because Douglas apparently doesn't have it. He's going through a line right now. When's the last time you fucking were drunk? That's all I had to say.
But honey, you see, the difference is it doesn't impact me like it does you baseline humans. It's
oh my God.
Coke is way better than heroin.
You know what? I kidded you the other day that I saw your mother, and like I kidded you, and I didn't. Like I didn't. I was like, oh, she's shaking her head. I swear to fucking great man, she just at the edge of my fucking left side of my bed upstairs, and she did shake her head, and I don't even know what she looks like, and that's what she just did was like, So you take that for what it's worth.
So, honey, I'll ask you to be kind to Aristides. I'll, be back in a bit, but I gotta do this before he gets so tired he has to drop off. Yeah.
I hope your mother, while you're doing the line, you just go on to him.
Yes. So I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes at the longest. And be kind to Aristides. The two of you will talk, and I'll in fact. Before I go, let me see if I can. Do you want me to bring others on? I guess the two of you alone can handle this.
Up and go to your lines.
Yeah. So I'll be back. I'll go mute. Thank you, honey, and thank you, Aristides. Nemo said, gotta go. Something came up. Good luck, Doug.
Yeah, of all times for Nemo to have to go.
Yeah, very. Yeah, coincidence.
Not lie. It's just like George Knight dropping off the other end. Pussies, man.
Okay.
Only one that can take. I don't get it, but whatever.
Yes. So I'll be back. Go on mute.
Actually,
all right. Let's do this.
Let's do it, baby boy. What you got going on?
Not too much. Yeah.
Well, tell me something more about you besides you're an engineer. You got kids? You got a wife? You got a boyfriend? What are you doing? Riding a bicycle?
One kid, no wife.
Did you marry her before?
No. No.
You got full custody, half custody, joint custody?
There was no custody dispute, but she's an adult legally now. So.
Okay. How old is? I mean, like around. You don't have to give an exact age, but like around how old?
Just basically turned adult, 18. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I have an 18-year-old as well and a 23-year-old.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Where is your 18-year-old? Is it going? Is he or she going to college?
Yeah. Yes, she is. Second year. Yeah.
I guess you don't want to say where, so like I guess you can like skip them or maybe.
Not really, but.
You can't have like a football team to say go whatever. I guess. God, you're very private. So what is her major?
Agriculture.
So she's at Clemson.
No.
Huh?
No.
Well, she was in agriculture. The main place to be in agriculture would be at Clemson. At least Ian would give you a hard time with that. He thinks that that's all we study is cows at Clemson.
Mm-hmm. No, there's other places.
Yeah, there's other cows. I know, like West Virginia. It was a joke.
I'd like to be in West Virginia.
Would you really? Do you remember the movie Deliverance?
No.
You never saw the movie Deliverance?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Well,
sometimes I'd like to be in West Virginia.
The mountains of West Virginia. So where would you, if your dream place to live, what would it be?
Somewhere where it's dry and breezy all the time.
Okay, I'm not a meteorologist, so I ask you where, not not what it felt like.
Well, it's summer is very humid and stagnant here. You might know about that being in the South.
Do you live in Columbia?
No.
You know, we call Columbia, South Carolina, the armpit of South Carolina, by the way.
Well, it feels like an armpit all summer. Most of it.
So you're not close enough to the beach to get the... So in South Carolina, obviously, you know, the way we're shaped. So I'm at the upstate, and we at least have the mountains and a breeze and not quite as much humidity usually. Although we have southern humidity, not like Louisiana or at the beach or in the middle of the state. And so you can just look at it, Greenville, and then you're driving to the coast of like Myrtle Beach and Charleston. In the middle of the state is our capital, Columbia. And the only time to stop there, unless you're a congressman that has to go there, and even they don't live there, is to get gas on the way to Charleston or the beach. And the problem is exactly what you said. It's just as humid as at the beach, but there is no breeze. You have no mountain breeze. Yeah. And
that's the worst. No breeze.
Yeah,
you know, like, it's going to be warm. Okay. It's going to be humid. But there's no breeze. There's nothing to blow the mosquitoes away.
Right.
They're surrounding me. There's like 10 billion of them around my house. It's.
Are you sure you don't live in Louisiana?
Feel like it sometimes, but no.
But yeah, we will literally get out and get gas there, and it's so bad. Like, you get out and you could have just taken a shower that morning. It's only a 2-hour drive, and just get gas. And it's just kind of like, you know, humidity anywhere. You kind of walk out and you feel sweaty, but that no breeze, and we don't have humidity all the time, and not like that. And there's not that ocean breeze. It's just like stepping into a sauna just to pump gas.
Yeah.
You know, you get back in and you're just like, I need a shower and a beer or somebody to blow my brains out. This is horrible. Who would live here?
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's how I feel. I'm not made for it, obviously. You know, having some Greek heritage, you know, the weather there is very, you know, arid and
that's where I've been
and breezy and you know, it's ocean, mountains. The whole country is ocean and mountains. So it's
I've been looking at houses in Greece because there's a lot of good deals in Greece. Yeah, but the problem is obviously can't really. There's not many businesses to open or work there. You know, I can hit the numbers to get in, but as far as working there, you really need to already be retired and have the income coming in. And then again, a lot of it is going into the islands, you know, the Greek Isles, because Greece obviously had such a huge, you know, for a while, and I don't know if it's still like that. I mean, I think they still do, number of, you know, just people that can't work, right?
Yeah, their whole economy got destroyed basically somehow. Yeah. I don't know.
So, but there are places, believe it or not, that you can buy that are just gorgeous. I'm just like, oh my God, I can buy this for like $350,000, like on this beautiful Greek island. But then it's like, well, I've got to pay all this upkeep and, you know, I'm sure insurance and all that. And if I'm not working and I'm 40, you know, it's kind of like, yeah. So it hasn't happened.
You're really looking to get a place there?
I really researched it along with a few other places like Belize, looked into Greece, Belize, both Puerto Rico and Costa Rica, and even Nicaragua a long time ago. So yeah, I mean,
you have the whole spread of places there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know a little bit about
I fell in love
Greek
with
islands. But,
the Greek islands as far as the beauty of it.
Yeah, I've been there. Not in a long time.
Found a beautiful island I could buy right off Nicaragua's. I think it was Nicaragua's coast. You could buy the whole island and the house that sat on it, and it came with fucking like two extra houses and a person that already lived there. That was your groundskeeper. Okay. And this was all for like, it was like $750,000. And I was like, this is fucking awesome. This is perfect. The house was huge. Needed a little bit of updating, but it's still just unbelievable. And then when I started looking, I was like, oh, I see the problems with this. Because it was a tiny island, and the only way to get to anything, including groceries, was to like go through into the main pool, like the main port of closest to it, which was only a boat ride away with your own boat. But the problem was, it was like when you saw that area, it made me feel bad for wanting. That's what it makes you feel bad. It makes you feel bad for wanting to live in a house. I feel like they'd kill me in a heartbeat. Like, these people are living in shacks, and like
they probably have like free cocaine all day though.
Yeah, but like you could tell the town was so poor, and that's where you had to go into. And I'm like, I would want to kill me or like probably what happened to the last person that lived in this huge white house on this island with a caretaker, and you like coming in and like, give me my groceries. Yeah, I'd kill me too. So it's like, nah, I don't feel good about that.
Yeah, I don't know if I could do Central America.
Why?
I'm just.
You're anti.
Doesn't seem like my thing.
Are you racist?
I mean, I'm of European descent. I would naturally, probably prefer that climate.
Really? Because I'm fairly certain Maine's that climate.
What's that?
Maine's that climate. Canada's climate. Like, you want this perfect climate of warm weather, breezes, and no humidity. Where are you going to find that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I heard
Greek islands, man. Greek islands.
Should look. Well, you said you hadn't even looked into those much. You just admitted that.
What? No.
When I told you I had, you were like, "Well, I haven't really looked into the Greek Isles much."
No, I know about them. I've been there.
I thought you said you had. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
I've been there. I've been to the Greek islands.
Okay. Hawaii is until you decided you want to get burned up alive.
True.
Actually, Hawaii is a great place, but it's so expensive to live as well.
Yeah, it's weird.
Unless you have Hawaiian decent blood, it's very expensive to get anywhere.
They just got you by the balls there. Where are you going to go? Like 5,000 miles from anything.
But it was just like watching the city. Was it Luhana? I always say the name wrong. That just burnt to the ground.
Yeah, it's all pretty crazy there.
Are you familiar with the fires there?
Yeah. A lot going around about that, People saying
conspiracy theories that it was. Yeah, I mean.
Oh yeah. We were talking about that last time, and Douglas was handling some stuff, and Peter and I were just kind of bullshitting about all that. But yeah, there's a lot of theories going around.
I think that's the problem with conspiracy theories. That conspiracy theories themselves came from the CIA, right? The term.
It did.
But it didn't.
It did. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Right.
So at that point, like, the problem with it is so many are legit, but then you get out in the ballpark realm of everything. And while I won't say that there's anything, I'm not going to rule out that there's nothing nefarious there going on. But from what I've seen, it was a complete catastrophe of them not being prepared. I mean, if you look at what the reports were for so long, it was obviously what their main problems were. Now you could say the U.S. was wrong on this, but I think it makes sense. I mean, tsunamis, right? take them out. Tsunamis, and flooding, and volcanoes. But fire was like 6th or 7th on the list. And so when you're looking at somewhere like California that has heavy fires, they know to cut off the power lines. I just don't think that they were smart enough to know fast enough to cut those power lines, because those power lines, I just watched 16 houses burn down accidentally, like literally seeing out 16 homes. I was in tears bawling because they couldn't get 2 of the dogs out and two cats. If they the people that were there got out, but the people that were at work, obviously, they tried to break down doors. It was too late. And it was 16 apartment buildings, nice apartments, not far from me. And I just happened to be out, and she smoked, billowing smoke, and was like, my mother, and said, what, do you see anything on the news? It was like 12 o'clock. And she's like, no. And then I on Pelham, and it was a mile and a half away. And I turn around because I see a fire truck. And I followed it in, and ended up talking to people that said it took 25 minutes just for the first fire truck to get there. The first fire station is 4 minutes away. That's 4 minutes of my drive time without fire lights. Okay. So even though they have to get ready, so it still should be 4 or 5 minutes of theirs. But they ended up having to have 6 by the end of it. And all 16 of the apartments were completely catastrophized. They did have, obviously this was after the fires in Maui, the electrical service cut. But, you know, that's what you have to look at. Like, I don't think it was, I mean, I don't know. What do you think? You think it was a conspiracy in Maui?
I mean, there are certainly some suspicious circumstances, you know, floating around there.
What would you say the number one conspiracy that you believe in would be?
Overall?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gosh. Oh, man. I don't know. That everything good is kept from us.
No. I mean in Maui.
Oh, in Maui. Oh, I thought you were like, you know, overall, you know, it's, in Maui. I don't know that it I don't know if there was native people displaced or what, or if it's like a giant land grab, or there was talk about how, you know, they were having conferences about how it was going to be, you know, a pilot for you know, AI controlled, you know, smart cities and stuff, and like what, so it's like, what do the fires like pave the way for? And, you know, is somebody going to grab up all this land now, or what, you know? I don't know. I had a thing here I pulled up last let me see if I can find it. Last show. I had a list of these things. Looking
I mean,
for
if
it
you're
now.
going to grab, that's a place to make a land grab. Well, until the waters rise and it's completely taken out anyway. But right now,
well, yeah, but this whole, you know, all these super rich people, man, they're still buying these places right on the ocean. You know,
it doesn't matter because they're so super rich. They make that money back in their bank account just on interest, or where they, like, that's what people don't get. Like, these people that are so, that's the difference in us. We work, when you work for your money, when you work for a living, work for a paycheck, you will never be rich, right?
Right.
Be
Okay.
truly rich. Like, you have to have your money working for you, which is what the uber wealthy do. They can continue to make businesses. Some of them can fail. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, their money's sitting in accounts and the interest is paid. And the interest is paid, and then they invest in real estate and this and that, and they can open these companies, and sometimes they go great and they make even more money, but they're making interest daily. Imagine you get like a 4% return on, you got $100,000 in the bank. Now put fucking $4 billion in the bank and get a fucking 4% return. What are you getting fucking daily? That's with you doing nothing. That's without you investing it in real estate or investing it in another business. It's set up so that no one can truly be elite unless you hit the lottery. the few people that do get there, and the rest have been there a long time.
Yeah. Or they just claim insurance, just like 9/11 in the World Trade Center. It's like they're just going to receive $4 billion in insurance.
Yeah, but who received it?
I don't know.
Who received the $4 billion? It wasn't split among everybody.
On 9/11?
On 9/11, yeah, that wasn't like $4 billion that went to all the people that died. You're talking about.
No, it was the guy. What was it? Silverstein.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, and that we know Bush was involved in that. We know. We know.
But they took out the policies right before that, and like.
And there's other things.
So they have their ways to win, even when
yes.
normally lose.
Money you can't lose, and that's what they've set up. The original, and that's what I go back to power structures. Original was set up. You can't lose, and they accidentally somebody wins $1 billion. Like that's to give us hope. Do you understand the lotteries to give us hope? They give us alcohol to give us hope. They put alcohol liquor stores on every corner of poor people's house to like, okay, let me just buy that in a lottery ticket. I have hope, right? And oh my God, I want to scratch off. I won $500. Well, you probably invested $1,000 in the last 6 months just to win that 500. But like, it's like, or I might win $1 billion. It's all to give a fault, like to keep the people not out of line, right? And keep going to these jobs that they need us to work at. McDonald's needs to go. Amazon needs to keep going. Need to keep these shipping lines running. You need to keep going to work.
There.
You don't pay your bills.
I'm back. Oh my God.
Douglas just gets out of it, and he's just like, I'm not even going to work at all. I'm just going to beg for money.
Hey, I got $25 from, let's see, who's the latest? We've got this great man here. He wants to be known as KP, I believe. But I believe he said $250 United States dollars. 25 US dollars from KP. He says, Mighty DDD, you're the greatest! Yeah, that's, why can't you talk like that, Brooke? And
he's my ex-boyfriend. He has literally like 4 kids with 4 different women, the smallest dick fucking ever. And literally, he was the first person second person, I'll be honest, slept with. First fucking, I get that I had slept with that his dick would fall out, and I was tiny, and I'm not saying I'm not tiny now because I am, but like so tight, like to the point that I cried first time and third time having sex, but with him, didn't understand that there were small dicks like that. But like basically when my son right now is soft and he's 18, he is bigger than this guy was hard. The reason is because I thought this guy was cool because he was a football player. He was huge. He was short. He was huge though. Muscle. Oh my God. His dad owned car dealerships. And his dad had pushed him to be in football since he was 6th grade and put him on steroids. Apparently steroids make your dick not grow. Found that out later.
That's true. Yes, that's.
So trying to make it up, which is fucking. And he cried to me when I told him.
Now, we're not going to make any assumptions about George Knight now, even though we know he used steroids during his.
Okay, well, he did it later after puberty. I think it was because this guy started before he was done with puberty.
Okay. Shit.
If you start after puberty, I don't know that it can make your dick shrink, but if you start before puberty, apparently, I found this out after the fact because we would all talk about him later because he was like an old.
That's just tragic. Oh my God, that's just fucking tragic.
Here's how much of a whore he was. I live in a neighborhood, I told you, very small. I move in here after I'd already been married and had my daughter, and then we move in, and then I have my son. But when we move in this neighborhood, I live in a cul-de-sac, okay? There's 12 homes in the cul-de-sac. The woman at the end of the street, I would see this fat girl go by, this little fat fucking girl. Lola was like 8 or 10. And she was like, I was like, do you know that girl? She's about your same age. And she's like, that is so-and-so Palm. And I'm like, did you say Palm? And so I'm at the park, and the grandma's down there, and I don't say anything. And she's like, yeah, well, my daughters, both have children. They're divorced. Like, I take care of, what's her name? She comes over, whatever the girl's name was. I don't fucking know. And she said, yeah, she basically was, she's married to a guy named, where did you go to school? And I went Wade Hampton. She's like, he went to Wade Hampton. His name was Ken Palm. Did you know him? And I just went,
Oh, I thought you called him Palm because he was always palming his dick. Like,
No,
masturbate.
And I was like, that's her father? And I didn't say I did. I was just like, oh, yeah, I do remember he played football. He was a couple of years older than me. I think I remember him. I didn't say he cried like a baby bitch and literally picked me up when I tried to leave his house and begged me not to go. He's a horrible person. I dated this Filipino guy while I was like literally dating him. The Filipino guy was like literally a tenth his size, okay? Because he was so big and bulked out on his steroids. And the Filipino guy was like just cool. And I literally had told him, like, I don't want to date you. Like, seriously, like, we can still talk. And I'm going through the parking lot, like, walking through after the football game with the Filipino guy. And all I felt was my arms lifted in the air and then someone running away with me. And it was Kent had come up behind me after getting out of the football game, seeing me walking with this guy, lifted me up and carried me. Nowadays, you'd be like, that's fucking, we're going to call the police on that shit. But, you know, this is fucking 90s. Like, it wasn't like, oh my God, there's a woman getting carried away to his car. And then he just takes me to his fucking, he had a fucking nice car because his dad owned cars a lot. So get in the car now. Wow. How dare you be like, oh my fucking God, KB.
So he said, how dare you kind of glitched there. He said, how dare you be talking to that, what did he call a Filipino?
I don't even know what he called him, but he was just like, how dare you. He didn't say, like, he didn't say it actually, even though he was racist. I don't know that he said anything about him because the Filipino guy I was talking to was like very popular in school. Like, he was just not like football player. He was like, he was more popular, like, because he was funny and cool, and his family was really cool. They owned a Chinese. That's what I always thought was cool too. They owned a Chinese restaurant. We would order Chinese from all the time. He would show me how to make Chinese in the back and put all the MSG in it and everything. They were Filipino. Which when I would go to his house, I also thought was funny because they keep bags of, like, you know how we keep rice in boxes? Mm-hmm. They keep buckets of rice.
Yeah, bags. Yeah, is what we would use. Yeah, go on. Oh.
But yeah, like, very into rice, but like could cook wonderfully, and but they were a popular family, so he wasn't like that. He was more mad that he thought people thought we were still dating, and that I was walking through the parking lot with this other guy holding hands. Yeah, okay. And I had already told him we're like, no, like, we were never. Anyway, that's a stupid high school story. Let's talk about something else.
So was it like this all the while I was gone with our man Aristides not saying a word, and you're just kind of.
He just talked. He was telling me about where he wanted to live, which was, I said, "Where's your favorite?" Aristides made me laugh.
Where does Aristides want to live? The moon? What?
He's got to answer. Like, ask him. Say, Aristides. I just want to hear you ask it. Aristides, if you could live anywhere, where would it be? And then Aristides, you answer the same way. Just ask him.
You want me to answer?
Yes, go ahead and answer.
Where I'd like to live? I said I'd like to live where the weather is dry and breezy and not like humid and stagnant.
Okay. Which
does
that imply to us that you live in a place where it's humid and stagnant right now?
Seems that way for a lot of the summer, so I'm still kind of hurt over that. But, you know, pretty soon
I told him
it'll be
I'm
cold
not
as
a
shit.
meteorologist, so that tells me nothing about where he actually wants to live, unless I know all the weather conditions everywhere.
I think they're all going to shit right now with climate change. So it's kind of like
climate isn't real. Just ask Trump when he was in there and there was snow. He's like, all this snow in March up in Boston. Look at this, and they say the global warming. This is bullshit. Do you remember that? I remember that speech, and I remember laughing my ass off. Like, you don't understand global warming either. Grab him by the pussy, bitch. Keep grabbing him by the pussy, because that's all you got.
Yes, well, that's what he does understand. He understands that. Anyhow, in terms of
Aristotle also told me about. So then we went into. No, I'll let Aristotle talk, and then Aristotle, whatever the fuck. I'm sorry, Aristotle. You'll understand that if you ever re-listen. I'm bad with names, and it's not personal. It is. What did he say? Oh yeah, about conspiracy theories, and we both agreed that came from the CIA, which we agreed on. And then
what came from the CIA?
the terminology
Oh, okay.
of like calling labeling somebody a conspiracy theorist.
Oh, got it. Go on. Yes, thank you.
So, and then we were talking about the fires in Maui. I forgot the exact city in Maui, but
it's just Maui. It's just the fucking island. It's the whole island.
Right. Pretty much. I mean, but anyway, I think he was saying that on the last episode there were a lot of conspiracy things brought up, and I asked him. I said, "Well, what is your number one conspiracy theory?" And he said overall, and I thought we were talking about Maui, and I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, I guess that good is kept from us."
Yeah, and everything good is kept from us.
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
Which actually is a great answer.
Yeah.
But he thought I was meaning overall in the world. I just meant overall in Maui. And so then we were going back to that, and he was explaining things about that, things that I talked about. So
Okay.
yes, I shut up for a while.
Oh, and that means Aristides needs to talk because, of course, we want to get him while he still has some energy before he retreats into the gentle night. So, Aristides...
What else are we talking about?
Why do you always sound like you're coming out of a deep sleep every time?
Oh my God, shut up. I think he has a beautiful voice.
Oh,
I love
thanks.
his voice. I wish because I actually do like your voice. I think you know who I like your voice and Mark's. I wish Mark was here. Mark has a great voice too.
I can try and bring him on, but let's see. Let's add Mark on, see if he wants to come on, and we will add George Knight so that he can come on later. He said he won't be available for a while yet, but at least I'll add him onto the call so that he can come on later.
He's gonna come second. I'm not hanging up, George. Sorry. No, just because he said that, I will stay on.
We don't have no idea when he's coming on, if he comes on at all.
You know what? Not is because I called in that one night.
Yeah.
The last time I called in was only to ask George Knight a question.
Yes.
About whatever it was.
I remember. It was about, it had to do with roid rage, essentially.
Yeah, a roid rage and something I had heard about it and somebody that had died, and I wanted to ask his opinion. And you're like, George Knight's gone. As soon as Brooke said hello.
Yeah, he dropped. And then he dropped the other night because, he couldn't get a word in edgewise. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I said maybe it wasn't personal. I think George and I made up, but I mean, it seemed that way.
It just put it this way. I mean, it was the other night. The poor guy couldn't get a word in edgewise with Carmi on, and it was that was pretty irritating. It just is what it is. So
I'm not gonna say anything about that other than I can be annoying, but anyway.
You do have an awareness other people are on the call. There's at least a cognizance of that. Neither one of them answered, but they are at least now both able to jump on if they so wish. Altogether, it was so. At any rate, so what I'm going to try and do is psych myself up for a monologue. But by God, take your time.
And did fucking lines. You should be psyched up right now.
No, doing lines is just something that keeps me up throughout the night. I mean, I'm normally biologically up throughout the night, but it keeps me talking throughout the night. So, in terms of, however, the what I'm going to talk about, I've got a
Dude
segment.
called me the other day, Douglas Dietrich. He's been up for 48 hours. I know. 24 of them more than me, or almost, whatever. Anyway, and then he calls me back and he's like, I need to go, but we can't talk long because I gotta go jack off before I go to bed. And I'm like, how can you even jack off after being out 48 hours? I would just be like, I want to pass out. And he's like, that's the last thing I'm going to do. And again, males, females, I guess, but I wouldn't be grabbing the dildo after 48 hours.
Thank you for sharing
Douglas,
that.
He's like, I got one thing to do, Brooke, and I gotta go. Okay, we need to end this call. I gotta go jack off.
Okay. Well, there's. You could easily have kept me on by saying I'll give you something to jack off over, and turning on the camera, doing some little act or something. It could have gone in that direction. Just a suggestion.
I felt getting that, and I felt myself like totally ignore it and just be like, well, you should probably not jack off, but go ahead and go. Good night, bye, or good day, whatever it was.
Oh God. So
I've given you.
Who's jacking off?
I'll tell you who's jacking off. Plenty of people are jacking off to Douglas. Although very few of them are female is the problem. Knows what I'm talking about. I would not go further.
Oh my God. So
that's not implying Douglas is gay. What I'm implying is other people.
Oh my God. So at any rate, in terms of conversation, so Brooke's logic, not that I mean to take it back to this, but it was, after all, the reason that she came on. The reason that, and then when I came on, you were talking about supply lines. Actually, supply lines. You were talking about supply lines. Amazon, other. What? How did we wind up there? Aristides and yourself, or did you just kind of meander there?
I'll see if
supply lines.
Yeah, I came on. She was talking about Amazon and other people and deleries and shit, right?
When I came on. So we were talking about, I think Aristides, I think he means, look, I remember just saying, Aristides, I think he means when we were talking about, like maybe the money that went into, could have been one of the conspiracy theories as far as the Maui fires, and then we went to money. Remember how we went into that? And then I went into the kind of like rampage of, well, money in itself, if you work for money, you can't really ever be rich. Like, if you're working, I don't care if you're an or fucking pay $200,000 a year lawyer, unless you might seem rich, right? At $200,000 a year, you're nowhere near rich until you have enough money in the bank that are billions that are like the money's making itself, right? So at that point, that's kind of where I was going with that. Like, anyway, I think that's where you came into supply lines, like Amazon.
Okay.
Amazon, like Jeff Bezos, like there are people that occasionally hit the lottery, right? But that's why they put the lottery tickets out there, and that's why you have liquor stores also in every corner, especially on the ghetto. They have more, right? And you give people hope, right? Or you can't give them hope, you give them a way to drown their fucking misery.
Yes.
And then like occasionally somebody wins $500 on a lottery ticket, even though they don't realize they fucking probably spent $1,000 this fucking year just buying them every Friday. But it's like, it's hope, right? And so, but Jeff Bezos or people that, and Jeff Bezos like kind of built himself in some ways, all the money. Like, you can look at Oprah Winfrey, who kind of built herself, was given, I mean, like those are all, the names that we can play with. But like most of them, like you look at the Rockefellers, you look at the names, like most people that have the billions of dollars, that what we're talking about is they can sit there and they can play with the supply lines need to cut down, like Amazon, or fucking they can invest in real estate, right? And they may lose money in this real estate, or they may fucking invest in this company and lose in this one, or make a ton in this company, right? But at the end of the day, they've got enough money sitting in a bank. If it's like if you're making 5% interest rate, because you get a higher interest rate with more money you have in there, right? And so if you're making like, they were just telling my son like, oh well, your checking account only makes like 0.1%, right? But if you put this much in savings, you make 5%. Okay, if my son puts $5,000 in savings and he's making 5% a fucking month, I don't know what the fuck that is, but not fucking much. I can tell you what the fuck that is. But I can tell you if you have $5 billion or $10 billion making 5 to 10% a month, and that's before you've invested shit. You already have. You've made enough money to lose every company you're just like, I'll invest in that company because you're making it monthly.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's the problem with our whole like thing that I continue to tell you is being broken down by astrology, but I won't go into astrology because you don't like it. Anyway.
It's not that I don't like astrology. I mean, you're welcome to go there. Please feel free. I mean, there's plenty of people who would love it.
Let Aristotle, see, I forgot his name again. Aristotle talk.
Yeah.
Aristotle.
No, it came up. We were talking about Hawaii, and I brought up that what's going on could be an opportunity for basically a land grab, by whatever powerful entities wanted to get land away from from natives, who usually do not want to sell out their, what they consider to be their sacred land.
Thank you.
Which some of that is the case there. And, you're never going to get them to sell, but, how convenient if there would be a fire and now these people were displaced or whatever, or just for whatever reason, somebody wanted to grab up the land. And a lot of these ultra rich or powerful people do own a lot of very large seafront properties, and then she said something about the water level, rising. And I'm like, well, it's pretty funny. They're still buying up all these properties. And that's how she got to like, well, they don't really care, what I mean? They can afford to lose it if that's the case.
Right. Like, I guess, yes, that's where I was seeing it. Because if you're long-term looking like I am, I don't have the billions to lose or the millions to lose, right? So if I'm looking at buying money, I have 2 children, right? And I want them to be able, if they have kids, to, pass it down. My dad does. So even for me, so he wants to live on the beach, right? But we look at the fact that we know, like, well, I mean, we hope Florida's going to be underwater. I mean, fucking, we know who's down there. But besides Florida, like, there's pieces that we can look at the coastline. If you look at the science behind it, our coastlines are eroding, and it would be not economical long-term being the key word. Yes, if I'm just looking at my next 20 years, buy me a beachfront fucking post, right? That's what I'm saying. They can afford to do that. But if you're looking at 100 years out, like, and you're like, I believe the world will still be here. Let's pretend you're in that. And then you, like, or I hope it is, in 100 years out, will this land still be here? And you're looking at cost effectiveness because you don't have billions of dollars. Hawaii's really not the smartest place, nor is California, a lot of it, nor is a lot of coastline, period, you want to buy back, right? Because you're looking at coastline being eroded, you're looking at seawater's rising. Regardless, we don't have a pole shift or some other catastrophic, all the things that they come in with, we could call conspiracy theories. There's going to be a comet. There's going to be a pole shift. Like, we don't even have that. We're just looking at normal. We know that there's most likely going to be water erosion, sea levels rise. And that's what I was saying. Long term, that wouldn't be an effect. But what he was saying was, but the billionaires have the money there. And I'm like, yeah, but they can afford to lose. It's like Oprah has a house there. I mean, but she's making enough money every fucking day just in our bank account to buy 40 fucking of those houses. Yeah. So I'd buy one too in fucking Maui. Because it doesn't matter. Plus, she doesn't have any kids, by the way, except the one she sucks blood of, apparently. Also,
by the way, is that a serious statement? Because I wouldn't know. I would not be surprised.
That's what they say.
Did they really? Do you have any links? I'd love to see those links.
This is going off Ian West shit. Like, if you believe that there are people that are doing adrenochrome and that we're, like, killing children, right? Oprah Winfrey is apparently one of them. Now, I don't know any of that, and I am not saying any of that.
Oh, okay, got it. So that's Ian West stuff. I got it. Yeah, okay,
yes,
thank you.
But her name is in that whole, yes. Okay. What I'm trying to say. Like, right. Hillary Clinton,
right.
Her, whatever.
By the way, when it comes to what both of you were talking about on Maui, from what Peter Moon said, I didn't bother to check up on this, but it sounds quite believable. Only the impoverished areas or natural areas or historic areas got burned, and all the wealthy people have their estates so well protected geographically. They have so much property that their estates were just not within burning reach, apparently.
Geographically, the city that was, the main, that's why I said Maui, I can't remember the main city that was really...
Right, so what you said was correct in a sense. I mean, when I said, it's a whole fucking island, I mean, it's still an island. So, effectively... Yeah.
But part of it's like, it's just like Greenville or like San Francisco, like you remember how you have the loin, or what do you call it? The
Tenderloin. Yeah.
Tenderloin.
But,
it'd be like the Tenderloin getting burned up, or maybe more than that.
Oh, well, yeah. It's hard to find an analogy, but I do want people to know that for all intents and purposes, the island did burn from end to end, but apparently spared were all the wealthy places. Now, one thing I brought up, which Peter Moon then kind of just said, oh, no, it's more by dint of geography, but I did bring up the fact that certainly California brought to the fore a phenomenon that is also factored in for the rich, which is the wealthy in California. They have their own private mercenary firefighting companies. And so the areas that burn in California, oftentimes, unless it's something just so cataclysmic or catastrophic that the private mercenary firefighting company can't do anything about it, like, say, for instance, it truly became a firestorm. And, at that point, you've got a temperature hotter than the sun, and you've just got the fire is feeding itself like an atomic blast. If it gets to that point, then the private mercenary firefighting company can only, plant as much retardant.
Well, in California, that makes sense, but I will also agree with Peter on this. I believe it was, if you look at the geographic area that was burnt, and again, people can go back to conspiracy theory on why or what, but the area that was burnt, Maui, so you have a lot of locals living there, and so I don't know if I told you the other day, like, I watched 16 apartment buildings burn to the ground, like, randomly, and we had no wind, thank God. Zero wind. Okay, we're not at the ocean anyway, so there wouldn't be any wind. But then there wasn't high winds from the ocean, which happened to be that day super high winds. And you are familiar with this in California, and California has been smart enough because of all their wildfires. Sure, Australia the same way, to know cut power lines. And what I was explaining to Aristides was that if you look at what they did a warning, and you can say the U.S. was, maybe they did it purposely. I don't think so. They did a warning a couple years ago, like, basically how we say, what's your top five things you need to watch out for? Like, they could take Hawaii out, or you need to be prepared for. And, like, number one, I think, was tsunamis. They had tsunamis, hurricanes, volcanoes, but fire was not in the top five at all.
Yeah. They were really fucking stupid. They didn't take into account climate change.
They didn't take into the winds, and then so they didn't cut the power the way California even got, at one point shitted on because they didn't cut the power fast enough. But they didn't cut the power, and that's how it was jumping on
quite
poles.
True. Quite true.
It was jumping, and so you had apartment buildings, and it was just like when I'm watching this one. This was 16 units, and we had literally fire trucks coming from across town to fight. This is an apartment complex, but it was just the one total unit of 16, but it burned down. Okay, and I can imagine if there were high winds and we had the electric company there to cut shit off. If it hadn't, and to be honest, we don't get a lot of fires, but I'm assuming, number one, maybe they already know that. But, I mean, I'm in South Carolina. Who the fuck knows? Maybe they just watched it on Maui and were like, let's cut the power. We better cut the power. Because I saw I saw the power company out there. But they had cut power, and they literally took, just for this apartment complex that isn't even as big. To be honest, I mean, the entire fucking complex, like, the length is longer than my house. But I mean, it'd be maybe two of my houses put together, mushed together, if that. That's what it took. It took like 8 fire trucks, and they were out there, and dogs and cats died in it. Luckily, all the people got out. But I will say I went back to it, and I talked to the people. Anyway, I'm not going to go in there now right now. But that was another story. But yeah, it was so sad, and I cried. And
yes, thank you.
It was sad to see it.
Yeah.
And to then imagine, and I heard these people in Maui, like, in the cars, and, I told my son this. I was like, what happens? Because I always tell my children, like, I used to tell my daughter, like, when a girl got kidnapped from Target, he had followed her around Target, right? She was, like, 20 years old. He followed her around Target. She had no idea. She was there buying a birthday present. Like, she was 22. She's, like, buying a birthday present for somebody. This guy follows her around. She has no idea, but, security camera later, we could see him following her. We could see he'd end up on the aisle where she was. She's not paying attention. She's in Target. Okay. Remember, Target, the Coke aisle, which, by the way, you need to tell me where that Coke aisle is. Yeah. By the way, I talked to him the other day, and he's like, I'm going to buy cocaine. And I'm like, where are you going? He's like, I got to go in Target. I got to go.
I said Coke, liquid Coke, honey.
After he went to the liquor store.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna raid the fridge and get another can of liquid Coke right now.
Why do you get a can of your PBR that you were also buying?
I can't drink. But I mean, I try not to drink while I'm on air.
Why? Like, we would all appreciate if you did. Maybe it would shut you up a little bit.
I've got to take advantage of the fact that Aristides is still here, even though every once in a while funny noises will come from his microphone that sound like a slithering chain or something, like he's dressed like Mr.
I've got to go too, so like let him talk, please.
But wait, whoa, you can't go. Wait till I come back.
That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to be quiet while he talks.
Okay, well, I'll be back in just a few minutes. I'm just going to get another Coke. But Aristides is going to talk a little bit. But I have this image like he's dressed like Mr. T because he looks like Mr. T. Except, he's white.
T, because we went through the whole thing where I thought T Tank Berry was black. Whatever.
That's right. Yeah. So if you're listening out there, T Tank Berry, who is, of course, I'm not going to name him because he wants anonymity. But yeah, our lady Brooke Gibson thought that was Troy Bellamy coming to my door and giving me money through my door slot.
Until he told me what T actually stood for. I won't say it out loud. He did finally tell me. I'm like, thank you. I have to. The only way I remember a name is to associate.
Yes.
So that's why I do association. So until he told me what T Tank stood for, which he did finally this week, I'm like, oh my God, I finally remember. Until then, all I heard was T. And I'm like, I just picture, I grew up in the fucking 80s, Mr. T. So like, and then when I see Troy Bellamy, he kind of looks like a Mr. T.
Troy Bellamy is no Mr. T. Okay, maybe Mr. T if after he got cancer. Yeah, that's Troy Bellamy.
No, Troy's a big guy without the necklaces or whatever. But remember, because I said T Tank Berry. Just look down and see it. Mr. T was bald. Mr. T was like Aristotle. No, he was smart. Like the first thing Aristotle should have written is, if you going bald, shave your head. Which is what Mr. T fucking did to make him look cooler. And I'm pretty sure Troy Bellamy is like pretty shaved or just very thin on his hair. Like, he doesn't try to like, I'm going to comb over like fucking Trump. So
Mr. T had a mohawk.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that. I forget that later on he shaved it off, I think. Later on he shaved it off.
Yeah, he did have a bald head at some point. I know when he came back.
Yeah, probably chemo forced him to. He wasn't able to keep that mohawk during chemo. It never came.
God. I don't even want to go back and see the mohawk. That's gross. Yeah.
Oh my God! At any rate, so when it comes to so I'm sorry. I hate to say it. I'm so sorry, but just the idea. I mean, I had all kinds of solicitors just before the show started tonight, honey, and they were all Black African Americans, solicitors and Jehovah's Witnesses. For some reason, conspired to come to my door just before the show and just screwed up everything just during crunch time when I was trying to set my pillows up that I have to sit on for the next 12 hours. And,
I told you I was the enemy. Who do you think sent them all?
What was that, honey?
I told you I was the enemy. Who do you think sent them all?
But the funny image here is, not that it couldn't happen, but it would be unusual. It's just that, so our lady Brooke thought it was a black guy coming to my door and shoving money through my mail slot.
While you were naked the first time you entered the fucking door, I'm picturing Mr. T. Only I had not even seen Troy Bellamy. I'm just picturing Mr. T outside the door, and you're like, I'm naked. And then he's like, I got $100. And you're like, okay, come on in.
Oh God! Yeah. So yeah, like I said, T Tank Berry looks like your classic propaganda poster for recruiting for the Waffen SS. He looks like one of those Panzermen. He's blonde haired, blue eyed, and the kind of Nordic look that you always saw in those photographs of these guys. They all seem to have this very thinning blonde hair. They have a full head of hair, and at the same time, paradoxically, it's maybe because it's blonde. It always looks like it's thinning. That's how
men, especially with blonde hair. I've noticed like men with blonde hair, they do look thinner.
Yeah.
Like my dad's hair was blonde when he was young, but then it turned dark, which I guess that was mine too. Like if I didn't, because I highlight mine now. But my mom has white hair. She had white hair when she was born. like jet white.
Wow.
Now her
cool.
hair is thinning as she gets older. She still highlights it. Sure, her hair is getting thinning. I have my dad's hair, which is like as thick as shit. Like I fucking fry it, and half of it comes out. Trying to highlight it, and it's still fucking too thick. Bitch told me when like I would go in to get it highlighted, and they would be like, and they would see it being long, and they're like, it's gonna be $200. This was in the fucking late 90s. They'd be like, because the length, they're like, it's gonna be $200. Then they go through it and see how thick it was, and they're like, yeah, it's gonna be like. We ended up paying $250 and then tipping the people $300 and fucking 99. I'm paying to get my hair highlighted. So what, bitch? After I had Lola, because apparently when you have babies, like your hair gets thicker and then half of it comes out.
Oh shit! That
yeah.
fucking sucks.
Yeah, for most people, not for me. It comes back apparently, but it goes thin because the hormones lose. And she's like, "Your hair's so much thinner than it was," and I am like, "That is fucking awesome." Because I also would like sleep on my hair, and it would get so tangled because it's long and thick. Like it would take hours to get tangles out. Like if I didn't brush it every morning. Like if I was like, I don't feel like it. I'm hungover. I'm sick. Oh my god! By that night, it'd be like, yeah, we're gonna have to do like some oil treatments because you got fucking like mice living underneath your hair. And it's like, the great thing is like it's straight as a stick. So I have straight as a stick hair, won't hold a curl, but thick. So yeah, I'm lucky enough. Even as I get older, and it is starting to get. I can tell it's thinner than it was. But my mom's hair is like fucking like what you're talking about, like those guys. Like I can see her scalp.
Okay, that's what I mean to say. It's they have a full head of hair, and yet you can see the scalp through it. Yeah.
Scalp. That's my mom.
Yeah.
Like,
interesting. But definitely, what was I going to say? It's not an unpleasant look. For a woman, it's probably harder and probably manifests less pleasantly, but for men it's aesthetic enough.
Well, my mom actually can grow hers long enough, and then she knows how to like make it look, just put some powder, make it look good. But I mean, and healthy vitamins and collagen, and there's stuff like that. But I mean, yes, I know what you're talking about. Is my point.
Got it. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Smells you see that are like, because my mom had that white hair. Is what I'm saying. I was born in between them, so I have some of her. But my dad had blonde hair. It went dark. I'm assuming if I just let mine grow, this would be darker, without any highlighting. And that white hair, it just seems to thin as you get like a little older, like 40s. It just really thins.
Right.
Like hers was never thick at all, like mine ever. But it's just a natural. It's just genetically. I mean, it's just like fucking white men can't jump. It's just genetic. So, Aristotle, can you jump?
Not too much. No.
But by the way, so like I said, here's something Aristides can answer to as an engineer. I'm going to, like I said, take a short break, get another Coke, come back, and but while I'm running for that Coke, Aristides can give us his impression. Personally, I'm not impressed. I do want people to know that India supposedly made a historic first landing, an uncrewed landing.
No, they didn't. Just kind of like the U.S. never did. Nobody's in the moon. The moon doesn't even exist. Ask fucking Florida boy.
By the way, she's joking.
We're on a flat Earth. The Earth is flat, and that's just fucking fake shit you're looking at anyways.
No, but in all fairness, okay, there is no evidence they landed. It's all CGI. All we're seeing is CGI bullshit. And it's like, it's laughable. But anyhow, tell us as an engineer what your impression.
There's no evidence that you're a vampire, or that you can be like, I can put down Downey. I can put down fucking Kennedy Jr. for doing like he did everything. Like, I still do drugs because I'm a vampire. That makes me, like, where you should vote for me if there's ever, like a war. I should be your head of state, period, because I can do drugs and still be a vampire. And no, don't ask for evidence. There's no evidence other than what I say. My mom was half vampire. Okay, that's what a vampire, what do you say, like the word? Anyway, there you go. That's what I got for you, bitches.
Anyway.
And forget the boy that said, oh my God, I have some actual facts that can prove what fucking you're gonna come back on this bullshit. You go ahead, but I can tell you right now, you're not gonna go down that road with Kennedy without actual fucking facts that I fucking have. Fuck that. Go ahead, Aaron.
Wait a second. Okay. Wait a second. Whoa. I don't see the connection.
I do. You're like, I would not vote for him, but I'd totally vote for me.
Yeah, that's but the I didn't say not to vote for him because of drugs. I never said it was the drugs.
No, what you said, which was worse, which was talking about the vaccines, which we will get into if you, or we can go into it now and then I'm gonna hang up.
Oh, don't hang up. I'll be back. So let me go mute. Aristides can give his impression of what's going on.
Well, you said the India. I'm not too familiar yet with the India moon landing, but apparently this just happened. I'm looking at something right now.
Yeah.
They had a little thing. It looks like a little CGI video.
It's all CGI. It's all fucking CGI. And everybody's
coming from someone that I am not allowed to say, and I will not say their name. But there's a person I know that I got in trouble for saying you, and then I got accused of being like, I don't know, like a false flag enemy for just saying that's what they say. That I don't look like my pictures, that I look a lot younger. Like CGI or something edited. You must be the enemy. There was a person. I can't remember who that person. I don't know who that person was. I'm just saying.
That is so misframed. That is completely misframed. That's not what happened. Anyhow, I've said to everyone, all my photos, I use facial alteration through. Not only do we use such things as the makeup, but there are also facial prosthetics that are applied. I've given demonstration videos of this before, as well as wigs. I also have made use of wigs, hair extension, and of course, what's
made use of the most
what's also called
makeup in the world. Okay,
and what's also called photopentimento, which means I literally paint over some of these photographs. I've said all this.
There you go, and that's what I mean. Because if I was to not paint over my shit, and I was just like, I got some hair extensions and I got some makeup on. You know what picture you get? The pictures you get of me. The only picture you ever got edited even a little, and I was very slightly editing. I mean, my little brows. It'd be like what Nima would be like, I don't think those are her eyelashes. And he'd be right. Because on that little CGI photo thing, it said, you'll make your eyelashes longer. And I was like, fuck yeah. And that was the one for fucking you and me or whatever on your fucking birthday or whatever the fuck I sent. Whatever. I don't know what
at any rate,
that black and white one.
And then you should have altered what was sent to Beaver, because then that idiot said, oh, look, she had a mustache that she had removed.
And that's what's hilarious. 9 times out of 10, when I send him a picture, I just take a shot. I was in the fucking car. Beaver wouldn't show himself. And I just held the camera up and took a shot. The problem was the lady, and later on, Douglas was like, what was that on above? She said she's got a milk mustache. I was like, what are you talking about? So I go back and look, and so basically I'm in shadow, and it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So the shadow was beaming, and you can show it to anybody, I don't care. And it looked like, and then when I saw it, I'm like, oh god, it does kind of like that, because it looked like my skin was darker.
Yeah.
But then where the light was coming across, it was right across
your upper lip, right across your upper lip.
And so it looked like that bright light made it look like, because I sent another picture to you to show me. Remember, I already got on video right then. I was like, see, this is me.
Yes.
But I also was like, if he thought that I had a mustache removed, that would have been a serious mustache. Because
yes, that's right.
I would have had to have a black mustache that was so thick.
Yeah, like you said, that had blocked out the sun for 10 years. Yeah.
10 years, and then had to run through, because it was just this white light going right across there. And he was like, she got a milk mustache. Of course, instead of Douglas taking up for me, he was
did! I said it wasn't electrolysis. I said it was from the cock you sucked from that hermaphroditic cock.
You're like me. You made a joke of it, which is hilarious. You were like, no, that's just from the cock she sucked earlier. It's just a white milk mustache.
Yes, it's like a milk mustache, except it's come from that bull dyke cop. Yes. Who probably had a dick, I said, yes.
Yeah. And
hey.
That would be the last thing.
Yeah, so Aristides, he said, hey.
All right, no, okay.
Yeah.
Now this, That's fascinating.
What we're talking about?
No,
Or
I'm
this?
looking. Okay, now real quick, I'm looking at this India moon landing thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, this little video. So, is this even being portrayed as
real? Yeah, believe that shit.
No. Because here's the thing. Because it looks like a computer representation of what's going on, and like the question is, if this were to be a real video, like it's video from like it would look like a second. There would have to be a camera separate from the moon.
Thank you. In other words, they would have had to have landed a camera to take a picture of the lander, right?
Right. Yeah. So is it even being portrayed as real, or is it just kind of like they had like a little iconic representation up on their screen?
This is what I can't believe, because it's blowing my mind. Basically, the Asian Indians have pulled this shit, and everyone is going, "It's real. It's real." I'm talking about every government. The Americans, at least the Americans and American media are pushing it as our Asian Indian allies, because they're sucking up to the Asian Indians because they.
Oh my God, you're such an idiot.
Oh, how so, honey?
Because there's only one of two options here.
Okay.
You and Aristotle are right that it's completely faked.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's just CGI.
Okay, wait. So there's two options. So faked or real. Yeah. So if you want to land on the fake side, so there's your first two options.
But not only that, honey, it's like you see the lander landing, so they'd have to have had a second lander.
I am fairly certain that I just watched my fucking neighbor going, and I thought this fucking he was going up with this little stupid thing with his phone to the helicopter up above. So I'm fairly certain. Hopefully nowadays, if we actually could, now let's just say it was real, you could send somebody to the moon. I would hope to God they would have a little thing to launch a few of those. What do you call those? Like Android, what do you call them? Not androids.
Well, they say it's uncrewed, meaning it's supposed to be a robot. Theoretically, automated.
Yeah, the whatever thing we fucking send up my neighbor had. What am I saying, Aristotle?
Drone.
Drones. Thank you. Yeah. Drones. So we could send a few drones down first to get our landing. That's not unheard of. I hope to God, if I go to the moon, they better have a bunch of drones, because if I blow up and die, I want it to be sent Douglas Dietrich first.
But honey, that means they would have sent a drone to photograph the drone.
No. What I'm trying to say is that the drone could latch other drones off first to get the landing.
Right. But if you look at it, you see it's all CGI. You could see it's CGI.
My point is not that. My point is there's two scenarios, and once you land with one of them, so if you land with it's CGI, which is fine, we can both go there. I actually have no opinion on it. I really don't. So I'm not arguing that it's not CGI. I'm agreeing with y'all both. It could very well be CGI or may most likely. I haven't studied it enough. What I am saying is if you say it's CGI, what I was calling it idiotic on is that when you're like, it's CGI, they're just trying to join the parties of the U.S. and the Russians. I want to go,
Well, maybe they really were landing. It's just that they didn't want to show any actual either they didn't have live video and they're just flying by instruments, or they didn't want to show it so that you couldn't see the craft of the 1,000-year Reich in exile flying by. So they just had this little cartoon thing.
Yeah, but
that's my point. You either have to go one of two ways. We've never landed on the moon, and we're just doing this because...
Well, wait a second, honey. Honey, that's not what we're saying. But even what Aristides is saying is half facetious. But the point is that, but let's be logical about this.
I finish, can you not mansplain to me? Let me finish. Let me finish, and then you can mansplain, okay? I would like to say this. If you believe it is CGI, there has to, everything, always, I told my daughter this a long time ago, follow the money. Follow the money. What's the reason they would do this, okay? If you think, it's just because India needs to be, they think if they just land on the moon, which we haven't done since the 50s, and half of the fucking world doesn't even think we did, or at least America, half the fucking conspiracy theorists, especially since QAnon, think we didn't even do that, all right? So then half of them even think there's not a moon at all. Like, I don't know what the border is. But my point is, we're going to get so rich if we just land on the moon. We'll CGI fake it. So at that point, follow the money. So either they CGI. Why would they CGI fake it? That is my point. Why would they? Aristotle just went into why. He gave one reason. That's not the only reason.
What reason did he give?
He just was like, maybe. He said
so that they wouldn't show the technology of the 1,000-year rank in exile.
Anyway, right. Maybe they don't even want us to know what's on the moon. I mean, we've got all this alien shit coming out, which you don't believe in. Maybe they want us, maybe because alien shit's coming out, they needed another country that we think is third world that will just be like, oh, well, see, there's nothing on the moon. We were totally wrong. I don't fucking know. And they did it in a fucking back factory. My point is, follow the money. That's when you start making sense to me. Because when you're not following the money, you're just like, it's CGI. Okay, well, then that's fine. It's CGI. I can agree with you on that. But then at that point, you got to tell me why would you spend all this to do this?
Okay, so back to Aristides. You were going to say something just a moment ago, so say it.
I don't know. I don't think they were really trying to portray that. It's bizarre. You know?
Thank you.
But what's even funnier is they might be doing better than Russia because, see, 3 days ago, Russia's first lunar mission in decades crashes into the moon.
Yes,
so
that's right.
India's doing better than Russia.
Yeah, but by the way, everything Russia sends into space crashes. I mean, they tried to send a probe to Venus and it crashed. They tried to send a probe to Mars and it's crashed. I mean, the idea that Russia can do anything is a joke. But when it came to what the Asian Indians did,
that is so racist against Russia. My mother and grandfather are both Russian.
Honey, I speak the language. I speak the language, honey.
I know. I don't. When they came over, they didn't allow it because they thought that we would be like persecuted. And now I'm glad that they didn't allow me to speak Russian because you would have persecuted me.
Ooh, Aristides, go on.
You can't be racist against Russia because they're comprised of 130 different ethnic groups.
Thank you. It's true. He's quite right. He's quite right. But
I came from King Alexander and Queen Catherine's throne line.
That's delightful. It's delightful. So the other thing to mention here is that this is what I'm saying, is that America is really sucking Asian Indian cock right now because they want them as a geopolitical partner against the Sino-Slavic Synaxis. And it's really fucking stupid because the Asian Indians, all they care about is themselves. You couldn't trust them as far as you could kick a turd. They're only looking out for themselves.
No, that is actually racist.
No, it's not. They themselves will tell you that.
I would not trust a fucking half a Chinese, half a
No. You don't understand what I'm saying. I'm talking about as a nation. I'm saying as a nation, their geopolitics.
Can you imagine a half Chinese, half Japanese, half American with 7 wives?
I'm talking about geopolitics, not individual Asian Indians. And so, what is that noise?
Well, if you're going to go with geopolitics, then I would say that at the same time, you would say America fucking sucks. And I would say fucking China sucks. And I would say Japan kind of sucks.
It
all sucks. Because you're talking about geopolitics.
But before you go in those directions, so because America's sucking up to the Asian Indians for their own reasons, wishing to exploit them geopolitically, they're saying the Asian Indians did this. And they're reinforcing this, and the Asian Indians claim they did it. But if you were to really land a drone on the moon, why not take footage of your surroundings?
Okay, why not? I'm asking you to follow the money. I agree with you. Yeah. Maybe we are exploiting India, at least geopolitically, not individual farmers who are standing up against America and Bill Gates. But if you're talking about geopolitics,
and when I said you can't trust the Asian Indians, I mean as a nation.
What is about the moon?
Yeah.
Whoa! Suddenly all this alien shit coming on, and then why we're like, oh, back to the moon, the moon, the moon.
Yeah.
So follow the trail of money. What is the point? You're not giving it to me.
Well, I'll give the geopolitics of it later, but Aristides, answer to Brooke while I get ready to go to Coke, but I want to hear a few moments of your talking. I'll go get my liquid Coke, but what do you think could be behind this farce?
I don't know. I'm just really finding out about this. I didn't know anything about it, so...
But you would ask the same question, right? Why not take... Why not take footage of their surroundings, right? I mean, why not have
other than the stupid little cartoon video that I just saw pop up? Like, was there any maybe search around for any other video? You know, where they must have had something. Was there video of a rocket launching?
You would think.
You know, something. There must be something else out there to see. You know.
I mean, yeah,
to think that they completely faked this. You know what? What do they do? Just like shoot up an empty rocket and be like, okay, now turn on the cartoon.
That's what it seems like. That's sure not what it seems like.
I mean, this day and age, it could happen.
Thank you. There, see, and Brooke. I mean, there you go. See, we're all amicable about this.
No, you just went back to the same bullshit, which is, you know what? We could show right now with some fucking bullshit CGI that I'm pretty sure Ian West could do in like 5 minutes. That Douglas Dietrich flies out like a vampire and lands on top of my house and then comes in my and fucks me and I suck his dick. And that would all be CGI. Okay? Every single piece of it. And hopefully anybody that knew me would know it was CGI, right? But my point is, that can be done. I agree. What you're not saying is, well, why would Ian West take that? Well, he's fucking on drugs, so maybe if it took him 5 minutes.
Buddy, it's not even good CGI, right, Aristides? It's not even.
My point is, if a country's gonna do that, why? And you know that. Follow the money. Shut up. You and I have agreed on that before. Follow the money, and that's what I'm asking.
Okay, so where do you think the money would take this? And so with that, I'm going to go grab my Coke. But Aristides, answer this: where would the money? Where would be the money trail for this?
Ooh. I don't know. I'm at a loss for this. They
By the way, I'll get my Coke now, Aristides. I hope you're enjoying the show. Brooke went on camera.
Wait, let me switch back. Wait. Yeah, I don't know. If they were seriously trying to do a CGI, they could have done so much better. Like, look what they do in movies and shit. And like, you know. So this
question.
There's something else to this. I don't know.
Why did they do it? Why would a country put themselves on the line and be like, we're going to go to the moon? We're not really. We already know that America was fucking thought of is lying about their bullshit. Now we're going to get accused of lying about our bullshit by at least half the world. So where's the...
I don't know, for clout, you know, like you said, for international clout, you know, like, hey, we're a real country now. We're a real player.
I mean, with that kind of graphics, why didn't Nigeria do it?
Right. I don't know. It takes some more research to figure that one out.
I mean, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm not accusing you of not following the money, but like, there has to be a bigger trail than that. You could have South Africa do it. You could have Australia have already gone through the moon, have better fucking CGI if you're calling it CGI. So therefore, and again, not saying it's not CGI, but therefore, you have people that can do that, good or bad. So why? And to be honest, Indians, I mean, we recruit them here because of a lot of they have a lot of computer skills. So we think they would be pretty good at some CGI. And therefore, are they doing it to make it bad CGI purposely? And or is it because they landed on the moon, like you said, and they don't want to see it? And or they thought it, for some reason, thought that was good CGI, and we would stupidly buy it. And or it wasn't CGI. Do you understand all those? The why? Just follow the money back. Why did they do it? Because it's either bad CGI, we're going to purposely make it bad, people are going to question it. Well, why? And you got to have, America's got a hand in everything. Britain's got a hand in it. If you don't think the European, it's a hand in that. The big numbers, like you have to look at that. So where is it? And again, I don't have the answer. I'm asking you.
I don't know. There could have actually been a spacecraft. It's just that's not what we were seeing on the screen. There could have been one. So.
You know, I mean, that's like, they talk about that with our American landing, that either it didn't happen and or it did happen, but they didn't show us everything and they bullshit shit, or like this shit that they said that they saw on the dark side of the moon, like all these different, again, conspiracy theories. It loads more, and I'll be honest, just going off my stupid brain cells as I'm coming through this, because to be honest, I did know about it, but only briefly, and I didn't really give a shit. Saw it like in the last 24 hours. I would think after talking it out with you that this most logical answer, I'm thinking, no, I could be completely wrong, would be as a distraction. Why is that?
It could be. A lot of things are distractions, but I don't know. I'm going to try to look up a little more about it while we're on here. But in the scheme of things, I don't know if India's moonlander is going to be the big ticket here to the show.
It's not a big ticket.
In a week, it's going to be something else. In the news. Nobody's going to.
That's the point. It's continually something else, and that wasn't a big distraction. But why? So if it's not a real, I don't know, distraction, or here's the thing: either we as a society, meaning people that aren't the big numbers coming together,
yes, honey,
are either starting to come together as a collective, meaning collective consciousness, which beats the higher domain and powers, which they're continually wanting. You could look at it that way, wanting to distract because they're coming out with something like your gang and function research until their next disease that comes out, and continually, which will, mark my words, between now and 2030, you're looking at a lot of fucking shit.
But that's going to happen organically.
It won't be organic.
Are you saying you don't believe that diseases emerge organically?
Oh, I do. I completely believe disease. Well, actually, we could argue that. We could fucking, if we were to go to like the Zacharias Sitchin bullshit. But diseases in themselves can obviously, or viruses, which are not viruses and bacteria, which are two living things, both can obviously come across as far as organically. Yes, we have those. As a matter of fact, there are many times where they've proven bacteria on your face and things actually keep people that are like so anti-OCD, like dry out their face. The bacteria is good for your skin, right? So we have probiotics in our stomach that are good for us. So like you have good bacteria. But so living things that we don't see necessarily, yes, those are there. What I'm saying is gain of function research is about taking viruses and bacteria and mutating them into a place where, oh my God, suddenly my body, because bodies slowly over time, just like whether we would say we were the monkeys or we just completely, 2,000 years ago, I probably couldn't have fought the flu that we have now. But my body slowly like adapts, right, to the flu that we have. So you adapt to what's there. What they're talking about is gain of function is suddenly being able to take a virus and a bacteria they can put out that is not something that your body has ever adapted to. It means like they're looking now at A1 and ACE1 and ACE2 inhibitors. They're looking at H1, H2, H3, H4, and H5, which control different things in your body as far as immunity. And they are looking at other things that I won't go into scientifically, but like those things are what they're looking at as far as they merge them. And they're like, these two, and again, when you talk about race or population, they can actually do that, meaning we know that, like, for instance, Black people are more, African American people are more more likely to get, what is the red blood cell anemia? Not just anemia, but
sickle cell anemia.
Sickle cell anemia. Thank you very much. So they are just likely to get sickle cell anemia. Different races have different weaknesses. We can look at a Tower of Babylon, and I could go into that and why everything happened. But at the end of the day, yes, certain races have different weaknesses. And so if we have regular doctors already doing this, you've always got to remember that your countries that have the most money, your people, which is your countries, and I don't mean your president, I mean your peoples, people.
Mm-hmm.
Been researching what you think is suddenly brand new science. Like when we thought we got the fucking iPhone and we were like, oh my god, a smartphone? What does this do? Like they were probably like smartphone technology had existed 10 years for them, okay, or like the technology that we suddenly get, okay, or more. So when we're getting anything biological is really where we are now, because biologically and technologically it's merging. So it's biotech now, right? So where you hear Elon Musk saying we're going to implant these brains, where you hear about they're going to make what's this thing kidding around about super soldiers real or not, now with what they're doing with the other term that I cannot remember that they're using for biotech, that particular research is completely going to be able to make, if you're super rich, super people. And what I mean by that is their DNA, they're figuring out what is the term. I know someone out there knows it. The term is fucking they use it all the time. Fuck, you don't make me use it.
Honey, well, just say what the term's supposed to mean. Maybe I'll be able to figure it out.
A term where it can basically takes your DNA and it ups
gene editing?
No.
Okay. You got off camera.
I know, because I had to go Google and I can't be on camera when I'm.
All right, well, while we're figuring that out, I did find, I put it in the text chat here, what seems like a more believable video, a little clip of the India lander going to its landing site. Now that looks real. Now why that wasn't the video that they came up in all the searches, and I had to dig for that, and the little fake one is the one that you see in all the news clips. I don't know, but so okay, that's at least real looking.
So thank you. And so what this means is that if they landed a drone on the south pole of the moon, obviously it did not go into the crater, because then everything would either be in shadow or in brilliant light, or the crater actually supposedly protects from that, but at the same time may have prevented it from taking anything other than the walls of the crater or perhaps structures inside it. So it didn't go into the crater on the south pole of the moon, but it may be very well on the south pole of the moon in this general area, and has filmed some, again, shall we say, realistic. It's probably real, and it's probably shall we say, it's predictably barren lunar landscape that it's filming. So it's not shaking up any shaking any
foundation. They're not going to just have a live unedited feed of whatever might happen. They're not going to do that.
Yes.
So they took this one clip and they're like, all right, we can let this one out.
Yes. And now, is there any real footage, or is it just a clip?
That's the thing I posted.
Yeah. So it's just what we see. What we see is what we get. Okay, she's back on camera, but she seems to have glitched. Like she's frozen in time.
I don't know how I'm on camera.
What's that?
I don't know how I'm on camera.
Oh, it's just like the camera freeze. It freeze framed on my Skype. No big deal. And so are you taking a look at this moon surface from India's thing, honey? Are you taking a look at that, or are you looking up there at Robert F. Kennedy Jr. opens up, in which doubtless he talks about his former heroin addiction? Not that I judge him.
First of all, I have no desire to look that up, you idiot, because...
see how emotionally attached you are to this? I mean, oh my God!
It's idiotic. Why would I look that up? Whether he, I already went.
No. I mean, it's just up there in the text box. That's all I'm saying. On this guy text box.
Why would I look that up? Either he was and he came off and he deserves Bravo credit, unlike you, or and he's just like you. And why are you still either way, idiot? Shut up about it. Drugs, no.
Oh my God. So, honey, obviously you're.
If he was drugs back then, he obviously is not some heroin addict now. And if he is a heroin addict...
Well, wait a second. Okay, go on with what you were saying. I was going to say, how do we know? Not that I care.
Pull all this off? I mean, fucking, we should totally vote for him. I'm like, fuck. I mean, like, biggest fucking problem is his voice, and that's a whole nother translocation thing. I don't fucking know. I don't talk about it. Okay. I'm too looking up the fucking type of fucking, and I don't know why no one fucking can get this word.
What? Tell us again what the word is supposed to mean.
What if I knew the fucking word, I would tell you the fucking word, bitch.
No, I mean, like, what is the word supposed to imply?
That they are fucking, like, the way that they are doing DNA now, it's like, I can't, like, obviously.
CRISPR, is the term CRISPR?
CRISPR, thank you, bitch. Oh my God, yes. Love you, and I will come out on camera now. You rock. CRISPR.
So wait, so thank you, honey, for getting back on camera. There we are. So why is CRISPR significant to whatever argument you're making?
Well, what do you think CRISPR is?
Well, CRISPR is an acronym, just so people understand, and it is an acronym for, if I remember correctly, clustered, regularly interspaced, short palindromic repeats. So it's a technology that research scientists use to selectively modify the DNA of living organisms. So it was adapted, I think, for the laboratory from basically naturally occurring genome editing systems that are found in bacteria. So that brings us back to the bacteria that you were coming from, right?
So, yes. So you're basically looking at CRISPR was basically used, basically, it was made in a similar way to what you're discussing as far as that goes. Meaning, yes, they modified bacteria, but this was modified on genes. And basically they did it as researchers just said, you know, with when they were doing basically what we've done to, which we know now, we were making bacteria and viruses to be bioweapons. CRISPR was, you know, editing, it allowed basically whatever the scientists, like them to say, and I'm trying to look this up right now actually, create cell, because since fucking what's his name can read online, let me do it quickly. Which researchers can use to accelerate research into diseases such as cancer and mental illness. In addition, CRISPR is now being developed as a rapid diagnosis. So that is what CRISPR has been used as far as, yeah, that's what basically we've said about CRISPR. That it's going to be great for that. But what CRISPR is basically, and actually you can go into a public medical, this is actually on PMC, fucking the government website even has a fucking question. The promise of CRISPR for human germline editing and the perils of playing God. I mean, when your own government is already like having to say CRISPR allows bioscientists to, in parentheses, play God potentially when it comes to editing the human germline. Now, many in the biotechnology field are unsure how to address this concern, blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to go to all that. Finally, I discuss how members of the bioscience community might respond to the objection of playing God. And what CRISPR is allowing, and then you can go into deeper research on it, what CRISPR and then other genetic things that we have done will be allowed to basically make me into the super me, meaning like I have like no fucking problem remembering names, and I don't want to be friends with someone like Douglas Dietrich because but I have exact empathy on when I need to, and I know exactly what to, like all the things that would be like edit out of your genes. This, like, you don't have OCD, you don't have addictions, you mentally and like all these genetic. That's what it's going to allow. So and then also live 300 years, right? But it's only going to be allowed. How many people can afford a house on the beach of Maui again, Aristotle? That is who's going to be able to buy this. So you're going to have people buying genetics the same way they're buying fucking organs now.
Well, I don't know if they could very easily modify an already grown person. I think it's more likely that they modify,
no.
you know,
yes.
the egg.
yes, you're correct. It's not about modifying the actual person. It's about setting up genetic lines.
Right.
So like
the new people that they create would be enhanced,
like,
not you. You can't take your $1 billion and just go genetically edit yourself.
Set up and be like, my baby's going to be super fucking baby.
Yeah.
And then you've got genetic lines set up for this, and those are the people with the money, and then that's
Right.
where, again, you've got now a problem. So will that continue? Now, is that going to happen? I don't know. But what I'm saying is that is a scientific, already out there, scientific question, right? And you can, I don't know if y'all are old enough to remember when we were all like, oh my God, Dolly, the sheep, it was cloned. Oh my God, that was huge. Pretty sure they probably cloned a lot of shit before that. I was just wondering.
Yes.
But so what I'm trying to say is this is already, like, if you look at it, it's not like just Ian West shit. Like, this is shit that's out there. They're discussing. So, you know, is it going to happen? Or are we going to stop it? You know, like, but those things, and like, do you think, because they're not just going to be like, oh, you know, Brooke, I heard Brooke and Douglas talking. They're so sweet, and like, you know, that Aristotle, he's funny. Like, we should just give them their genetics are passed on. They live 300 years, and their kids are super smart. Pretty sure, unless they're giving us all a beach house too, like it'll be a lottery for CRISPR technology, is what it's going to be next.
Well, honey, what? All I can say is, so what got you on the CRISPR trip all of a sudden? How does this connect to originally RFK Jr. and drug abuse, and what's the connection here with? Then you brought up the Tower of Babel. How's that again? You brought up the Tower of Babel. How does that fit?
Oh, Tower of Babel. I love to get into that. You want to go in Tower of Babel, or you want to? So, well, none of three have to fit. They all fit together eventually. But I was not saying this had anything to do with necessarily directly to RFK Jr. What I was saying was I'm talking about our entire structure.
Uh-huh.
Don't go into. You didn't say don't go into, so I'll do it. I told you since 2008, Pluto is the destroyer. Pluto destroys whatever it comes into.
Do explain to our listeners you're talking astrologically now. So
astrologically, Pluto destroys whatever it comes into.
Uh-huh.
Okay, it's a destroyer, and it's not like Saturn. Saturn, if you read about your Saturn return, Saturn's like, I'll reward you if you're good, and you know, Saturn's kind of hard return when you have Saturn in your house. I'm ruled by Saturn, so it really sucks. But you know. I don't know with Douglas Dietrich and all of you hate me like it's a Saturn fucking thing. But what I'm saying is Saturn is the time. He keeps time and he keeps structure. Okay, he's very structure oriented. You can see that actually that's the difference in Peter Moon and I. We have the same birth date, and he actually is ruled by Saturn as well. The difference in him and I is my Saturn was in retrograde when I was born, and what that means is that your Saturn comes out later in life, whereas his was not in retrograde. So therefore, his structure was very early on. My structure's still dealing with Saturn. I'm trying to get structure, okay? But what I'm saying is I retrograded against my own Saturn. Fast forward, Pluto. This is all we'll get. Pluto, he's such an outward planet. He basically affects everyone. Our planets do that. They affect everyone. Now, can they affect personally? Yes. If you put the planet in it, whatever. It's a personal sign. But regardless, we're talking about the world. And so Pluto comes in and he destroys. And so what he does, that's his role. So that's like, so Pluto, destroyer. He doesn't give a shit. He's like, kind of like when you hear me, especially when I'm drunk, I don't even care what you're saying. Just shut up. Like that would be Pluto. I don't even care what you're doing. Just stop doing it. That's what Pluto says. I don't care what you're doing, but you're going to fucking do it different. I don't even care how you redo it. Just do it different. That's Pluto, okay? So he comes in. When he comes into each sign. And when he comes into the sign, it's whatever that sign rules. And he only comes in because he comes in basically in a sign he's in there about 30-something years. So in your lifetime, you're lucky you may see him three signs. You know, you're 90, maybe it depends. Maybe you'll get him 4, but some of them he's longer, sometimes he's shorter. But it's an average of 30. He'll be an Aquarius for 30 something years. Capricorn was a little shorter from 2008 to 2024, although he will come back and forth in Capricorn a little bit more. He won't leave Capricorn for good in January of 2024. And what you have seen since he entered it was the very first thing that happened, and I wasn't even into astrology then. What happened? You had your fucking crash of the housing market and our whole fucking crash of the U.S. economy, right?
Yeah, the world economy, really. Go on.
The world. So what Capricorn rules? So when he came in Capricorn rules, because he's ruled by Saturn. Capricorn rules structures. It rules government, banking, anything structured. It rules. So rules, laws, everything that is structured. So all those things. So when you're seeing the uprisings of the people, you know, Black Lives Matter come out, and the truckers in Canada, and the French people stand against this, and the banks collapsing, and us coming up. Wait a minute, then we have fucking currencies coming up, and these new currencies that are coming, and then, oh no, don't do those currencies. But then now government's taking over those currencies. Pluto's like, you know what? You can fucking figure it out. I'm going to Aquarius next, but I destroyed pretty much, and I let Trump come in. Okay, I let you fucking figure out. And I don't mean Trump is, like, I'm not even trying to say for pro-Trumpers that it was bad. Trump brought out, because sometimes you got to go worse before you get better. He brought out what? He brought out the things that were hidden in us, the racism in America that was hidden, right? There was so much that was brought out. And so that's what Pluto does, is like, you need to reform. You've been in this situation long enough. You got to rebuild. So by January of 2024, that'll pretty much be broken. So I will see some more banking collapse, or you will see some other things fall on and off. But what happens then, he goes into Aquarius, and that's a whole another deal. And you have to figure that fucking out for yourself, because I don't get paid for this shit.
That's adorable. That's cute. Thank you, honey. I think that it's impressive that our numbers stay up through these kinds of conversations. And so you do well, really, and Aristides too, of course. By the way, just curious.
I figured out what ties it all together with CRISPR. We can finally create a viable political candidate.
So with the
all those mixed up. If you ask Douglas, if you were to ask Douglas, because he's a Libra, he'll be like, "Wait a minute, you already have."
Yes, there we are. Yeah.
That's right. Well, I'm a Libra too, but Douglas.
Yeah, there we are.
Two fucking line kiss Ashley. Oh my.
So honey, oh my goodness! Now she's gone black on us in terms of the light went out. I guess her camera fell down, or I hope she didn't fall down. There she. What did she say?
You know what you two guys will never be? Best friends. Two Libras, y'all can handle each other for so long, but then you'll be like, who is the better?
So what are you drinking? Darling, with your can, the can we're seeing. We see a can in your hand. What are you drinking? We'll
show you. But what are you going to show you?
We're just curious, honey. Want to make sure you're not abusing yourself. And by the way, I would actually argue that certain changes can be done to living adults with CRISPR. You know, that's she's whispering.
What the can was in my hand, and I asked you what were you going to give me if I show you.
I don't know what to give you, honey. What do you give a lady who has everything?
You know what? I've never had flowers from you or Aristotle.
That's right. Aristides, send this lady some flowers. That would be...
All right.
Yes. Matter of fact, here, I'll put some for you inside of the text box right here in Skype, honey. Let's get some images up here. I'll just call them forth. And yes, you're quite the blossom yourself, darling. And
tell me, blow my fucking brains out now. I swear to God. Fucking on. What do you want to see? I'm fucking not drinking a can of anything. This is a fucking bottle.
Oh, is it? Was it black? Black colored? It had X's on it?
It's a fucking bottle.
Oh, no, but I saw you drinking something earlier. A can!
No, you did not. The only other thing you would have ever seen me with is embarrassing, which is this.
Why is that embarrassing? What is it? I'm like distracted while I'm trying to look for a good image of a flower for you. Here we are. I think I could think of one. There you are. But you're looking good in the camera.
Called vaporizing rub. You know, so you can breathe it.
Okay, there we are. That's right. And so, aside from all of that, darling, with what you gave us on the astrology, Aristides, give us your own analysis of what's going on at the moment. So you're taking us somewhere, honey. Where are you taking us in the home now? We're following you on camera here.
This is my bathroom.
Oh, delightful! How exciting! Yes, and yes. Oh, well, all kinds of men enjoy this kind of view. Yes. So.
Water closet. Do you know what a water closet is?
Yes, honey. And here you are, some flowers for you, darling. They're in the Skype.
Sorry, guys, ever see another picture of fucking flowers?
Yes.
Wait, I sent flowers too.
Aristides sent some flowers too. Take a look at his link. Yes.
I don't want to look at your link. It's not. I don't click. First of all, I don't click on links. In case you jump with that, don't click on links.
Yes. Well, we thank you for the entertainment you're providing. It's so it satisfies our voyeuristic tendencies. Yes, and aside from all of that, darling, it also distracts us from any constructive thought. So there we are. But we love her dearly, and she's gone mute, so we don't hear the tinkle.
Oh.
See my fucking from my like chest up and not even like you could be at a key, like all you need to go is to a beach and you would 3 times as much as you've seen on me, and you're like, it distracts me. Like you have naked boobs and naked bodies, and you're like, Brooke is showing us so much. Made me sound like okay, that's what you don't.
Yeah, love your bracelets. Love your amulet. Yes, love the halter. Yeah, and your hair, and looking good all over.
What is the amulet? Oh,
an eye. It's an eye.
It's an eye. Really? It's my eye or your eye?
It's the eye of Agamotto. It's a kind of a positive evil eye, a positive eye. It's.
Oh, you know what? Oh, by the way, we're supposed to do something together. Have you reported Brendan missing yet? Because I'm pretty sure he's the only one fucking knows the name. Have you reported?
I actually looked at his Facebook timeline. I realized he's lost in his hyper Vedic lifestyle. He's gone over to become like a Hindu practitioner in such a serious way that he's abandoned the material world. Is what it looks like to me. So he's alive. He was posting fairly recently, and it's all like Hindu music shit and stuff. He's just lost in his maybe. All I can say is maybe he was angry because we had the love the mirror. Love the way you look in the mirror, honey. Looking very good. Nice. Anyhow, we had down Dan, our.
I'm sorry,
nutritionist.
He is smart because he knew to get rid of you. He's the only person that could help me even. Fuck my life. Yes, get rid of you.
But maybe he'll respond to you if you try to communicate with him. Why don't you?
Hey, I need to probably try and think Douglas is killing me again, maybe, and then he'll.
Yes, try and contact him. Reach out to him on.
Shout on Skype. I didn't try on fucking Facebook.
Try it. Yeah, try it on Facebook, and he'll probably.
I want to bring him back into your stupid life. Stop. I'm not. Every time I come on here, the only reason I am on here tonight is because I have to go, which I already told you I was not bringing up. I'm not going to bring up the details, but I do need to be somewhere very early in the morning, and then I have 2 dogs to have at the vet at fucking 2 o'clock. So to be up all night or get up. I'm not very good at getting up at 8 a.m. Many times I have used Douglas just to stay awake if I had to be somewhere by like 8:15 a.m.
Oh my God. So what are we going to do if George comes on? I promised that it would be his night, that he could go on. And
I promised George that I wasn't getting off, so we both promised George something. That'll be great.
And well, at least this way you might ask some intelligent questions that are non-confrontational of George when he comes on and speaks about...
George, I only have conversation with you about Robert, unless he wants to bring up Robert Kennedy Jr. and just like, I'm not supposed to say that. Unless he wants to bring up Robert Jr. and be like, you're so right, Don claims about everything you said, he was on drugs and he's a horrible person. Unless he wants to get on that tangent, I have no fucking problem with him. Matter of fact, be quiet and let him talk about the Third Reich or whatever the fuck he wants to.
Yes, honey. Yes, honey.
That might put me to sleep, though. You better fucking call me fucking at 8 a.m.
Okay, so 8 a.m. would be my time. 5 a.m. 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8. So at 5 a.m. I will call you repeatedly till you wake up. One time I tried to call you to wake you up and you did not wake up.
I know.
That was I called and I called.
I got like multiple messages and I felt bad like you did try and I did not hear it at all. I was in like that dead zone.
No worries, honey. I get it. I totally fucking get it. But you know, we all are generally aware of certain situations that you've spoken of publicly. Are you not willing to share any new developments?
All I want to say on that right now is because apparently I'm being listened to, and this one is just I had to have an accident, a wreck, and I am having to seek out some people that were in the wreck, and that's just all I'm going to say right now.
Okay. Yeah, understood. So let's leave it at that. By the way, Acid Kick 96 has joined us in the chat room. Oh, and Joe Ty says, Joe Ty says, Beautiful Brick is back again.
Oh, Joe, you come on, baby boy, you come on.
He can't come on unless I call him, and that ain't gonna happen.
Whatever. I love you, Joe.
Oh, God. Don't encourage. He's just like another stalker. Don't encourage him. And by the way, I hear he likes him younger. I hear he likes him younger.
The stalker thing. Remember, I forgot to tell you. So this is since we talked last. Remember how the key thing happened? And then we were like, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And then I found the car. And I was like, but it hasn't messaged me in a while. So at least that's it. And he did not know my last name, even though he had the address, right? Because of bringing home. But he never knew my last name. It was Brooke. And had my phone number. The cell phone numbers, I don't know. Maybe stalkers can look them up. But I had not heard from him for a couple weeks and thought, okay, well, the key thing's weird. And thinking I saw him ride by is weird after all the breakfast and other stalking shit. And by the way, this is a guy that, I don't know if I've told it online. But anyway, I spoke with once for 5 minutes and gave a hug, thank you. Like, thank you, bye. Yeah. And anyway, point is, guess who got a friend request yesterday?
You, of course, from him. Of course.
Oh, I get from, but from, him.
Yeah.
And because I did not accept it, the only pictures I can see are him with his father, like 44 times.
Yes.
Just him.
Yeah, disgusting. I mean, just so pathetic. It is wretched. And I'm so sorry that you went through that. It's absolutely...
Every fucking comment that they would talk about was basically like the same picture of him and his dad, like 3 or 4 times. I said 44. It's like 3 or 4. But that's all I could see, not accepting the friend request, and which I was not going to, obviously. But I could click on the comments, not as a friend, of the pictures I could see. And every comment was not in any... like X, it was like XIZ4, like it was Arabic is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. And that figures. And did you, so if it's only pictures of his dad, he's probably a Muslim as opposed to a Christian from Lebanon, as they would call it. And so that makes it even more ominous, really. I hate to say. And, but
they're so much better. Christian or Muslim, don't fucking stalk a woman that you met for 5 minutes, send her breakfast, and then call her. I am in love with you, and I want to move in your neighborhood, and I ride her morning and night. And I'm like, weird.
Don't forget, I want to watch you while you sleep. Don't forget, I want to watch you while you sleep.
I want to watch you while you're asleep just to make sure you're okay. And I'm going to buy a house in your neighborhood with my parents. And I'm like, good, I'll sell you. I have to live near you. Granted, I have spoken to this person all of 8 minutes in my entire life. Telling me this because he has now called me on the phone. But I was stupid enough to give him. Okay, my stupidity to give him the number because I was thankful. He was nice. And I thought he was a nice person. He's like, hey, can I call you?
Let me tell you something. There was a time when I'm
45. I'm thinking, and he's tall and he's not a bad looking guy. I'm like, why? Like, yeah, why? I mean, I was giving my number. Like, what the fuck? I don't think you're a weird stalker that's gonna I think you probably have like a life. And apparently no.
Honey, they're all crazy. You got to understand, by all of them, I mean, men in general, you've got to assume they're all fucking crazy stalkers. They're all generally...
I understand that after your 48 hours of fucking, I've got to go jack off, Brooke. We've got to go. I'm not going to can't 49 hours and then jack off.
Darling, when it comes to... you have such a way of presenting things that you warp and woof them. It's unfair. By the way, is that a real cigarette? You're smoking a real cigarette now. Jesus Christ. Can't get enough with a vape. Now you gotta go for the nicotine too.
So vape fucking broke that I ordered, and I have another one that it's
CRISPR might help here. Yeah, see, CRISPR might help here. I thought I just saw that vape working a few minutes ago.
Listening on this podcast has access to shrooms, and it wants to send them to me. That'd be nice because they're illegal here, and that's what help me fucking get off your.
Wait! Ask Brendan Zoget. He's got the shrooms. Brendan Trogan is.
Killed Brendan Zoget, you bitch.
So if you just write to him on Facebook, he'll probably respond to you, though he doesn't respond to me. In fact, just tell him, hey, I'm severed with that Dietrich guy. It's just you and me, Brendan. He'll send you mushrooms.
Listen to this and be like, she just wants shrooms.
You think he cares?
You know, I wish I made fun of and kicked off is the fucking guy with the fucking weird cowboy shirt that he probably.
Who was that? I can't remember.
He was actually kind of cute too. He was cute, but he had like the But then I made fun of him because he changed into that weird cowboy shirt.
Oh, that guy. Oh, fuck. Yeah, his name is just so fucking weird. It's not even his real name.
You didn't really like him, and so I think that's what really got him, not my cowboy shirt comment. But it overtopped it because you were making fun of him all night.
It wasn't that I was making fun. It's just I wouldn't take his bullshit. It was, he was like, trying to laugh at your jokes, and when you were...
one up you for sure and take her show as the man and be like,
that's what he had fantasies of, probably. I'm trying to find his name for you, but yeah, he was showing off all his shrooms and shit. Yeah, go on, honey. What?
Let's find him any other name on here. I don't remember most of them. I know Peter Moon. I know Florida Boy, which is Ian West. I love Ian. Why don't you have my Ian on? Ian's funnier.
We don't have Ian.
I talk. The guy that wrote books. Didn't Aristotle write a lot of books for him?
Oh yes, Aristotle. He's written books. Tell us, Aristotle, about Aristides. Aristides. About the books.
Yeah. I have not written any books. No.
Aristotle. I'm fairly certain if I Google Aristotle, you've done something special. What did Aristotle actually do? I don't know.
Well, there's an actual historic Aristides that he's actually named after, honey. And
I went to school in South Carolina. We barely know that fucking slavery was wrong. Okay. So.
By the way, it's International Slavery Day, just so you know, or at least it was till midnight, and somebody wrote me saying maybe that's why all the black people showed up at your door, Douglas. Now that's racist.
My daughter's birthday, and dude, it was but I'm not going to say that online because then that'll tell everybody their date.
Right. You want to avoid doing that sometimes, but so sometimes we can be a bit too. I'm sorry.
Even the state he lives in.
The state you live in, Aristides. Are you willing to share that?
At least the state.
Yeah, the state.
No,
I live in a state of despair. I live in a state of despair.
No wind and it's high humidity and fucking I don't know what the fuck else.
It's a small state.
Yeah.
Vermont.
I can't even find that fucker's name. I think he blocked himself out of my Skype, which is no particular great loss, but yeah, he was. Yeah. I'm sorry. So there's our lovely dog. That's so cute. They're all hundreds of years old, these dogs. They don't even need CRISPR. They're like, she's got genetic experiments living with her. 4 of them.
That one's 23. They told me he died 2 years in 2012. Thought he would be dead by 2014.
Mm-hmm.
We're going on 10 after the death.
Yes. So there we are. And what's that dot on the sheets? That spot on the sheets. It's no, not a spot or a dot. It's not bug, is it?
There's no sheets on the bed.
Oh, okay. It's well, there's the dog, and then there's something in front of it. It's like okay, I see. It's just paraphernalia. Okay. So now we saw you smoking the vape thing, and then you said the vape broke or something.
Yeah, the vape. Like if you said that's my bad vape.
Okay.
See I have a vape that I have good juice. I went ahead and ordered salt vapes, or what made me cough. So I ordered 2 vapes. And I put 2 juices in them, and the black one is missing now.
Okay.
And the rest but I did charge it so I can smoke it. But you heard me coughing. It's got this really strong juice in it. It's not salt, but it's menthol, and it makes me blah. So I cough more with it than a cigarette. So I had started smoking cigarettes again with the salt. So everything that you buy, if you're vaping, if you buy anything disposable, and I didn't know this, it's salt vapes. And so that's what led to my dry cough, because it's salt vapes. And so a regular vape, you can fill it up with non-salt now, but you have to, you can actually buy a few in the store. One in particular, I had to order, so I ordered 2 of them, a red and a black, and filled them up with 2 different juices I had ordered. One I really liked, and of course that's the one I can't find. So they're vapes. You sit them down the way you sit down, and you have it all day. So it's like sitting on keys, but I don't know what black one is, so I've got this red one.
Right. So, honey, I'll be back in a moment. Now that I finish this Coke, I'm just gonna rinse my mouth out. I'll be right back, and then then we'll see how Aristides is feeling. I'm sorry.
Pretty tired.
Okay, so we'll
once you're back.
Okay, once I'm back, he'll probably check out. That's just you and I, Brooke, and you and I have got this. So
I'm gonna hang.
Don't hang up, and for God's sakes, don't hang up before I get back. I'll be back soon enough.
First, you be by yourself. Come on.
Anyhow, so stay right there, honey, and Aristides, you as well, my dear man, and I'll be back. I'm going to go mute. And she's smoking. Right. Damn, she's on fire. Yes. Hey, honey, we love the way that looks. That looks ominous as hell. That's a really cherry red flaming cigarette. Looking good, darling.
All right.
Okay, I'll be back.
Good old-fashioned cigarette, man.
Starting to think it's healthier than the vaping. Not that either are healthy.
It is. I believe that.
I didn't ever get a cough until the vaping, so I don't know. I quit smoking when I vape. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I won't. I will smoke a cigarette once in a while, but I will not do the vape. Just too old fashioned.
I have it's the hand thing, just like when I quit smoking, it's just like eating. It's like when people are eating, it's like I need to be doing something. I think, what do you call that? Like, what's his name would say? Oral
fixation.
Yeah, it's like I have oral fixation. So it's like, if I'm not like having something in my mouth, like a drink, and it's like smoking, it's like something. And then I catch myself when I quit smoking and everything. It's like, okay, well now I'm fucking putting French fries to my mouth all day or whatever. It is an oral fixation of just like,
yeah. Sure, if Douglas is here, there'd be some lewd jokes about that, but
that's a good one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I know what you mean.
I also have teeth, so he gets that.
What's that?
I have teeth, so he gets the fact that there wouldn't be much oral fixation there. Like never mind. If you heard his old story about his teeth when somebody tried to put something in his mouth, he didn't want. He took a good bite.
Oh, right, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I have a few things I don't.
It's too bad for him. They don't have that Coca-Cola anymore that has the cocaine in it, because it would just really make so much sense for him.
It would make sense for everyone in the world. I think we would all be better off.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to find caffeine in like high globs of Monster with bull semen in it, fuck it is.
Yeah, right. You know? Need to return to the old ways.
Maybe. I don't know if there's. I mean, I think we need to go deep and not need anything. To be honest, like not need a outward. I think we seek outward expressions. I know myself, like we seek outward ways to try to fix ourselves, right? Like to not deal with the pain or the suffering or the worry that we all have, right? And so we seek, whether it's now, I think the number one thing is alcohol, because that's easy and legal, and the government thought that was the best thing to make legal, right? And which we're now finding out they probably fucked us with that again as well, because alcohol is probably one of the most addictive and destructive things there are compared to other drugs. So, but again, it is going inward, right? So, they took away drugs like I said, shrooms, and when I mean shrooms, I don't think acid, but I mean they've talked about microdosing now, and they're actually now doing clinics across the country. Because the microdosing has shown to have an effect on whether you want to quit alcohol or you want to quit heroin or you want to quit cigarettes or you just want to
you just want to quit being depressed.
Quit being depressed, exactly, because that's the main thing, right?
It actually does help a lot of people.
So yeah, and obviously being in South Carolina, we were the last people to even make mini bottles, where you could actually free pour. We were South Carolina and the airlines. It was only because of the airlines that we could still get mini bottles. We didn't even free pour alcohol. So I doubt we'll get freaking shrooms anytime soon, even if they prove it's the thing in the world.
Just go out to the cow pasture and pick them off the.
I know I might look southern, but I would pick the deadliest mushroom ever, and I would be dead tomorrow. I have no idea.
Maybe.
And I have no idea what a shroom would look like in a cow pasture. I have no idea.
Yeah, you ever done them?
I have done. I never did actual shrooms when I was younger. I have tried some microdosing recently, but it was through a neighbor of mine that got it in through gummies and honey. Mm-hmm. Friend of his, and it was so weird because I can't smoke pot. If I smoke pot, it hit, and I'm just so paranoid. And so I was scared it would be like that because I had done LSD when I was younger. I did. I did LSD 2 or 3 times between 16 and 18, so 20 years ago. But and had a bad trip on the last one. So I was really scared to do them. I had never done shrooms, and it was so weird. He was like, "Just take a half. Just try that." And I don't feel shit. And I fucking whole one. I'm like, I don't feel anything. And then I literally never felt like a high because I guess truly I was microdosing too. But at the same time, I never felt, I never saw things or got stuff. The closest I came is I decided one night right before I went to bed, or I didn't know I was going to bed. I thought I was going to stay watch TV, so I took another whatever gummy he had given me, of that, and I went to sleep. And again, also been the last few months is I quit drinking and quit drinking, trying to quit smoking, to had quit Adderall. It was just a combination, and it did help. But when I took that dose, I dreamed so much.
Yeah.
I've never had that, to the point that I would wake up with dreams. I wrote them down, and then I don't even have a dream journal. I just wrote them. There was so much. And then I would go back to sleep, and I had to go back to sleep. I remember taking a sleeping pill at like 9 a.m. because my heart was racing. Because I was so into those dreams. Like I was flying a plane. Like I'm not going to go into all of it. It was way too much dreams. And then every time I went back to sleep, it continued. It had been like 12 hours. So I will say that even though awake, I could be completely normal and feel normal. But it opened my mind up enough, I guess, to be able to bring in things either I wouldn't have normally brought in or whatever, expand it enough to those things I block out.
Wow.
Are you doing it again? Seriously?
Okay.
What are we talking about? What was this?
He makes cricket noises when I'm talking.
Oh.
No.
No, I mean, like, what about, what drug were you on? I mean, to get the high, she was saying she was flying a plane or something? I mean,
she said when she...
12 hours?
suppose-
She said she was 12 hours, kind of like, this was like a drug high, right? Right? I just got the last few minutes, but that's the impression I got. Or was I wrong?
Where'd she go?
Or was I
You-
projecting myself?
Cricket noise,
Yeah.
and it's you. I'm not back.
Talking about mushroom gummies.
Mushroom gummies!
Yeah.
So tell us about these mushroom gummies.
And she didn't feel it until she went to sleep and she had crazy dreams. Right.
Cool!
Hey, Aristide, why don't you fucking make cricket noises again?
No, it's just...
Oh,
No,
that's so funny. Well, he can't help it, honey. He's cricket man. He's got.
No. If I go out the back door, there's crickets.
Yeah.
You really go out the back door right now.
No,
and
Nope. Close the door. That's it.
I don't hear any crickets.
That's because I closed the door.
I hear the crickets.
Oh my god. So darling, thank you for having the courage to share that mushroom experience with us. But why can't your neighbor give you more mushrooms?
Because it's not legal in South Carolina. He gets them from some fucking friend. I don't know.
Oh, so he gets them irregularly. He doesn't have a regular supply.
There you go.
Yeah, she naughty. Just so.
Crickets.
Why do you dislike crickets? What don't they have them in South Carolina?
I do, but I know that's a fake cricket noise that Aristide is doing with a fucking thing every time I talk.
That's not true. That's paranoia. That's paranoia.
And paranoia, and then there's a difference in what the CIA created, which is what's the word, Aristide? Why don't you do crickets for that?
Conspiracy theorist. You're saying CIA coined the term.
I'm a conspiracy theorist, but I can't tell the difference between real crickets and the fact that every time the crickets come, they sound the exact same noise, and it's only not talking.
But I don't feel Aristides would invest energy into producing such.
Aristides invested in talking to you. He's
oh my god! I guess that's damning enough, honey, to assume that people are capable of anything at that point.
You know what? Tell me how many other times when Aristides been on when I haven't, and you've heard crickets.
Oh, I would hear crickets a lot when Aristides is on. Most of the time he's mute. Most of the time Aristides is like a very.
One time while we've been on.
What?
Good now. I don't know. I don't look.
Yeah. I mean, trust me, Aristides is usually a very passive guy, and you'd be amazed. I mean, he just goes mute and just kind of sits in the background in case someone needs help.
You hear his crickets, his little pet crickets. Can he not play them, huh?
All right, you know, I got up. I'm gonna go to the door. Right? I'm gonna open the door. Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah. Here, honey.
No.
Yeah.
You hear them?
Yeah.
You hear the crickets?
Douglas, I want to hear the crickets.
You hear them? I'm outside.
Yeah.
There's crickets.
Yeah.
You hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're real crickets outside.
Okay, fucking A. I'm accusing you of being in last time.
Yeah, it's something in her vape, Aristides. She's got some powerful stuff.
West would totally, if Ian West could, he would have a cricket fucking noise for me every time I fucking not like, shut up. You don't want
well, but honey, it's the you know the where see those are real crickets. I mean, yeah.
those two.
But honey, maybe this is a case of withdrawals. Maybe you have some sort of, you're looking good, by the way, looking good and looking sexy.
Also, no.
You and I will work together. Yes, we'll make a great team. Yes, that's right, darling. Yeah, I know.
Act like I'm showing off my body and I'm not. Shut up. You're making me look like some porn person. I'm just sitting here with my fucking, like, literally.
Just being you, baby. Just being you, baby. That's right. Yeah.
Crickets.
Yeah.
Can you play the crickets again?
And
I need to. There you go. A little bit.
Oh, so at any rate.
Where do you fucking live? You have that many fucking crickets, dude. I'm in the South.
Yeah. And well, he lives, I think. Actually, please, I'm curious about your state too. I never remember. What state are you? Yeah.
I'm sure he's gonna tell me offline because I'm gonna make him. So you don't say it online. He'll tell me.
No, I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying his state online, right? Is it Aristides? What state are you in? Just curious.
What state? Delaware.
Delaware. Delaware. Fuck. God, that's like.
Hey.
Let me look that up on the map.
Nobody knows where it is.
I thought we did away with that one. I thought it was like too small.
Yeah.
Didn't they merge like Vermont and I don't know, Washington or West Virginia or
it's
something?
One of those states you never hear about. No one ever hears about Delaware. Delaware is like it's a half.
It sounds like it's almost
where Joe Biden's from.
Yeah, it's like half a peninsula. It's half a fucking peninsula.
They're not in Rhode Island and Vermont put together?
It's like no, those are like up north from it. It's like it's like fucking. It's near the Carolinas. It's Virginia's. I mean, Virginia's. I'm sorry, Virginia's. I meant to say. Sorry, honey. Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah, West Virginia and North. I can see it being near West Virginia and Virginia, maybe.
Yeah. It's near. It's beneath New York, and it's near the Virginias.
Holy fucking shit! I'm seeing it.
Yeah. It's
not even a state.
Yeah.
Right. It's just made up.
It's a state of mind. It's a fucking state of mind. Yes.
Although I'll be honest with you, it makes me also wonder why Maryland's a state. I don't know, fucking make half these fucking places shouldn't be states. But the fucking the lines, man. Delaware.
It's a real place. That's where Hunter Biden was doing crack in the hotel with the prostitute.
Wait a minute, Ocean City. It's near Ocean City. Is Delaware?
No.
Right?
I want you both to know that for
isn't that where Mark lives?
What?
Where who?
Mark, doesn't he live like Ocean? Because I'm thinking
Mark H. No, he lives near Salem, Massachusetts. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So I want you to know that in 2020, scientists used CRISPR, the gene editing technique, inside the body of an adult patient in an effort to cure congenital blindness. So the person was born blind, and they were attempting to make him see by using gene editing inside this adult individual's body. So that this is, they were going to edit gene cells inside the patient's eye.
Are you going to go anywhere with this after?
What? I mean, you guys didn't think that they could use this in adults.
No, and maybe in a very small targeted area. Like
they're trying to say that they can use CRISPR to edit genes, to edit mutations in the genes, and they're saying the same reason we supposedly brought over the nuclear scientists from Russia. I mean, from fucking Nazi Germany. Let's just keep them from Russia. And not because we had any use for them. And we're going to use the Nazis to fucking do anything for us. I am fairly certain them saying CRISPR. And we're just using that to see if we can help people with cancer or mutations like that breast gene where you cut your breast off because you have that gene, or you fucking have the cancer gene that makes you want to go online and beg for money, whatever the fuck that gene is, or you're crazy enough to like smoke a vape and a cigarette at the same time, like later, like that, like all those genes are like, we'll try to cut these genes out, whatever is most economical. What I'm saying is, what he was saying is to make again, back to what I was saying with, like, also when they were saying we're only mutating these viruses because we have to mutate them because they're going to mutate anyway. So we're going to mutate them ahead of time. And, we're going to make fucking bad viruses ahead of time so we can try to get... You can believe that if you want to, Douglas. And or you can see the money and shit, which you should, which is that's bioterrorism. We're going to mutate shit and see what the fuck. They're going to use it for evil shit. And also, the people that are mutating using CRISPR technology, yeah, you can use it for good. Anything can be used for good or bad. Also, my car, usually used for bad. But occasionally I drive somewhere and don't hit someone.
But honey, aside from the entertaining aspects of everything that you're talking about, what I don't understand is why both of you find this so hard to believe. You both seem to have a conceptual wall here that CRISPR can't be used. That they were attempting to cure a blind person of their blindness using CRISPR by editing the genes in their eyes. Obviously, that's our man. Aristides says, but this is like you could use it maybe for something directly a specific area, but of course that's what it would be.
They're not gonna gene edit somebody's whole entire body.
It's like a knife. They can develop a gun, right? The gun might have originally been used like, okay, well, we're just going to defend ourselves. Like let's just pretend like guns were invented yesterday or on January 6th. We're just going to use these guns to defend ourselves against those crazy people. Crazier Democrats, Republicans, and only the Democrats and the black people, the military. That is what we will use the guns for. Then suddenly you start seeing people just kill people. And you're like, Douglas is like, I don't understand. They said it was just a defense mechanism. Oh my God. People are killing people purposely.
Yeah. Yeah, but honey,
but honey, mansplain it. I can't even listen.
And Aristides, obviously they're going to use it surgically for specific areas, but as we get more, shall we say, traction with this, then you use it in several areas of the person. So gradually the person can be changed in terms of their body, so that they will ultimately be radically different than the way they were before, if that's their intent. Does that make sense? I mean, it's just like kind of like plastic surgery. Plastic surgery is not meant to resculpt the entire body, but different plastic surgery in different areas of the body can make the body.
We're talking about DNA now, and so when you're messing with DNA, then you're messing with, which is what Aristotle said, like, and I hate it when I say his name wrong because he seems so intelligent. I am trying.
Seems so intelligent. You don't even let him get a word in edgewise. How can you tell?
I actually let him talk pretty good for me. You weren't here. It's when you're here that I fucking talk because you're.
All right, so sure, it could be used in very targeted ways in probably a small area. It's not like you're gonna just refresh a whole person with this,
Not at once. Not at once.
Well,
but that's the point. Not at once, but I think Aristotle and I both agree that yes, if you're looking at DNA manipulation, yes, you can manipulate the DNA, and that's what they're getting me closer and closer. I mean, we fucking cloned fucking Dolly, and we fucking still. I mean, you tell me how we did that. You just right now tell me how we did that, and you'll just be like, well, they just took the cells and they duplicated the cells, and then they somehow duplicated the cells again. Fuck you. You don't even know how they duplicated fucking Dolly's sheep, okay? They're so far past that they're fucking figuring out which cells, if Douglas was like, I want my babies to have all my DNA except, the Adolf Chrome Hitler gene and the fucking vampire gene, or if you're like to be vice versa. I want them to have like all my genes except I want them to have less human. I want them to be mostly Adolf Hitler and vampire. Like are, and if you have a couple fucking million to give them, guess what you're gonna get? A little Adolf vampire bitch.
So, honey, can you see the cursor move? I'm sharing screen. How about you, Aristides? Can you see the cursor move? I'm sharing screen.
I have to pick my phone.
Yeah. So, cursor moving, honey. I know she's staring at herself. Yes. I don't blame you, honey. I'd be lost in staring at myself too. Yes.
I do stare at myself. I'm so bad.
Yes. So, can you see the cursor move, darling? I'm sharing screen. You should.
Yeah, I can see.
Okay, good. How about you, darling? Can you see?
I mean, I see I don't know. There's some screen next to me. I'm just looking at me. It's pretty hot.
Yes, you're looking hot.
Or Mel. Like, I'm just pretty.
You're blessed. Yes, honey, you're blessed. You're blonde. You got boobs. Yeah.
Anybody seen the movie fucking this? I have to say this. Aristotle has not even seen the movie Deliverance. I know you've seen Deliverance because we talked about it.
Of course, it's required viewing because, you know, our president stars in it. He's the kid with the banjo. He grew up to be Joe Biden.
Thank you. Well, he doesn't even know because he said, well, maybe I'd like to live in West Virginia. And I made the comment, really like to live Yeah, what do you mean? And then, or something, I don't know, along those lines. And I was like, you've seen the movie Deliverance? And he's like, no.
Okay, you gotta watch it, Aristides, before you even consider going to West Virginia. So I'm gonna share screen now. Yeah, and this will make a certain point. Here we are. So you see this guy? Watch this guy. This dude here. I'm gonna do it full screen so you guys can see him. It's going. Yeah, there we are. This goober, poor bastard.
Oh my God, I know who that looks like. He looks like a guy that I know that used to be in really top shape, and that was his best shape ever.
Yeah, well, even he doesn't look this bad. I mean, look at this guy. Oh my fucking God. This guy has no lower body. He has no pelvis. He has one arm. It's like, if they can keep this guy alive, they can resurrect the fucking dead, okay?
Like the iron lung guy we were talking about.
No. The iron lung guy has a body.
No, but I mean, the iron lung guy still, I don't know how, like, he lived in the iron lung. That's so weird. But, like, dead.
But this guy has a girlfriend, even. I mean, all he can do is dildo her. And God knows why she's with him, I guess.
I know exactly why she's with him. Because, again, I said, I don't know if you saw...
Here he is getting into his... I don't know, pelvis, artificial pelvis.
Gross. This is so gross. This is so not okay. And it's making fun of this poor guy.
I'm not making fun of him. I'm just saying if they can keep this guy alive, they can resurrect the fucking dead.
I didn't even have an arm to finger her with, though. He only got one finger.
Okay, he's got a couple fingers maybe he can use and a tongue.
Yeah, he's got the tongue thing going. He could do that with her. I mean, she doesn't have to. She can move.
That's what doesn't have to give him any oral sex, and he can give her all the oral sex she wants, and I would totally take that kind of man all day.
Well, he's got that other stump of an arm there for you, doesn't he?
That I don't like the stump. That's what I was about to say. Once I saw the freaked me out. I was like, as long as you get in your shit and come out of your room yourself, you're not shitting. I don't mean like I'm having to change any bedpans.
Here he is. Here he is getting into his like artificial like this way he can skateboard.
I'll be honest. You said he had no penis. He has a hand for fingering and a penis on the right side. I just saw it. It's huge. That's a fucking penis, bitch.
Right. This is his skateboard harness. He's getting his skateboard harness right now.
Do you understand that is actually a penis that I would not want anyway? But that's probably pretty good for some girls that would really want a big one. Just like that. Do you see this? Do you see how you could ride that stuff?
Oh my God! So here he is moving along. Yeah, and it's like. So
he should be on Netflix with that shit.
He should be what?
In pornos.
Yeah. Yes.
Here. Oh, like finger.
He's as you can see, and
fucking stomp.
Yes. He's
and like no dick at all.
Yeah. That's right. He's got a pussy in his wheelchair. There we are. He's already got pussy.
Okay, I want you to stop this. If there's anyone listening now, I would be surprised. It has to be on 2 viewers.
Anyhow, so okay, here he is. Now he's showing us his colossus.
Disabled. That is horrible. Cut it off.
I'm just making a point. I'm making a point. The point is, like I said, the CRISPR.
People that you think you're better than because you fucking have legs and you have a penis.
I never use mine. Some would say it's terribly unfair. Okay, I stopped sharing. Oh my god.
Aristotle, I'm sorry. Do you see the point of why you shared that?
I'm trying to.
It's the point was like I said, if they can keep this guy alive, they can resurrect the dead. So they can do a lot with CRISPR, a lot more than you think. Already, medical technology has proven itself beyond what you presume.
People that use CRISPR on with your fucking bullshit. You may not know, but that's why you have those lungs.
But
they didn't get it quite right. Yeah, they fucking got you alive, man.
But when it comes to if somebody like that is kept alive simply mechanically, just think what they can do with CRISPR. So they can do. I mean, that's just mechanics that keeps that guy alive.
That was the point.
Yeah. So and CRISPR can be used.
But you're seeing all good, and I don't understand that.
I didn't say there wouldn't be collateral. I mean, if you're messing with genes, probably in the beginning until we get the traction going and find out what goes wrong, there might be people getting some collateral damage from genetic alteration. Yeah, but you couldn't use genetics to fix that guy, for instance. But we might be able to regenerate some limbs. Ultimately, probably.
They are using starfish DNA to try that. If you believe in the shit and fucking wherever that fucking mountain is, whatever, they were using all kinds of shit to fucking create stuff to regenerate limbs and create super soldiers. Remember the mountain in fucking, I don't know, fucking the middle of the Northwest? What is that? Fucking where's the West when I fucking need it, man?
So what was that?
Area 51 above it, fucking where the guy says he went down like 50 floors, got fucking shot.
Dulce,
thank you.
Yeah. Dulce, yeah. It's Dulce, isn't it?
Dulce, supposedly they were doing that. If you believe in the conspiracies again, they've been doing that for a while as far as trying to manipulate human DNA with different DNAs. Starfish was one because starfish can regrow limbs.
Yeah. So can axolotls, and so can but we're getting closer to regenerating limbs. So
my point is, if you have, it's either right or wrong. So is a nuclear bomb right or wrong?
I'm sorry.
Is a nuclear bomb right or wrong? And I'm asking not you. I'm asking my guy before he hangs up, not you.
Oh, okay. Aristides, by all means, it's yours.
If is a nuclear bomb right or wrong?
Yes.
That's
yeah.
That's not great.
Okay, that's not great. I feel like, okay, well, my boobs are good, but not great. That's not an answer, right or wrong.
But honey, it's an unfair question because
my boobs are great. But what I mean is
using one right or wrong?
That would be a much more sensible question. A nuclear bomb isn't of itself. It's a non-judgmental. It's just an object.
I'm gonna be able to talk all night, and to me, just because George Knight's gonna come on, it's fine. So
we don't even know if he's gonna come on, but he said he would come on. But go on.
Aristotle and I are talking. I'm just gonna call you Aristotle from now on forever.
Okay.
So my question then is, so I agree with what you're saying as far as, is it right to use it, right or wrong? So maybe we develop something like a gun, and then we say, okay, how we use the gun, right or wrong, right? So my second question is, knowing humanity, the way that you should as a human, what do you think is going to happen with something that you create like a nuclear bomb?
It's going to be abused.
Going
to be abused.
Thank you. So abused meaning define abused. Douglas, shut up. Define.
Did she just say, Douglas, shut up? I didn't even say anything.
No, I heard you laugh. I made a laugh. Aristotle, define abused.
I think what you're saying is not going to be used for good. It's going to be used for nefarious purposes. Right?
So most likely we create things that can be used good or bad, but there are probably more times where that, whether it's money or those in power or whatever reasons, that nefarious means get in the way, and what we create for good is many times used more so for nefarious. Like we may have created money, but now if we look at our our financial system, like we created the financial institutions of the United States, for instance, and those institutions have been used more for nefarious purposes against the entire citizens that they were supposedly created for than the very few that have benefited for those. You can look at anything going forward or backwards from that. Religion itself, Jesus himself, I believe Jesus was a real person, but I believe he was probably the most misquoted and has been the most abused person in history as far as what he actually believed and what he stood for. And it was, again, humans, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Aristotle, let me know if you think I'm wrong, that probably abused Jesus and what he actually stood for, which was love and seeking heaven within yourself and seeking life within yourself and loving others and not judging. And that was what Jesus was supposed to be for. But we've now turned it into Marjorie Taylor Greene, which is in Florida, what's his name? We're going to take Black history out of the Bible.
DeSantis, Ron DeSantis.
Ron DeSantis,
gays who said slavery was good for them, and there should actually be a Saturday Night Live skit on that. Thanks to slavery, I got all the trade I know.
And if you think you're gay and you think you're born gay, like, you should just get out. You should not be allowed to say that, and you should be allowed to, regardless of where Jesus would probably be like, hey, you know what? Unless it's affecting you personally, it'd be different if a gay neighbor comes over and tries to touch your child. Right? That's a different thing. That's like somebody coming to my house with a gun, right? That is, I'm going to defend myself.
Right, but at that point, the person's no longer gay. They're a child predator.
Exactly. And that's what's been misused with gays and trans, is that any gay or trans that was a pedophile is now been all gays and trans are pedophiles. Right? So, but what I'm saying is, the whole Bible thing was used against us. So if we can use that against us, we can definitely use guns against us. And now we're just moving forward. And the nuclear bombs, and then exactly what you said, where does it stop? And so what I'm asking, again, before he goes, I'm asking Aristotle, what do you think at the end, if we don't stop it? Now, I believe we can. I believe humans, based on astrology, are coming together and will continue to. But right now, as the way things have stood in the past, if you were just to take this technology, who do you think that's going to benefit in the long run? And do you think it's going to be positive if that is the only case, as everything else has stood?
That question was so long. I wonder if
nuclear bombs, guns.
They don't train engineers in public speaking, honey.
He's got this. He's got it.
Hey, look, I do pretty good when I haven't been on here for 6 hours. So. All right, but yeah, I mean, all these things are abused by somebody. And we're just the little people who are getting abused. So what's ever going to stop, certain parties from turning all these things against us? I don't know. That's a very good question, isn't it?
Thank you. And I agree with you completely. And I think it is a good question. And I think that's what we each have to answer individually. Both individually, which will be collectively. And I think that's what will continue. It's already started and will continue as Pluto goes into Aquarius. But that's my astrology part of it. But I don't give a reason. But yeah, I would just say yes. That's the point, is that we have to break down as a society and break down our structures to rebuild them. And these structures do not stand for what we stand for anymore. At least the majority of humankind, they didn't stand for us. We allowed it. It came. It had its time. It's dualism. There is not a dark without a light. There is not love without hate or pain. You never know how much you are in love with someone until you have hurt and felt the loss of someone. all of that is dualism. And so at the same time, we had to experience it. But I believe where you're talking about when I mentioned the Tower of Babel, that was exactly what that stood for, Douglas. The Tower of Babel stood for what? Humankind was building humans. Their souls were building a temple all the way to God. It didn't mean to the sky. It was symbolism. It never meant like humans were so stupid. They just thought if they just kept putting bricks on bricks on bricks on bricks on bricks, they would get to God. And then God was so like, you're gonna get here. Oh shit. It was humans all together as a collective at that point. We didn't have all this bullshit in the way, and we all spoke the same language. We were together. We didn't have bullshit. Imagine not having like a fucking, what mattress am I gonna fucking order, and what hardwood flooring am I gonna have, and oh my god, I have a bigger house, and where am I going on vacation? And it was just humans together spiritually, because they were more spiritual then, because they didn't have all that shit, and they're together, right? Spiritually, we enlightened ourselves together, collectively. That needed to be broken. So what was allowed then was the breaking of us. Now, you could go into Zacharias' vision, or you could go into just the Bible and say it was the devil. God didn't break us. The true God didn't break us because he allowed dualism. He allowed the devil. That's what he allowed, because he allowed dualism. The reason he allowed it is to say, let's see what happens. Let's see what you can do. I want to experience. So then we were collectively raising our consciousness, becoming like, we don't care about any evil shit because we got it together. Well, let me see what happens when I break you out, y'all together, and I put just some people over here in this race, and you don't speak this language. And like, it's just like football. I don't even know it's football. You just be like, let me throw some Carolina fans here, or like fucking, I don't know if you're in fucking NFL, like whatever sport you're in. Let me throw this here and this here and this here. That's what we do with the races, right? And then we don't speak the language. It took us forever to fucking try to learn each other's language, get to each other's fucking continent, then think they're different and they're bad, because we still do that to this day. Even in America, we're like, they're Southern or they're gay. We still haven't gotten back to the Temple of Babel, which is basically coming together, which is what they don't want, which is why it was all opposite to begin with. And it is coming together as a consciousness and truly enlightening ourselves and being like, the whole fucking purpose of, and that's what I keep telling even fucking Florida boy. He's like, I'm so pro-Trump. And then I'm like, you have some good points on shit, but you're stupid when you're like, Democrats are all doing this. You see Hillary Clinton. And I tell you,
I'm surprised he got that candid with you, but go on. When did this happen that he got that candid with you? Most of the time he tries to be at least a little diplomatic, but go on.
Oh, he's done that on air. This is all on air. And the same thing with you, though. I've told you, like, when you're like, oh, I'm just Biden and Biden. I'm like, okay, here's the thing.
I said Biden's a pedo, but go on.
The point is, the military-industrial complex, which is, I like to say that name because it's one that people recognize.
Yes.
Although it's not necessarily the name I give overall, but that's one name that you can give, or I guess it's a division of a name that is saying, hey, I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat. We're going to keep you divided. We're going to make Fox News Fox News. We're going to put shit out that makes you. What can we make the Republicans hate the Democrats with? What can we make gay people hate straight people with? What can we make them think they're better? What can we make fucking people think that you're giving money to animals and you should give money to children? What can we make people think the world's ending it like with fucking global warming, and then the world's not ending with global warming at all, and it's all a lie? And what should make you should wear a mask and everyone should have a shot, and then also make people think fucking shots are fucking gonna give me fucking I don't know, like they're putting shit in my body. Doesn't matter what the truth is to them. Does not matter. Matters to them is keeping us apart. Until people realize that it never matters what the agenda is apart, and you can believe what you believe, but don't let it keep you from your neighbor, because that's their goal.
Okay. Who's doing it? Who's doing it? Is it the Edomites?
You're asking her. Yes, go on, honey.
Anybody.
No, he's asking you, darling. Go on.
Would be Douglas is probably one of his terms for it. He and I have gone back and forth. He might actually explaining that more recently. He and I talking about more in depth. I believe that who is doing it is the power. There are certain powers that be. Now, I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. Are there actual like stupid reptilians that came in? Like, is there another? What I'm trying to say is this: you can either look at it two ways. There's only two ways to look at it. It is either, and I will put this one with one, meaning reptilians or fucking the Cho or just demons, right? You can just put like another species and or outside energy that comes into humans that is controlling them, right? Or looking like them. Regardless, those energies, you can say those are the ones in power. And or you can say it is humans in power. And again, dualism, meaning they have a choice, right? Which would then go back to, you could still have demonic energies with that. But again, it's humans, just 100% humans, not like something that needs to be exorcised from them, not the Cho, not fucking a reptilian. Regardless, either way, it is these are powerful people that have, and whether they are entities outside of our own, what we would call human or not, these are powerful beings in powerful positions. Some of them may have sold themselves out just for the sake of, like Joe Biden. I would never say he's a fucking reptilian or a Cho if those existed, and or fucking even an evil person. What I would say is people sell themselves out daily. You and I have both sold ourselves out and looked at ourselves and been like, why the fuck did I date that person? Or why did I just fucking not cuss them out when they said that? Like, I knew that was an insult. Like, why did I not turn around and say, hey, that was not, I wouldn't, like, not cuss them out, but like say, hey, I know what you just said to me. That's not okay. Don't do that. But like, we just smile, like, I'm not. Like, there are things in our life that we look back and we're like, So you can, but at the same time, you've got powerful in charge, and the power's been there a while, and it's passed down. And I think power is the ultimate corruption. It's not money. It is the love of money, and the love of money is power. So what you actually have is, whether it was an Edomite or a demon, it is the power, and it's as a human having free will, which is where I think our best why we're sought after, why I do believe, if I was asked personally, but again, this is a personal belief, that free will is what's sought after, and what they want to do, because it is that free will to say, fuck, like that, that didn't feel good, or like I don't want to choose that anymore. Like, that's power. Like, I can go to this fucking sales job and make more fucking money. I can pretend to be this fucking person and be this much more powerful. I can show my fucking body online and be like, get this much more money, and the power that I'll have driving these 3 fucking convertibles and having this fucking thing. And imagine what I put online, like a Kardashian, right? Feeling powerful versus real power, and learning what that is. And I think that is the human aspect, that power actually lies sometimes in the weakest of us. And again, going back to the Bible, places that aren't manipulated, I believe, what does it say? It is the weak, that inherit the earth, or, and I don't remember the exact quotes of that, but just saying that it is our free will that dictates who we are. And when you ask who that is, it's humans. What form they're in, I don't know. But what I can tell you is, even if reptilians are real and demons are real, it is only humans that are either none of those are real, or humans that are being not manipulated. I won't even say manipulated. That'd be like saying I was manipulated to be on the show tonight. Maybe I should be on here, but I wasn't manipulated, right? So like I made a free choice, and so it's the humans that are making the choices that are literally making nuclear bombs go off. It's the humans that will make the fucking. They may begin the like, oh, this technology. You could say, well, a reptilian gave it that, or a demon they had a dream, but it's the humans that are the only ones, and that's why we're special, that can make it happen in this world, in this 3D world, because it's ours. And so when you ask me, it is the humans, and the humans that have taken power, but they've only taken power because we gave it, and we have to take it back, and we are. But that's a process, because you don't come up till you go down, and we had to go down to come back up. We were split away.
Mm-hmm. So really, everything that we perceive as evil are just tools for our own self-discovery.
You can also look at, yes, I agree with that. I mean, ultimately, yes, that's what I agree with.
Okay.
I mean, ultimately, I believe everything comes back to a oneness of God, a oneness of the Creator. And it is truly self-discovery and to make you deeper, but it sucks. I mean, it makes you mad when you see a child die, or your person that you love die, or even your pet, like, or somebody, like, yeah, you can be like, God, wow, why do we have to fucking do it this way, right? But at the end of the day, yes, I agree with you. But that doesn't mean I don't yell at God sometimes and say, hey, fuck you, why don't this fucking child have to die, or this fucking animal, or this innocent person?
You would yell at God, really?
You're kidding, right? You're just trying to provoke something here. This is like, oh my God.
I think we arrived at an important point there, and
well, I yell at God all the time. I'm sure she would. I mean, I'm sure that, yeah.
You know, it's easy to blame all these things for our woes, but
Well, that's not the point. It's easy, like, in that moment to blame and yes, yell. But then I get back to it and, like, I know this is for, like, I chose this. Like, I chose this life, and I chose ultimately, like, to come in this world. So therefore, I'm a part of it and I agree with it. But in those moments, we've all been weak and been like, fuck this. God damn it. Literally. You made it fucking a little easier. Did I really? Also, God damn it, Brooke. Why did you choose this life? And why did you want to meet Douglas Dietrich of all people?
Yeah, obviously you're a bit of a masochist there, honey. And but you're looking good. That's what counts. Yes.
I was the warrior in the past life, don't forget.
Yes, that's right. What's that, honey?
That astrology-wise, anyway.
Yes. At any rate, when you say astrology-wise, and of course, this is one of the few things that you've got that kind of makes sense of the world for you, is the astrology. Yes. Let's take a look now. She's got the camera pointing at the ceiling. This is kind of like Joe Tai when he falls asleep, so it's rather alarming. Okay, she's sneaking back in. Oh, now she's lighting a bunt. She's lighting a bunt. Is this pot?
It's Palo Alto.
Okay, cool. I mean, you're doing every imaginable drug under the sun, yeah?
Not a drug. Oh my God, it's Palo Alto. It's like, it's fucking, you burn it to cleanse the energy.
Oh.
It's just a piece of wood.
Oh.
It's just cleansing, like white sage.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Are you feeling some invasiveness in the air?
Your voice is in my room. I do this every time after we talk.
Oh, that's so funny. That's adorable.
I actually do it a lot, and I'm just kidding. It's not just about Douglas. Although, to be honest, I should do it every time. Just a cleansing. It just cleanses the energy.
Yes, honey.
And it actually smells wonderful. If no one's ever had any Palo Alto, it smells better than white sage. It smells so good. Oh my God. Also, it makes the cigarette smell go away, which is pretty much probably why I'm using it.
Yes. That's cool. And So, darling, you've been doing great tonight with your philosophizing. Yes, sticking her tongue out, looking sexy. Continue with your philosophy. You've got Aristides just spellbound. I mean, between that and your cleavage,
Crickets chirping all the time.
Yes, well, that's why the crickets are chirping. He's chirping, really. Just watching.
I'm not even looking at the cleavage.
Well, you're missing out. Yes, at any rate, he's
Did he say I'm not looking at your cleats?
he says he's not even looking at your cleavage. I guess that means but he is straight. I think he's straight.
And he was fucking there.
Yes,
like, he's obviously gay also.
No, I've just got the phone laying on a charger. It's like a wireless charger, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, he's afraid to look at it ever since I showed him that torso guy.
Yeah, pretty much.
I agree. I never want to look at a picture again after that. I don't know which is worse, yours or when I got sent. Did you tell him about what Ian West sent me that I begged him not to? And he's like, I'm going to send you something. And I'm like, don't send me anything that's going to have children
abused. Yeah, go on. Yeah, and tell him what Ian sent you. Yes, tell us about how outrageous this was, because it shows.
It was like he thought I believe in, like, obviously I don't know what person in the world doesn't know child pornography goes on and children are abused. Just because I was saying maybe all those tunnels under the school next to you are not fucking. And then he's like, really? Let me show you something. And had nothing to do with a child next to a school and or a kid tunnel. It was just a 3-year-old begging not to be abused. And I'll never get it out of my head again, ever, because I've never looked up child porn and I never wanted to see it. And I had no idea that that's actually what he was sending me, because he's like, you disagree with me about the tunnels or whatever.
Yeah, it's basically.
And I thought it was about the tunnels. It wasn't about the tunnels, because I even got so mad. There was something, and I said, okay, where was this fucking film? I don't know. Yeah. Was it in Florida? Was it next year? No, I don't know. Is it even in America? I have no idea. Yeah. So it had nothing to do with the stupid tunnels he was arguing over, but decided to send me a 3-year-old male boy. Yeah. I won't go any further. It was just like, oh, that did piss me off.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. It's offensive as hell. He's just, let's just put it this way. I won't even go into it. I think it speaks for itself. He's obsessed with, yeah.
Let's just say this, though. I'm not going to put Ian down, like, because in the sense of Ian as a person, like, completely, because Ian did that and that's completely disregarded. But fucking, you showed me shit. You see how Douglas is like, let me share screen. Let me share screen. What did he fucking just do? And even Aristotle, he's your fucking person apparently now, I was like, Aristotle, can you tell me why you just showed us that? You're like, I said, I don't want to see it anymore. And it took you 3 minutes after I kept saying I don't want to see it for you to take it down. And Aristotle still has no idea why you even brought it up.
I made my point. I said, this is what we're mechanically capable of doing with medicine. So
you could have done a better job than bringing that boy up. And obviously, you shouldn't have had that just as a go-to. Which, I question your porn now.
No, it's a medical point. I know about these things because, remember, I attended the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute for Advanced Medical Education for adults, continuing medical education for care providers.
I remember telling you some basic shit from my first couple of nursing classes, and you were like, how do you know you knew that? And I'm like, it took like
No, what you knew was not from your nursing classes, it was from your sales in pharmacy.
No. I gave you shit
pharmaceuticals, yes.
The shit I gave you on other stuff was from nursing classes, and either fucking way, you fucking were out and knew that. And I'm like, I don't know. I no 4-year degree. I worked for a bullshit pharmaceutical company, and I took a couple of nursing classes. And why are you fucking sitting there saying, how do you know all that? I don't know if you just Google it.
Is it somehow illegitimate of me to ask? I wasn't challenging you.
No, but Mr. I know everything.
That's not what I never come across like that. That's
no.
It's
allow Peter to Google shit tonight, and I remember being online with fucking George Knight and y'all saying,
Well, don't look online. You can't look online. Everything you read online is a lie. Somehow tonight, Peter Moon was able to read all the internet, and you were like, ha 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 ha.
Wait a second. I never said that. First off, I never said that. That was something that George Knight said as a paraphrase. And the reason he was saying that as a paraphrase was because of the subject that you were talking about at the time was something that you really, how would I say it?
Talking about.
I'm sorry?
It had to be the Third Reich because that'd be the only subject George Knight was talking about.
Well,
Sorry,
George Knight talks about a few other things. He talks about a few other things, but yeah.
When George Knight talks,
But if he were speaking definitively in terms of a paraphrase, then it was probably something in which, I mean, I vaguely remember it, but as such, it's, shall we say, something that I didn't have too much of an interest in retaining.
I literally Googled a person, is what I did, while we're talking, to try to, see who the person was. And I was like, oh, it's this person, blah, blah. And they're like, I don't know you're getting that, but, yes. But no, are you getting that online because it's part of that story, but, part of the story, you just can't believe anything.
I mean, well, it's on record for people to listen to, whatever it is. If they find it, good luck with it. It's otherwise, it is what it is. It's one of these things that. But in terms of the medical point that I made, I think it's pretty clear.
Double mansplained that night.
I mean, well, mansplaining is a fun term to use, but then there's there's a limit to. There's a limit to its application.
There's a application, but at that point, when you have George Knight and you and both, but then you have Peter Moon looking something up that you didn't verify, you had not verified, and you're just laughing.
No, we did verify. It was Aristides verified it.
What?
Aristides verified it. He brought the link about RFK and the drugs.
Scientology is what he was reading about.
Yeah, but then he was talking about the drugs as well. But the Scientology stuff that he was reading online is it's not that what he was saying was it was completely rumor. It was something that was based on. It's not something.
If anyone goes back and looks at what I was saying, nor was
well,
it.
Wait a second. Look, why don't you just say this? That the only reason I would hope that you're supporting someone as literally repulsive as RFK Jr. is because you feel he's the only one who can beat Trump. Is that this is what you feel? Why don't you just say that instead of actually trying to defend him? I mean, help me out here, Aristides. I mean, if you guys can't understand where I'm coming from with a medical point.
Why are you defending somebody you called a pedophile publicly?
I've told you before. We're in a horrible position in human history where this is the choice that we're left with.
Then you'd rather defend a pedophile. Okay?
Let's put it this way. Okay, let's put it this way. This is the horror of the choice that we're left with at this point in history. Now, let's take an example of, shall we say, a fictitious example. And by fictitious, I mean fallacious. You take a look at something that I haven't gone into, even though August is the month of the atomic bombs. I haven't really gone into the Oppenheimer thing too much other than what I've already explained about it, which was that he was definitively an Edomite. He was definitively convinced that what was going down at Trinity would be the end of the world. And he thought that what he said, I am become death, the destroyer of worlds, he really thought those would be the last words uttered by humanity. He honestly thought that he would say the last words on earth. Don't interrupt this. I'm making a point. So
I said who said it? I said who
Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer. But, when I made the point that Oppenheimer was an Edomite who was striving for the end of the world because the Allies knew they had already lost, and this includes General Leslie Groves and himself and all the other people involved, all of these people felt that America was defeated, and they thought that by blowing up the world, they'd have the final victory. That, if they couldn't win, they'd take everyone down with them. This is what they thought was going to happen at Trinity. They really, truly believed this. These were the original equations. I helped to destroy the records. All of their mathematical computation was wrong.
great that you did that in the 1900s, but you know what they did in the fucking 1800s and 1700s? When they fucking, or 1600s?
Wait a second, honey. Whoa, wait a second. Let me finish here, because this takes a while, because it is history. You've had your say. You know, we've let you talk for a while because, you know, I got the visual stimulation while watching you.
You're right. I'll shut up.
No, you don't need to shut up, but when you go back to, 1600s, 1700s, hey, I don't remember you being exactly the historical expert. I'm sorry, go on.
I just meant it's power dynamics is all I mean. And kind of like what fucking, oh my God.
Well, that's rendering amorphous. That's rendering amorphous.
You know.
Anyhow, so my point is that Oppenheimer and his boys had an original set of equations in which they thought the chain nuclear reaction started by the atomic bomb they called Gadget would never stop. Also, they thought the atmosphere would catch on fire. So they thought the skies would literally burn and the atoms would keep on colliding with each other until the Earth disintegrated. They thought they were going to bring about the end of the world. They truly believed this, and they thought that this made them as unto gods, because they could undo God's creation. And they felt that if they did this, alchemically they would ascend into godhood, and that they could alchemically recreate the world in their image. This is what they truly believed.
Oppenheimer and who?
Oppenheimer, General Leslie Groves, and a number of other cultists involved at the Trinity site, Alamogordo, which is the Spanish word for Stallion's Gate. So all of these freaks, these criminal creeps, they did this with the atomic bomb, and to put this into some perspective for people, it was a plutonium bomb, different from the uranium bomb, which they knew would not have those effects. Because it was already used by the Axis, already deployed by the Axis. All of this I've gone into in the Roswell Deception, so everyone is, of course, required to read it if you truly want to understand your world. Now, that being said, my point to be made about this when it comes to, the atomics and the abuse of that technology, and then what you and I were talking about, because when you constantly interrupt me like that, you threw me off. Aristides, help me here. What the fuck were we talking about so I can remember the point I was trying to make? She was on to something I was going to make a point about. She was on to something about, what I say and abuses and power and all that. What were we talking about before we got to this point? Or you remember it all? Because you might be falling asleep.
Which part? Yeah, I'm pretty
useless
here.
Useless at this point.
Yeah. Which part?
Oh, fuck, I lost it. The point I was trying to make, she has this, she just keeps interrupting, and then you can't get anywhere, and then she'll say, you go on tangents. This is what she'll accuse me of. She'll say, you go on tangents, and, I don't go on tangents. No, she just keeps interrupting. I can never reach a point. Oh, Noticer says, I would definitely not be able to watch Oppenheimer. Thank you, honey. Hey, love the fact that you're here. Love you, baby. And when it comes to Oppenheimer and that whole point, I haven't addressed it very much this month, even though it's the month of the atomic bombs. It's because, of course, the Americans make this point. The Americans make the point that we had to drop the bombs in order to save not only American lives, but Japanese lives as well. This is the point they quote-unquote make. And so when it comes to this lie, this fallacy, because what they're trying to do is claim that there is a moral choice here, and they had to make the moral choice of deploying the bomb. So cute. Yes, you're very cute. We get that. Yes, honey. And you've got the cute little senior dogs. Yes, honey. Adorable. You're adorable. So when they say we had to, drop these bombs to save lives, and it's the absurdity of it is that they didn't save any lives. They were strictly weapons of terror. They had no effect on the outcome of the war. And the original United States Strategic Bombing Survey drew that conclusion that the atomic bombs had absolutely no effect on the outcome of the war. And that's the USBS, the United States Strategic Bombing Survey itself. So are you escaping from what I'm saying by smooching your dog? This helps you escape what I'm saying, or what? But anyhow, so my point is, when it comes to Biden, okay, as a realistic argument, she's fucking falling asleep on me. It's incredible. It's like she holds her arm up so I can see her fall asleep on me. It's oh my God. Oh my God. It's but you look great. When you fall asleep, you look 10 years, 20 years younger. Yeah. But my point is, when it comes to
30 years younger in your pictures, you have your son, and you're like, I just put a little makeup on.
Now, when it comes,
you and I are able to insult each other now like Ian West without you taking offense.
Now, when it comes to my saying vote for Biden, okay, Biden is, to me, like what those Americans project. We're not talking about the Americans who should know better, because none of the Americans know better anymore. At this point, the Americans in charge are the inheritors of the big lie, and they believe the lie. So most Americans will believe the atomic bombs were the only way to end the war, and we had to drop the bombs. And by the way, they don't believe that anymore, because now they're pushing the fantasy that the Russians ended the war, which today's Russian performance on the battlefield should show you is patently impossible. But anyhow, the Americans originally, for generations, indoctrinated.
I need to hold the fucking phone up, and I just want you to see. You
What?
better, because what I'm using to hold the phone up.
You're holding the Bible up? Is this like when Trump held the Bible up and you're just wondering how he doesn't burst into flames? It's kind of like I feel the same way when you hold the Bible up.
At least I can touch it.
So anyway, honey, when it comes to voting for the pedophile, Joe Biden, it's simply he's the lesser evil because he has a potential of winning. RFK does not. I believe the opposite you. You, on the other hand, believe that RFK has the chance of winning and Biden does not. So both of us are voting for strictly pragmatic reasons. But I can admit it. And I can say, there's nothing about Biden I like, but I believe that if we push him as a candidate, he'll beat Trump or have a chance of beating Trump, whereas RFK does not. And beyond that, I honestly believe RFK is, unlike Biden, who's a pedo, Biden is doing less to alter our society in a damaging way than RFK would. RFK would outlaw abortions, honey. He's Trump for the Democrats.
Oh, you're full of goddamn shit. First of all, abortions need to be outlawed, and I'm fucking a woman, first of all. But abortions need to be outlawed to a certain point. That's what I've always said about abortions, and I stand by it. I remember trying to decide if I was going to have an abortion with my daughter.
Honey, go on.
Told a best friend. He has the phone down.
I'm sorry, what?
The speaker's on the bottom, so I pick the phone up. I had a friend that was fucking 16 in high school and got pregnant, and we sent her to Georgia to have an abortion because they had it to 24 weeks at that point, and we didn't have it there in South Carolina. It was still like 16 or 18. So we sent her there, but she decided not to, and she has that baby girl today, and it changed her life. And for the better, what I'm saying is, for her, that was her choice, and that's what she decided to do. And she went to Georgia, was one of the latest places, 24 weeks. Now, what I need you to understand is that was in the 90s. So at 22 weeks, okay, when I had my ultrasound at 12 weeks, I could tell what sex my child was. Mm-hmm. Now, what you have to understand is, but this is where men shouldn't be involved, or at least male legislators, especially Southern Republican male legislators, that they get involved and they're like, 8 weeks sounds good. 12. Well, okay, first of all, 4 weeks. I'm 4 weeks pregnant the minute I realize my period's late, if I even notice it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes.
But there has to be a middle of the road. And that's where you're not, like, what I'm trying to do and what I'm trying to tell you is that you've got these extreme right-wing Republicans that are like, oh my God, abortion's just bad. Or my uncle's very not the engineer, the other uncle, who actually should have been engineer. He's better than smarter, but he was so liberal on everything, liberal, but he could not get past abortion. Abortion was his one thing. Like, he was like, you can't kill a baby like God said, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so we all have to say
There has to be a middle road. Just like we say, okay, people can be married and gay. It's not, as long as they aren't like pedophiles, then pedophiles is different. Trans is different than pedophilia. Like, let's agree on terms. Let's agree on terms of abortion. If a child can live outside the womb and has an ability to live outside the womb, even with modern technology, then at that point, there's a point push past that. But there's also a point where the child doesn't have the ability, and it's a mother that is stuck with, yeah, you went out as a male and you fucked that fucking bitch and you fucking walked away. And you know what? You may never walk fucking back, but it's going to fuck her body up. And then she may even want to give it up for abortion. But the second she holds that baby, it's now fucked her life. And you never came back. And who the fuck are you? You're probably a drug dealer who's not even going to pay child support. She can find you. Okay? So at the end of the day, why is it, or you raped her, or you fucking got her drunk and she's like 17, or she has a fucking thing. Like, there has to be a time where then the baby does have a right. It can live outside the womb with modern technology, especially. It may not be able to live without maybe an air pump or whatever, but we're looking at 20-something weeks. We're looking at these weeks, and I think we have to agree on weeks and say that's where we start to come together, instead of letting Fox News be like, you should be able to have an abortion up to 40 weeks, being liberal. And the Republicans, you should never be able to, but you don't care if you're raped, sodomized, abused, and you're fucking 2 years old. You should have to have that baby because you're pregnant with it. It's like, we've got two extremes here. And I believe that, no, I do not believe that fucking, what's his name is our best fucking candidate in the world that we could ever have.
Who, RFK Jr., the man who wants to introduce a national abortion ban after first trimester pregnancies?
And that's an actual lie. And if you actually go back and read, he does not want to introduce that. He has said 15 weeks, and he has since reneged on the 15 weeks. But he said 15 weeks, which is where you're getting that. 15 weeks is what he said, which is actually not first trimester, but he said 15 weeks. That was where he got all the assault from. He's reneged on that since then. But 15 weeks isn't very far from where I say. And I'm a woman who's had children and a woman who wants abortion rights for my children. But I believe we need to be somewhere between 16 and max 20 on abortion.
And so I want you to know that our man Aristides is going to go mute and drift off because he...
Where do you think we should be on abortion before you go? End of story.
Yeah. Where do you think we should be on abortion before you go, Aristides? Yeah.
Watch him stay mute like he's pretending to be asleep.
He's pretending to fall asleep already.
Like, I was already typing. I was still typing when you asked me that, but I'm suddenly asleep.
Yeah, yes. Isn't that... Oh, I hate to say it. Oh, that's so chicken shit, right? Come on, Aristides. You can do better than that. Come on. Tell us before you go to sleep.
Strange, Aristides. What would it be for you?
Come on, Aristides. Tell us.
Oh my... He's on...
Oh, yeah, he's going to stay on mute. Going to be on mute and drift off. Best of luck. Hope you hear from George. Sometimes I can't hear you, honey. For some reason, your voice isn't coming through all the time.
Okay, if I sit... Okay, watch this. I hold it up.
Yeah.
I set the phone down. You got to remember my speaker...
But see, this is why we know that Showtime was intentionally snoring to interrupt with me, because how could he fall asleep and not do that? How could he do that? He was making certain that it was closer and closer to him.
No, the normal way would be to do this. If I was not on video, let's pretend he can't see me.
Yeah.
Okay, so you just got his picture, so you can't see it in my phone. This is how I normally do it, because you wouldn't know. I would never. I probably couldn't see me. And normally I would just lay it beside me. So you hear me, and then guess what I want to
do? Yeah, but it kept getting louder. He kept bringing it closer. You can listen to the audio. Did you listen to the audio? Did you listen to the audio?
No, I have
You need to listen to the audio.
I never want to hear Joe Ty snore, okay?
Yeah, you need to listen to the audio.
You're like somebody else who was like, just look up my the website. We'll talk about it.
It's not like that. It's not like that.
I doubt, and it's like I told them, apparently you've never heard me talk online. I don't look up shit, and I care less to.
Yeah. Anyhow, Aristides he wanted to dodge the bullet on abortion, but I've gone in depth. I'm sorry, honey?
I said obviously. Crickets, bitch. If I could play some crickets right now, I'd play them for him.
Hope he hears that later. Oh my God, that's funny. But at any rate, darling, in terms of the thing about Joe Biden is he's doing nothing to radically change our society as it is right now. Does our society need radical change? Most definitely, yes. But it's not something that, not the kind of change that RFK Jr. wants, which is all basically Republican change. Definitely not in that direction. So he's the worst.
That's where you will argue, and I have to fucking hold the phone up so you can see me, because I'm not going to argue. No, this is where we mansplain, and this is where you're not going to get away with just saying that. That's not true, and there is a reason I say what I say. I am, like you told me, hold yourself accountable, and don't. I know I'm not a fucking idiot, and that's what you tell me all the fucking time. So let me tell you this.
You mean I tell you you're not an idiot? I've told you this, right?
Right. And I know what I'm talking about. And so when I tell you that, then don't fucking tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about. Because RFK Jr., number one, you're right. I mean, and when I say you're right, he probably doesn't, obviously, how many presidents have, okay, we've got Joe Biden's a president, right? So it's been very rare, if ever, where you had a sitting president that ran for re-election that was overcome by another person in the same party, right? It's happened, I think, like once, maybe in our history, once or twice ever. And I did look that up. I think it was once, maybe twice, and I can't remember what president it was. But that doesn't normally happen, right? If a president is running for re-election on the same ticket, another Democrat would not come in and win because he's got that nomination. What I am telling you is this: two things. Number one, what you say about our RFK is wrong in some ways. It is wrong in the fact that you are wanting a complete liberal president, right? And I agree in some ways that the Republican Party, not in some ways, many ways, that the Republican Party is fucked. They fucked themselves. But at the same time, as much as they're struggling, so is the Liberal Party, and we don't realize it. We fucked ourselves. And so not as bad looking right now, you may think, but you've got such a strong right wing that will not ever vote for Biden. Because not only of what has happened during Biden, and Biden's done some good things, okay? But because of what has happened with, let's say, the war and gas prices going up, and then the economy, and then you had your fucking now your Trumpers, who are your fucking really extreme right wingers, are like, oh no, and then and then your Christians are like, oh no, like he stands for abortion, he's like for gay rights. Did you see that pride flag? Oh my god. Okay, and then you've got middle of the road right wingers who are like, I don't want to vote for Trump. I really fucking don't. But I also think that some of this, like what Brooke says, Brooke was running for president, nobody voted for me because I cuss and the way I sound. But what I'm saying is, hey, you know what? I was in pharmaceuticals, and I'm not saying all that QAnon shit's the truth. But what I am saying is, if you don't see what is factually in data, they are now proven on some of these, what they were putting out on these, you cannot even believe about, which we already knew. I mean, Trump even said it's the Wuhan virus, it's the China virus, right? And then we were like, and then it was like, okay, you don't see it came from the Wuhan labs. You don't see about the what did I say?
the not drugs they were creating, the diseases they were creating, which one of them
Gain of function.
Gain of function labs, which one of them was Wuhan, and probably escaped from there. And now it's almost proven, cannot be. I mean, I don't know if it's completely proven to be like, I don't know. I guess I'd have to go get DNA from one of your illegitimate children to completely prove it, but I'm pretty sure I know who some of them are.
Okay, good. Go on. These children, you know who some of them are. I'm sorry, who? What? With the last few sentences? I mean, I got it up to the Wuhan lab.
Someone I knew had children.
Okay.
Right? And they admitted they had children, and they were probably like their children, and there was reason to believe they were their children, and they look like.
Okay.
Like you'd have to have an or a videotape of me robbing the liquor store, right? Versus, well, I mean, if Brooke's DNA prints were there, and she was found at home with 70 bottles of vodka and a gun, fucking matched, but we can't be sure it's her. Like, okay, that's what Wuhan lab is. Like, we know it came from Wuhan lab. Like, it is 98% certain. Also, we know what has now been proven with Fauci. If you would just take the time, instead of just being so left-wing, to take the time, and I say left-wing because I am left. I lean left. Like, that's where I am. You know that.
Well, if you didn't, you'd be highly schizophrenic because you're a lesbian and you're the target of many of these radicalized Russophiliac right-wingers. Just by that very fact. So you have to lean left in order to survive.
Right. No, I don't have to do anything. I mean, you got these stupid gay guys that are like totally right wing, which I don't understand at all. They're like, oh, I'm so pro-Republican. Gay black guy that's like,
well, they're obviously schizophrenic. They're out of their minds. Yes,
yes, you should lean left, but at the same time, you have to be now. You live in a culture that is dominating. You're being dominated by news, media, and they know what to dominate you with on your phone, on your TV, on your computer. Everything you've clicked on, they already know what to give you. So they're going to give you which news articles you fucking want to read. And nobody is reading the other articles. Very rarely does someone, unless they take the time to look it up to see the other side, and they're like, what are they seeing? And then try to find and piece together what the goddamn truth is. That's a whole other ballgame, man. But people aren't doing it because they just want to be like, oh, that agrees with what I agree with. That is what it is. And that's what you're doing with RFK Jr. And I'm just telling you two things. RFK Jr. is not some he's had more vaccines than probably me or you ever have had. Okay? He's admitted to that on national TV, on fucking when he was getting ready. Like, he's admitted to that. He's not anti-vax. He's against the law that I believe Clinton imposed, that basically made it. And again, I work for pharmaceuticals. I know how strict it is to get a drug through. I couldn't get a fucking drug through in 2.5 years that I was there. There was a legal drug for 10 fucking years, and it then gone over the counter. We were just trying to make a fucking goddamn liquid form. 2.5 years I was there. When I left, it was still not able to be liquid fucking form because it had to sit on the shelf for 2 years. Could not change its fucking consistency at all. And you put it on the shelf every 3 months because you know some consistency may change. So you continue to keep it up. And sure enough, when I left, the consistency changed right before we thought it was going to come through. So we were waiting another 3 months. And then that's when 2000 whatever came. Bullshit. 2020. And by February, I was done. But at that time, like, it takes fucking approximately, can't even be a liquid. Do you understand what it means to say the only drugs that don't have to go through that screening process? Which, by the way, other drugs get around it because they go to Africa and they do their testing. So don't let me fool you. There is pharmaceutical cells that goes around it. If you want to put a pill form, because in a pill form it doesn't change because it's liquid's a little different because it can change. But pill form, that once they've proven the test subjects, right, don't have these experiences. They don't have heart attacks. They don't have whatever. So they can go around that. They go to Africa. That's where almost every fucking one goes.
So when you see, oh, well, I just got this new cholesterol drug, and it says only 1 out of 5,000 people have ever had a heart murmur with this. Yeah, that's because 1 out of 5,000 people fucking were willing to speak English, tell them they had a heart murmur, and not get their soup for the fucking day. So that's how legitimacy pharmacy works. But there was a law, and that's what fucking your RFK Jr. that you hate so much was willing to talk about on TV, was saying, guess the only thing in pharmaceuticals that doesn't even have to pay to go to Africa, pay for a couple years of research. If it's a vaccine, it is not mandated to do any of that.
So, darling, what I'm still wondering about is, like, you've heard what I've said. You understand? Do you grok? You ever hear that term before? Grok? You know what that means? GROK?
No, I don't. It sounds like Hulk. I just think of Hulk. It sounds like another person, but it sounds like WWE fucking wrestling.
That's pretty funny. Grok, it comes from Robert Heinlein, and it's a term that was used in his novel Stranger in a Strange Land. He was a very bizarre individual, and he was no one to admire in any way, shape, or form, and he ultimately degenerated into libertarian madness, which is, of course, the kind of madness that RFK courts. But when it comes to Heinlein, his book Stranger in a Strange Land was like the Bible for the Charles Manson family. So it too has its suspect, shall we say, developments. But when it comes to one of the things that was pointed out in that book, the term grok was used often because it means to comprehend, like comprehend to the level where I get it, I vibe it, I feel it. And so, you know, I think it's important, a term, and I'm trying to get you to kind of grok, kind of vibe, understand what I was saying about my atomic bomb analogy. When it comes to the atomic bomb and what the Americans claim, which is completely fallacious, that the atomic bomb saved lives, Japanese lives as well as American. I mean, it didn't save anyone's lives. It was simply a weapon of terror that had no effect on the outcome of the war. But nevertheless, based on the myth that Americans are indoctrinated with, if you accept that myth, then you would believe, well, we had to deploy the atomic bombs because in the end, it's for the greater good. And so what I'm saying, you turned yourself off. You turned yourself off. Is that like a protest? Is that like a protest when I'm speaking? Like you're protesting what I'm saying, or yeah, there we are. So honey, when I say that when it comes to Joe Biden, I think of him as the lesser of two evils because he's doing the least to change society in any way, shape, or form. His entire objective is to maintain continuity because he's old. He wants to die with the same world he was born in. That's basically his objective. Are you maintaining? What? I can't quite read your lips. I'm not that good at reading lips. So I know she was trying to tell me something silently. But when it comes to, Biden, that's why I'm saying he needs to be pushed.
Let's keep things the same. Things are going so wonderful. Everyone's so happy. We should vote for the person that wants to keep things the same.
But by the way,
or an alcoholic or getting shot by a cop and in debt and going to school and they can't afford it and the world's fucking changing, banks are collapsing, everything's going, and you're like, oh, you know who we should vote for? The person who wants to keep it all the same. Fuck my life.
It's the last thing we need. The last thing we need right now. We're already heading towards civil war. I'm trying to stave off the civil war as long as possible for just the selfish reason of.
No, you're not. That's my point. You are fucking trying to head towards it.
Now,
God damn, you know it.
But
because I'm starting to think you fucking are. You're going to say that because Trump or Biden, either one.
But you see, my point here is that regardless of what you believe will be the outcome of a second part of a second Biden administration, or what I believe, the end result is I'm honest about why I'm voting for him. I don't like the man at all, but simply because of his inaction, I'm voting for him for the sake of continuity of.
That's
but
so
but
sad.
in the other hand, you seem to feel a need to defend Kennedy. Even though you could just say, look, I just think that he's the only choice because he's the only one who could beat Trump. You could say that, but you seem like you're determined to defend him.
I could say I'm not hot and my boobs are fucking tiny and I weigh 500 pounds. All of it would be a lie. I could say I don't like dogs. That'd be a lie. What I'm going to tell you is the fucking truth, which is number one, he's the only one. Mark my words, if Biden goes up, I'll pay you $500. It's on there right now, but you'll pay me $500. If fucking, I swear to God, if Biden goes up to Trump, Trump will fucking win. Number one, I do not want to see that happen because it is going to be a civil war. But here's the other thing. If Biden wins, it's going to be the same fucking thing, just a different fucking way. Let me tell you, what I'm trying to say is that Kennedy, I don't agree with everything he says. I don't. But what I'm not ever going to agree with just like you said, Biden, like, I don't want to vote for a pedophile. Okay, well, I hope you don't. You claim that's the best bet. Let's not change anything and vote for a pedophile. Well, I think it's better to vote for someone who's trying to be fucking bring people in a middle ground. Meaning you're like, he's Republican. He's not Republican. But what he is bringing them some Republican standards, which means the Republicans that don't want to vote for Trump, and there are many, I'm in the South, there are many that don't want to vote for Trump, but they will not vote for Biden, and they will go to the stands and they will vote for Trump if it's Trump versus Biden. The difference is the Biden electors, we were not there to elect Biden, and you know it. We were there to get rid of Trump. So it was we weren't like, oh my God, Biden's our savior. We want to vote for the pedophile. We want to vote for the old, even if you think it's pedophile, we want to vote for the old man that's kind of boring as shit. Like, none of us were running to the polls, but we stood in line anyway because we wanted to get rid of Trump. And that will not happen this time. And I can tell you, there are two scientific reasons why, and you can look at human demeanor as why. The Democrats will not go to the polls in the same manner for Biden as they did before. And if Biden shows up as a winner, like, then I'd have to say maybe there's fucking conspiracy, but I cannot. Because human interaction says this: we're not going to wait in line, because here's what humans say. The Democrat humans that are against Trump, they're like this. They were determined, like, Trump was so outlandish and so crazy. We just had to get rid of him, man. We couldn't even believe this was our president. He was embarrassing. He was tweeting all the time. It was like, oh my God, I will vote for anybody. Okay, it's going to be Biden, like, whatever. So we're voting against Trump. It was an against Trump vote. Now, 4 years later, we've had old man stand there. Might have done a few good things. Couldn't get a few things passed, like maybe if he got fucking, I don't know, like my kids' fucking shit or my fucking school loans fucking gone. Couldn't even do that. We also ended up in Ukraine war, which is fine. He maybe couldn't control that, but guess what? As much as I can stand up against the Republicans and tell you that, well, we should be there, we should be fighting, and some of them would say that, we would also say, a lot of money's gone there, gas prices have gone up, a lot of shit's not looking good. Not all his fault. He's done some good things. But those people that see the good things are only the people that are watching MSNBC. If you're watching Fox News or goddamn anything else that is not, your Republicans are like, well, I will not vote for Trump if there was another party that was more whatever. But, no, I will definitely not. I guess I'm getting this Biden out of office no matter what. Like, we got to get Biden out of office. That's what they're going to do. And the people that voted for Biden, what you're not understanding is here's what we'll do. Even and I'll probably still go vote. I probably will. That's because I'm one of those people that I feel like I still need to vote. A lot of people, like, imagine being in these big cities and have to stand in line for hours. Like, they're just going to be like, what's the fucking point, right? They're not voting Trump out of office.
And what did they really get from Biden? Nothing. So they'll just be like, the vote doesn't matter, and they will stay home. Okay? And that's what you're not understanding. And so if Biden actually cared about this country, Biden would step aside. If you actually got what I'm saying, then you would understand why I would say, yes, RFK Jr. is not like the person I want to be like, hey, chum up in fucking bed with me or chum up with brunch. And I agree with everything you fucking say. But I think that he stands the best policy of fucking bringing our country back to which is what our original Kennedy would have done, which is a middle ground to start at. We need to start somewhere, which is like you and I don't agree on the vaccine completely. That's one thing you and I don't agree on, or the way maybe this started as far as the disease. There are certain things we don't agree on, but at that same time, where you and I don't agree, the entire country is at a 50-50 and we're being split down the middle. And he's someone that's trying to border the lines to bring us back. And if we could do that, then we'd have another person or two people that we could then vote for the next time to bring us closer. Otherwise, those two are going to split us further apart. And that's what you're not seeing. And if I'm asking you to at least acknowledge the fact that if Biden is elected, which most likely in the Democratic Party, he will be nominated. If he is nominated, then we most likely will lose to Trump. We will be split further. You're looking at a civil war. And even if Biden was to win, which I believe is like a fucking 100-1 against Trump, unless like Trump is actually, I think it'd even help him. Trump could be behind bars in orange suit and people vote for him more. Because here's the other thing you're forgetting. Humans. That was my second point. What do humans like? I even hear Democrats saying this. Like, well, at least Trump, like, we're now starting to miss, well, at least Trump was interesting. I mean, you had a fucking tweet every morning to wake up to and be like, what the fuck did our president say today? Like, you had a comedian to make fucking fun of him. Like, he's like, oh my fucking God. Which is as sad as that is about human race, because it is sad that we are like, oh God. We don't want the old white, we're past the old white man, period, okay? We need a not old white man running, period. Not old, not white, not a Hillary Clinton pretending to be an old white man. Like, something different, you know? We need like a Snoop Dogg running. We need like a fucking Eminem. We need like a fucking Douglas, like people running that speak real, talk real, and want to do real. But the closest you've got right now to that, to getting us there for the next election, is RFK Jr. Because you now have, if not, you've got your civil fucking war, which I think you maybe want. Maybe that's why you're saying that. But at the end of the day, I don't fucking want it. I would prefer to see us come together. And I think that he's the closest we fucking got. And if I was Biden, I'll be honest, if I was Biden and not the reptilian dead person that Florida boy thinks Ian thinks he is, if I was a real human, I would, as Biden, step aside and let him run, because he has a better chance of beating Trump, because Republicans will step to his side for the same reason you don't like him, but he'll keep some of your Democratic hopes alive. He won't make, like they are now in fucking the South Carolina, abortion illegal at 12 weeks. He fucking got hit on for 15 weeks is what you're fucking talking about if you go look that up. And he's since pulled that back. But what you're saying, he's never been against. What he says, I believe testing for vaccines needs to have the same standards that they do for other pharmaceutical drugs.
But
that is what he said.
But honey, we're back to the question that I had, which is, unlike myself, where I've said outright that there is nothing personally redeeming about Joe Biden, but I vote for him simply because there's something that I think is, shall we say, commendable only in the sense of purely selfish reasons. The economic stability that comes with normalcy in regards to the normalcy he represents in terms of continuity. All everybody wanted was for things to be boring again when they voted Trump out. But you still have a need to defend RFK. Now, one of the things you said was that that everything is really bad right now, and so maintaining normalcy is bad, quote unquote, or continuity. We'll use the term continuity, which makes more sense. But that's really not the case. The economy is actually going quite well. So economically, as bad as things are, on the personal examples that you've brought up, we could bring up infinite personal examples. And of course, I struggle just to get enough money to make rent every month. But when it comes to the economy itself, the economy is actually it's doing great compared to where it was under Trump. This is I could go into it, but I don't need to go into it right now, because then I just start, spouting off, and then you would say, boring. So for you, I'm not going to go into the details of it right now. But hey, we lost $1 trillion on Wall Street, but that's not shit. Wall Street needs to lose $1 trillion. But otherwise, in terms of employment numbers, everything seems it's really going up a bit. You're thumping your forehead. But you, on the other hand, you are personally defending RFK. You're saying, no, he didn't really say this. He walked back on it. The guy dances all over the place. The guy dances all over the place on everything he says, because everything he says is so vile, so repulsive, engenders so much controversy. He constantly has to withdraw what he says, dance all over it, and then rephrase it.
No, I can't keep up with everything you said. So this is where I'm asking you to slow down, and we need to do this back and forth evenly. Okay. So let me just go backwards on this for what I can remember. What you just said, so going backwards, is the first thing is that he walks back, and he walked back that. He did walk back that because
he walks back everything.
Can I speak?
Go ahead.
Let's see. Why don't you go look up the racist comments that your Biden said?
But we're back to. So he's a horrible man. So he's a racist, honey. He was against even allowing Southeast Asians to come here after the Vietnam War. There's very little that's redeeming about this son of a bitch.
Anyway, regardless, he was against gays. He was against everything.
Yeah, he's just this old reactionary. But he's this old reactionary. But compared to Trump, his politics, not his pedophilia, his politics are mild. So that's, and you know that. That.
So wait a minute, I don't know what you mean by mild, because I would say mild would be a word that you could use because you've taught me, you teach me great words that I don't use. So mild, while I do know that word, I use it for salsa mainly.
That's cute.
I would say that you could say mild in many different ways.
Yeah.
His politics.
I think what you're avoiding is my central challenge to your personal stance. No, you don't need to defend Robert F. Kennedy as a person. All you need to say is it's your belief that he's the only way that Trump can be beaten. That's all you need to say. You don't need to defend the son of a bitch. You don't need to. I mean, the man is completely reprehensible in that he has to rephrase everything he says, because the first time he says it, it comes out so bad.
So let me say this. I agree with what you're saying in some regards. I do not think that he is like the person that, if I could vote somebody for, I literally would vote Snoop Dogg in for president if I could, or like somebody, you know what I'm saying, like before him, like or you, like by fucking.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? Like, or actually, she's just fucking lying. But somebody can be bought off. Like there are people that I would vote in that people normally wouldn't, but we're not in that culture, because Obama's mother-in-law said, he was interviewed not too long ago by Hassan. Hassan's last name. He's actually a comic too. But he was interviewed by Hassan, and he said, Obama was saying, and again, I'm not good at quotes, as you know, but
no worries.
What Obama said was, what my mother-in-law told me was, don't worry, honey. Because he said she had different beliefs about certain things. And she said, but don't worry, honey.
we die off. That's what it's meant to happen. And our beliefs die with us. Meaning, I'm not saying old people should die, right? But like, I've given up on like, okay, two things happen. Actually, my mother is just like, she was raised like she needed to know like her dog, she needed to know stuff that she'd been told by her preacher, that like she doesn't, like that preacher told her that. And even though she did believe in her heart that was completely wrong, like she totally couldn't see that it was wrong until her savior, her God himself, sent something to show her. But still to this day, she still has to cling to her faith. Now my father was not a clinger of faith the same way, even though they met in church. That's how they met. And he was much more into just, you know what I mean? Like, he watched Star Trek, you know? But, like, he wasn't into aliens or anything. Like, he's like, I believe there might be other life. I mean, who's to say God couldn't make other life? I don't know. But he also didn't ever go to church. He only went to church when I was baptized and one Christmas. The only time I ever remember my father from church. And to be honest, my mom didn't show up much either, but she used it as an excuse. I'm too fat after I had you. And so either way, that she was reading her Bible every night. And she's like, she'll tell me now, read your Bible. And I have talked about astrology a lot with them. And as you have heard, it goes about as well with my mother as it does with you. And my father. Mm-hmm. Father called me yesterday, and he had told me not to speak to him again on something. I don't know. A while back, we got in an argument. And I got a random, but I mean, he and I are just alike. Like, I can argue with a fucking brick wall and be like, I fucking hate you, never call me again, as you well know. And then 2 days later be like, I love you.
Well, what about, okay, go on. No, please, complete what you're saying first.
Yesterday, and it's like, literally, I'm in the car, and he's like, hey, so he's never mentioned astrology to me, ever. Uh-huh. Hey, I need to know on your astrology stuff. I need you to look up something like about like on the stock market and what it's going to do, and what I can do, because everything's 50-50, and that's all my dad does is play stocks. That's how he makes a living. And he's like, everybody's 50-50 split on this, and I know you do astrology. Like, I don't even know.
Isn't your dad retired? He's still doing this stuff?
Yeah, he's retired, but that's what he does. So yeah.
To keep himself occupied.
That, and to make money to pay for the shit that I can't pay for, like supporting myself, which is why we didn't speak last time. Anyway, regardless.
So why do you even bother to look for work at all? Well, you're not right now. You're so lucky to have a dad like that. Fuck, can he adopt me too?
No, I haven't applied for a job, Mom. But
what did you say?
I haven't applied for a job since, I don't know.
Yeah, I said, fuck, you're so lucky to have a dad like that. Can he adopt me too?
Yes. No, he would not ever adopt you. As a matter of fact, he'd probably kill you. As a matter of fact, come here and you'll actually give him something to do.
Well, he's not racist, is he? He wouldn't hate me racially, would he?
No, I would just place in your videos talking about me, and you're like, not talking about my dog that way. Fuck him. Where's the pigs? Did we buy pigs?
You mean he would take offense at the way I treat you, quote unquote? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe. I don't know. He might agree with. The only thing he would agree with, I will be honest, is the RFK shit, because he's all anti-Trump and he's also anti-RFK. He's so bold.
Sounds like a smart guy.
Yeah, he would call me. He's like, you're coffee. This is why he told me he was never speaking to me again. You're coffee. And I was like, he's like, you have the virus, and that's probably why you've been sick since October, because you got fucking virus a year ago. And I'm like, okay, well then that would be long-term COVID died. And he's like, it's because you didn't get the vaccine. I'm like, okay. He's like, no, I didn't either. And I can't. You need to right now go get the vaccine, because you need to get Noah. If you care about it, you go get it. And I'm like, well, I've been calling for 2 weeks. Noah's not sick. And I'm pretty sure it's the vaping and the allergies. And I'm like, he's like,
I thought we found it was the histamine stuff. You know, you need the histamine diet to.
Which is the diet, which is exactly histamines, which is, if you read it, which he won't read, I'm like, histamine, it says
you will go through skin allergies, which I went through first, then stomach, and then you can go into nose and throat, which is why I fucking know it's histamine, which is why I went back on the diet 2 days ago, by the way. But
yeah, good for you. Thank you. I'm proud of you. I feel much better now knowing that. Yes. A lot more, what was it again? Arugula. A lot more Arugula and a lot less Adderall, and we're on our way. Oh shit, she glitched. Shit, she glitched. Oh fuck, what happened? Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm left with a photograph of her smoking. This is where she glitched. Holy shit. Oh god. So, at any rate, hopefully she didn't hang up, and it was, at any rate, such is life. And what I'll do now is go into monologue. We have the call on. We will see what happens if she's ever able to return. And it's then we'll take it from there. Okay. And in the meantime, I'm just loading up something. The computer is so slow, but then there's probably storage space is running short. Okay, so, all right. Okay. So, there we go with that. And, in the interim, so let me write her on her messenger here. See, where is she? I'll call her then at 5 a.m. In the meantime. So let me get a few things going here. Hope you can all hear me. And let me know about my quality of sound, okay? That's always important. And aside from my quality of sound, of course, these things are always fraught with peril. Anything that I do with Brooke Gibson in public is fraught with peril. Okay. Try another call here soon enough. And in the interim, just entering something to her messenger. There we are. And, of course, what doesn't this come up? Okay. Definitely something happened at a very peculiar time. And it's, worrisome. But we'll, so I didn't get a chance to ask Joe Ty's question. Maybe it's all destined that Joe Ty gets no play at all. In any way, shape, or form. At any rate, gonna hit back to here. Oh god, she went off. Oh my god, yes, she did go off. Alright, so let's go down here. Okay, and maybe her. Oh, shit. That knocked me off the other call. At any rate, so that means I'll have to try and call Doofus, George Knight. She's doing a glitch thing here. Says it's trying to connect. Skype might have died or something. So let's see if I'm online. Can you hear me out there? Loud and clear, says Acid. Thank God, Acid Kick 96. Blessed be. So Brooke's offline. I'll call her at the 5 a.m. and hopefully she gets a little sleep. And I'll do my best to wake her up then. So let's keep the phone on, and then we'll take it from there. Anyhow, I'm proud that she's trying the histamine diet and was just expressing that. Hopefully she didn't take offense. Okay. Aside from that, going to go back to the where we were at during the call. Who the hell else was on here? Oh, yeah. Now, hopefully this doesn't... So, I'm back on the call with, what's his name? So the call's still on. And so the other way to handle this would be let's try this. So she's off. Press the add button. See if that works. And then we'll go on to monologue. And I'll cover some of the topics she broached. She won't be here to overwhelm us with protestations, so I can just go on about it. At any rate, hopefully she just falls asleep, gets some sleep, and I'll wake her up at 5 a.m. my time. And matter of fact, what I need to do is set that alarm. So give me a second here. And I'll remember to call her. That'll be merely 2 hours from now. 6 a.m. really. That's right. Make certain I got the right time on this. Okay, she's unavailable. So I guess she got completely angry. Which she chooses to be angry a lot. She's really got to choose not to be angry, because that's I'm thankful for the fact that she was here with us for a long time, but I don't believe it was healthy to continue talking for too long because I'm not quite sure if we were getting anywhere. I was glad that she was sharing what she was sharing, and certainly open to her, doing that. Let's try something else here, a little something, I guess. Take a look at the time, make certain that it is okay. So we're pretty much on par between this and the clock that I've got, the mechanical clock. And so, oh fuck, what does she say here? She is okay, so that's good. And alright, so let's give her a nice big pumping. Oh, she said something. She joined! Oh, thank God! Damn, I was worried. You alright?
Yeah, my phone died.
Oh, God, thank God. Oh, my fucking God. Oh, well, oh.
What did you think fucking happened? Another fucking rabbit shit up dead or something?
Who knows with you, honey? Oh my God! All I know is that you're a cause for concern no matter what. You are a primary source of stress in anybody's life.
Another shirt. Do you remember the shirt I showed you earlier today? Tonight, this said, what did it say? Something about wrong. Like, don't argue the wrong. There's another shirt.
I don't argue. I just prove that I'm right or something like that. Yeah. Yes, go on.
I have another shirt that's another tank top that says, "Come on, life without me would be boring."
I'm sure it would be. But you see, that's why people voted for Biden, to get boring again. People want it.
That's why Biden's going to lose, because I was about to say, and I think I already did say it.
Oh my God.
I'll probably go vote for Biden. There are people that are just sort of like, you know what, Biden didn't do shit. He didn't give a fucking... You know what? I don't give a shit. I'm just not going to stand in line.
So you were on... You were talking about going back on the histamine diet 2 days ago. You talked about going back on the histamine diet 2 days ago. You were talking about your father. You were talking about your father complaining about vaccines, that you didn't take a vaccine, that he wants you to run and get a vaccine, know where to get a vaccine. And we were talking about how he supports you, and I was saying, gee, could he adopt me too? And then you said he'd kill me. Do you remember that train of thought? Was there anything else you wanted to express about all that?
Yeah, I couldn't tell when the phone died. Did it die that early?
It died right at the point that you just said you just started back again on the histamine diet.
Oh, shit. Okay, then that was meant to be, and apparently I'm not meant to tell you the rest. Okay, I'm going to shut up then.
Well, I'm not quite sure I follow that logic.
I would just say this. My father called me, who doesn't believe in astrology, and called me yesterday.
Right, and he wanted your astrological advisements concerning the stock market, essentially, right?
Yeah. And apparently I gave it to him very well because he called me at 5 o'clock today because that's when he would know when it closed. Yeah. And he had made 30 fucking points, whatever the fuck 30 points was. She was like, that's like $30. And I don't know, whatever the fuck. He was very happy about that.
So he owes you a commission.
No, he doesn't owe me shit. I fucking owe him for the rest of my life. What I was scared to death to do, I realized I can give astrology advice all day. Do you realize how fucked I was? I was so excited when he called me. I'm like, I'll give it to you in 20 minutes. And then I'm like, oh my fucking God. Didn't my father for money? Oh my fucking God. And I'm like shitting bricks here. I'm like, if I give him the wrong advice and he fucking, oh my God, I'll never outlive this. It'll be the end of me. And I'm like praying to my ancestors, like, please don't let me.
I taught you that. I taught you to pray to your ancestors.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And by the way, how do you like this idea? Personally, I'd rather suggest that, before I throw this other thing at you, this other alternative, I have a suggestion that you just go to sleep right away and I call you at 5 a.m. my time, which would be 8 a.m. your time, and then we'll see if you wake up. But in terms of Joe Tai, and, I hate Joe Tai personally, but I will relay what he said. He's in the chat room and you can read what he says. He says, "Brick is right to vote for someone new." And then he says,
Whoa. If I have to go I'm not in the chat room. I prefer not to go there because, I don't like to fucking waste my time reading because I'm.
So he says, Andrew Yang for Pred.
Fucking God, no. Fucking no. Douglas.
But that's how he sounds.
No, you don't know how he sounds. You talk like it's me. You talk like it's fucking me.
Read him without trying to imitate him.
You fucking get pissed at Joe Tai because you know what you can't stand? The Joe Tai says shit that you fucking want to know more about, and you get mad at yourself that you want to know more about it, and you fucking hate yourself for it. So it's your own self-hatred of Joe Tai. You self-hate yourself. So why don't you just talk about Joe Tai and talk it normally, and we'll deal with your self-hatred later.
That doesn't make any sense. No, but I mean, I get what you're saying to an extent, but it's like, in other words, what you're saying is I hate myself for asking Joe Tai questions that I know are only going to go deeper into some sewer of shit, some mire of tar baby, or like Peter Moon said, turd baby. It just doesn't get any better. And so I just...
Yes. Similarly, yeah. But you want everybody to fucking, again, why is anyone on here? Why have you invited Ian West on here? Why have you invited fucking me on here? Like, it's like, oh, well, Brooke's the loud fucking crazy one, and then she was the drunk one before. Like, whatever. And then you're like, oh my God, this person was this. And you're even like, I'm not going to bring other names up that you need.
Wait a second. I don't bring Joe Tai on because I gave you those screenshots. It's at this point I'm convinced that he's going to get me in trouble just by being alive, just by being Joe Tai. He chases after fucking kids on the internet, honey. This is like he's
somebody that you let come on for 3 hours. Monkey boy, okay, whatever.
Monkey boy? Who was that? Or are you calling me that? Not that I mind. I don't take offense.
As an adult, I wouldn't dress my 13-year-old up in a monkey suit as a 45-year-old.
Oh, right. That's funny. So we're talking about somebody we're not going to mention. Yes, that's right. Anyhow, so here's what Joe Tai says.
Do you like this suit on me?
Anyhow, so here's what Joe Tai says. Brooke is right to vote for someone new.
No, fuck you. You have to read it in a normal voice or I'm hanging up.
But then it's not fun.
I don't like it.
It's okay.
Then I hang up and read it in that voice. I'll hang up.
Okay.
Your choice.
Yeah.
Let me know.
I'm breathing. Okay.
Thank you. That's what you do. I love you. Thank you for doing that.
Joe Tai says, Brooke is right. Vote for someone new. Andrew Yang for prez. It doesn't ring right. It doesn't ring right. Then he says, we need to vote for the best, not the best of two evil. Let's get Yang into office and get paid with UBI. That's Universal Basic Income, which is his... What? Yeah, I'm not finished. Hey, I'm not finished reading his shit. Yeah. Let Yang get into office and get paid with UBI. Stop voting for Grandpa Trump and too old Joe. You have to... What did he say here? He says something about Brooke marry somebody. What is that? I have to marry Brooke? What did he say? You have to back trying to marry Brooke, Douglas. Then get adopted, Douglas. Oh, here's what he said. You have better luck trying to marry Brooke, Douglas, than get adopted, Douglas. Yes, Brooke is right. Someone else beside too old for the job.
He's right about that.
I'm sorry?
He's right about a few things, but he's like fucking EOS. He's like so right, and then just can't shut up when it's too much. Like Yang, oh my God.
Andrew Yang? Yeah, what do you think of Andrew Yang and his universal basic income? Why not Andrew Yang? So if you want to vote for someone...
How we're talking about earlier, you and fucking, what's his name?
Aristides?
No.
Who? Oh, Peter Moon?
Mm-hmm.
What were we talking about earlier? Pete the Moon Man and I. What were we talking about?
You were talking about some Indian guy.
Oh, that weird Asian Indian guy running for president who beat up Fran Drescher and shit. And then, what about him?
That's who Yang was.
That's not Yang. That's not Andrew Yang.
I thought it sounded like a weird Indian name.
No. That's Andrew Yang is Asian as in East Asian. Oh.
Yeah, of course. Okay, Joe, shut up. Okay. And also keep talking. I love you, Joe. You're on the right track, but you're going Yang because you know why? The same way if there was a vampire running, fucking Douglas is going to be like, the pro-vampire. And if they're Japanese vampire, half Chinese, he's going to be like, bro, Jeff, fuck, I don't even give a shit if they're anti-fucking gay and fucking no abortion. You'll probably go for it. I won't say you actually would. You wouldn't. But I'm saying that our beautiful Joe Tai, who has some great points, I do believe has great points. He's just like, it's like all of us, to be honest.
Wait, honey,
it's like all of us. We all have great points. If we could put them to fucking together, maybe we get somewhere. And I could be like, hey, I think Joe Tai, you might. Maybe I'm wrong.
No. By the way, I don't want to condemn Joe Tai, but does it not disturb you? He was trying to make a pass at an underage girl.
Joe, it disturbs me that you were, but it also disturbs me no less that Douglas Dietrich and was it not no one Nemo, all of them, and who was the other guy? One of your other podcasters. I was like, who's that guy? All of them were commenting on the same fucking shit. So fuck you for.
Hey, I wasn't commenting on that thread. That was
you didn't comment. You just were a part of it, which shows me
it was brought to my attention. It was brought to my attention.
And I said, why was it brought to your attention? Now, are these people's attention? You said, because they're friends. And you said, you named Nemo and Joe Tai. And I said, well, I'm friends with Nemo and Joe Tai. And it wasn't on my list. And so, and you said you and Joe Tai.
Yeah, it didn't show up on my feed either. It showed up on Nemo's.
And fucking apparently Joe Tai's. And I said, well, then it shows what they're looking up. Okay. So stop looking up weird porno shit. Okay. Joe Tai, let me tell you what my shit says. Start searching rescue dogs. How can I save dogs? Fucking how can I save Brooke? How can I save something? But stop looking up fucking, I don't fucking know, anybody with boobs. That's apparently yours and Nemo's fucking search engine.
Well, I think girls at that age, they're lucky if they get any boobs. They haven't even probably sprouted yet.
With starting to get boobs. Maybe that's your
trainer bras. They're looking up trainer bra porn.
I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with. So if we could all get on the same page, it's fine. Joe Tai, if you have something where you have some pedophilia, we can get you help. Just like I got help with his heroin addiction, and now he's only on coke. Like, you just have to admit to me what you need. I admit it. Just admit it.
But you were saying he's desperately lonely, but there has to be some level of common sense here. He said, if you in upstate New York, I hope we meet. If he were to meet with this, if she weren't an FBI front, which is all she was just a facade for an FBI sting operation, which he'll probably get arrested in when they sweep him up. But before they sweep him up in this net, if she were real and he met her in upstate New York, here's where the common sense has to come in, even for someone like Joe Tai. What would you talk to her about? They have nothing in common.
I wouldn't talk to her, I can assure you, because that's like the white guy doing the sting operations. Always is the same thing. You walk into the kitchen, and then you think the girl's coming out, and then the guy with the microphone comes out with the video.
Yeah.
And like, so
To Catch
why?
a Predator. You're talking about the series To Catch a Predator.
And
do you know that guy was ultimately busted for that very shit he was busting other people on?
It doesn't surprise me, because you say you busted people for pedophilia, and then you're fucking still trying to hit up a 20-year-old that believes in aliens, and you're like, aliens are stupid. I don't believe in them. Oh my God, I so do for you. I do for you. I am only 47 years your senior, and aliens are real. And then as soon as you hang up with her, aliens are bullshit.
That's, you see here, young lady, how dare you impugn my integrity? All I spoke about with this young lady was a cross-pollination of perceptions, a insemination of ideas, a kind of intercourse of paradigms. This is what I was
fucking thinking of. You're right. I love that you teach me words, but insemination you don't have to teach me. But I love that you said it, because that's exactly what you're thinking of, insemination.
It's you heard the man, George Knight. You're the only man who can save her, Douglas. That's right.
Yeah,
That's
I heard George Knight. You're the only.
That's right. It's a cross to bear, baby. But I'm willing to bear that cross because I'm that kind of guy. But here you make it sound like something bad.
George Knight doesn't realize that you even thought it was. I love you, George. But even he knew. Like, that was bullshit, and if you didn't, like, you should realize the bullshit, because even he was saying, Douglas, if you can't get his voice, that was bullshit. Like,
honey, you're just too cynical. You're too cynical for your own good. That's
for one moment thought he could save her, other than saving the baby.
it's baby. All about saving Marina Saren. We'll make that the title of our book. Yeah. So, at any rate, honey, in terms of, so Andrew Yang, maybe you should look him up. His main platform is Universal Basic Income, UBI. And
why the fuck? Oh my God, people are so stupid.
I'm sorry? You mean, do you think the concept is stupid or what?
No. You know, originally mentioned Universal Basic Income, like
who that communist Bernie Sanders that your daughter likes, Lola?
No, he may have mentioned it at some point, but the main person that's mentioned it about 8 years ago, said we're gonna have to go to Universal Basic Income. We're gonna have to.
Who said that? Who was it?
It was someone you don't like, and they're not running for any office.
Okay, who was it?
Their initials are E and.
I mean, don't forget that these ideas have been around for decades.
But they said we're not. It's gonna happen now, and it wasn't they were necessarily a proponent of it. Actually, if you look at where they are now, but 8 years ago they were already saying it's gonna happen, and so you have to wonder why now. Anyway, EM. Do you know the initials EM?
No.
Okay, well then you're an idiot. Okay.
I don't get it. Why the subterfuge? Why not just name them? I don't understand.
Because see how smart you are. You're so
That's
smart.
just stupid. That's so fucking stupid. That's just stupid. Come on. It's like this isn't trivia.
It's a male. How many men have the name that starts with E?
Hey, come on. This isn't Trivial Pursuit, for Christ's sake.
Okay, and they're a billionaire. There you go.
Oh, Elon Musk. Yeah. So the Musk man. What about him? He's an idiot. And but so he said, if he said that, he's like, even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day, as you said. Once if it's digital.
You are so determined to think that, so I get you have haters, right? But he's not a hater on you. This isn't personal. And I'm sorry, my dad hates Elon Musk too, for different reasons. Also, some of the same reasons, because
wait, whoa, wait a second here. Whoa. You're saying I'm a hater of Elon Musk. I have contempt for Elon Musk. That's not hatred.
Okay, and so
I don't invest that level of emotion in that guy. He's even funny to me to a degree. But that's like you're trying to make it sound like it's almost like you're how do I say this? Yeah, look, Elon Musk, you know the guy's an idiot by now. Fuck, at this point. I mean, Jesus, you're trapped on his fucking, bullshit. You can't even get out of it. That stupid Twitter account. You can't even close it.
No, I agree. Let me tell you something. If I had the power to create something like that and not be able to close it, I would do it. That's a Scorpio nature of me. I don't give a shit. That's fucking genius. Also evil, but evil genius.
But it's not intentional. It's collateral to just stupid things he does.
That's evil genius. When he did that, he did it intentionally. He made you go through 50 fucking platforms. I closed a Twitter account before Twitter. You didn't have to go just like close Facebook. You check a few things. You have to go through Facebook. Facebook makes you go through a few things. Fucking, I cannot get that Twitter shit fucking closed. I mean, I tried. Yeah. There's no fucking way after you learn it. So what I'm trying to say is this: is it evil in some way? Yeah. Is it genius?
Right.
Because he needed to keep enough people.
I mean, without getting distracted by an idiot who craves our attention, we're giving him what he wants. Instead, let's it doesn't matter to me that he's addressed.
Listening. I am so sure. Although he did reply to me personally.
Yeah. I mean, fuck. I mean, honey. You're a person who you gotta admit.
It wasn't because of a picture. It was because of what I said. But I said I.
Yeah, but your picture helped. Okay, you're a tall blonde white woman. You get a lot of attention. It's fine. In terms of and then Joe Tai said something else. We don't have to like everyone, but he is right about UBI. I presume he's talking about the muskrat. At any rate, when it comes to UBI, it doesn't matter that Elon Musk. I'm sorry.
UBI. It sounds like a fucking urinary tract
disorder, which is UTI. But but so you can consider this urinary butt infection or something. What?
What does he mean by that?
Who? Joe Tai?
Yeah,
it's like you told me, don't ask him any questions, I'll just get angry.
Okay.
But when you mean like what do I think he means by that? He means we don't need to like the muskrat, but he's right about UBI. The muskrat, Muskman, Elon Musk.
Okay, so that's again my point. So my point is this.
But what I was saying was, it doesn't matter that
I collaborate with. I won't tell you who. There's someone you tell me sometimes I collaborate with someone I think is the enemy and I know they are. It is for my own gain.
You're
different from Musk as you think.
But at any rate, when it comes to Elon Musk mentioning that, it's not like he thought up the idea. People have been talking about UBI for generations. So it's nothing new. It's simply part of the platform of Andrew Yang. It's only new in the sense that he's making that a major part of his platform as president. So you're saying that you're collaborating with someone I actively dislike because you think it's for your own gain or something is what you're saying otherwise?
So my problem is when I first heard Elon Musk talk about it,
Okay, and
I
okay.
first, can I just tell you my experience and then you can put it down?
I'm not trying to put you down. But go on. Yes.
Go ahead and say what you were going to
But
say.
you said something odd. You said something just along the side like, oh, I sometimes collaborate with the enemy, but it's for my own gain, or something like that. So that you got to admit that was odd. It was an odd thing to say. So is this something you want to talk about personally, privately, offline?
Did I say exactly? What did I tell me? And I'll tell you exactly. Because I was saying something about you collaborate.
Oh, me? That I was collaborating.
I do know what I was talking about. I was mentioning someone you don't want to mention. Let's just say this. You know how sometimes you have said there are certain people that you have said, and they have just been on the show at least once. I'm only going to say once, where you're admitted to me that you're fairly certain they are the enemy, but you collaborate or at least talk to them anyway because of some type of they help you in some way. Do you understand that?
I get the concept. It's but yeah, and
I can go deeper and more in detail if you like.
No, I mean we can talk about privately and off bandwidth.
Very, what I figured you wanted. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, back to because I'm not trying to hide anything, but I am for you. So my point to this is in general. When I heard Elon Musk say this, like I said 8 years ago, about, I was like, oh, that sounds great. It fucking, like, everybody gets a universal fucking income. Like, that sounds fucking awesome. And then we all fucking then work, like, if you want to be a lawyer, you work extra, you go to school more, or if you're smarter, you're a scientist. But, like, at least everybody's fucking got something basic, right, to depend on. And maybe I was hoping, like, he didn't say this, but like hoping there'd be like a cutoff where you couldn't be an Elon Musk. Like, that's the other problem with that. So he didn't say that. But my point is, since then, he saw it coming. And I will say Elon Musk has Elon Musk is like basically what you say, like with Joe Tai, like, or me even, or anybody, we all have our skills in seeing certain things. And Elon Musk has a skill, like he does, just like you have your skill of like, you'll be like, what is that financially? And I'll be like, whatever. But then you can throw words like left and fucking right. And you can remember fucking names from fucking 30 years ago. And like, you have your skills. Okay. But then I'll suddenly be like, well, financially, what the financial sector did, 2 months ago. And you're like, I don't even fucking know what. And then I'm like, well, the stock market crashed last week or like 2 days ago. Like the fucking Maui was on fire. And you'll be like, oh, I didn't hear about that. Like,
no, hey.
I know you with Maui. I'm not saying you did with Maui, but I'm just saying there's been other times they can go back and listen. And you've been like, I didn't even hear about that at all. So like, so my point is, like, we all have our skills. So to say Elon Musk or anyone has no skill, Elon Musk does have a skill in the fact that scientifically, I mean, the dude's got some smarts to him. Has he gotten lucky? Yes. Did he have some money in him? Yes.
He was born rich. He was born rich.
You're screaming that. Like, it's like, you're like Joe, like, see, this is the thing. It's like you're like the Joe Tai thing. Like, you're fucking like something about people being born rich, or you don't know as much as me, you're talking stupid on my show. Like, you just have to scream it, right? Like, you're gonna get me in trouble for things I already believe. Like, you're saying Jews suck, even though I said my father was Hitler. Like, you're saying it out loud. Shut up. Like, fuck my life. Shut up. You may not believe that. You're right. I don't think Jews suck. You don't think Jews suck. But you think you get somebody in your show who's listening to you say your father was Hitler and they suddenly say it. Well, fuck. And you're blaming them.
Well, honey, yes, because at this point, that's let's just put it this way. To say that my biological father is Adolf Hitler is simply a statement that has no political connotation. It's simply...
I know you believe it does, but it will have political connotation. It doesn't.
When it doesn't invite people to to spew rancid Judeophobia on my program.
Started invited fucking me to hear the N-word 40 fucking times until I hung up, or not 40, because I hung up before
But
that.
that was Ian with his doofus friend.
But why would Ian has already spilled that
But
shit
he didn't say that on my show.
your show, and I had never liked Ian. And first of all, I never talked to Ian, but then I had never been like, he is fucking hilarious.
We do need to clarify do me a favor and clarify for our listeners that you heard Ian's stupid friend say this on a private conversation. It was not on my show.
Ian's friend. But but I told Ian to shut him up now.
That's right, yeah, and you gave Ian hell. You gave him hell for it, which he deserved, yes. Go on.
But I also give you all the other day for saying the words.
But at any rate, and when you were talking about what happened about quote-unquote Chuseok, basically what happened was Joe Tai, unfortunately, answered when I was calling around because I was suffering vasovagal syncope. Just so people know, this goes back to the whole bowel movement thing that...
Wait a minute, when was this?
This was like when doofus Joe Tai was shouting all that Judeophobic crap, spewing that vile crap on my show. That was...
a week ago.
I'm sorry?
Was I not on it?
I'm sorry, what?
Was I not on the show?
Oh, hell no. That was before you knew me. That was before you even knew of me. And it was like, it was an episode on which I was suffering, I was going into vasovagal collapse. I called the ambulance. So just so people know, this is where it is bad to be a vampire. And ultimately, what, in a very real sense, impacted my mother, is that, vampires just really shouldn't eat food. We were meant to be hematophagic and drink water, keep ourselves hydrated and drink blood, which is, of course, a kind of stupid word for it because it's not really drinking. And I hate the term sucking. So the correct term I would advocate would be supping. We need to sup blood. And it's something that, even half vampires or quarter vampires, the problem is that we're going against our very nature when we're eating food. And the problem with the food is we're not processing it. Now, anyone who's ever physically met me...
I'm not physically processing food anymore.
You.
H1 has fucking changed.
I'm sorry, honey?
I said I'm not physically processing food anymore, they've determined. My A1 and H1 have completely changed.
Right. In other words, you have... Are those enzymes? What do we call those? Enzymatics? It's an enzymatic issue, or what do we call that?
You can look up the A1 and then H1.
Okay, A1. So she's got a condition. This is a condition. Brooke has a condition which she's not really processing food either. So I just want everybody to know that that's why she has some physical results. So her physical results are one thing. My physical results are at the opposite end of the spectrum, but it's not constipation. What happened to my mother and what happens to me is the food just sits there. And it's not even processed by our bodies into fat. Anybody who ever knew my mother, anybody who's ever physically met me, knows that we're not processing this shit into fat. So basically, it just sits there inert in our intestines. And then what happens is that at some point or another, it depresses our vagus nerve, which is a nerve that runs all the way down the spine. It is like, it's a strange term because what it really means is...
about the vagus nerve, and I think everyone should know about it. If you don't, you should.
The vagus nerve connects, your brain to everything else in your body. It runs all the way down your spine. So basically, if you say, for instance, sever the spine,
deep breaths that calm you down help. You're hitting your vagus nerve if you take them into your stomach.
Thank you. And so what happens is, at some point or another, the food just depresses the vagus nerve, and we go into a violent syncopal collapse. And it is horrible, because it's not just like, oh, you faint. It is, you feel like you're dying. Your body begins to shut down. You get diaphoretic, meaning you're sweating all over. You begin to lose all of your body moisture just because it's all pouring out of your pores. It is horrible. And so I was going into that vasovagal syncopal depression, meaning that my vagus nerve was depressed and I was effectively dying. You could die like that. And the way it can really kill you is if you're standing up and you violently fall down and you crack your skull open. So this is like something you could die like that. And so ironically enough, this is the horror of being a vampire, is that food tastes good. So think about it. It's like some people have a craving for something that's bad for them, and food tastes good, and it gives you, worse yet, the delusion that your stomach is full. So for someone who is a half vampire like my mother, or a quarter vampire like myself, then we fill ourselves with food because it conveniently makes our stomach feel full, and we have less of the craving for blood. So when we're not getting a steady supply of blood, the food is inevitably taken, because that way we're not forced to take someone out. And the end result is that it hurts us. And ultimately what killed my mother. And in my case, it could very well kill me. And one of the ways I combat it is by taking 3 fucking tablespoonfuls of fucking fiber 3 times a week. So I take 3 times a week. I take 3 tablespoons of fiber, plus I take 2 tablespoons.
That's telling me to do just now.
Well,
That's
sorry?
what they use. Like, if you started taking fiber, I need you to take fiber. And I'm like, why the fuck would I take fiber when I can't stop going to the opposite?
No, it'll help. It will help. It will help. Believe me, it's bizarre, and it seems counterintuitive, but if you have the runs, the fiber will help you bind up. If you, like me, need to have more bowel movements regularly so you don't depress your vagus nerve.
Ways in my life, and I've never been any other
Try
way.
it. Try it.
I've only had a bowel movement once a week to once every 10 days.
Yeah.
And then it suddenly went.
Yeah, I know. But try the 3 tablespoons of fiber. In your case, I'd try it. Once I'd try a tablespoon of fiber 3 times a day if I were you. That's what I would do, and just try it. And believe me, you'd be amazed. It just try it. It can't hurt, and it can't get any worse than it is. So
it can't get.
So try it. And but I would recommend getting sugarless fiber.
Stock market to invest in. In the meantime, you should have already invested in Walmart wipes, because I can assure you can get their
Yeah, I get it. And anyhow, so the other thing I was saying was I also take 2 tablespoons of chlorophyll, liquid chlorophyll, 3 times a week, along with the fiber. So these things help, really. They help immensely. And, these are things that would, if other human beings at a baseline condition took the shit I take, even just 3 times a week, they'd have the trots or something. But with me, it just so keeps me regular. Isn't that disgusting? I mean, it's like an old man talking, but this is like the glamour of vampirism.
They're both 2 old men talking, apparently, because I'm taking chlorophyll and fucking all this bullshit.
You're taking chlorophyll? You're taking chlorophyll?
Yeah, I'm taking chlorophyll because it's supposed to help with fucking the other thing because I'm anemic, so it's fucking supposed to help with the anemia.
How does that help with anemia?
The
iron. You should be taking iron.
Because I can't take straight iron because it makes me throw up. So the chlorophyll, if I take something with iron, the chlorophyll is supposed to help you. I don't know, you can look it up.
Wait a second, you had iron pills. Your dog ate them.
No, I didn't have. It wasn't iron pills they ate. It was something else that they ate.
Iron gummies or something? It was some iron shit. You had to make them throw up.
I did get one time I bought the fucking yes, I know what you're talking about. I bought the what do you call that? Berenstain Bears, the fucking Flintstones. Look, I went into the Berenstain Bears, which is fucking whatever that is, Berenstain Bears. But before I bought the Flintstone vitamins. And because they have the Flintstones with iron for children.
Okay, got it.
And those might not make me throw up. And the dog, I thought those tasted good. Apparently, one day after I bought them and ate the whole thing, and I had to make him throw up.
How did he open them?
I'm sorry, have you met my dog? Have you heard of my dog? Like, do you know how many bottles I found shoot up in the backyard and then they just don't open them, or in their crate they'll take them? Like, if I just happen to leave one out, and they'll just literally take them in there, and 9 times out of 10 they don't eat them. But this one dog, the Flintstone vitamins are made for children, so they taste good. And so I looked it up and I was like, shit, he's going to goddamn die because of the amount of iron. He has 40 pounds iron overdose.
Yeah.
And I had two choices: run into the emergency clinic, which was going to be $400, and or I already knew how do you try to make a dog throw at first, which is hydrogen peroxide. If anyone doesn't know, you take like a little syringe, don't bottle, a little syringe. You take about a tablespoon per pound, so it's like a teaspoon. So they gave him a couple teaspoons. He's 40 pounds, and basically a syringe full almost. And then what they don't want it. You shoot it down the side of their mouth. Don't do it down the middle. Shoot it on the side. You just open their mouth and shoot on the side. Because if you shoot it on the middle, like in their lungs, also they'll spit it immediately out. It's peroxide. So you open their mouth and you shoot on one side or the other, and you just shoot that syringe. And then within about anywhere from 1 minute to about 5 minutes, they start because what the peroxide does is it bubbles.
Yeah.
And it's in their stomach, and it comes up. And then I had tons of pink and purple bullshit everywhere. The dog's life is what I'm saying.
Right.
But at least
I mean, I'm glad you saved his life. You might want to try. Have you tried any of these liquid iron supplements? Like it's liquid and you pour it out. Have you tried that? You really need to try that. Try the liquid iron stuff. I take liquid iron. It's only twice a week. I take that only twice a week. It's hard to overdose on iron for humans.
I'd rather suck your blood, baby.
I'm sorry, honey?
I'd rather suck your blood.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute. By the way, don't ever try to take a vampire's blood. Just so people know, vampires. This is what This was the closest my sister and I ever came to incest. Was we were overcome with bloodlust and we tried to suck each other's blood. Before we could even get to that point, we were making the cuts already. Mother caught us, and that was the only time she ever seriously beat us because we could have died. At least for vampires, drinking another vampire's blood is toxic. It will kill.
Not to the point of death here, so I will risk it. You've got. I'll put a life insurance policy on me.
But honey, so aside from what had happened that day was when I was going into vasodepressive syncope and trying to just hoping against hope was transitional, and but I in that opening hour, Joe Tai responded, and so I said, please help me hold the opening hour because I'm so sick. And even though I was deathly sick, I had to constantly step in while lying down and lying in a pool of my own sweat. I had to keep stepping in and trying to qualify and diplomatically damage control this son of a bitch.
Who doesn't do that? Mark Hayes.
Yeah, yeah, and I kept doing that while Joe Tai started screaming about the goddamn Jew.
Hearing me fight with, that's the one time I fought with Joe Tai. Oh my God.
Yeah, and then Joe Tai kept going into the Jew this, the Jew that, and this is what he went into, okay? So this is not a sympathetic character here. You're talking about...
You're a sympathetic character. You're sitting here, don't suck my blood, I'm so special. And you're like, and then Joe's like, I was a target roof. I mean, you both sound the same, whatever, shut up.
It's not the same. Joe Tai glued himself to a roof.
Well, I suck your blood and you prove I die. Then you can be like, I told her.
but yeah, at least. But Joe Tai was tied to a roof where he was hanging upside down on the edge, and like I said, his
prettier than any picture you've sent of you lately that I've seen, because you couldn't even come on camera the other day. You were like, I'm too embarrassed with Beaver. Oh my God, I can't.
I would have come on camera. I was trying to get it to work. That fucker didn't want to come on, but I didn't know I was too retarded technically to make it work.
Retarded and calling Joe retarded. Let's just hear that again.
Like I said, I didn't tie myself to a roof like he did on that school, the roof of a school, where he's...
Well, you know what? It's just like fucking the president. I'm pretty sure it's better to quit hearing or fucking got yourself... Who the fuck gets themselves tarred to a roof, but is able to fucking not only get off the tar, but then to fucking keep their life going and not blow their brains out? Joe Tai. He's fucking...
They had to untar him. But first he was hanging there.
He talks to you. I swear to God, you put him on so much. That man has more fucking strength He could fucking blow his brain. Like most of
I
us,
was as kind as possible to him for the longest time, and
all of us want to blow our brains out daily at some point. Okay, so shut up. I'm giving Joe Ty BOD, and you're wrong. Like, because I'm sorry, maybe he's too stupid to want to blow his brains out, but or maybe you are, but I think of it daily. Like, I get depressed daily, and I'm like, if I didn't have kids, man, I could totally fucking take the gun to my fucking head right now.
My
It's
God.
Bullets, man. I want bullets. I can get off before I die. Like, fucking A. Like, what could I get all 17 off? Fucking bitch, right? Like, I got all 17 off.
At any rate, honey, it's like you said, you take out as many people as you could first who were assholes before you did yourself in.
Well,
So,
you know,
at any rate, yeah, when it's like, well, let's get off the subject of Joe Ty. I think we sank enough into that cesspit for a little bit of time. I must admit, it is.
Look, and he thinks that shit needs to change, and you're like, I want to vote for the pedophile that doesn't want change. So I'm pretty sure Joe Ty's on the fucking game, no matter. I don't care if Joe Ty's like, I'm voting for the president of Mars. He fucking was smarter than you. He's like, I'm just going to continue with the cesspool of fucking pedophilia and keeping things the same because things are the same, and I like the pedophilia.
Honey. Do some walking back on that for the sake of.
Okay, I take it back. He didn't say like the pedophilia. I will vote for the pedophilia guy because I like things the same because I think that is the best way to be.
No. Okay, I didn't say that either.
So
I'm just trying to stave off the Civil War for as long as possible.
No, you're not. You're creating it. You're. Oh
well,
my God.
let's phrase it this way. Look at you. You've got me slurring. Let's phrase it this way. My belief is that it will stave off the Civil War as long as possible. Your belief is the opposite, that it would bring it about sooner.
Yeah. My belief is right, and anybody listening to this that's like, vote for Douglas. I never tried for a channel, by the way, when he stupidly was like, how many people did you have? 3? And I was like, because I was like, I don't know, you have to have 50 to have life. Because fucking Viv, which, by the way, Viv, like it, whatever. But you were like, do a live. And I'm like, I've never had a channel. Like, my only channel I've ever had was a private channel. It was supposed to be private. And it was to share one video of me and my son, okay, at a thing that I couldn't share because the video was so long. The woman recorded it and sent it to me. I couldn't share it, okay, because it was too long to share. So I was like, how do I do this? And somebody was like, just put it on YouTube. You just put it on YouTube, and then you send a link, and your family can watch it. So I sent it to like parents to watch. That was it. And then the only other video I put on there was me getting a stupid nasal swab.
That's the one I put an upvote on because it showed up on my feed. I'll try and get around to giving the other video an upvote later. Of course, everyone was warning me about don't subscribe to her channel, Douglas. When she gets 50 votes and she goes live, all she's gonna do is attack you. That's what Nemo and Realtek said. Well,
Realtek and Nemo, fuck you, because if you go look in the live chat, I specifically said as soon as he told me, I just put a like video on your channel. I was like, fucking unsubscribe to my goddamn channel, and unlike it, because I didn't want his fucking subscription, nor did I want his fucking like. This is nothing personal to you right now, but at that point, like, I wasn't promoting a channel. Nemo and fucking Realtek, bitches, stupid. Fucking channel. I'm sorry to have more likes than fucking Douglas's by now, and it'd been fucking 1 month, okay? So shut up. That was a private fucking channel. Viv said, hey, you're going to have to send the link. I said, I can't send the links. All I was saying, I can't do that because I don't get, like, I assume she knew I only had a private channel. Maybe she didn't. But you decided to use it, and you admitted this. Once you admit it on air, you have a little streak in ya where I do hurt people, not meaning to, and say things I shouldn't say, just in a context, and I shouldn't say them, and I admitted that, right? And they sometimes hurt people, and I don't realize it. Now, can you admit what you do or did?
Me? I realize that's evasion right there. What did I do?
Don't evade and just say it.
What did I do?
Okay, so I sometimes say things and don't think.
Right, I heard that part, and that's respected. But what did I do?
So, for instance, when Bill was like, she only has 3 members, and then, or like when what's his name was like, like every time, what did you say? And did you say it? And you admitted, I said that in a.
Spike. The time that Joe Ty said, she get her own channel, and I said, well, would she talk about be kind to animals? That time when I was being spiteful, when I was trying to be hurtful, because of everything.
You were trying to be spiteful.
Yes. Yes, I was trying to be spiteful. I was trying to be hurtful. Yes, admittedly.
And I just see, and I'm trying to I'll argue with you, and then I love you. Like it's like I have no intention to be spiteful. And you said the same thing about when you mentioned the channel, because I mentioned it, and you were like, "Oh,
when it came to the channel, I honestly
look at her. She's got 3 subscribers."
I didn't honestly. Wait a second. In that case. Wait a second. In that case, in all fairness to myself, I really wasn't trying to be hurtful at that time. I was just saying I simply noted it. I said, "Oh, she's got 3 subscribers." I didn't mean it.
Go back and listen. And you already admitted this.
No, I admitted it about what I said about the animals when it came.
Because you said don't like it. You said, and you were like, because you said don't like it. And I was like, I never said don't like your channel. And then you were like, oh no, you were saying don't like your channel in the live feed. And I was like, yeah, because you're being mean. And then you were like, no, I wasn't. And I was like, that's what I told you then. Then go back and listen to what you said when Viv said that. And you specifically, instead of going back and listen.
You mean when Joe Ty said that? No, who said, what about the.
Different context. This was Viv. This was a different time. And Viv said, well, she can't go live because she's only got. And then that's when you were like, oh, well, I like her. She's only got 3. Like, you fucking did it again, spitefully. And you admitted it.
You mean this was a No, this was all the same show. This was all the same transmission.
Okay, then you said 2 things spitefully. I don't give a shit if you go.
No. But look, if I said something spitefully, I admit to it. But honestly, at that time when I said that, I was just looking at it and I just said it out loud. You said she's got 3 subscriptions. 2. It was 2. I said she's got 2 subscriptions.
Yeah,
3 now.
You said. And then you laughed. You made a laugh. And like I had already.
No, it may have sounded like that to you, but honestly, it's on record. I didn't.
Now, if you already know this personally, so you're gonna lie. If you're gonna lie,
no, I'm not. Really, I'm not. Look. Really? If you want me to, look. Honestly, for your sake, look. For your sake. No, I didn't. No, really. But for your sake, if you want me to apologize for that, I will. Look, I have no problems apologizing for reading out the number of subscriptions you had. Look, it's like you said, it was just a family channel. You made it just so you could share things with the family. And I read out loud that you had 2 subscriptions, but I really didn't mean, but I'll gladly apologize now if it came out as sounding like that.
I already know it was a family channel. I told you.
Yeah. I'm just explaining to our listeners. For
the listeners. For our listeners, he's being repetitive. He's
Yeah. And by the way, just to show you how evil Joe Ty is, he wrote in the chat room.
No. We're gonna talk about evil. Yeah. Evil is also something anyone can be, and evil is what you're doing right now.
That's ridiculous. I'm trying to accommodate you. I'm saying, look, if you want me to apologize, I'll apologize.
I want you to truly feel it and know what you said. And you know personally you did. You admitted.
I know I was personally hurtful with the helping animals thing, the helping animals statement.
But then you admitted when you laughed about the number of subscribers I had.
I'll have to go back and listen to it. I don't consciously feel that was the intention. But if you want me to apologize, if it makes you feel better, I will.
That's a Libra thing.
But why don't you accept that?
Because you will. If I want you to apologize, and you say if you want me to, then that means you're doing something only because you think I want you to, which means you don't believe you should. And if you don't believe you should, then I don't want it.
what's strange to me is that you seem to want it more for that subscription thing than for the animal thing.
No, because I know the animal thing you had already, like, you've already apologized for. I guess more on, and you just immediately admitted it, but then, like, we weren't on the animal thing. You, like, if we had been on the animal thing and you lied on that, I would have or tried to evade that by the other.
Okay, so how about this? Look, how about this? Your family channel, I looked at the subscriptions and I read it out loud with, I'll have to listen to those, but I might have read it out loud with a story, and if so, I apologize. Look, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I certainly don't. Look, I
just want you to admit, like, all I want to admit is we all get angry, and it's okay.
Yeah.
Right?
Look, there's things of course I've tried to hurt you when I felt offended, when I felt that you've violated me in some terms of my not respecting my space. Then I lash out.
Me. My point is, like, my people can hear me and be like, she didn't respect his space, but I want, like, we're all different.
Yeah. But you get the sincerity of my feeling now. I'm trying to reach out, apologize, hug you. Right?
Yeah.
Feeling this? Are you feeling that?
I know you enough to feel that. It's good. It's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Now to show you something. How can you say Jotai is not evil when he wrote in the chat room, Brooke is right again. You're kicking his ass. He's trying to divide us. He's trying to start flame war between us. Is that not this in service of the enemy? Is that not evil?
You know what? I feel like I'm Joe Biden and you're Trump, or I'm fucking Kennedy and you're Trump. I mean, or I'm fucking I don't know. But you want fucking everything to be two ways, so I'm pretty sure I'm down with fucking Joe, man. I'm kicking your ass.
Oh, that's awful. See, now what is that?
That's me being me.
That
is not trying to be. See, that's the difference. I'm not trying to be like a vindictive person. I'm trying to be a person and just be like, who the hell don't want to kick ass? I'm sorry. I like to kick ass.
At any rate. So like Amy Como says, this is a family show. She says this is a family show. It's just people are tuning in right now and they're hearing a family argument.
I like it when people fucking meet, and I like it when the fucking person's like, you're doing better. Yeah. Like if there's a husband and wife arguing and one kid comes in and is like, mom's the winner. Well, mom's the winner. And today, Joe Tice the kid, and mom's the winner. You lose.
At any rate, so I'm not even going to bother to read his other shit in the chat room. But he's definitely working with the enemy. Let's put it that way. If you read what he says in the chat room, you would agree.
He's Joe Tice. Apparently, it's his sperm. Okay, I'm sorry you had to come out of it, but it's fine. I would take care of you. I'll send you some money because he does child support. I know.
Who's sperm? Child support? With Joe Ty? Wait, what?
But I know Joe. Just don't get it. Don't worry about it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Keep talking.
I'm not quite sure anybody got that. That was kind of like a convergence of several different things. So, at any rate, shall I start a monologue, or do you want to kind of like, is it almost time for, it's not time for a while yet. You've got 2 hours before you leave. About 2 hours. So do you want to stay with us for those 2 hours? I'm okay with that too. But at any rate, I think Joe Ty outed himself when it was a god shot that Nemo. It tells us something about Nemo, of course, that came up on his feed. And of course, I will say this: Nemo was he's pretty, shall we say, naive, to say the least, to go on and basically try to dissuade these people from talking to that young girl. He was like going to them saying, he's trying to talk to the young girl too. This is the part that's disturbing. Nemo thought the young girl was real, and he was trying to tell her, hey, don't look for an old man. They're sleazy and stuff like that, which, by the way, just puts him into the dragnet along with everybody else on that thread. So he was,
ever. I will never mention what it reminds me of, but and I just think that it's either, I'm not saying you're sleazy by doing it, but if you're not sleazy, then you're very naive. And I've been naive in my life, and that is like opposite of what you call me now, right? You always call me like,
cynical.
Cynical, yeah.
you need to be more cynical, bitches, because I ain't no fucking bitch out there looking for you.
Yeah. Yeah, just randomly saying, I want an older man for love. Yeah, some young girl does not get online and say that. No, it's just...
Hey, you need to be more like Brooke and go a little more cynical because you're fucking an idiot, okay? Either, like either they're sleazy or they're fucking an idiot. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just naive.
Yes,
naive.
Thank you. And so he was trying to talk to her. So he obviously at first at least believed she was real, and then he was trying to dissuade other guys. Hey, don't talk to that young girl. You're that's sleazy or something. It's just the fact that he was interacting with so many people, and then finally, you know, I told him, dude, the more you keep interacting on that thread, the more you're going to become suspect yourself to whoever's running it. I think hopefully that stopped him. I'm pretty sure it did. But yeah, but like I said, it was a god shot that whatever he looks at, it came up on his thread, his feed, and then he sent that to me because it really, shall we say, it just changed my perspective on.
I'll say that whoever sent it to you, I don't trust. Who sent it to you?
It was Nemo sent it to me. I told you that. You know that because if you were on the.
No, we would do a live shot. You didn't tell me who sent it. You just told me. Because remember, I kept asking who the other guy was. There was a third guy on there that I was like, who is that guy?
Oh, I don't know who the other guy was. I mean, there were several other guys on that thread. I mean, it's on the screenshot, so there's all kinds of other idiots who are responding to this fake girl.
He didn't tell me because we kept talking. That was when that's when we had, by the way, you want to tell him? We had a literal 12-hour podcast.
We did. We had a 12-hour. We had our own private little 12-hour transmission. The two of us. Yes. And
hours. It was so bad that both of us later in the day texted each other. You texted me something. I'm like, well, I just found the guy fucking there. He was like, let's just not talk until we both slept. And I said, I completely agree. Because we were like...
Yes. Yes, at that point. But by the way, so what I'm going to do now is let's see what we got here. See if I can find this thing, or what was it? In terms of the... Oh, now I think I remember. There we are. Now I got it. So what I can do now is just load this up here. And they haven't banned me today. Usually after I put up my promotional banner, they ban me for 24 hours. And I'm sorry?
I probably just made all your female listeners leave because they're all in love with you. And you need to tell them all that you hate me and that we are never going to meet each other because I'm on the East Coast. So you just need to tell them that you actually hate me. Like every other day we hate each other.
That's anyhow. So I'm looking at it now. So I've got the screenshot up in your private messages. So in terms of this thread, it was El Nemo. She looks underage. Oh God, they need to give him the Nobel Prize. Robert Gutierrez says, "Hi baby, what up? I'm interested." Oh, that guy needs the Darwin.
I was asking about, and you just kept going on reading the rest of it because you wanted to get to Nemo and Joe Tai, and I was like, "Who is that guy?"
I have no idea. I don't know the guy. What makes you think I would know him?
You were 10 hours into a cast by then, so you didn't go. I don't know that guy. You never told me. I don't know him.
Yeah, well, I don't know him. I don't know the Norman Warren. There's a Norman.
I haven't known for a while. I assumed he was a new podcast member, like. Whatever.
Oh, fuck no, none of these guys. This is all shit on this stupid thread that's on Facebook. It has nothing to do with YouTube.
Okay, so I assumed one of them, I can't remember which one it was, he made multiple
Oh, so you thought this was on YouTube?
Yeah.
Like this was something that happened in the chat.
Yeah, I thought he was a new member, just like...
Oh, fuck no. Oh, fuck no. Okay, so I'm glad we clarified that. No, okay, so just to clarify...
Yeah, I thought avoiding telling me who you were like, I don't know.
Oh, no. Okay, so just to put this into perspective, so these screenshots are now in the Facebook Messenger of Brooke Gibson, so she can see them by accessing. So I don't know if you're going to your Facebook Messenger now, but do me a favor and go there. You'll also see I was saying, I pray thee be well, because I didn't know what happened when your phone died. Honestly, I thought you had hung up in a fit of rage.
No.
That you suddenly got angry.
I didn't even know it had hung up. I was talking I finished talking and I was like, what do you think? And then that's when I realized my phone had...
Oh my God. That reminds me of the time I was talking to this German guy, Dr. Georg Wittenberg. he was like, I had to locate for my mother a super specialist, like a superhero dentist who was both an MD and a dentist. Think of that. This guy was both an MD and a dentist from Germany. And he treated my mother. And because I couldn't find anyone to treat a vampire's teeth, believe it or not. So he was able to treat my mother's teeth. He had treated vampire teeth in the past. And anyhow, so this guy, Georg Wittenberg, when he became personal friends with myself, he was like on a phone with me once, and I started talking about something in depth, and I thought he was responding, being German, with Teutonic grunts of affirmation. He just kept going, Then I realized maybe after about 15 minutes into my, long dissertation that he was snoring.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
But
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my... That might be the best joke you've ever told me.
But it's I can tell you other stories if it makes you feel better about.
Sadness, or because you suck the air out of the room. I don't even know which one.
But at any rate, when it comes to...
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry because that was
no, it's all right. No worries. I mean, yeah, God, I could tell all kinds of stories where I come off as an idiot. It's
fun if you know me, I can make people snore too. Like
no, it's fine. No worries. Yeah, it was awkward. I was just shattered, of course, at the time. It's like,
poor baby. I don't want to.
Don't even worry about it. I mean, it's fine. But just so people understand, Brooke is able to see these screenshots now, and I will put this into context so that we're both on this.
Robert Gutierrez. That's who I thought was the new person.
Okay, no. I don't know him. So basically, just so you know, this all came up in the feed on Facebook of Nemo Albano, and it had nothing to do with YouTube. So I'm just clarifying that now for Brooke. So the only reason I knew about it was because Nemo actually took these screenshots off of Facebook and then sent them to me in the Skype text while I was producing my show.
That's why I was so mad. Like, why are you getting on Joe Tide? Like, Nemo did it, and then look at Robert Gutierrez. Like, why are you on him?
Because I don't know the son of a bitch. Now you know.
I know. I guess we were talking for so long that you didn't get that. I thought he was like a
right.
person.
But now that we're on YouTube, now it makes sense. Now your assumptions make sense. So now I get it. You thought that this was the YouTube chat. Yeah. You actually thought this was chat in YouTube, and you were saying, why aren't I getting on this guy's ass? And, which, of course, I mean, he's an idiot. Look at Norman Warren. That guy's an idiot. Hello, he's black. So, obviously one guy's white, one guy's black. They're both, it goes to...
race, my daughter would tell you race has nothing to do with it, and she's right. Like, why do you have to bring up race into it? It doesn't matter if he's white or black.
I bring up race to show that they're both equally stupid. It goes to show that no matter what race, men are idiots.
Yeah, need that. You know who would need that? My person who I did a report on, who I gave all good credits to. He might need that. I don't fucking need to tell. You know what? I don't need you to tell me if the Southerner, like you told me. Why, Brooke, do you always refrain? Like, just because you talk Southern, you don't need to do that, right? So why do I need to say I'm not stupid because I talk Southern? Why do you need to fucking fill the emphasis, maybe the same way you do me?
Well, let's put it this way. I can see what you're saying. And Lola, let's admit this. First off, Lola has gone to some schools that have... indoctrinated her.
Very liberal art school.
Yeah. They've indoctrinated her into a sense of, I'm going to use the term political awareness as opposed to correctness. I'm going to use the term political awareness. That is almost too much of a good thing. It's like, there was one Serbian monk that I worked with at the time that I was working with the Serbs.
Oh my God, that is fine. But you make me want to throw up in my mouth when you say it because you're completely right. I tell her all the time.
Yes, thank you.
Fucking correct.
Yeah.
At the same time, you can't even fucking be politically incorrect around her.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
okay. There's this monk. Tell her about.
You are then, you vote for Biden. I want nothing to change because that guy, RFK Jr., the only one that can beat Trump, who I hate, he is not politically correct enough for me. Nothing to say.
To go back to the topic, ignoring that tangent, to go back to the topic at hand, the Serbian monk that I worked with pointed out that when he was asked by a young man about vice, what is vice? He said vice is virtue taken to excess. And he...
I thought it was Don Johnson and that black guy in the fucking white Corvette in fucking Miami.
Okay, my head is spinning now. What? It's like this is like it's
Vice. Isn't that how Vice started? I'm pretty sure.
Oh, you're talking about Miami Vice.
Yeah, Don Johnson, the black guy that looked always half black.
You're talking about the TV series. Okay. Look, let's try and do the subject some respect, okay, without going into popular culture. I mean, it's obvious. It's obvious to me for some reason.
No respect to it. Your daughter. I'm gonna try to say politically. What'd you say?
Awareness
Versus politically correct. Yeah. Although I am going to vote for someone who doesn't change.
Okay. Honestly, let's hear me out first with this. Okay, I'm trying to relay an anecdote here. So when it came to the Serbian monk speaking to a young man about vice, and he said vice is virtue taken to excess, he gave an example of a Serbian American monk who was of the Byzantine Orthodox faith, who was in a monastery along with another monk. He actually was famous for writing a number of religious Orthodox books that were accessible to popular culture. They're not particularly famous, but he was what we would call like a modern monk. He lived in California, and the point was that he took the vow of asceticism, the vow of poverty, to an extreme, and he basically starved himself to death. And so this is one of those cases where, the man was pointing out to the younger man, and I was here to witness that exchange. The Serbian monk was telling the younger man, vice is virtue taken to an excess, that by the time that the man took the vow of poverty to the degree where he was hurting himself, he was of no use to anyone. He was depriving the world of his services and therefore, and his wisdom, because he was a author of books, so he obviously had some what could be perceived as something to share. But he basically killed himself at an early age through starvation. So this vice is virtue taken to excess. Hopefully that example gives us an example of your daughter Lola. The first thing that I would tell her if I were to be confronted, because what you're saying when I mentioned, say for instance, boy, this guy's white and he's an idiot, oh, this guy's black and he's an idiot, and they're both thinking with their dicks, goes to show that no matter what race you are, you can be an idiot. There is relevance to that. It's not something irrelevant. If Lola were to confront me there and say that you shouldn't be mentioning their race at all, it's not relevant, then I would tell her that story, that anecdote, and I would say, look, political awareness taken to an extreme it's a vice. It's no longer a virtue. She hung up. She hung up. That's I mean, she chose to be angry. And it's like, it's just it's just wrong. I mean, oh my God. It's like, if she doesn't respond, I'll go into monologue. And it's like, it just is what it is. And I hope she does answer so that I can try and say, don't choose to be angry, because she has a few hours left, and before she has to do what she has to do, and if she winds up going to sleep, she likely won't wake up in time for that. So hopefully she does respond. Honestly, it's just just like a just is what it is. But glad that we were able to clarify at least what was going on there. And so Quantera says, we're still here for you and with you. Thank you. Thank you. And deeply appreciate it. And with that, of course, we will see if there's a response, which I get the feeling probably won't be. And then I'll go into monologue and cover some issues that she brought up. Anyhow, let's send our best to Quantera here. I'm going to answer with thank you. And, oops, don't want to make that sound like I'm shouting. Okay. Oh my God. At any rate, let's take a look at. Okay. Didn't answer, and still says she's on. So try that one more time. And in the meantime, just going to breathe, center myself, prepare to go into deep monologue. And honestly, I don't see what I said that was in any way, shape, or form offensive. It's one of these things that is... I mean, I certainly tolerate quite a bit from Brooke. So, so much of what she says really, truly does cross the line. But, say a little bit about, political awareness and there being too much of a good thing. And, yeah, I'm just, then she takes off and decides to be angry, decides to take offense. It's not reasonable. At any rate, so when it comes to George Knight, of course, he was saying that he was going to be on, and obviously did not appear, but can't hurt to try him, but don't get the feeling he'll answer. And instead, what I will do is address some of what Brooke brought up in terms of some of these issues. In the meantime, breathe. And Joe Ty says, monologue, Douglas. Incredible. After what he said about, about my son/daughter, really. Anyhow, thankfully, as I said, that was a real God shot that Nemo sent over those screenshots, and we have a better, shall we say, context of Joe Ty as basically an asset, trying to sow division, trying to, in fact, basically reflect upon everything about myself in the negative, whether it's from Judeophobia, down to pursuing young girls online. Our man Quantera says, been following you since 2011-ish, so seen you transform and grow through the journey. Thank you. Thank you. Bless you. Thank you. Love you dearly. Deeply appreciate that. Profoundly. And thank you, Quantera. Always good to hear these things. And with that, we are going to enter into monologue mode. Here we are. Let me get this out here to our man. And send some positive vibes back to people sending positive vibes. And so, all that being said, we've got good numbers now. Might as well get started on monologue. And oh my fucking God. Really. Honestly, Brooke, if you're listening, choose not to be angry. Look in the mirror. Think about the Japanese term wa. The original term for the Japanese nation was wa kokuguaya. This is the land of balance, of equilibrium. Wa is this cultural concept translated into English as something akin to harmony. And it implies the peaceful unity and conformity within a social group in balance. So just think of that term, wa, and the significance of it. They're one of the most important concepts in Japan. Their entire nation was named after it. Wakoku Gwaya. And so when you think about that sense of inner peace, breathe, look in the mirror, think you gotta have wa, and then concentrate on choosing wa over anger. And honestly, I don't feel I was insulting her daughter by saying what I said. Oh my God. And to then ponder on this, Brooke, ponder on this when you're looking at the mirror, breathing, thinking about wa. Think about the fact that it takes the quarter vampire son of Adolf Hitler, possessed of the peacock angel, no less, which is interpreted by most of the West as Lucifer himself. Think about the fact that it takes the Lucifer-possessed vampire son of Adolf Hitler to tell you to choose inner peace over anger, and think about how angry you must truly be for it to come to that. And ponder on the irony. Oh my fucking God. I'm left stupefied. Okay, I got some incoming message. Let's see what George is saying here. I should be on in the next half hour. Completely not what you and I had planned. Nothing could be helped. But I at least hope I can be on for at least a couple of hours. All my love, I am here listening to the show. Oh, I get it now. He was arrested. He's in the pokey. He's in the penitentiary. Yeah, they got him in the holding cell. He's waiting to be processed. So once he's through with that, then he'll be on the loose. Then he might be joining us. Oh my fucking God! I just that just left without. So all right. Thanks to Nemo Albano, who contributed $15, says, I wish I was rich so I could give you a lot more. Well, he contributes quite a bit just by saving my episodes, uploading them on his channels. KP contributed $250 United States dollars, said, mighty DDD, many thanks. So that's great too. I love you too, KP. All right, everyone, I'm trying to raise $300 towards my rent. So everybody help me out here. At any rate, you should be able to, in a general sense. I don't know about your personal finances, which might be dire, but in a general sense, I want people to understand that when Brooke brought up what she did about Joe Biden, which she's completely wrong about, as I said, the guy may be a worthless pedophile, but the economy, the United States economy, is great. Stop worrying about it. Is it even possible, what I said about vice and virtue, for things to be just... She came back. She came back. So you did what? You followed my advice! You followed my advice! You stared in the mirror, you centered yourself, thinking of the Japanese concept of wa, and you said, how am I so angry that the Lucifer-possessed half-vampire son of Adolf Hitler has to tell me not to choose to be angry? It finally dawned on you the how angry you must be for it to come to that.
I must be so loud.
with that? Is that supposed to be a joke? Like, is that funny to somebody?
No, it's not funny. It's fucking tragic.
First of all, I had to get a new charger out because the phone fucking died and the charger.
Is that what happened? Oh my God.
I was nice enough to get my new charger, which I for you, and you obviously the son of Adolf Hitler doesn't deserve that, and I was trying to not fucking get it out for him, but I did. They're certainly not in a fucking era. But while I was waiting, I got this Bible out that I fucking have, and I said, open it to where I need to fucking open it to.
Yeah, it burst into flames, right? As soon as you touched it.
No, and I didn't try to and suck the blood out of where the red part is for Jesus. I'm sure that's what you do.
Oh.
Oh God, it looks like blood. I should suck into that.
So did you hear everything I was saying?
No, God, thank me God I didn't, or I'm sure I But I found my soulmate, man. I found him, and I knew I had him the whole time.
Oh my God. Honestly, I thought you had hung up in a rage again.
No, oh God, dude, that's what I mean. You assume it's worst. You tell me I assume the worst. You're the worst assumer ever. How many times has my phone died? Like, I'm not that person. I'm on a phone, number one. And two, I don't know, phones suck. As you know, you couldn't even get one to work to take a picture of Beaver. You're like, I don't know how to take a picture. How do you do it?
I don't know how. I'm a creature of the 20th century.
Actually, everybody know that has an iPhone. And those of you that don't have an iPhone, you'll still get it. He's like, I'm trying to... When we on iPhones, I was like, hey, why don't, because I told him this was well before I had told him, I was like, if you get with Bieber, I said, this was, now we'll give him credit, it was on our 12-hour call, but he was like, I was like, when next time you get Bieber, I was like, call me, I was like, you should, not Skype, fucking whatever it is on iPhone does, with fucking, I video people. But it's only with your iVideo. Or we also do it, most of us, that are like stupid people that have Androids. Sorry to you that have Androids. Like,
well, mine, I don't know what company it is. It's called a Moxie. I don't know what company it is.
It's fucking not an iPhone, okay?
It's from Insurance Wireless, yeah.
Although iPhone's getting shittier and shittier, let me tell you that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, at least iPhone, you can hit a button. It's just at the top where we message. Like, it's just a button. But if you don't have an iPhone, you have to fucking have an app, right? So it's got to be like Skype. There are a few others. I just told him, you got to Skype me. And he's like, I don't have that app on my phone. And then I am messaging you. And he said, you don't see this? You don't see this? He kept telling me, do you not see him? I'm like, what are you doing? He had him on photo. He just had Beaver on video, and he thought I could see it. Because he had clicked photo.
So darling, at any rate, honey,
I just I don't know what you've said about me, but I feel like it deserved that.
I was telling people that you choose to be angry because I thought you had hung up in anger. So I was saying that
and
you need.
I did hang up in anger. My phone hung up, and my phone's angry at me. Apparently, I don't know.
At any rate, and at any rate, you can listen to it later.
I'm angry at something you said. I have no doubt that I have anger. Like, I don't have any anger issues. I personally think that I have a deep issue with certain things. Like, I have a fundamental, I don't either give a shit about anything. Like, I fucking think that you should have this kind of water, and I'm like, spring water. I'll go.
Hey, can you see the cursor moving? Can I'm sharing screen. Can you see?
Freak, shut up. Are you cursed? Even more private. You're like, can you see my cursor moving? Shut up. Spring water or distilled water? And I'm like, you know what? I don't care really. I prefer spring water, but I've also learned distilled water may be better. Don't have a big opinion. But when I have an opinion, I give it. And the opinion is, it comes out like I'm angry. It's just a fucking opinion, but it truly is like with heart.
and I give it with my heart and soul. And I don't think it's fair to say that's angry.
Whatever you say.
I also would love it to come out, and don't get me wrong, I love it if it would come out more like you. Like you can come out like a little bit more neutral, as you say more insulting things, and you still come out neutral. And I'm not saying insulting stuff and come out horrible. So I get it, but you know, it is who we are. Go ahead, I'll watch your fucking cursor move.
Oh, thank you. At any rate, honey, there's reasons why I often assume you're angry. By the way, here's what our man Aristides sent you: 7 flowers that look like vaginas.
That's even. Oh my god.
Looking for quirky plants for your home and garden? Yeah. I sent you this.
Make him die? Can you make him die right fucking now? I will tell my so you can make me die. What's that fucking death thing? It might take my life. I want him dead.
Oh shit. Okay. So let me see if I can let's see what's on here. We got high numbers. Look at this. This is, comparatively speaking, this is high numbers. When what I was going to show you was back to the share screen here. Where are we? Oh shit, then I stopped sharing screen. Now I'm sharing again. So okay.
I need half the people to sign the fuck off because I am asking how to kill someone.
Here's George. George says, I should be on in the next half hour. Completely not what you and I had planned. Nothing could be helped. But I at least hope I can be on for at least a couple hours. All my love.
I'm holding my fucking breath. I know you're sitting there on television holding my breath.
I am here listening to the show. So I was thinking, where could he be where he can't be on, but he's listening to the show?
Because you know what? You know what I love about George? He probably doesn't admit this, but we only.
I figure he got arrested. I said he's processing. They got him in a holding cell.
George only admitted to a human one time. We got in a human one time. It was my fault. I had to be a little bad, okay, and I had to apologize. But at the same time, he became more of a person that one day. Now, if he would be like, you know what, sometimes I climb these telephone poles or these fucking things, and I jack the fuck off on old lady. Like, to hear him say some shit, like, why can't he just do that every now and then?
He is uptight in a sense, honey, but that's it's, you certainly force us out of that. Yeah, you force us all out of that.
Of course you would climb a telephone pole and jack off a lady's head. I swear to God, at 48 hours, as long as you ain't at 49 hours, you're jacking off and you don't give a shit where you are. Telephone pole, Brooke, I gotta go. I'm fucking jack. I may fall to my death. You get the insurance policy, but I gotta jack off right now.
Oh God. So what I was trying to say about yes, too much of a good thing, and the race issue when it comes to, I mean, maybe I don't even care anymore. You got me at the point where I just don't even care. I just don't. At any rate, so it's a relief to have you back on. George will be joining us soon. I trust you'll be kind and treat him well. At any rate, darling, so when it comes to so what else comes to your mind, darling, to cover in terms of because I was going to go to.
You want me to talk seriously, but even though I am getting into the fucking, now I know why Ulysses says Grant or whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah, Aristides.
Yeah, fucking, that shows you how fucking tired I am. The sun is up here, which only makes me happy that at least the fucking place now. So
why does the sun up make you happy? It makes me want to go to sleep. Why does it make you happy?
It makes me happy because I have to get two dogs to the doctor by 2, and I've got to get to the police station by 9.
Yeah.
So I have to leave by 8:30. So yeah, like I'm not normally up and dressed by fucking 7:45 to get dogs to the door and 2 dogs put up. Like it's a lot to do. Okay.
No, it's a lot to do. I get it. And
do you even have a hamster? Do you have a fish? Do you even have a baby?
I used to have entire aquarium ecosystems and rare ass amphibians and shit.
Oh, dead, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, I no longer do that stuff after my parents died. I was maintaining it so they would have company.
Alive, I'm sure.
What's that?
Nothing.
Oh, honey.
I'm pretty sure you didn't start that aquarium. You just kept it open.
No. I started them. As a matter of fact, they were magazine cover quality material aquariums. They were.
That's why. I'm sorry. I forgot. He would also put what's her name in a fucking aquarium if he could.
What are you trying to insinuate with that? I don't find any offense in what you're saying, but I don't make any sense of it either.
Maximum quality material is what you just said. That's how you do. Did you ever see me one time? If any dog I've rescued, and I've had 20 something, and I've had 14 dogs live here in my life since 2012. 14 dogs. I've never once been. And I can tell you, I honestly think they're all magazine quality material. But I'm never like, yeah, I kept him because he's magazine quality. I got it, magazine quality. Fuck you, magazine quality material. But you know who you will say magazine quality material? Fucking Marina.
She's magazine quality material too, honey.
Yeah, I know. And that's Marina. Watch out, because he'll put you in a fucking aquarium.
That's actually quite funny. It's silly, but it's funny. So, darling, at any rate.
He won't put you in an aquarium. He can't afford one big enough.
Yeah, not anymore. Yeah, that's not this present point in life.
We're not paying him that much money. And if we are, it's going to be me, and I'm going to get to fuck you in that aquarium. I'm sorry. Man, that sounds horrible. Can you delete that whole thing?
Yeah, I wish we could. Oh my God. Yeah, you remember I was asking Doofus, Ian West, to the episode he got scrubbed from YouTube to republish it with certain parts cut out and pieces, so that we could upload it and they wouldn't be taken down. And well, he never did it, So it's like,
you scrub the part where Brooke doesn't remember cussing Peter Moon out.
I didn't scrub that.
And she had spoken to Peter Moon at all until Josh told her 4 days later. Was like, yeah, we really talk.
Yeah, Diddler. The Diddler. Yeah.
And I was like, you were never on the show. And he's like, yes, I was. And I was like, no, you weren't. And he was like, yeah, I was. And he's like, you talked to Peter Moon. I'm like, no, I didn't. What are you talking about? And he's like, you did. And it's probably one of the only times I went and replayed a show to fucking verify what he said, because I thought he was lying. Okay, and I was like, yeah, sobriety needs to be a main factor of my life.
The funny part was you were way out of line, and you were shouting at Peter Moon, and Josh Diddler was telling Peter, hey, you're getting out of hand, Pete. Did you hear that part? That was funny.
Oh, it's fucking hilarious. I was just fucking. I didn't even give a shit. I mean, fucking Peter Moon's always out of hand.
Anyhow, okay, let's not make my life any harder than it is.
Honest, I want to say this with Peter Moon. Everybody thinks I hate him, and Peter thinks I hate him. Peter has such great. He has great philosophies that come across wonderful. And he inspires me. Sometimes I get really pissed. I started hearing about his bullshit about whatever. His Scientology, and I first thought, God, he's going into Scientology and he's going to promote it. But then I heard as he went into it where he was with it.
He qualifies it, yes.
And he qualified it. And so, yes. And so 9 times out of 10, actually, I end up agreeing with Peter. And that I think probably equates to our sun sign. We have that similarity as far as I agree with where we are going. That's what a sun is, where you're headed. The problem with Peter and I is how we get there, right? So we agree with, he agrees with going in a very respected and a very and also he's able to do things certainly that that I'm able to do certain things that he would not agree with. He does things that I don't agree with. So, but we have the same objective. I believe as far as life in general, as I hope that anyway, because I try to see the best in people. And so I see that he truly does want people to be the best. I hope and tries to give the best advice. I just sometimes see it as
Yeah, I judge him in a way that maybe I shouldn't, and I think maybe he does the same thing. That's all I'll say.
There. Thank you. Okay. There. And such having been said. Okay. So shall I go into a monologue until
Start
George?
screaming in fucking an hour or two or whatever, or I'll wake up.
But yeah. So, do you want to try and go to sleep and I wake you up at 5 a.m.? Or do you think you'll wake up if I try to wake you up at 5 a.m.?
I swear to God, if anybody comes on I don't like, I'll fucking wake up. Or somebody that you fucking suck. If anybody else comes on, probably I may not. But if I hear you doing that fake laugh bullshit, I'll wake up. It's that in you wakes me up. It's like an alarm clock. It's like,
so there we go, honey. I'll get some rest. I'll go on a monologue. I'll address some of these issues you brought up, and then if you hear me, you might even be provoked to come back on.
If you fucking goddamn say anything else about RFK, let me tell you something. I already bet you're gonna fucking lose. You're going to you're right. You're going to fucking lose double because you're going to wish you had fucking worked to get RFK Jr. in fucking nomination or that fucking Biden.
No, I'm not gonna say anything about RFK Jr. I mean, God, I don't want to incur your wrath. I mean, we both know where we stand on this.
Fucking Trump's wrath. At the end of the day.
The one thing that I don't get, like I said, is why? Yeah, it's that you should just take my attitude about Biden. That I feel there's nothing redeeming about Biden. But okay?
Do you think there are certain? Okay, I think there's certain things redeeming about Biden. That's the difference. I think there are certain things redeeming about Trump. I mean, at least he'll be like, let me tell you something. I'd rather be like a guy, be like, I'll grab him by the pussy, and be like, I totally am a gentleman, and then grabs you by the pussy the second you walk in the door, and then pretends like he didn't. I mean, the fuck, Trump is the worst, okay? And Biden's worst, and fucking none of these people we won't. But what I'm trying to tell you is the middle of the road is where you want to go for America, or you want to go into civil war. Pick your choice. Pick your battle. I don't give a shit because it's not on me to pick. It's on all of you guys. Fuck, that's what I'm saying.
Well, it's on all of us. It's on all of us. We're all able to vote. So
that's what I'm saying. But we all either say, and again, you can sit there and be against, on the Democrats. If every Republican would just swing over to the Democratic side and be like, I'm going to vote. I'm going to be a Democrat. Fucking, I don't care. He's not the one. At the end of the day, that is going to, none of this by 2030 doesn't matter. It's all going to be, I can show you the astrology. It's all going to be fucked. Okay, we're going to be fucked. But we're fucked in different ways, and that's what you have to look at it. That's what astrology does. Astrology shows you may be fucked in this way, or you might be fucked. I'm just telling you, our best bet is to try to be together in this, and our best bet to be together is fucking someone that you don't particularly like, but because he's not extreme on your... Anyway, you just go into your fucking spill. I'm going to shut up.
Okay. Well, I love you, and I will call you on the phone at 8 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
You call me when you fucking hang up with your stuff.
No, I'll call you at 8 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's when...
You can't call me on the phone because you have to still be on air.
No, I'll call you on the phone because I can do that. Even though I'm on air, that doesn't stop me from being able to call you on the phone. I'm just going to call you on the phone. I won't talk to you. I'm just going to say hi, wake you up, and everybody will hear it. And that's okay that everybody hears it. We all know your situation. So, yeah. So just go ahead and fall asleep without guilt. And then hopefully you will respond when I ring your phone, because that's going to be your wake-up call. So make certain your phone is working. Make certain it's on the charger. And
charger.
Good. So, and I will ring you at 8 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So I'll keep ringing you like I did last time, at least half a dozen times. And if you don't answer when I ring you half a dozen times, then,
That's all, it's all me.
Yeah. Anyhow, sweet be thy dreams. And so blessed be thy slumber. Catch a little nap.
I'm going to mute myself in case
power nap. Yeah, power nap, honey. So what I'm going to talk about is I want everyone to know that, like I was saying about a little too much of a good thing. And so the question arises when I analyze the American economy as to whether or not it's possible for economic news to be just a little too good. And I would say that if many economic worries seem to be dwindling, is that a reason to be scared? After periods of success, our economies due for a comeuppance, perhaps even for reasons stemming from their earlier achievements. What prompts these questions is the current American economy, or the state of America's economy. The good news is evident. Its 2.4% growth rate last quarter exceeded expectations. Inflation has fallen to the 3% range. Wage gains are finally exceeding price hikes. Stock prices have rebounded. Measures of volatility have been low. Consumer sentiment is improving. To be sure, matters are hardly perfect. I mentioned the $1 trillion loss on Wall Street, but these are a bunch of gamblers anyway. The number of job openings has been falling. Banks still have problems with non-performing commercial loans, and inflation is still too high, among other problems. Nonetheless, especially considering what could have happened after a pandemic that killed well over 1 million Americans, the American economy seems unreal, in the best sense of that term. But the question persists. How worried should we be?
It is unreal. It's completely unreal. Every number you just gave was fucking unreal. It's fucking a lie. Do you know where they get those numbers for the fucking unemployment? It's how many people have been searching for a job, basically, on the job numbers for the last year and a half. Like,
I said the job openings have been falling. I said that.
Yeah, the job openings have been falling, but you said that the fucking people unemployment rate is also fallen to low, right?
Well, I didn't say that. No. No, I didn't say that.
So then how is it good that job openings are falling and unemployment is skyrocketing?
I said that's one of the bad parts. That's why I said matters are hardly perfect.
And you also... So that my point is then where...
What I mentioned was the growth rate. We've had growth rate last quarter.
What do you mean by growth rate? Because I know you're not a financial advisor, because you just said you really don't know much about the stock market, which again I did grow up with. What do you think the growth rate is there?
Well, the growth rate is 2.4%, honey.
Growth rate meaning what? Growth rate meaning jobs?
We're talking about gross domestic product, and we're talking about the overall performance of the American economy considered nationally. And when it comes to our it's an annual rate in the second quarter, Q2. It's fueled by consumer spending and investment. It's defying the rising interest rates and surpassing expectations. So the American economy accelerated to a 2.4% annual growth rate between April and June.
And do you know how that happened? Do you want to know how that happened and how that would not have happened?
Well, I know it happened despite the Fed rate increase, so that's why it was unexpected.
It's just now we can put this on Trump. I can show this on any president that's had a growth increase.
So I mean, it is gross domestic product. It's GDP adjusted for inflation.
Lockheed Martin, no, they adjusted. If we were not at war, if we were not...
Wait a second, it's gross domestic product rising at a 2.4% annualized rate after a 2% pace. Yeah.
What do you think our gross domestic products are? Gross.
It's a measure of the nation's total economic output.
Right, and what do you think that is?
So what do you say it is?
Percentage-wise, look at it. What do you think it is?
Well, it's basically achieving a stronger than expected expansion. This is generally considered
But
good.
what do you think that comes from product-wise in America?
Consumer spending powered this. This is what everything I'm reading has said in terms of what I'm sourcing, which is. But honey, what I don't understand is you need to argue this. First off, okay, do me a favor. I think that if what you know is about financial advisement, you advised your father. It worked out well. So, but you remember what I said? I said Wall Street is gambling. And it has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. The GDP has nothing to do with Wall Street.
Yes, and I heard you say that. That's why I didn't bring up Wall Street. That's a different story.
Yeah.
Wall Street is different. And Wall Street actually is going to crumble. And I've told my father that. You're fucked with Wall Street long term. Mm-hmm. But right now, you can grow in it. Hit or miss, right? Wall Street long term, it's until 2030. Like, it's going to eventually be fucked. What I'm trying to tell you is when you're talking about that gross margin, it is what the U.S. is making its money on. And there I go back to look at your Lockheed Martin. There are where that
you sound like Ian West now. Did you work at Lockheed Martin? Do you have a Lockheed Martin near you?
I actually do have a Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, you remember he kept asking you that. You remember that, right?
You know what? He was so shocked there were no tunnels under it.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Or at least none that you know of. I mean, it's like...
My point is, I'll shut up. But my point is, we make money. You were like, we have to have war as men. We don't have to have war as men. But I will tell you this. We war as men over money. And money, therefore... which is power. Going back to that, power is what we really want. Money gets us there, we think. And guess what? The number one thing of that, there are a few things to get us there, but the number one is war. And at first it was warring tribes back in the day. Like you just warred over cattle or fucking buffalo, right? And then you learned, well, whoever had the biggest fucking knives to kill the buffalo were fucking stronger. And then that was the warring tribe, right? They were bigger. And then the people that were like, hey, we know how to make the biggest knives and we'll sell them to you. And they're like, oh, okay. So that, they didn't realize those people that were selling it, they weren't even warring. They were fucking just selling the knives, the huge knives for you to kill the buffalo. And they ended up being the biggest warrior. And that sounds like a stupid analogy for where we are. And if anybody gets it, good luck. I'm going to bed. Good night.
Thank you. That was cute. Okay, I'm going to breathe. That was just... Okay. Just has to get a point, just has to get a word in. Has to get it in. I mean, should have been born a man. That's just got to get it in. Get it? So, as I was saying after that interruption, at any rate, so our economy is unreal in the best sense of that term, especially considering what could have happened after a pandemic that killed well over 1 million Americans. But the question does persist. How worried should we be? There's a common and a popular tradition that suggests an economic recovery is an harbinger of bad times. Kind of like Indian summer. Perhaps a recovery has a kind of expiration date, just like the milk in your refrigerator. After some period of time, it simply goes sour, no matter what you might try to do to keep it fresh. The good news is that the old macroeconomic saying, expansions don't die of old age, is basically true. Most academic literature supports that conclusion. There is always a possibility that an expansion can turn into a recession, as remains the case today, but the mere fact of an expansion should not be cause for worry. In 2010, experts were asked whether the economic recovery would run out of steam. Instead, it continued until COVID intervened. And right before COVID, the economy even accelerated. In 2021, the OECD, which is a very important organization that I have spoken on repeatedly over many transmissions, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, which is an intergovernmental organization with 38 member countries, founded in 1961 to stimulate economic progress and world trade. Well, if I can remember correctly, they were worried that the American recovery from the pandemic might be slowing down. This was in 2021. That worry also turned out to be wrong. Again, the proper conclusion is not that recession is impossible. It is that recession does not become more probable as the recovery proceeds. It's important to resist the temptation to think of economic expansions in moral terms. An economic expansion is not like a party where you drink too much and then have to pay the price the next day. Most economic growth is not like an artificial stimulant. Rather, growth is a natural condition for an economy, provided that the country's underlying institutions are sufficiently functional, as, believe it or not, is still the case for the American empire. Growth begets more growth, again, on average. Now, might there be some exceptions to these principles? Some research suggests that rapid credit booms, especially in mortgage markets, tend to be followed by hard landings, and that helps explain the Great Recession of 2008 through 2009. But those facts don't apply to current circumstances. If anything, the worry is that with mortgage rates within the range of 7%, American housing markets might be too weak. One lesson is simply that it's okay to be a bit more confident about economic expansions. But there's a subtler point here as well. When it comes to macroeconomic policy, getting it right the first time really matters. Following a negative shock, such as COVID, if the economy stays more or less on track, albeit with bumps, the sustained benefits from that good favor can continue for years. It remains to be seen how the durability of economic expansions affects economies beyond the American empire. The United Kingdom and the European Union economies have not had the same bounce back, and most of them have not had comparable success in limiting inflation. Unfortunately, just as good news can lead to more good news, so do economic difficulties tend to breed further problems. High inflation will erode real incomes and render business calculation more difficult, while slow growth means those economies have fewer real resources for addressing crucial problems. When you put all of those factors together, the economic gap between the American, imperial, and many other OECD member nation states is likely to continue to grow. It may sound trivial to say there is nothing better than good news. Nevertheless, the wisdom of that maxim remains underrated. Underrated indeed. And, of course, what I would say is that in the case of our lovely Brooke Gibson coming in as she did, with, her little bit, just to get it in, sometimes good news is even denied. And so there we have that. In terms of something else that comes to mind in the time we have before George Knight joins us, she has me thinking. She was talking about.
To insult me because I think you could have done a little better, bitch.
Whoa! Wait a second here. I'm not insulting you. I said you need to get it in.
She tried to come in with her little bit. Let me tell you something. I love you, and I don't mean it in a bad way.
You do have a need to come in. Just get it in there. That's why I said you should have been born a man. Just gotta get it in there.
Never denied I like attention. It's fine. I also have I am an Aries moon. I can't hold my tongue. It's a horrible thing. It's a bite my tongue like I should bite it off. I can't. Okay, I can't bite it. and I try. But what I'm saying with you is like, where is the good news? Because here's where I tell you, I came in with this fucking 3 months ago, and you said, bullshit. That person said this. They're stupid. But now you're saying it.
Whoa, wait a second. What are you talking about?
Okay, where's the good news? Tell me where the good news
No, but
is.
I mean, you said you came in.
I will tell you. I just want to be sure I'm understanding you.
But you said you came in a few months ago, and it sounds like you're saying you said what I said.
I'm hoping I just misunderstood you. So what is the good news? I may have misunderstood you. So that's what I'm assuming.
At any rate,
what is the good news?
The good news is I've already explained it. Now, in terms of your challenges, sometimes they're just unnecessary and they're redundant and repetitive.
I don't understand what the good news is. So I apologize. I did listen. I wasn't asleep. You said that we actually, contrary to the EU and England and some other countries,
which are not having the kind of fortune we are with the same kind of bounce back.
So you said, but exactly. So, but you said, but there's still good news. So what?
I said that good news tends to generate good news, and we are going through what is essentially a fairly good time for our economy. Otherwise, people would really be feeling it. I pointed out, of course, some of the hard landings that have happened with the mortgage rates within the range of 7%. The U.S. housing markets might be too weak. And believe me, what I'm thinking of is from a historical macroeconomic perspective. So that's where I'm coming from. And so for someone coming from a historical macroeconomic perspective, and I talk about economic shocks like COVID, and the fact that we're essentially recovering in a general sense, this macroeconomic sense, and obviously there's bumps, and I've pointed out these bumps. Right. Nevertheless, altogether, there's reason enough to not worry, that we've got to stop worrying about the economy, for at least for the present moment.
I like that. Actually, I love that. Honestly, I apologize because you didn't say exactly what I had said before by someone, so I apologize for that. I jumped in a little too soon on that. I wasn't sure what you're saying, although it's very similar in the way that I like what you're saying more, because you're staying positive, which is, I say, what we all need to do, okay, as a country, as a world. I mean, stay positive, right? Because if we keep that. But what I thought you were saying is the U.S., if you actually were to look at macro and micro, what we have as far as basic industrial and our growth rate, not growth, I don't mean growth rate, I'm sorry, as far as stock market. I mean, what we can grow, just the land, because what you really go back to, right? At the end of the day, if your world's fucked, right? Like you start looking at, well, what do we not have to import, right? Like import versus export, okay? Because that's what you're looking at, right? Mm-hmm. So like on an island like Maui, or you're on a tiny Greek island, or you're like import versus export. You got to be able to grow your own shit, meaning the country itself has to be able to not import. Like the more it doesn't have to import, right? That's what you're looking at, micro versus macro, okay? And so that's where you go in that terminology when you start looking at a universal world and things start condensing down. And the United States is set up because, and I take this without, I didn't do it, but at the same time, I have horrible feelings about it. We took this land. It wasn't necessarily ours, but then again, I'm not sure any land was anybody's, to be honest, but we definitely didn't come in the right way. But what I'm saying is those people that are in the United States and that took it over and made this whatever it is, we have a great and large landscape. If you look at versus other countries, just the amount of land we have, and then the amount of different agricultures we can grow, and different. We have oil. We do have oil. We do have, if we need that, we do have different agricultures. Whereas, other countries, in the EU, for instance, and then you look at Russia, you look at places in China, they're stuck. They have to import not most everything, but some things to sustain, a lot of things to sustain that viability that they have had.
Yeah.
And so we're in a great landscape for that. Does it make me feel good? So I like better what you're saying. Let's support our neighbors and hope that we get to that place where we're not like, let's just keep the U.S. good. Like, let's.
Oh my God, is that what you thought I was saying?
No.
Okay.
But I've heard, like, it's both ways. Like, as a U.S. citizen, I mean, as a person who has a child that is a U.S. citizen, or it didn't matter what. Like, if I thought tomorrow there's going to be an earthquake, and all I knew, let's just pretend like my astrology told me this, there's going to be an earthquake, and it will shatter 2/3 of all countries, and the only country will be 3, and they'll be on the northeast African coast. Well, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to fly my kids there, right?
Yes.
It's like survival of your child. Like, that's fittest. That's an animal instinct in you. Okay. Yes. To first survive your children, not even yourself. It's your breed, but you want to survive that. So that's my first instinct, to be honest. Is like, oh, the U.S. is doing good, at least that way. Like, we can survive. We're in the right place, maybe. But the second instinct is what you said, which is bigger to me. And it was so beautiful to hear you say it.
Thank you.
In that way, which was to say, like, it's good for good. If we're doing good, then hopefully you're going to do good. And and hopefully we'll all make sure each other do good. And that's where the world needs to be, to make sure each other are doing good. And that's all I want to say. Like, that was beautiful.
Thank you. By the way, George has joined us, so do say hello to George.
Hello, George.
Hello, Brooke. Hello, Douglas. Thank you for having me on.
Of course.
Finally, I do apologize.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah.
So did you hear the jokes? You said you were able to hear you. Did you hear the jokes I made about you being processed while you were in the holding cell? Yeah. So is there anything you're willing to share about what happened? What is that what happened, or is there?
Oh my God! Yeah. Oh, George went to jail. That would be the best story ever. Can you be a human for a minute, George? Go to jail. If you did it.
I was going to say, I wish I was in jail, because at least I'll be able to come on the show and have a talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, you use your one phone call for the show. They'd be like, "Who are you talking to?"
Oh my God.
Oh, they get free internet and everything in there, so I would have had a field day if I was in prison.
Oh my
God. If I was locked away in a penitentiary, yeah.
Yeah, that's a thought.
Yeah, no.
Go on.
Yeah, I will explain when we come off air, Douglas.
Okay.
We speak privately for a few minutes after the show. Okay. But obviously, you probably got insight. You already know yourself.
George, I thought I told you how to be a person. Come on, that's not a person. At least give us something.
Well, yeah, he deserves his privacy. He deserves his privacy, but whatever you feel comfortable with. If you could give us a little hint, perhaps publicly, and then I'll be happy to speak with you off air privately later on about the details. But a little general thing. I suspect you had some family responsibilities to deal with.
Yeah, no, exactly, Douglas. That was, and just it's a little education for people, because like myself, I'm going through counselling with me and my wife. We're going through our counselling sessions each week, and one of the things that has been established is you cannot please everyone in this world. You can't please every single person. You're going to upset somebody. Yeah. And unfortunately, what I would like to do is, I've been on the show from 7 o'clock this morning all the way until this point, which would have been 7 hours. That was the whole plan originally.
Right.
Unfortunately, just due to circumstances, it doesn't always pan out the way you planned it originally. So that's all it was. It was just because of family. You have to put some things before what you want to do. And unfortunately, I would love to have come on, please the viewers, listeners, please myself, ultimately, because nothing outside of my family, nothing more I enjoy more coming on and speaking with Douglas and talking about history itself. That's my passion in this life is. And unfortunately, and pleasing Douglas himself, obviously, as well. We were looking forward to coming on today and together and become, have a great dual
spending an entire episode
together.
Yeah, spending an entire episode together. We're going to make that happen as soon as you can. But while you're here, Brooke, I want you to know that what I was really upset about the other day was basically Aristides was exhausted, and he said, I can't, stay on here to help you take a break. And I said, well, I'll start calling, and nobody responded. And then when I finally was able to, so I called a number of people, and that I otherwise would not have called. And when they came on, one of them, of course, was Ian West, who then Nemo brought on without my wanting Ian to come on. And Ian knew enough where he didn't say anything. He just kept entering a bunch of stuff in the text box, which I'd have to go back to that call from our latest episode before tonight to actually ask this, and haven't bothered to do so yet. But, he pretty much came up with some excuses for some of the things he did, but like you said, it's not like I'm really crazy myself to expect anything from him. But when it came to the other person to come on was Michelle Carmela Saldana, and what really just upset me was that so Nemo had just asked George Knight a question, and Nemo had talked about, there's this footage that's supposed to be, they say, is the Americans looking at abandoned Reichs stations on the moon. And the reason this is important, Brooke, is because India, of course, well, you heard us in the beginning, was supposed to have sent a drone to the moon and landed at the South Pole, or at least the South Polar region. So then, when Nemo said there's this footage that Americans are looking through these abandoned Nazi bases on the moon, and so I said that it would be my intuition that just as the Americans had filmed and this is a fact, and people can look this up, this is quite true, the Americans filmed a lot of the moon landing on Earth, and that they could have done just the same thing with that footage that's supposed to be the abandoned Nazi bases on the moon. But when I turned to George to answer that, and then Michelle came on, and then I said, let George finish. She did not. It's like I didn't say anything. She just went on. It was like, and George finally just hung up. It was like, so. Yeah, I was trying to get her. I mentioned, yes, there's other people on the call. Michelle, let's get back to him for at least a little bit. And, she wasn't having it. She just went on. It was like I just felt so used in some ways. It's just oh my God. But do you remember, Nemo, what he was showing, and how did you feel about that? What is your opinion on that footage? Like, is this stuff that was made up? Because the one thing I do know is that again and again and again, I see footage taken from Iron Sky and it's constantly represented as quote unquote real footage, but it's just shit from Iron Sky and altered or reused again. And I swear that some of that Iron Sky shit was among what Nemo was showing me. And what I can't understand is how no one recognizes this. Like, how can anyone at this point not recognize Iron Sky footage? But okay, so tell us what you know about this, or what you think of this.
Two responses there, Douglas, and just to that's exactly the reason why I don't ever present those images, because they are just re-renders of video clips or film clips from that, either from Iron Sky or maybe Castle Wolfenstein or one of the other so-called black projects that the Americans have funded through such nations such as the Dutch, the Danish, to create these propaganda video games and other propaganda movies. Yes.
Thank you.
So that's the reason I don't use them. Just those reminiscences. But that's what I noticed. Michelle, bless her heart, she came on. She did admit she wasn't listening to anything, none of the show before she joined us. So she wasn't aware about the topics that had what we were actually discussing. So, and then but she listened. She didn't respond. Yeah. I know you tried to, and it was quite frustrating, because I know that we wanted to try and keep this going, but we couldn't get our words in, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was like no one else existed. It was just, and then when it came to later, when I said, I'd like to give my responses, then it's like, oh no, my phone is dying. I have only song. It was like almost like. It's just like she just jacked the show, and it's it feels so unfair to everyone else aside from myself. It's very aggravating. So, I deal with things as I can, but, yeah, frustrations do abound. At least Brooke acknowledges when I tell her something. At least Brooke acknowledges. Yeah.
Usually arguing, screaming over you till we hang up on each other, and or I acknowledge and shut up because I realize you're going into PTSD mode.
Yes, but at least you can understand that. But definitely that was the other thing was, I'll tell you later about what she's tripping off of, which is this guy named what's that guy's name who's claiming he rescued all these kids. I keep forgetting his name after I bleach him out of my mind. At any rate, she definitely.
I know who you're referring to, Doctor.
Yeah. Oh God, it's TED Talk Kid Rescuer. I'll look him up. TED Talk.
Probably a million kids out of underground Australia.
Yeah. There we are. Yeah. He may as well be, as far as I'm concerned.
Right now he's in Orlando, Florida, according to Ian.
Oh, I love it. Yes. Oh, here we are. Tim Ballard, Operation Underground Railroad. Now, this guy sets off Carmela like you wouldn't believe. I mean, she hates this guy. And, but, I can see why.
He sounds like somebody Ian shares, though. He sounds like one of those people Ian West would share.
He's promoted by QAnon. QAnon.
What? Let me ask, is he shared on that only site that Ian's shared on?
It's whatever that shit is that it's like you said. What was that game Nemo wanted to start with? What were they trying to do?
That's that fucking game shit. But yeah, that's.
Was it that Magic the Gathering or something or Naruto? What is that?
That's Discord is where they.
Discord. That was it. Yes. But then Yeah.
They share everything on it. It's called something because, like Ian,
What Discord is what they were gonna rendezvous on. But in all fairness, Nemo got pretty tired of Ian pretty quick, and he couldn't take any more of it because it was just all pro-Trump shit. What I'm trying to get before we go back to George, because George definitely deserves his time. What was it, Brooke? What was it, Brooke? That Ian? How on earth did you wind up talking to Ian? Where he actually said to you, because I believe this, but I don't understand why he would cop it to you, knowing how you feel, knowing how I feel. What drove him to say, I love Trump and promote that Trump shit with you? It had to be, was he high or was it?
No, he's always done. He's done that online. Like, I mean, I'm not saying like he said the words, I love Trump, but like, yes, everything's been like, he sent me the fucking, like the gold star for Trumpy. He's sent me that. Like, he's totally. I mean, he's done it on. I don't know why you couldn't believe it because he's done it on the show.
Oh well, I know. Like I said, I believe it because he does it, but then he tries to kind of hide it when he's on here because he knows better. Same with Viviana.
We start out because I like him because he can. Like, here's the thing about Ian. Like, nobody has like all bad too. Ian is like such a funny person, has a good personality. But he can be that way. But he's gotten pulled into this, like I said, this tunnel thing. Like it's the huge conspiracy. And he's just lost in that. Like
he's sucked down the hole. He's sucked down the hole.
He's down the rabbit hole so deep that it doesn't matter. He doesn't realize that life is today. Life is what you make it right now.
Thank you.
And you can't fix. We can't. None of us together right now, even on the show, we can discuss. And we could even come up with we could all, me, you and King George could all be like, okay, we have had the world solution. This is how we'll fix the world and it'll be perfect, right? We could three have that. If we had it today on air and 20 other people heard us, it would not matter. Because, first of all, a million other people, billion other people wouldn't have heard us. And trying to get that message out, there'll be a lot of money, billions of dollars stopping us from getting that message out. And you just have to go with today and maybe you'll get the message out. But if he believes in his message about tunnels, that's fine. But he's lost so deep.
What the horror is, he's simply regurgitating QAnon. and
Right.
he'll deny it. He'll deny it, even though all he's doing is sourcing it from other sources. Yeah.
Right, and he'll say he's not Republican, but then all he does is put down like it was
The Democrats.
Like, right, and he doesn't. I'm like even when he talks about Jeffrey Epstein's island, he can't talk about every Republican that was there. It's just all
Democrats. No, definitely, he's definitely completely biased and in denial of it. And then, like I said, but Nemo couldn't stand it anymore when he basically joined Viviana's attempt to do a 12-hour her own 12-hour transmission, very much like my shows, and basically all they were doing was praising Trump and Vladimir Putin, which just shows you how completely off they are. And
which shows you the only reason she came to try to do that 12-hour podcast. Let me tell you why. Because I came on the last one when you said Viviana's on, when me and you hung with the phone. I was like, let me go listen to that.
Yeah.
And then he said I could get on. And then I literally talked, as I do too much. And then, of course, Ian was on. And Nemo was on. And that was pretty much it. There was one deaf guy that came on, which couldn't speak. I don't know. That was it. And so it went on for 12 hours. And then she didn't want me on, I guess, because I had 3 followers and I argued with you and also told her off on the show like I do you. Like I was like when she finally went off on the Bible and was just telling me like George Bush or whatever it was. Like her and I agreed to a point about like I believe in Jesus, I believe in the Bible to a point, I believe in God, but like to take all these numbers and randomly add them up in the Bible and to think that everything in the Bible is like I don't know. So we have this thing, and I was on her show, and I don't think she liked that just like I do on you, where you even have said to me and it kicked me off the show a couple times, and I've been like too much, but I wasn't that way to her, and it wasn't kicked off the show. I actually kept it going, but at that point, I think it's hilarious that the 2 people I was on with came back on, and Nemo couldn't keep going.
Yeah. Thank you. No, and so to keep George going, and we're going to read him from Quantera in the chat room. Quantera in the chat room says, been following you, referring to myself, since 2011, the year my mother was murdered, 2011-ish, so seen you transform and grow through the journey. And then he said, you were right on the Konrad Zuse computer too. Nazis had a 30 years minimum head start on the Allies in their physics understanding at the onset of World War II. It's very possible they solved gravity. Look at the logo and symbol for Russian Federation and Scottish Rite. They march to the same beat. The 2-headed eagle is Janus, Roman god of time. Okay, so he's gotten into both the symbolism and, but the important thing he said about the Konrad Zuse computer, that brings us back to George Knight. So George Knight, go ahead and take it from there, what that brings to mind. And
oh, bless. Yeah, it was actually 1935 when that was invented by Konrad Zuse. It was that's just to give people a date for people to reference. I have just a quick question. Sorry to go back, and then we'll go on to it. I will get a transcript from a book to read, and whilst Brooke is here, I think she'll really appreciate it also. But part of my ignorance, I'm oblivious to this, but I've noticed that Ian West hasn't been on the show recently. I'm probably missing something. I don't. Yeah, is that something because is he working, or is it because it's a choice? He doesn't come on anymore.
Oh no, it's just because let's just put it this way. I'm pissed off at him. So I just don't call him because I just got basically what happened was the last straw was there was a young lady, and Brooke can jump all over me about this, but there was a young lady who was interested in talking to me and was very expressive about that. And so then Ian West thought it'd be funny around her birthday to give me the computer of a Chinese or Vietnamese restaurant and tell me that it was
not the computer, the phone number, and we were all 3 on the phone, and it's hilarious because the girl is like 23 years old and a lesbian, or at least bisexual, okay, if you claim Ian West slept with her, but he wants to fuck her, this 23-year-old, who, by the way, where does she work again? Because she's not Marina Sarin. Where does she work, Douglas?
She works at McDonald's, honey.
Yeah, and so Douglas was begging for her phone number when I hung up.
16-hour shifts.
Yes. And Ian West called and told me immediately after. And I told Ian West, there's no way Douglas is begging for her phone number. And he's like, yeah, she was.
Just to put this in, honey, just.
Begging. Anyway, Ian West didn't lie. I thought this was bullshit.
No. I showed you her communications where she wanted me to get in contact with her. I showed you those communications.
She wanted to ask her for your phone number, not Ian West. You're mad at Ian West because you said, what is her phone number? You didn't ask her.
No. That's not how it happened. Okay, so just to put this in.
I was on the phone the night it happened.
No, honey. You were on the Skype call with myself and Ian West when I showed you both her communications. And
but then, Ian West called me back and said
then Ian West got. Hold on. Well, look. What happened was, just so the public understands this, this young lady wanted me to contact her and left multiple messages with me in private messages. So her birthday was coming up, and at the time, what had happened was, since she kept missing me in these communications, then I asked Ian about her phone number, and he said, oh, she had asked me to give it to you, and I never sent it. He said he had it entered in the text box, but had never pressed the entered button. He had entered it in the text box, but never pressed the entered button. This is what he said. He said, here it is. It's not like I begged for it. So then when he gave it to me, you told me later on he called you to tell you that he had actually given me the phone number to a Chinese or Vietnamese restaurant, and that at least prepared me for that. So I said, well, I'll wish her happy birthday, but I'll wait till after hours if it's a Chinese or Vietnamese restaurant, so that I don't interrupt their business. So when I called, Bigger and Shit was a Chinese or Vietnamese restaurant. And so if he thinks that's funny, and like I said, there's several things I felt that he could have done for me after getting me knocked off for 2 weeks from YouTube, which in the end, it comes down to him. It doesn't matter that it's Bulgarian bozos that reported it. He's responsible for that because he was playing a bunch of transphobic bullshit from a deep fake of Joe Biden screaming a bunch of transphobic bullshit. So he's done incredible damage to me. And so then for him to follow up with this, fuck him. So there's nothing funny about this. This is not funny. It's just an idiot. It's just a man who doesn't, first off, he's trying to exploit my show to spew a bunch of right-wing propaganda about QAnon propaganda. And then he decides, and not only that, I'll give Douglas a phone number to a Chinese restaurant instead of this young girl who's been trying to get in contact with him, which is not something that's delusional on my part. She was definitely trying to contact. There's no harm in my trying to wish her a happy birthday.
No, there's no harm in it. But that's where I'm saying you can hate him. You can hate him for the right wing propaganda, but you got to be able to take a joke with a joke.
No, not on top of his costing me 2 weeks from YouTube.
And he gave me the number.
Hey, not on top of his. There's nothing. That's not funny in wake of his. That's not funny in wake of his costing me 2 weeks from YouTube.
You got me. That's where I'm bigger than you. I would have been like, you got me. That's where I'm getting it. I'm like, you got me.
No, honey. After he got me knocked off of YouTube for 2 weeks.
Honey. Okay, but that's different than being able to say you got me on that. That's two different things.
No, it's not two different things. It's a compounded felony.
No, you knocked off because he's an idiot talking right-wing propaganda.
At any rate, he's gone. And I'll tell you what. Here's Joe Tai. What I'm gonna do now is go down here, and I'm going to see if I can do this. I don't think I can scroll up. So what I'm gonna need to do is go on the here we are. Joe Tai. Let's see if I can no, this thing's too small. I might have to wait till later to do this, but I'll just fucking block Joe Tai later because Joe Tai said basically Douglas Dietrich is evil. He slept with his daughter. Okay, at this point, Joe Tai is just a piece of shit. He's chasing young girls online. And then he's trying to turn that on me. So this is like one of these things where he's obviously the enemy, always was. There's a limit to stupidity And when he started saying, oh, Brooke is kicking Doug's ass, okay, at that point, he's trying to cause division. This person is here just as an agent of the enemy, always was. There's so much we can attribute to stupidity, and only so much. And when you say, it's my hating myself for dragging myself down his rabbit hole, it's what I hate myself for is always giving these people a chance. It's giving these people a chance again and again and again. And even you yourself, Brooke, said, whoa, there's this paranoia. There's no paranoia in me. If anything, I'm the example of complete and utter recklessness. Total disregard for my own well-being and safety again and again and again. I bring up examples of this, but these two people, Joe Ty and Ian West, are perfect examples of my being not security conscious enough. And by that I mean security conscious in terms of just, shall we say, damage control, relation to public relations. These people are here to cause damage. Get me off YouTube. They're here to get me banned off YouTube. That's what they're here for. There's only a certain point you can only deny that to a certain point. I mean, certainly you must see that what I say makes some sense.
I completely agree with you, Douglas.
Thank you.
I've seen that for myself.
Thank you.
You have a very... Likewise, and that's why I don't get engaged with people. I have said to Ian in the past, and you've heard me on before, I would have had a private conversation with him, but thankfully I never had that engagement with him. And it was only because he reminds me of a friend who lives several doors up from ourselves, and he's like an innocent teddy bear in my eyes, but really it's like there's a lot of detrimental behavior, collateral damage that they cause to your life, so it's best not to have them in your life.
Yes,
So,
honestly, and by that, are you talking about Joe Ty or Ian West? You're talking about Joe Ty, right?
Oh, with that, I was referring to my friend, actually.
The innocent teddy bear. The innocent teddy bear guy.
He reminded me of it. That was the initial impression of him. But no, I completely agree, because I've heard that myself. I've heard his right-wing propaganda that he spews on the show.
Ian West.
Seems like a platform for him to promote that. Yes, from his stance. Yeah. That's my impression of it over a period of time listening to him, and I was, I never wanted to address or engage it because I just completely disagreed with everything he used to say.
Right. We'll take a look in the Skype text.
Without trying to be disrespectful.
Understood. We'll take a look at the Skype text box. If you take a look in the Skype text box, I've entered now just 2 screenshots, and what happened was this was Facebook, and on Nemo's feed, this young girl comes up, and it's obviously an FBI dragnet where they're just trying to drag in as many pedo perverts as possible and then bust them in a mass arrest. And so they use the young girl's photo and say something a young girl would never say. And, or at least we would hope a young girl would never say. The only kind of young girl who would say something like this young girl is saying would be someone who would be fat and has no hope in life and is completely desperate. Your average young girl who looks like that would not be in that position. But then...
Where did you get that from?
You. I got from you, honey. So that being credited, then these idiots start responding to it. One of them, in a sense, being Nemo, because he actually tried to send a message to this young girl saying, hey, don't go for these dirty old men. And it's like, in that sense, that's his way of getting in on her, with trying to look the opposite, but he's still going to get dragged into the dragnet just by that intercourse. But then he starts trying to tell other guys, hey, don't do this. And one of the people he told was Joe Ty. So Joe Ty is saying, oh, I hope you in New York, we get together. And it's like, really? I mean, okay, some people might say that's desperation, it's loneliness, but come on. The dude cannot possibly think he has anything to talk about with this young lady.
Yes.
Anything to say. That what would be their topic of conversation other than, I want to fuel you up. And it all goes downhill from there. It's just like, okay, so he is on he's basically affiliated with us so that he can get arrested by a dragnet like this, and then the enemy can say, "See, Team Dietrich, this Taiwan-born pedophile, and he was born in Taiwan, and he was arrested in a dragnet for pedophilia, and, oh, who else is born in Taiwan? Oh, his friend Douglas Dietrich." You know how they'd play that. That's, so, yeah, and then, there you go. It's like, it's how much of this, he just has to be, at this point, they just have to sever. So, after the show's over, within a few hours thereafter, I'll just, block him. It's just one of these things where it's just, at this point, he's crossed too many lines, but it's exactly like Ian was. I mean, it's like these guys there's no concept here. With what Ian did, getting me knocked off YouTube for 2 weeks, and then you think that that I'm supposed to tolerate from... I'm not saying this to Brock. I'm just saying this to the public, to the universe. This guy gets me blocked off YouTube for 2 weeks, and I'm supposed to handle a practical joke? No. No. That's not... No.
I'm sorry, but it was still a good practical joke. I don't care.
Look, if you find it funny, that's fine. Look, honey, don't go mute. Go ahead, come back on. Look, if you find it funny, I don't mind. But it's you get what I'm saying.
He didn't tell me the name of the restaurant. You just did that. He even came up with a good name for the restaurant. Like, that takes some effort. He fucking cared enough about that practical joke. That's some fucking love, man. He gave enough effort to give you a practical joke with, like, what'd you call it? Like, Big and Tong or something? Like, that's fucking hilarious. Like, everything else he says, you're right. Like, the right-wing shit, he goes deep in the rabbit hole. Maybe you should never had him on, because I'm the first one that ever called him out and said, "I'm pretty sure on meth, bitch."
That's right. Yes, that's right. But don't think it's like I didn't know he was on meth.
Okay, but it's fine. I respect people for what they fucking are and what they are, just like I expect people to respect me for that and see the good and bad in me. Like, in him, like, yeah, he might be deep down a rabbit hole, but that joke was funny. Like, so that's the cool thing. Your joke was funny.
It might have been, let's put it this way. I don't mind that it's funny to you, but it's not funny to me in the sense that...
You actually thought you were getting laid by a 23-year-old McDonald's girl, which is even sadder.
No, see here, young lady. Now, this is one of those things where you're, how would I say this? It's one of these things where you have an envelope.
I can get it on video. You can get me picking up a McDonald's toy on video.
You have an envelope of what you deem to be a kind of range that would be proper for me to be sexually active in.
I do.
And I think that's absurd. That's absurd. It's not. It's just not.
Once 1/3 of your age, you could probably stop there, and then they don't have any money. Like, you want to work, they want them to live in your place. They don't have any money to give you McDonald's. You're better. Like, where are they going to live?
Yeah. Now, honey, you're so judgmental. I mean, honestly. The young lady's working hard. She's someone who needs some moral support. And it's more of a case where I would be providing her inspiration. And, and what you're trying to do is deny her that. Because it's based on, in the end, what I perceive to be a kind of jealousy. It's beneath you. It's beneath you.
Like 15 years younger than me at least, and she still works at McDonald's, and I'm so wishing I still worked at McDonald's.
I mean, is this a sense of a kind of class superiority?
At McDonald's, I was only 14 years old because I was allowed in South Carolina. 14, my first job. 14 to 15 McDonald's, and I didn't know you, and I also didn't know you at 20. So I'll take the fucking job at Verizon, or I'll take the fucking Starbucks job, or I would take anything to not know you. But she has to, and you are correct. And she's got to be the 23-year-old working at McDonald's, or 24, I guess, working at McDonald's. So
there's some context to that story. She had gone to live with this chick in Austria, a lesbian lover who took everything she had. She spent everything she had in her life savings that she had saved up to that point.
your penis was gonna drive her back at 64. Okay.
And so what happened was she came back with nothing. She's just trying to build up a little resource pool. That's all.
And what were you gonna offer her, honey? Were you gonna offer
just some romantic inspiration.
My house, because I don't believe I had a pigsty for her ready too.
Well, of course, I'm hardly living in an environment that a person could visit, let alone live in. But yes, I try to offer what I can verbally through inspiration, emotional support. And I mean, for you to put judgment on that, it's beneath you. You really have to let go of this jealousy.
It is.
If anything, you should be encouraging me to help these young ladies out. Encouraging me. And not only that, you should be like trying to help make it happen. She's on camera now. We're all in trouble. She's taking out a box cutter. That's adorable, honey. Yes. We love you too. Okay, she's saying something. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. I presume what she's saying is she's going to castrate me.
I'm gonna put the shirt on to go to McDonald's right now. My box cutter. As you see, my box cutter in my shirt. Look at that hair, though. Oh, that's scary. I'm gonna brush that part out. Now, please.
Now, darling, again, this is beneath you. You shouldn't be like this. Yes. Good enough.
That's my hope, though. Really, like I swear to God, I wanted that guy to break in so bad because I wanted to.
Yes. Understood. Yes, I get it.
The feeling of like.
That it would be ironic too. A Middle Eastern terrorist killed by a box cutter. Yes.
By my pillow. He fucking friended me yesterday, man. I thought he was fucking done. He fucking found my last name and sent a friend request.
Yes, but you didn't accept his friend request, I hope.
No, I told you I only saw his picture of his dad, which was like 3 pictures of the same one. Everything I couldn't read the comments because I didn't accept the friend request.
They're all Arabic, though. It was all in Arabic.
So I can't read them, yeah.
Yes. At any rate, honey, so I'm gonna have George and I are gonna take over the show at this point. Do you want to care to hang out with us, or you're about ready to go out, right?
Oh no, I'm going to get food, and then I'm coming back, and I'm gonna. You think I'm going to fleece off?
I don't need to call you at 8 then, because it's only 10 minutes to 8.
Yeah, but I want. Do you see those 2 little dogs over there on the bed?
Yes.
And here, they need food.
Yes, I understand. So, George and I will take over the show. You're welcome to hang out with us, but...
Oh, I'm going to hang out. I told you George was not getting away from me because he hung up last time.
Oh, that's right. Ask George the question you were going to ask him last time about roid rage.
Doesn't matter. I wanted to ask him, and George hung up as soon as he heard my voice, and I don't...
There might have been...
What's you, George?
But honey, feel free to ask him the question now.
Question?
I don't remember it.
It was about roid rage. You had a friend who was on steroids.
I
was
had
a football player. Yeah, you had the football player. Or was it about his tiny dick, or was it about something else?
No, that's what we talked about tonight. But
yeah, that's what we talked about tonight. It was something else last time. Something about roid rage, I believe.
No, it wasn't roid rage. I remember what it was. It was fucking. It was because the guy was. It was actually somebody I interviewed for a job, to be my friend, and then saying, "Oh my God, like my boyfriend died," which that was kind of a funny story. He actually wasn't a boyfriend because.
Oh, that's right. He died because of the steroids. Tell us about this.
But I could never tell her. Also, when I was dating online, when I just gotten divorced, I was first seeing guys online, and he was one of the people that I had fucking swiped right on and fucking talked to him. Yeah. And so not only could I not tell her that, but then I had shit to tell her about how he died and found out about how he died. So he never told her, and this fucking. I just want you to know, guys, if you're fucking dating online, you need to have somebody be able to take your profile down. Because his parents didn't know. I looked up 2 years later, his profile's still fucking there. It's like, when is she going to fucking find that shit? But anyway, my point to that is, he died because he was taking steroids. He was huge. Which, stupid of me.
Huge mean like built penis-wise, or...
I don't. They it wasn't dick pics on that, and that would have been gross. I would definitely wouldn't have swiped right. But no, he fucking he was built. He was built nice, and I should have known because I did learn very quick. Most of the guys that you swiped that way on that were built like were idiots, and he was one of them. The other one was like from West Virginia, which also West Virginia. So, but this guy had taken. What happened was, this is what I was coming on to ask. Short, George, and I just let my key inside. That he had been taking steroids for a while, George, and I don't know if you've heard of this, but what he had done was. Basically, she was sitting there, just to give you the short of it, or the way it happened, and then what they found out after. She was there at the apartment, and he had been coughing, and then he suddenly started coughing blood. And, he kind of stood up off the couch, and he, by the time she was like, oh, what's okay, he just was gone. Like, fast, like, she's called 911, and ended up being an aortic rupture, and they found out that he was actually shooting diabetes medicine. Diabetic medicine.
Why?
Insulin.
Insulin, yes. So
insulin?
Yes. So that's what I wanted to see if you had heard of.
Yeah, but why was he shooting the insulin?
Yeah.
Is that what you were asking George about?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the most anabolic component you could put into your body. It's so detrimental that you have to consume calories or sugar within a certain time frame before it gets detrimental to your own health, and then you can die within an insulin overdose. So you have to counteract it by taking in calories. So yeah, it's so dangerous, but a lot of the pro bodybuilders use it for competition wise. But I've never used it, thankfully.
Oh,
I was too scared.
I was asking if you had heard about it because I had never heard of that. I'm like, insulin? Because when they did the autopsy, they were like, for whatever reason, because he didn't get enough sugar. He had been doing it for a while. He had weakened.
Oh, she glitched. There we go.
So,
honey, repeat what you said. You glitched there for a second. He had weakened. Just before you said he had weakened, you go back to that.
I'm leaving my service. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Are you still hearing me? Okay. Once I drive away from my house, I can switch his service. He had weakened his aortic valve, apparently enough, from the steroids, but the autopsy had said from using the insulin had caused the burst of the aortic valve.
Okay. So there we are. And so tell us what you think of all this, George. What does all this bring to your mind?
Oh, absolutely. There is, and this is like a little educational part to this segment. It really is. I do advise everyone to avoid them at all costs, because there is a health epidemic with bodybuilders dying at such a young age because of the consumption or the use of steroids. So I definitely do not recommend people going down that road unless it is you are a professional, but you can build a foundation through years of hard training, years of dedication. You do not have to resort to it. That is the last resort to inject or to I'm trying to think of the word because it changes biochemistry of your body completely. If you were going to put that, it's synthetic. If you're going to put it into your body, you really have to be completely serious. You're taking, bodybuilding is going to be your career, but you're going to have a very short career, a very short life. You literally do reduce your lifespan by several years if you do.
Wow.
But sorry, Brooke.
Oh yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I was just saying he was literally in his 30s and left like a 6-year-old daughter behind. Like, he looked great when he died. Like, 6-year-old daughter in his 30s. Yeah. Like, what's the point, right?
Yeah.
Like, because you only look so good when you're dead. They're just full of bullshit. And casket's fucking, you're gone. Yeah. And so, women do that. Like, throwing them through to come in anemic. And I think men, like, I had no idea. I knew about steroids and the little dick guy told you that, but I had no idea that they were going to the point of bursting fucking vessels in their body at this point.
Oh God, yeah. So,
and by the way, it's not attractive. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Douglas, carry on, please.
Oh, I mean, no, please continue with what you were going to say, George, and then bring up some examples that you might have seen where men's vessels have burst. I mean, I believe you might have seen some examples where men were just showing their arms were kind of like almost like liquid inside of their muscle or something. It was just, tell us.
Yeah, the fluids are oozing out of their veins from their biceps, and the acne, it's so unattractive. But most women, the majority of women, there's no point in taking it for guys that think, oh yeah, to get buff and jacked, it's going to attract women. The majority of women do not find it attractive at all. It is evident that you are on steroids when you consume them. Your whole complexion changes in your face, and you look very, very unhealthy. It's not even worth doing it for those reasons. But a lot of guys do it not just for girls, they do it for either to basically attract men, but not for sexual reasons, but just so guys go, well, hey, you look buff, you look jacked. They get off, they get a
I would ask you, George, do you not think it's more addiction? It's just like the girl that wants to get skinny and thin, but then becomes anemic and they can't see she's at 80 pounds and gonna die. Like, it's almost like that, like to the point that like I'm going to get bigger and buff, and like we girls do like little big, little buff, right? It's fine. But then like like those guys that I see in the bodybuilding shows, and even when I swiped on this guy, he was striped up with his shirt off with this liquid, not liquid, but the oil they put on and they're flexing. Like, it's so gross to me. So at that point, though, it's kind of like an 80-pound girl to you. Like, you don't want a 200-pound girl, but like, you don't want the 80-pound like anorexia. I'm pretty sure if I blow, she's going to fall over and she's going to die. So, like, at the same time, if you blow on his vein as he's flexing, I'm pretty sure I can bust that vein. Like, which I never even thought of that now until actually Douglas said that. I just knew about the aortic rupture, but it's kind of like those veins sticking out. They do look like you could push on one and it bust.
Oh, that's so scary. And so, George, tell us,
My question to George is, do you think it's more, I wonder if it's more of an addiction, just like we can get addicted to anything.
Of course
we're addicted to get bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
So go on, George.
Absolutely.
Respond to that.
Yeah, it's an obsessive compulsive disorder. Certainly, it's people they develop a thing called big anorexia, or where they don't feel like they're big enough. But to other people, to the average human, they'll look at them and go, "Wow, you are so large. You are broad. You are jacked, etc., etc." But to them, in their eyes, they're still small. That's what big anorexia is. And so there is that opposite syndrome, or the opposite effect to anorexia. That's the opposite, and they become very compulsive and very obsessive with their lives. It's not a healthy lifestyle to pursue. Certainly not good for relationships. It's not good for family life either, because it is very selfish. It's selfless. You're all you're concerned about is your regime or your lifestyle. Everything else is non-factoring into that denominator. Everything else is completely outlined. You don't think about other people's feelings. You're only concerned about yourself. That's where it does become very compulsive and obsessive, and it's not healthy.
I think go on. Yeah, please go on. That is my I guess that is a common consensus, but that is my logic on it. But I think you also pointed out something very important as well, is that what happens is that when these men are young, something is done through usually bullying, something is done to make them feel basically rejected by men in general, that men deem them to be weak or whatnot. And so, as you said, it's not the woman that really matter to them, because if they were after woman, they wouldn't get so grotesquely out of proportion. And
yes, it's a loss of self. I think we all are looking for self, like, right? What we all have something that we come in with, and then something that happens, we choose to, I think, probably, hopefully, I don't know, we choose it, I think we do, but something that happens, right? And we have to overcome it. And within ourselves, and then that's. But what the point is, with that goes with at the end of the day, it just goes with, doesn't mean like they were so weak they couldn't overcome it. It just meant,
wait. What it means is that what I was going to point out was then they seek the approval of other men, is what George Knight was pointing out. And this is what they're really addicted to, is basically other men admiring them. And it's not homoerotic or homosexual. It's more like they're seeking to intimidate other men finally, to the point where other men are finally impressed by them and take them seriously. They want to be taken seriously, and that's one thing that happens when you get that big. That's one thing that Richard...
Or they want to outdo the other men. They want to know they can outdo them. And in that sense, if it was strength, if it was like, let's say they were outbrained in something and they were strong and they were just outbrained, they want to outdo in front of the female outbraining, right? Like, I'm going to be the smartest and he might have been the strongest. Like, it is a sense of wanting to outdo. And I can say that, like, as a female, on the other side of that is I've gotten in that characteristic before. That's why, like, right now I can be like, okay, I like shit on the phone. Don't care, bro. Don't care. You be you, okay? But I have that life where I've been like, okay, you can't even be you. Like, you can't even be like your 40-year-old you. Like, I've earned this shit, okay? So it's fucking, it is what it is. I can look good. I can look fucking like this. And it's fucking like, no sleep, and I have no makeup on, and I'm going through a McDonald's drive-thru, okay? That's
fine.
Right?
Yes.
But my point is, there was a point like where I could be like, oh my God, like, he'll blow your brains out. Look at you. Like, you need to have your makeup on, your hair brushed, you haven't slept, you have bags in your eyes, and you don't have your, like, boobs showing, and you don't, like, look your best, and your tan isn't. Like, no. Why? Why did I think that? Because in my female mind, I needed to outdo the next female next to me, right? Because I couldn't when I was a kid. I thought, like, I couldn't. So then I've always had to outdo. And so when you overcome that, I'm not saying I perfectly overcome it, because I'll still probably go and put makeup on before I get to the cop place. But I will at least overcome it enough to be on TV with you fucking stupid asses.
By the way, we're not to take that personally, I presume.
Oh no, I love you guys. You know I love you guys because I wouldn't call you stupid asses if I didn't. You both knew me by now, and I'm hoping George actually does. Hey, guy, sorry.
So now she's gonna order. Oh, hopefully she goes on mute while she does that. Oh.
So, let me get
Oh God, she didn't go on mute, but she does that. But at any rate, George. So tell us a bit more in response to anything else that brings to mind. Like I said, she said outdoing, but basically these men are searching for basically finally being accepted by other men, finally being able to join in that sense, a sense of manhood, right? I mean,
let me just get.
Yeah, that is exactly. That was exactly the point. That what you outlined is it's more admiration from other fellow gym goers. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
She's ordering sausages. Don't worry about her. She's ordering sausages and eggs and stuff. She's literally making her order. She didn't go mute, but we're getting the glitch because of their service. But what I want to say is that in the chat room, our man Quantera said, I found you because of Sean Stone and your initial work at ConspiracyCon, Satan's Crusaders. Computing mathematics, and parentheses, he puts logic, is simple. The knowledge has been around 200 years. Hardware is hard. If you have a breakthrough, it can quickly exponentiate, especially in a time of war. Next, you're modeling the atom, energy, gravity, time and space, trying to make superweapons. 100% of U.S. supercomputer prowess is procured and managed by the military, and Department of Energy equals nukes, national labs. So, yes, so in terms of that, what Brooke said was, we may not be able to get our word out, but you're writing a book that could very well get the word out. So your book is something that, unlike what we're dealing with Peter Moon, who even now is kind of has this concept that it remains to be seen whether or not this is even wise in terms of, he's thinking in terms of a collectible. I would prefer it if he just released it as a regular publication. But in your case, you're not thinking in any of these terms. You just want to get it out there and then ultimately market it. And where you can do is you can Whereas Peter's kind of relying on this base that he's built up. You're just going to be hitting the world at large. So this is something that could very well be our voice. This could be the key to our voice being heard by the world. So, by all means, that would then entail yourself being interviewed and getting the word out, which would help myself immensely. So it so much is relying on you, and you truly are someone who, if anyone were my heir apparent, it would indeed be yourself. So by all means, so Quantero says we're absolutely starved for knowledge, so anything and everything you can publish helps. So there you have it. There's some further reinforcement for you. By all means, during the 40 minutes we have remaining, about more like 40 minutes. By all means, take it anywhere you wish.
That's perfect, Douglas. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate it. I really appreciate your comments there, Douglas. But yeah, I do have, I've got the transcript next to me where I like to share out with people. I've had this at my side for the past several transmissions. I just haven't had the opportunity to read it out, actually. It's going over one event that happened during 1993, the abduction of an individual called Peter Gregory, where he was abducted by the Third Reich in exile. And I would like to just read this transcript from this book. This book was published and posted just shortly after 1995, because there's the Roswell autopsy film footage in there. So, and that's something we can go into another time. I have mentioned that briefly. That is related and linked to the heavy sanctions that William Jefferson Clinton sanctioned and stated on Japan in 1995.
Yes.
Due to a response to the Hockey City Memorial Museum being open. Hockey City. Yeah, thank you, Douglas.
Thank you.
It's something we go into, but this book was basically published shortly afterwards. So, but I'm going to read a transcript from the Peter Gregory case, the encounter of his abduction. I'll read it verbatim, word for word as well. Gregory's first encounter with a UFO was on the 17th of April, 1993. He'd risen from bed at 2:30, and just to disambiguate, I had to stop there. That is not, in most abductees' cases, they would portray, if they go under hypnosis treatment, they would elaborate that they somehow felt a force rising them out of bed. This individual just rose from a sleep. So just to disambiguate that. At 2:30 a.m. to go to the bathroom, when his attention was drawn to a light outside the landing window. He peered out and saw a glowing ball of light the size of a football. Gregory observed the phenomena for more than 5 seconds before it flew silently past the window and out of sight. After returning to bed, Gregory felt a burning sensation in his temple, followed by an intense headache. He eventually fell into a deep sleep when all of a sudden he had a vision. He remembers opening his eyes only to be greeted by the most peculiar sight. Gregory found himself in what appeared to be a control room in an enormous flying machine. He knew he was airborne because he could feel the movement beneath his feet, as if in an elevator. This motion was accompanied by a humming noise. Gregory noticed that the room was illuminated with an intense blue light, which seemed to pulse in an almost hypnotic state. He entered a state of deep inner euphoria until, without warning, the light vanished, and he found himself on the floor of the spacecraft. The room was an oval shape with a large console in the center. The console was about 10 feet in length and fitted with a display of lights which flashed sequence. On the left of the console was a cubicle which stood about 6 feet in height and was illuminated. Gregory noticed standing 15 feet from him 3 humanoid figures staring at him, viewing monitor, watching a transmission. The beings didn't seem to notice that Gregory was in the room. He described them as being about the same size as humans, with deep blue piercing eyes, reddish-brown hair, and heads circled by broad silver band, which appeared to have a static light on either side. Gregory made his way closer towards them and noticed an on-screen display which read the year 3600. He realized that the on-screen display was showing the destruction of civilization, also indicating that man had to move below the Earth's surface in order to survive. This amazing event, which event was only the beginning for Gregory, and soon he was somewhat of a celebrity in his hometown. He had managed to capture minutes of UFO footage on video, which had been subjected to analysis and found to be faultless. And that was inside his the transcript. But there's a rendition, like an illustration, a picture to show of what he was describing, the Third Reich occupants viewing a monitor screen. And beneath the rendition, it states, Peter Gregory's impression of the inside of the spacecraft where he was taken. Gregory claims he was shown both the past and present history of the planet Earth on the screen to the top left of the drawing. According to the aliens who abducted him, the only way mankind can survive a future cataclysm will be to retreat underground. And so that is, I just thank you for letting me to read that out, Douglas, but that is just so important because I have collected and collated many incidences like this, which indicate that the Third Reich, these are true abductions, these are true encounters with the government in exile that people listen to us speak of.
Yes.
This is a very important case, but of course, yes. And so that's another segment which, of course, will go into the book as well as many others. So that is, I hope Brooke listened to that because that just shows you references to Unterland also. It just shows you the extent that what we are. It's verification. It's validating everything we say, which is true.
Well, what I would go into further is I would say when he saw what he interpreted to be the year 3600, I believe, 3600, 3600 on their screen. Remember what I said before about interstellar empires needing to. If you're going through space, you're also going through time, because when you're going, just so people understand this, when we put clocks into low Earth orbit, and they're just going super stratospheric and traveling around the Earth, even in those cases, those clocks will be slowing down just by a few microseconds as opposed to clocks on the surface of the Earth itself. So even traveling in a low Earth orbit and going into space at a not even a hard vacuum level, you're still, in a sense, going through time, even at that height, so to speak, before you go all the way out and break out of the gravity well into hard vacuum. So when you break out of the gravity well into hard vacuum, then and if you were to start traveling at interstellar speeds, then of course you're still not going to reach Alpha Centauri until 4 years later. And anything we receive as a communication from Alpha Centauri is going to be 4 years old. So the only way that people can administer an interstellar empire is that not only are ships going to agree to meet at a certain point in space, they have to agree to meet at a certain time, meaning that they will have to calculate and basically rendezvous at a certain date in which they agree is a point in time that they can all meet, exchange their goods or services, and then from there go back to their respective planets. Or either that, people have speculated that certainly if we have separate planets and just separate star systems and just tolerate, like in the old days, it would take years for ships to come from different parts of the world to other parts of the world, very least months and months, but sometimes years, that we would have to tolerate that with starships in terms of decades, centuries. We'd really be talking centuries. You basically wouldn't have trade as we know it. It's just not trade in any viable sense. You would not have a galactic economy in that sense. You'd have to have time travel to have a galactic economy. So what the Reich is showing is that by the year 3600, they may be saying that all humanity will be trying to confront them or beg them to be allowed into Unterland, and that they may be showing this man this,
or he may have glimpsed it, like, say, for instance, even in a careless moment where maybe they didn't intend to show him that, but he just happened to see it because, I mean, when you've got somebody like him aboard one of their ships, it's kind of like having a monkey on board one of ours. You really wouldn't pay attention to the monkey. It's kind of like, the monkey could see what you've got going and you wouldn't care because you wouldn't expect the monkey to be able to interpret what you've got going on your radar or anything else. So they may not have cared that he saw what he saw because they just considered him so much beneath them, basically, that they had that much contempt or dismissal. But when he saw what he saw, that was the first thing that would come to my mind. As for their kind of letting him in on, to a degree, that mankind would need to go underground, it could be what they're doing there could be a way of saying, we know, they could be their message to the surface world that we know what you intend. In other words, by letting him go, he becomes instantly a passenger pigeon. What he is a message-carrying passenger pigeon. And as a message-carrying passenger pigeon, what happened to him automatically goes all the way up to the authorities. Everybody who assumes otherwise, you're not thinking straight. Everybody in power on the surface world, everybody in the Allied power circles knows what happened to this man. And they got the message, which is basically the Reich is saying, we know what you're intending, which is to take Winterland. We know that you're in trouble on the surface world and that you intend to take our space from us. It's, in other words, we know, and therefore knowledge is power, and we are prepared. In other words, it's a forewarning to the surface world not to take any action, not to do anything stupid, understand this. Unterland is one of the reasons. There are others. One was this incredible Japanese female scientist who pointed out that the Americans were polluting the Pacific, but the other was Unterland, that the Americans stopped underground nuclear testing. I mean, think about it this way. When you're performing nuclear tests above ground, obviously you're polluting the atmosphere. It was the Japanese woman's warnings about their polluting the Pacific Ocean that made the Americans stop above ground nuclear testing. But ask yourself, all the allies. But ask yourself, why did they stop underground nuclear testing? And the reason is because after a while, the demand came from the 1,000-year Reich in exile, stop underground nuclear testing, because that obviously impacts the Reich. Because it doesn't matter that you're limiting the range of the explosion in a surface world sense. Underground, it's creating reverberations, potentially causing fissures or a kind of fracking effect, potentially. I don't think the majority of America's underground nuclear tests were doing that in such a way that the Reich was impacted. But certainly what happens is that the radiation pollutes potentially groundwater or seeps into subterranean water sources. There's various things that could happen, but the Reich demanded that they stop testing. And you might notice that after a certain point, no one is testing nuclear weapons anymore. No one is testing nuclear weapons anymore. There's no, so that's think about why did they stop? And so, so go on, take it from there, George.
Oh no, absolutely, Douglas. Thank you. Made just several valid points, very valuable points that for people to understand, and and also other sources to reference is the Georgia Dempsey case and the Billy Meyer case as well. Very interesting, Douglas, because the interview you conducted with Christine Joanna Hart, she asked a question about the Pleiadians, the reference to Pleiadians, and you obviously gave you explained it to her, you articulated that what he was encountering was the Third Reich government in exile, and of course the officials, the authorities took him very, very seriously. Took that case, several cases that he was obviously encountering for a long period of time, for several years. But it was interesting, this individual that knew Billy Meyer, who had he ascertained the collection of these photographs that were never published ever to the public's eye, so they never saw him. But there is a video that people can watch online where he displays this bookcase of these photographs where he was on board the ships, where he was on board the spacecraft, and his encounters and the conversations that he was having with them. And they basically explained the reason why we're going to encountering you, the reason why we're not going to rendezvous with you anymore, Billy Meyer, is because the family you're living with in that house, they are unstable. They are fighting with each other. And so they're at a point in their history where they're very, very civilized, if that's the right term. Douglas has probably got some better words to contribute to the way that they are, how they conduct their mannerisms and how they engage and communicate with one another. They're very civilized. There is no form of assaults or discrimination of any sort. They have gone to a point where they're beyond anything that we could ever comprehend at a level. So, and certainly more of a spiritual level. So the reason why they stop encountering him is because they become more and more hostile with one another. So they told him, we cannot communicate with you anymore because the family you're living with are very, very hostile. It's a toxic environment, so we cannot engage with you anymore. So that's the reason why they stopped having their contacts with him, with Billy Meyer. But it's so true. They are essentially messengers. They are essentially, because they become, basically they are very polarized. When they come out into the public eye, they are humiliated, ridiculed for their statements. And people do not believe anything they're saying. The whole intent is to give messages. And one of the things that George Adamski told the public is that when he encountered them, they said that you have our craft, we want them back. And of course, this is referencing to the Schick's Creek period, the 1950s, the intense aerospace war, which was undeclared. Which is what I will definitely present in great detail in my book that I published per Douglas's expositions. But this is what one of the things that George Adamski referenced, because he was taken up. Both men were taken on board their craft and on the so-called mothership, what people colloquially know as the cigar-shaped UFO. We know it as the Andromeda Gerat, the flying machine. And it was given two Nordic names. It was given Fleur. Excuse me, Doug. You have to.
Well, like I said, I'm one of the people who's bad with this as well. The Freyr is what I think of when you think of it's named after the goddess Freya. Yes, go on. The other one,
Yes, and both gods, Freya, and I think the other one is Fura. There was a male and female. I believe I believe if I'm correct. Excuse me if I do get that wrong. But
let me see if I can remind myself of that, because Freyr and male god. Let me see if I can get the balance out there. Freyr is definitely Frey is this fertility goddess, and I'm trying to think of the male version that they would have. Freyr was, of course, peace, prosperity, fertility, and I'll try and think of the male god, because the name is not coming to myself based on what you're saying. But write it down. Could you spell it? Could you spell it?
Yeah, I'll look it up, Douglas. I believe it's F-E. Yeah, so let me just type that in. So
I know how to spell Freyr, but the other one is escaping.
Yes, with a F-R. Yeah.
And so Freyr I got easily, but the male god, that might be so you're saying that these craft, of course, are named after the female and the male god, but these are different craft. They're not going to have okay,
exactly, Doug. Even the Vrills, because there are several prototypes, even the Vrills, the last one, number 8, was given the name Odin. Was given the name after the Nordic god Odin.
Right. Who's the father of all gods? And the father of all gods. Yes, go on.
Father of all gods. Even the term Vril translated is translated into God. probably something I'll have to look up, Douglas. It refers to something, even the term vril, V-R-I-L.
Well, vril means the energy. It's kind of like saying simply force. It's like, like qi or ki in the Chinese, like qigong, aikido, qi, ki. Then vril is just along those lines. It just means like life force. Like, like the force from, As for, by the way, Frey, I do want people to understand that this is obviously something that that people are going to probably have a hard time grasping. But just as the Wiccan pagans, the Wiccans believe of God in a male and female form, duality. So what I think is being referenced here is Frey and Freyr. And Frey, one of them is female, but Frey is the male god of fertility. So it's like the female and the male god. So Freyr is actually the male. He's the viral man with, of course, the big dick. And Frey, I believe, is the female. It's one of these things that, this is how I'm trying to remember just based on my knowledge of paganism, but it of course could be mistaken. So I do want people to excuse me for that. I do know that there's the god of summer. Gerd would be, or Gjerj would be the frozen earth goddess of winter. Then I'm trying to remember some of these Nordic gods now. YNGVI would be like the god of rain and fertility. He's, that would be like another name for Freyr, really. YNGVI. Just what comes to mind. But one of the things about Billy Mayer, or when it comes to who's the other guy again? They're both a couple of bearded.
Oh, George Adamski.
Yeah, George Adamski and Billy Mayer. First thing you know about George Adamski and Billy Mayer is they both look like a couple of Euro hippie guru, hermit men who obviously do not have much of a social life, and this made them easy for the Reich to access because they're isolated anyway, and the Reich knew they were going to talk and just kind of use them as passenger pigeons delivering a message. But it also, let's put it this way, everything that George Knight says is true to a degree, that people make fun of them, harass them, but at the same time, they also become the center of a personality cult. And then what happened was, it's not just the toxicity of the family that the Reich couldn't deal with, it's the fact that after a while, it's basically the Reich is not going to tell him, because it would be an admission of weakness. They're not going to say, you're a threat to our security if we keep visiting you, because you're basically insecure. You're not a secure conduit. But they're poisoned by his toxicity as well as that of his family's, because his own toxicity is he becomes addicted to all the attention he's getting from his contacts. And so when the Reich withdraws, then he starts hanging the ornaments on trees and tries to keep it all going, because at this point he can't let it die, because this is all he's ever had in life. This is the best thing that ever happened to him, and he can't let it go, right? It's like, and so he tries to keep it going. Yeah. And so Quantara says black hole and white sun, day and night, it's the same cosmically. Yes, certainly the cosmic balance, the yin and yang. So take it from there, George. Yeah, again. Yeah. And I don't know if we.
So I have to.
Are you okay?
And I hope I'm not glitching. Am I sounding all right?
Yes. Yeah. You were glitching a little bit. Or... Yeah. And so I'm glad you're aware of it. Yeah. You started glitching a little bit. So yeah, can you talk? Are you all right to talk?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely. Because thankfully now I've got a free house now, so I speak very openly. So which is great. So yeah, I have lots of other reading material to read out if need be. But yeah, one of the great things, I'm going to find out the individual's name. He wrote several books because, of course, he was I would essentially call him a handler of Billy Meyer. He was certainly exploiting his material, and when he was able to ascertain his collection of photographs he took on these craft, he took several pictures of the occupants of the Reich themselves. But it's only in the video itself he does not show it. But if you pause it, you're able to see them. And they're very Nordic, Aryan-looking people. There were two females, one blonde, one brunette, as you would suspect. And I will have to take a screenshot and send it to you, Douglas. But they were able to take him back in time. The Billy Meyer case, they were able to take him back to any period of time that he wanted to. So they were able to take photographs of a prehistoric Earth, it's ancient, and of course it was a lot different, the Earth, at one stage in its history, and so they were taking some remarkable shots which cannot be doctored. The shots that they were taking obviously were real shots. These were authentic. So I absolutely, I can vouch that the case was 100% genuine. But it's something that I probably will outline in the book. But anyway, but I do have some reading material on some of the craft itself to go into that for people about the original, the precursor, the predecessor to the real craft, and to some, and it mentions here as well. I've just seen it. W.O. Schumann, the Otto Schumann group, Technical University of Munich, who worked on the JFM. That's the acronym for. Beg your pardon if I can find that, but it doesn't matter. But I'll read it out to you. The 1934 saw the first RFC disc built, which led in 5 short years to 2 vast programs of highly advanced disc craft, overseen by Himmler's SS, specifically the Technical Branch Unit E4, which in the German Untersuchungsstelle Lugenstuhl 4. So that's a research department. That translates to research department for people to know, which was created to explore various alternative energy sources. This unit was tasked with developing both the Honebu and Vril discs, designed and to utilize the world's first electromagnetic gravitic drive systems, the Vril and Tool Triebwerks. These drives relied on Hans Kohler's free energy converter coupled to a Van de Graaff band generator and Marconi vortex dynamo, dynamo, a huge spherical tank of mercury to create powerful rotating electromagnetic fields that affected gravity. Many have often inquired why then, when war started in 1939, did Germany not use these advanced and unique machines in air combat? Of course, me and Douglas can answer that in great detail. And so I'm just going to try and read out some stuff for people to ascertain, because there's some great material here just to verify. So I'm trying to find some more reading material to read out. As mentioned, Albert Speer. I'm just now I'm scan reading this, Douglas. I'm scan reading this. Here we go. A year after the Repulsion Model A motor was being used, studied by one of Heinkel's own engineers named Rudolf Schriever, proposed his own Flügelskrill. Flügelskrill, flying gyro that utilized conventional jet engines instead of a repulsion discoid motor. His design was taken from him and handed over to a team of scientists for further study and to the construction of large flying prototype. The team consisted of Dr. Richard Meifer, Klaus Habenmerbel, and an Italian Dr. Giuseppe Belluso. I think, Douglas, you've probably been aware of that individual's name, who had come up with his own design for a jet-powered round-flying bomb, the Turbo Pro-Ieti. So the Turbo Pro-Ieti, it's spelled Turboproietti. Meanwhile, the BMW started work on the design very similar to Schriever's Flügelskrill, or Flügelrad, by utilizing the company's own BMW 003 jet engines. These machines, called Flügelrads, winged wheels, were not really true disc aircraft, but jet autogyros that used the standard BMW 003 with a Strahlhofer jet pipe deflector to power a multiple blade disc rotor. These craft were built on a much smaller scale than Schriever's Flussgrissel. So work proceeded from 1941 to 1945, with construction of prototypes beginning in 1943. Instability, however, was never really solved in the earlier designs. One disc, however, a BMW Fluggerad 2V2, possibly achieved flight in April 1945. Schriever's own disc began to take shape in 1943, as well as and flew under jet power provided by 3 attached special kerosene burning jet engines driving the disc rotor, as well as 2 kerosene jets on the body for forward thrust and horizontal stability. Flight characteristics were good, but then the ESS decided to abruptly drop Schriever's jet fan design in favor of Mnth's version that eliminated the large disc rotor blades driven by jet engines for the Schürberger's liquid vortex engine. But on larger scale, with Schürberger's release back to Austria in 1944 by the Schutzstaffel, the Mnth disc took to the air at the same year over the Baltic. And so it continues to go on, Douglas. So, yeah, just to put things into perspective for people. And, this is in the year preceding the war, the start of the war, World War II, Germany sent an expedition to Antarctica to scout out a location for a military base there. The Germans found such a location in the former Queen Maud, which Germany renamed New Schwabenland. There in secret during 1942 to 1943, a base was built in the Mundlich-Human Mountains. And I hate this term. I really do hate this. Base 211. Base 211, Space 211, whatever people call it, and I just hate that name for it, or Station 211. The base was supplied with slave laborers shipped by sea and U-boats, and to construct an elaborate cave complex deep within the mountains, an impenetrable fortress. Hot internal springs were found there, iron ore deposits. Vegetation and access was achieved primarily through an underwater trench that ran through the area. During the war, especially the later part, German U-boats made frequent trips to the South Atlantic, South America, and the Antarctic. Germany also set up floating meteorological bureaus in Antarctic waters and weather stations on islands between Antarctica and the tip of South America. The SS Russische Rasse- und Suderlandsamt Race and Settlement Bureau began in 1942 to take women of Aryan descent, Volksdeutsche, from the Ukraine solely for the purpose of transporting them to Base 211. 10,000 women between the ages of 17 to 24, blonde and well-proportioned, were recruited for the project, along with 2,500 Waffen SS, weaponized SS soldiers serving in Russia. The goal of this massive undertaking was to create a colony, Base 211, which I hate, suitable for habitation and the continued development of the Tor-Vril technology. It is believed that both the Tor and Vril the Gesellschafts, if that's how it's pronounced correctly, evacuated that technology to Base 211 at the close-in end of the war under SF General Hans Kammler, who was in charge of Germany's most secret weapons programs.
Yes.
2 U-boats that surrendered after the war in Argentina are also believed to have carried cargo in high-ranking Schutzstaffel to Base 211. Both boats were empty upon surrender, with the crews refusing to disclose their cargoes and destinations. It became apparent in 1946 that 54 U-boats and over 6,000 technicians and scientists were missing, quote unquote, from Germany, especially from the SS technical branch. There were also 40,000 slave laborers and between 142,000 to 250,000 German citizens unaccounted for. Despite simply writing these off as probable losses and deaths of the war, Washington suspected that a large number of these missing actually escaped to South America and to the Antarctic. If such a base existed, the U.S. then went on a hunt using the war criminal propaganda to cover up the search for technology attacking a South American version of Operation Paperclip. The United States was so concerned about the secret base that in 1947, with the first Antarctic Summer Operation High Jump was launched with a full military task force headed by Richard Evelyn. It's Admiral Richard Evelyn Byrd. The task force was to head straight for the New Schwabenland and recon the area for a base. If one was found, 4,700 armed troops would have been to capture it or destroy it. The task force performed the aerial recon, trailing magnetic meters to detect any magnetic anomalies under the ice, but several of Byrd's planes were lost. The aircraft had run into enemy opposition. Operation High Jump ended in a failure as Byrd headed back after several weeks, far short of the 8 months that was intended. In his unofficial comments to the South American press, Byrd stated that he was attacked by enemy aircraft that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. Subsequently, the modern UFO phenomena sprang up in 1947 and concentrated disc development programs were initiated in the 50s that continued on to present-day Black Project, aircraft operated by the CIA, the NSA, and the NRO. So it does continue, Douglas. So, but
I think it's incredible. I mean, you're doing a really great summarization, and I think that people are getting a general understanding. How about yourself, Brooke? Are you still on with us, or you're busy attending to everything? Just curious if she was listening to all this, and because she's still on the call. And just kind of, she's not on the call. She hung up as soon as I said that. Well, she probably, she does have a lot of things to do today, so that's understandable. She was with us throughout the night to basically keep herself awake till she could do this, take care of a bunch of stuff today. And so it all worked out in the end. And we're going to, when do you think do you know of what your next date might be that you could spend the whole show with us?
Oh, yes, Douglas. So, just so people are aware, once a month, I'm able, which is great, how it works out. So I'm obliged to do one Saturday a month for the work I do. So, which means I get one day off in the week, and it always is either a Monday or a Thursday, which coincides with the transmissions. Being 8 hours ahead, it means that's either Sunday's transmission or Wednesday's transmission. Obviously, last time it was disrupted. Right. I was dragged away for a couple hours, and so this time I was unable to attend the 8 hour duration, which was what I was hoping for. So the next one, what I'll do, Douglas, is I'll send it to you privately, because if I make it publicly, then people seem to be aware of what I'm doing.
Yes.
And I don't want that, because then it disrupts everything.
Good idea.
Yes.
Good point.
Yeah, because otherwise, they'll try and prevent me from coming on next time, which is what almost happened this time. So, we will go with, I will send it to you privately, so then hopefully we don't have that same disruption.
Interesting. That's so when I speak with you privately, we'll talk more about exactly what happened. And I'm definitely obviously interested, and aside from that, thank God you were able to finally rendezvous with us, and I'm glad that everything went well with Brooke in terms of communications, and she hopefully lets everybody keep her in our thoughts and prayers for everything going well with her, with what she has to deal with today. For those who are unaware, and I don't know if our man George Knight is aware of this, aside from what I already shared with you in private communications, I want you to know that she has a stalker, some Lebanese guy, who basically she went out on this date from hell with this older Southern gentleman who she thought she could get some useful information from about certain things about property, etc. And then he wound up essentially getting, shall we say, feely on her, and then she left him and wound up in a strange neighborhood and needed some help home. This individual who escorted her home in another vehicle. There were two men who kind of like helped her home, so to speak. She wound up basically with one of them stalking her. It was just she told the whole story on one episode, and believe me, it was very. This guy is just. He's just he's gone all the way with thinking that she's going to be his wife kind of deal. It's one of these things where a woman really just you can't even afford to look anybody straight in the eye and smile anymore. A lot of guys just take that as she wants me. It's so true. So I do want people to know we only have a few minutes left. I want to thank George Knight so much for coming on with us. And so I do want to remind everyone, I'm still trying to raise $300 to pay for rent in light of the supply run I had to conduct. So I do want people to know that without you, I won't be able to make it, but I have every confidence our listeners will help. So we've already had some contributions from people such as KP, even Nemo Albano. Of course, we had contributions earlier from our dear friend Aristides. And of course, Michelle Carmela Saldana contributed 25 United States dollars coming from her. Of course, that means a lot. But definitely, I do want everyone to, if you can, contribute what you can. So that being said, I'll need $100 from here, $100 from there, and as we get closer to the end of the month, I'll become more strident in my tone about it. T-Tank Berry says, support Douglas Dietrich, points to the money bag. He himself came to my home personally and gave me 60 United States dollars, face to face, hand to hand. As I said, a handsome young fellow who looks like a German Panzerwaffe trooper, classic Nordic blonde hair with that always looks thin enough where you can make out the scalp, but still a full head of hair. And young, piercing blue eyes, and definitely a wonderful human being. So Quantera says it's all real. Thank you, sir. And with that, yes, any sentiments that you have.
Hey, dude, is that your Honda? Hey, dude.
Oh, God, she might be talking to the stalker. Holy shit. She's back on with us. Oh, God, honey. So is that the stalker? Let's see. Okay, yeah, is that the stalker?
Inside of it.
Yeah. She might want us to hear this because we might be witnesses to something.
Back.
So, honey?
Hey, dude.
Yeah.
Is that your Honda, by the way, on the side of my house? That ain't your Honda or somebody you know on the side of my house. It's right there on the side.
It's probably that dude that always parks in the road.
It's like a gray Honda?
I've never seen it. It's not like...
I just had a Honda key left in my car in the back seat. And I had a stalker dude bring me home.
Do you remember that when someone stole a car and abandoned it right there? I wonder if they did that shit.
Well, this was like I had cleaned my car at the place where we go to about 3 weeks ago until it wasn't there, and I go in my back seat and the Honda key is just sitting there and no one had been in my car.
See, that fits that car.
Well, that's what but I'm scared. I'm going to my house.
But it just don't. Yeah.
But the car key's in the freaking house. I left to go get food, so that's just why I came a little nervous. About 4 days ago, he was there. Yeah. So it just made me a little nervous, and I saw your people. So I was Anyway.
So, honey, have you gone to the police yet? You're still going to do that?
I'm sorry. I forgot I didn't have y'all muted. I called you because obviously you know what's going on. And I pull up and there's a car parked because I'm on a corner house. So there's a Honda parked like right on the, like basically on the side of my house. Yeah. And Noah left for school and my car wasn't here. So there was no cars and my door's unlocked, obviously, as you know. Yeah. So I just kind of got nervous. So the neighbor had like a bunch of people over doing construction. So I assumed maybe somebody parked on the corner. But he's like, no. So I'm going in and just hopefully I don't get killed.
So keep us on the phone in case you have us all as witness. And this is on record. All our listeners are listening. If you go in your home, let's see if you get in there and somebody's there. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I doubt anything's there. Like, it's probably just some weird random shit, but it's just so weird.
It's
like,
not weird and random. The key was in your home or in your car, yeah, and it might belong to that very Honda parked outside, and this might belong to the stalker.
Well, that's what he told me to go check it, but I was like, well, the key's in my fucking house, so it's gonna be a little hard to go fucking check it without going in the house.
Right.
And then he got called off by the fucking he's got concrete being poured, so
yeah.
check out.
Well, you should turn the camera on so that we can get camera look at this guy if he's in there. Okay.
Okay, the dogs are alive. So nobody's.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I'm the camera.
Yeah. Okay.
Look, I'm gonna find the key.
Okay. Take your time. We're with you. We're all with you. Yeah. And
so yesterday when I was sleeping upstairs,
yeah.
Noah left the school, and I swear I heard somebody walking around downstairs.
Yeah.
So I was dogs up, and so anyway, I'm just finished it. That's what really came. I'm like, I swear somebody's walking around downstairs. So I was like tired.